Prologue. Core Mater 6. Coming to consciousness was a rude awakening. I had been sitting at home enjoying myself with a good game of Battletech when it happened. I still don't even know what it is really. Reaching a hand behind my head, I felt plugs along my spinal column and close-cropped hair. He's awake. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and yet, not at all. Darius Oliveira looked happy. Wasn't sure you were going to come through. Whatever was happening to me, I hadn't been left entirely ignorant. The memories of who I was were there in reach. A son of the far periphery, noble-born whose parents had been betrayed. The memories hurt, as if they'd been grafted onto me, but my name was Kane Giardino, callsign Warden. That word trembled in my consciousness as much as the other memories. Hey, you okay? We don't know much about your implants. Darius said, worried before I waved him off. Yeah, I'm okay. Just concussed a little, I think. The life formed easily and quickly. I'd ejected after the attack on Lady Kamia. My mentor was probably dead. Did you recover my mech? I said, turning to them. Yeah, we recovered it, but damned if Macron doesn't want to take it for a spin. Must be some sort of ancient Star League hardware, but I've never seen anything like it. I can't work out why the directorate didn't try to salvage it. And we had a hell of a time trying to get it on board, I'll tell you. A mech transporter just isn't rated to move 140 tons. Yang said as he turned on the screen in his hand and passed it to me. I noticed a large quantity of other equipment for my machine in the mech bay as well, though Yang didn't seem to notice anything out of the ordinary. Whatever had done this had smoothed the wrinkles. I spotted a rapid-fire battle cannon, thermal, Avenger bolt cannons all in pairs, as well as Reaper chainsword or Thunderstrike gauntlet with the carapace options stored behind it. Only I can pilot it. Experimental interface. I tapped the jacks on the back of my neck. But I'd rather keep it out of prying eyes. But what happened down there? Darius came over and sat down on the edge of a table. To be honest, Kane, Lady Kamia is dead, her uncle is running the show and our welcome is pretty much worn out. We've worked with Arano before and with Ryu, and he didn't make it. Cockpit got hollowed clean out. Nothing could have survived that. I knew these things to be untrue, the same way I knew there was a Brian Castle out here, untouched and undisturbed, and that a move on it would cost far too much, but if I were to discover it, or capitalize on that discovery later, then just maybe I could claim it. The clocks ticked in my head as I strove to adjust. Here I was, an Imperial Knight in the Bay, a technology that without further intervention from whatever brought me here would either quickly exhaust my spares, ability to replenish, repair or rearm. A gold mine of technology that I would have to treat as gently as a Faberge egg. Look, if you want we can take you with us, drop you off at the nearest safe planet, or maybe we can take you on. Your machine looks mighty enough to earn us some luscious contracts. The offer was tempting, and I was going to take it. Though I had to treat my machine like the precious resource it was, I also wanted to be able to claim the Argo. I appreciate the offer, and getting gone is probably a good idea before that crazy cousin comes looking for the strange oversized mech they let get away. I'll earn my keep. Chapter 1. They walk. Jansen's Hold. March 1st, 3022. The Hysteria wasn't a large dropship, and the lack of gravity except while under thrust was itself the hardest thing to get used to. Though my body seemed inured to the more troublesome aspects like the need to throw up some experienced, it had been some months since the aborted coronation of Lady Kamia that brought us here to the Taurian Concordat. A company on the surface had gotten word that rivals were going to try and engage in a little friendly espionage. And the leader of our group, Markham, decided that the job was worth the sea bills. And yet, before we even made landfall, I was worming my way into the hearts and minds of the crew. Even if I was being regarded as a curiosity as much as anything, I worked the tools I had available, screwing one of the console panels back on as Yang watched, and listened, to me mumbling prayers to the machine god. A necessity to even make it functional. So what is this mech? He asked, and it caught me by surprise, not so much that he'd asked, but that nobody had yet. We just called it a night. I said, incanting the final placation of the machine spirit. Silently begging thanks to the being that had implanted such knowledge. Only one of its kind. Yeah, I can believe that. Yang said, looking at the chair I would occupy and the many subdermal plugs there. I don't even understand what most of this technology is, or why you seem to pray to it. He probed. Sorry Yang, I can't give away valuable secrets like that. As for the prayers, think of it as a superstition. The warriors from my home have been a superstitious lot as long as can be remembered, and why not pray for the spirit of a machine to keep you safe from harm? I leaned back on the console I'd just been maintaining. Look at any one of those mechs out there, they've all got spirits, don't they? Medusa's Locust is a jittery thing that flinches from combat. Behemoth's 2H has always had that quirky actuator. Glitch's Vindicator always seems to start up faster than normal, eager to get into a scrap. Yang held up his hands, chuckling. Yeah, I get it. So word is Markham wants me on the drop. I said as I slid out the small data mechadendrite into a connection and began running the diagnostics. Yeah, and Decker isn't happy about being sidelined with Medusa. Yang said as he attempted to read one of the display panels, though it displayed in low Gothic. But Markham wants you down there with him. So it'll be you and your knight, Markham in his Marauder, Glitch in her Vindicator and Behemoth with her Shadow Hawk. As a defensive job he feels you'll make a bigger impact than bringing a scout mech. Sound reasoning. But I hope you have the heavy cranes ready. Because I need to change out her armaments. And I'm going to need your help doing it. I said, the rapid-fire battle cannon wasn't what I really wanted to use, the ammunition was going to be too difficult to replace. I'm going to mount the thermal cannon and thunderstrike gauntlet, take off the carapace mount, basically I don't want anything using ammunition at the moment. Yang nodded. I can understand that, I saw a box of shells for that cannon, I've seen AC-20s using smaller shells. Well. Let's get to work. The pull of gravity was reasserting itself as we dropped onto Hansen's hold, the Leopard descending on the facility fast as I climbed into the cockpit and sat down. The others had been surprised when I didn't have a neuro helmet, almost as surprised by the cramped cockpit being in the carapace. The spinal plug sought out their receiving units as I took a seat and I felt the data spikes punch into my spine as I brought her heart up to full power. This is Markham, everyone, roll call. He said, and I looked out through the senses of the night. I hadn't shared the name of the machine with my comrades. The Unchained Predator. Across from me, waiting for landing, Markham's Marauder stood. At 75 tons it was only just over half the Predator's weight without its carapace weapons. To my right Behemoth's Shadow Hawk stood across from her was Glitch in her Vindicator. Glitch here. She said, followed by Behemoth ready to go. I engaged the Vox, matching the radio frequencies they were using. Warden. The Unchained Predator is awake. There was a gentle chuckle. Hopefully we won't need that Warden. Daria's voice came over the PA. Drop in 30 seconds. The mech bays rotated our machines to face the external doors and for a second I questioned whether I would be even capable of fitting through, though a knight was not too much taller than a mech, its shoulders were a fair bit wider than most. However, a quick play of the ranging lasers confirmed I'd be able to move. The ground lurched up towards my stomach as the descent was arrested and the doors opened. Sunlight. Let's go, Marauders. Markham said and set off at a stride down the ramp to the ground below. The spirit of the Unchained Predator rose and adrenaline began to pump. The thrum of the plasma reactor beat in time with my own heart as power flowed through me like a river whose banks were broken. I restrained my first instincts, to put the machine entirely through its paces, instead electing to march stately down the ramp, slow and lumbering like they might have expected. As the hysteria broke for orbit, I looked around at the facility we had been contracted to protect. A moderate facility out from most civilization, accessible by air or train line. There was a deal of forestry around us and I silently questioned my choice of weapons. Warden, is there a problem with your mech? What do you mean, boss? I asked, mentally running diagnostics. Your gauntlet appears to have some major electrical arcing. He said, a note of concern. Negative problem, I cancelled the diagnostics, the arcing normal. Strategy. They want us to be gentle, and while their turrets are okay, they're concerned that their competitors hired a lance of mechs from the Federated Suns. I understand your machine isn't exactly fast, but I'm hoping the sight of it will cause some rethinking of their plans. He said as his mech moved towards the buildings. So stand and look menacing, I suppose. Well. Shit. 3 hours. 3 goddamned hours. We had been on station for 3 hours before the enemy made itself felt. My auspex picked them out 6 kilometers out. Boss, I've got contacts on sensors, 6 clicks, and closing. 20 contacts. 8 bipedals, 12 vehicles. Damn, you sure? God damn it. Seems our employers understated things again. His Marauder moved up from the buildings, using its own powerful sensors to try and sense them. I'm only getting ghosts at this range. Seems I did the right thing bringing you down. Okay, we're going to abort, I can't risk. We can do it, boss. If Behemoth and Glitch can deal with the armored vehicles, you give me long-ranged support. I'll keep them back. The comms net was silent for some time as Markham ran over the odds. Are you sure, Warden? If you're wrong we're probably all dead, you know that. I simply gave the Unchained Predator her head, allowing her to move up to a killing stride. Marauders, on the Warden. Marm said, surprised as the knight accelerated to 70 km per hour. The ground cracked underfoot as I closed on my chosen field of battle. After a minute of running, contact was made. The 2 scout mechs ahead of the enemy advance paused as I came to a halt 800 meters from them. This is Quinn of the Rockfellas, we see there is only 4 of you. If you surrender now we'll let you go without further conflict. The lead mech said, a spider. I began to march, my feet thundering with every step as I did something that rocked both of the light mechs. The war horns of the night blared, the deafening thunder of the machine spirit's wrath practically cracking the air with its passage as the silence rushed in to fill it. By the time I had closed 200 meters, the light mechs had recovered from their shock and opened fire. The Spider with its medium lasers and the Commando contributed its large laser, medium, and an SRM-2 salvo to the mix, and I arrested my momentum, bringing the ion shield around, deflecting the fire as the thermal cannon turned to face the Commando. I don't know what I had expected as I brought the thermal cannon in line with it, but I felt the rage of the machine spirit flow through me as a column of air was rendered a blinding white. At first there was no sound from the thermal spear but the slight hiss of discharge, the column of death building up to a terrifying roar as it reached the Commando. Trees ignited or were flashed into ash near the target. The Commando went from garishly painted mercenary colors to red and ascending through the color to white as its entire chest ran like molten wax. As Markham stepped up through the tree, the Spider engaged its jump jets and hurtled backwards to rejoin its comrades. I engaged full stride as a pair of PPC blasts flew past me, blasting the Spider's arm clear of its shoulder and knocking it spinning to the ground. Markham, it turned out, was a decent pilot after all. The war horns blared again as I crossed the distance to the Spider as it struggled to get up. Laser blasts emerged from the tree, revealing an hunchback. With another blare of the warhorns, I picked up the struggling Spider and hurled it backhand at the machine, staggering it as the thermal cannon came around. Pricks of pain stabbed into my right shoulder as LRMs fired at long range moved in around the coverage of my ion shield. The assault was too late to help the hunchback pilot as the sweeping heat ray carved across its surface armor, running like liquid resin. Surprise, however, was no longer in play. As the hunchback settled to the ground, the pilot, having ejected after his cockpit, began to run like wax. The other enemy lance and last surviving mech of their scout lance moved. Unfortunately, not in the manner I would have preferred. The enemy mechs were spreading out, trying to encircle me. Time felt like it was slowed as I embraced the manifold completely and surveyed the enemy mechs. A pair of Jenners, another Locust, a Blackjack, and the command vehicle. A catapult. The 12 armored vehicles were already engaged by Behemoth and Glitch as Markham strode in and fired his AC-5 and PPCs at the Blackjack. I brought around my ion shield as I charged for the catapult, the pilot of it desperately backpedaling and unleashing his entire missile payload. Lasers raked and were refracted by the ion field, reducing the damage to mere scoring as the missiles were detonated on contact. The Jenners moved in on me while the Locust ran to help the Blackjack. SRMs bloomed and I felt the blossoms of fire against my rear armor, followed by the scoring beams of laser fire. But I had closed the range too quickly, and the catapult wasn't fast enough to escape even if it had turned to run. The Thunderstrike gauntlet came around and I reached low, gripping one of its legs. My warhorns blared once more triumphantly as I turned, intending to swing the machine and release it into one of its smaller comrades. As such, my balance was compromised as when I turned, the catapult's leg came with me, but the rest of the mech did not. The Jenners, however, were too slow to try and capitalize on my imbalance as their weapons flashed and the ion shield deflected most of their power. Balance regained, the thermal cannon discharged prematurely, detonating one of the Jenners' missile salvos as its legs toppled, the torso that had held them together no longer existing. I stepped back and turned, aiming my thermal cannon at the catapult. The clearing went silent. Every movement stopped. The auspexes had showed a transmission going out from the downed mech. Hold fire, Warden. Hold fire. They've given the signal to surrender and withdraw. For a final time my warhorns blared. Victory. And yet now, the secret of the night was out. Chapter 2. Dangers of Business. Jansen's Hold. March 5, 3022. The common room on our Leopard was astir with activity as we waited for Markham to secure our next contract. I sat with boots up as I studied the data pad in hand. The analytics of the engagement against the mercenaries that had been hired to conduct the little raid on our last employer. There had been little damage of consequence. There were plenty of spares for my equipment in the mech bay for a short time at least. But it brought up a problem I hadn't considered. My energy armaments were too short-ranged to be sustainable. Continued engagements at those ranges would become a consistent drain on my armor. If I continued close-range engagements, my plentiful supplies would dwindle rapidly, and that lead to the main problem. The very real possibility that sustaining those close engagements would degrade the knight's combat performance. Trying to save ammunition would become redundant. Glitch sat on the opposite side of the table as Behemoth and Decker had a few hands at cards. "What's up, Warden? You're frowning a lot for someone who kicked the crap out of a couple lances of scout mechs." "Balancing checks," I said, working out the information. The effectiveness of the ion shield was moderate at best, covering a limited field as it did. "I think I need to get a contractor to manufacture ammunition specifically for me. My weapons are specialist jobs." "You're telling me," seeing that Commando's front end just melt. Glitch said with a bit of glee, "It was badass, if not as badass as throwing the Spider into a hunchy." She mimed the expression she imagined the hunchback's pilot had. The chirpy if slightly deranged woman's attitude was infectious and I couldn't help but grin. My mood improved, but still tempered by the knowledge that sooner or later I'd have to share some of the night's secrets. "Oh, I dunno, I think the Spider's pilot was probably more surprised." Taking a draught of the drink before me, I grimaced and pushed it forwards. Never liked alcohol. The part that worried me most was that news of our engagement hadn't hit the media in any way. It had been a week and a half now since the engagement, and affairs were becoming concerned. Markham was growing more restless and had called this meeting. Things aren't great, he reversed a chair sitting on it. I can't help but feel like we're being stonewalled, and a couple contacts have noticed some shifty types watching our dropship. Fortunately, the MRB doesn't seem to be affected by whatever the source of stonewalling is, and they've offered us one contract that is extremely tempting, with transport included and decent salvage rights. Behemoth and Glitch shared a glance at one another. A lifeline when things are looking grim is always welcome. But the sense of things being a trap never quite went away. The pay is 1,000,000 C-bills, security for a Federated Suns team looking for some old SLDF ruins in the periphery. Markham sighed. The pay is too good to turn down, but... So, the good news is some idiot in a shiny suit is offering 1,000,000 C-bills to go to the ass end of nowhere and play security guard. Meaning the bad news is some idiot in a shiny suit is paying well over the going rate for a security job. It's a death trap. I said, frowning. It's a death trap. My guess is some company is paying well over the odds to check out something they're not supposed to be anywhere near and don't want their competition to interfere. Markham confirmed. They haven't said what they think requires such a high-value contract, but Darius has made some discreet inquiries and it seems that there is some Capellan interests involved, which brings us to the flip side of the contract. He looked worried. A condition of the contract is that, if there is another party present at the site when we arrive, we're expected to evict them. Markham said, a note of distaste in his voice. Glitch looked unconcerned. Behemoth frowned at the thought. Decker and Medusa were doing a good job of maintaining a poker face. Evict nicely, or from the mortal coil? I asked. They didn't specify. So I assume that's up to us. Markham looked at the data in his hand. This job pays well, but stinks to high heavens. If it were the Capellans or Combine offering it, I'd be taking a jump ship in the other direction, but it's the Federated Suns, so there's a good chance that the job is being offered in good faith. Sounds like a good job to me, boss. Glitch said. Let's at least take this one careful like. Decker said with a shrug. Medusa nodded. Decker's on the money, if he and I check it out first. It'll leave you, Warden and the ladies to come in, and if necessary rescue us. Markham looked over at Behemoth. Wouldn't be the first time I got my hands dirty. As his expression turned to me, I felt the gears turning in my head. Killing science folk just because they beat us there wasn't something I'd signed on for. But that was the life of a mercenary, so maybe I did. Don't like the idea of killing non-combatants, but I don't see what choice we've got but to take the job. Markham nodded. Don't much care for the thought myself, Warden. Okay, I'll complete negotiations on the contract this afternoon. Get your shit together, people. There was a knock at the door to my quarters as I lay back, trying to relax while we were under thrust. Come in. I said, putting down the day-top hat. Behemoth ducked under the doorframe and took a seat. Hey, Warden. Her presence here surprised me. Hey, Behemoth, what's up? I gave her my attention. She fidgeted for a second before staring at me. You seem to have reservations about the job. I came to. I had to be sure that we can count on you. The note of concern was touching but seemed a little out of place. If things. I sat up and swung my legs over the edge of the bed. Of course you can count on me, I said, picking up a second day-top hat, not to murder folk in cold blood if I can avoid it, but when the shit hits the heat sinks I'll be there. I passed her the day-top hat. What's this? She said, examining it, the unfamiliar language of low Gothic confusing. I can't afford to keep getting up close and personal, and something about this job stinks, so I've spoken to Yang and I'm going with a more heavy loadout for this job. The thermal cannon and thunderstrike gauntlet are coming off. I'm mounting the Avenger Gatling cannon and rapid-fire battle cannon as well as installing the Icarus interceptor array. I said as I adjusted my position. If anything gets close, the carapace-mounted meltagun should discourage them, and if not, a 140-ton stomp ought to do so. She studied the diagram with a cocked head. And if the order comes to kill a non-combatant? Behemoth asked. That is a bridge I'll cross when we come to it. I said, still uncertain exactly what I would do in that situation. Behemoth passed back the day-top hat with a nod. We're all tested at some point. It's not times of plenty that show a man's true character, I said, agreeing. It is when the times are hard, the chips are on the table and the end seems near. It is only then you will see the true character of a person. Do they cower and shy before their fate, cattle to be slaughtered? Do they decry their fate, cast blame upon others and chuck a tantrum demanding things are done, or do they stand, grit their teeth and defy it all, warrior until the end? Behemoth looked at me oddly, cocking her head as if surprised by my statement. So it is. Getting up, she headed for the door. I do hope you're the latter kind of man, Warden, because I can't abide weak people. I chuckled. Sooner or later we're all weak, Behemoth, that is when we are tested the most, not to those around us, but to ourselves. Behemoth frowned, mulling over the thought before leaving the room. What a crew! I mumbled to myself, a mentally unstable woman, an ex-pirate, and couple of generic warriors and a leader destined to die in about 3 years' time. Chapter 3. Peripheral Vision. April 15, 3022. More than a month had passed in our trip out to the periphery, the Invader-class jump ship taking us well beyond the regularly charted systems to a place that surely only had names in older maps. Something that should have made me feel safe, and yet it had nothing of that sort of calming effect as I looked out the bridge windows of our Leopard down at the world below. To our port side the Mule-class dropship Trade Factor was beginning its descent. The Captain William Lett was a good man that I'd won a few hands of poker with in the long trip to this ass end of space. On our starboard side, another mule, the Grim Fandango, was waiting for its own window. I felt the drives rumble as our Leopard began its descent and reflected on the mission. The Federated Sun's liaison was a woman named Kim Smithson, and she was cold as ice, but other than her, and her small entourage of bodyguards, the people of the expedition were friendly, open, and enjoyed talking about themselves and the job ahead. None of them were actually expecting any trouble, but policy was with such an important find to pay well for a security detachment. Using FedSun units would attract unwanted attention, and paying the mercs too low would invite theft of the find. All told, it was almost a reasonable justification, if one had never met Ms. Smithson. It was her that caused me to check the small armory in the cockpit of my Knight and take to wearing the bolt pistol I found there whenever I was not on the Leopard, and if she was visiting it even then. The world below, however, was far from inviting. According to the ship's analysis, -30°C was to be celebrated as a warm day. While my colleagues celebrated a world that would make heat more manageable, even joking about possibly having a more temperate atmosphere in their mechs instead of blistering hot summer day under a sweltering sun, I had no idea how the Knight would take the cold. Instead I listened to the chatter. Sight beacon has been identified. Activating remote sensing suite. Port thrust is having a wobbly, get that pilot to even it out. Damn it, half the units won't come online, I think the hydraulic units froze. Thermals are picking up nothing. The site is cold. Seismics are at background levels, nothing unusual. Phil, looks like it's a blizzard down there. It's always a blizzard down there, Susan. A stream of irrelevancies continued for several minutes of the descent before Miss Smithson's voice came over the line. Markham's Marauders. I want you to go in first. Several of the sensing units are non-functioning and I'd like to make sure that's an environmental concern, not a malicious action. You've got it, Miss Smithson. Markham responded as he stood up. Okay, warriors, I know we only have 4 bays and we've crammed 6 mechs into them, hopefully we can touch down more like a majestic bird than a brick and avoid any damage, but I don't want to go into this blind. Everyone get to their mechs. The descent in fact had not been like a majestic bird and was far more brick-like than expected, if not as bad as Markham's worst guess. The Locust fared the worst, being rattled around with the Shadow Hawk. Touching down, even before the doors began to crack, the howling of the blizzard outside could be heard through the hull. With no further noticeable drama, the Locust and Spider raced out into the snow. Communications with them were flecked with distortion and white noise. The Vindicator marched out next, followed by the Shadow Hawk and finally Markham's Marauder. Engaging with the machine spirit, I hunched under the lip in front of me and scooched out, having to manipulate the Icarus turret to fit. Finally out into the storm itself, I looked around at a field of white before the auspexes of the night came alive. My vision changed as the data feeds into my skull changed, the night swapping true vision for an artificial enhanced vision based on auspex returns. There were still sensor ghosts due to the frenzied blizzard, and I estimated my colleagues were probably using thermal vision to navigate. This is Marauder, I see RZZO that the situation is imperfect. Home in Ofscrack the beacon. The comms were in a terrible state, made worse by my lack of understanding whether the entire unit was having these communication difficulties, or whether it was the Vox system being unable to handle it in such a white noise environment. Locating the strong beacon, I began to make my way towards it, restraining my speed to that of Markham's Marauder, keeping close, just in case. We marched into the 4 billion tons of white shit. The good news was, the night was not overly troubled by the cold conditions, and after 3 hours of marching through the blizzard this was a good thing. The bad was, Medusa and Decker had found the beacon, and it had been sabotaged just enough to make a Union dropship slip through its sensor coverage. The craft was unmarked, but Medusa said he'd already seen a pair of ASFs on patrol. Now that the rest of us had arrived, I was able to survey the situation myself. The worst news was that the blizzard was beginning to clear up and soon we wouldn't have the shelter of the storm to conceal us. Decker, what mechs have you spotted? Markham said over the unit COMM net. They appear to have a full 3 lances, sir. 3 urban mechs, 2 catapults, 1 Shadow Hawk, a cataphract, and an Atlas. I don't know what the others are, only intermittent readings. I felt every backbone in our company tense at the word Atlas. The situation was no good. A pair of catapults meant they had fire support from range. The urban mechs were probably to target an attacker, but the Atlas, that was the killing stroke, if the Union's own guns didn't join the fray. This is Marauder to Trade Factor, it's not looking good here. We have a landed Union with 3 lances of mechs and 2 ASFs. Markham squirted the data to the mules which had landed near our dropship until we verified the integrity of the site. This is Smithson, we're paying you for a job, generously with equally generous salvage rights. Are you saying you cannot do the job? The irritated voice of the liaison came over the comms and I winced. Since she, and the invader, were our ticket home, the implications of her question was dire. 3 lances a pair of asps and a dropship are a little over the odds. Markham said, pausing, but we can do it. He shut down the link with the dropship. Can we do it? Markham asked. It took me a second to realize that he'd engaged a private link with me rather than just a squad-wide communique. In a frontal assault? No boss. Even with the power of my knight, I can't charge into the guns of 3 lances and a dropship's guns. We've got what? 2 LRM-15s on the catapults each, 6 LRM-20 on the Union, another LRM-20 on the Atlas maybe, an LRM-5 on the Shadow Hawk, plus 4 unknowns and whatever the asps carry. Just the thought of near 200 LRMs made my skin itch. Well, what do you recommend? He asked plainly. Fall back. If Medusa and Decker can find out what the other 4 mechs are, that'd be great. But we need to draw them away from the fire coverage of the Union. The asps don't worry me too much, that's what my Icarus array was installed for. But we need to be out of range of indirect fire support from the Union before we go baiting people. Stepping out onto an outcropping, I watched the asps coming in on the patrol route they'd been following for the whole time we were observing. My auspexes snapped online and homed in on the craft as I ran the threat recognition software through the machine spirit, identifying them as TR-7 thrushes. The Capellan frisbees juked, suddenly adjusting course as their systems detected the target locks. The lead fighter's medium lasers flared and the ion shield redirected the energy into the glacier behind me. Upon my back I felt the Icarus snap onto the fighter and the comforting sound of ammunition. Autocyclers began spewing autocannon rounds at the fighter. More laser fire sparked off the ion shield as the second fighter joined the first in its attack, not noticing until too late that its colleague had been chewed up from prow to stern by the autocannon rounds. In attempting to avoid the shifting lock of the Icarus, it juked into the exact worst possible course for survival. The burst of fire from the Avenger cannon was relatively short, only 3 seconds of fire, and in that time, precisely 300 shells were spat into the blizzard with a sound like a world being ripped in half. Behind me in the chasm I actually saw Medusa and his locust flinch away from the sound so near to him. While the first of the thrushes crashed into the ground, the second simply ceased to exist. Incoming LRM fire. Markham said, and I turned towards the dropship. The crashing fighters had had long enough to secure enough targeting data to lock onto me. I backpedaled rapidly as I raised the ion shield to hopefully provide adequate cover from the descending missiles as I stepped back into the chasm. Falling like rain, the missiles, having lost guidance, began slamming around us, the occasional one detonating on contact with my ion shield. Raising the rapid-fire battle cannon, I fired 3 shells on an indirect trajectory for the dropship. What now, Warden? If they decide to hang around that Union? They can't. I just dropped 3 battle cannon shells on their position. As far as they know, we've got at least a small artillery battery out here and we'll just pound them from range. I began moving back towards our prepared position. Markham didn't respond, instead simply crushing the remains of the frisbee under his feet as he backed off. It didn't take long for the scout elements to advance. The surprising part was not that they had urban mechs, but that the third mech bay must have been converted to carry armored vehicles. 3 bulldogs escorted a demolisher that was taking the lead. Markham didn't hesitate before opening up with an alpha strike on the lead Irby, the snub nose of an AC-20 sticking out from one shoulder. Medusa and Decker focused on the bulldogs as Glitch and Behemoth focused fire on another urban mech. The ion shield came around as the demolisher sighted me in and 2 salvos from its 185mm chem jets. Despite the ion shield, the knight rocked under the impacts from the heavy guns. I could almost sense the crew of 6 scrambling as they watched the heavy shells hit. And by the time their next salvo was about to fire, I moved. The shots went wild as my own guns came around, the battle cannon firing 4 shells in as many seconds, the blast from each rocking the demolisher as its armor was ablated away before the Avenger Gatling cannon spun into action. The third salvo of AC-20 struck home, one shot being deflected, the other blasting a small crater in the right pauldron, swinging the Avenger cannon wide, the burst of fire from it carving across a bulldog instead. But the demolisher's luck ran out and the next 2 battle cannons' hells punched deep into its internal structure. The blast of the shells spalled the ablative armor off of the rest of the vehicle out in all directions, scything blades of debris striking most objects in range. One of the urban mechs charged on my left side and I swung the ion shield just in time to prevent an AC-20 shot from punching in on that side as I turned to face him. The pilot spun the legs as the turret continued to face me in an attempt to make room. But he had come too close in an attempt to punch through my armor with his unusually heavy weapon, and 3 heavy steps confused his aim long enough to kick the machine in the head. Balance lost, the Urba fell forwards, only the turret-like arrangement of its upper torso still facing me. A last deseparate shot from the AC-20 sailed wide as I crushed its legs beneath one foot and discharged the carapace meltagun directly into the weapon's barrel, the ammunition in storage cooking off as its ammo feeds were reduced to molten metal. Incoming! The warning howled across the comms as I turned, trying to face the threat only for the machine spirit to pick up over 100 incoming missiles, the catapults, Atlas, and dropship attempting to break us with long-ranged fire support. The salvo from the dropship itself detonated before reaching us, our chosen battleground, out of range of the landed starship. My hull rocked as over 40 of the missiles found my own hull like a rain of explosives. Another mech might have fallen under the stability-shattering salvo, but the wider leg stance and mass kept me upright as damage readouts filled my cortex along with an all-too-real pain. Facing the herb, my shield had been in the wrong place and failed to intercept any of the salvo, though each missile was weak, and my armor almost proof against it. The size of the salvo found natural weak points in armor and joints. The blasts failed to compromise anything, but the damage was there and had the potential to become much worse. The sight of the enemy's other mechs coming up led to Decker and Medusa backpedaling furiously as the Atlas blasted at Medusa's locust, sending one leg spinning off as it collapsed. Pirates! I am Theodore Lee of the Capellan Confederation. You will surrender. Or you will die. The voice came through the comms and I practically laughed as I stepped out in front of the Atlas. Teddy. I am the Night Warden. If you have any more honor than a rapid dog, step forwards and face me if you think you can. I broadcast as the Knight's war horns blared, the deafening cacophony of rage physically causing a micro-squall in the snow as the sonic assault continued for several moments. You pirate scum! You don't deserve such an honor as to die at my hands. The snarl of anger at the challenge clear and free. Perhaps once I beat your mech like you beat your wife, I'll allow you to return to Romano Liao and report your incompetence so she can punish you properly. I was having too much fun with this. And almost realized it a moment too late as the Atlas began a shuffling charge towards me, all weapons blazing as the Capellan pilot fought to bring me down quickly. It was also time to realize that the ion shield's capacity to protect was not an infinite reservoir, and the volume of fire put out by the Atlas was enough to quickly overload it, the alarms blaring as it raced quickly to failure point. But my head was now back in the game and my own arsenal began to discharge, and the surprise was perfectly evident in the way the Atlas moved, ponderous and slow, the pilot forced to seek out his balance as the Avenger's screaming gun stitched lines of agony across the torso of the assault as I pounded shell after shell from the battle cannon into the ground near his feet. The combination of assault was as unexpected by the assault pilot as it was effective, the blasts around its feet destabilizing the ground it was charging on as the heavy shells from the Avenger carved into its torso, the recoil pushing it back. The AC-20 fired with his missiles and I felt a stabbing agony as my right arm was disabled, the heavy shell gutting the ammo feeds for the Avenger and the missiles threatening to tear the limb from the Knight as the ion shield completely failed. The warhorns blared again, a symphony of anger and hate mirroring my own pain-filled scream, the machine spirit rising up into full furor as adrenaline pumped through my body like a surging tide of incandescent rage. The Atlas actually stopped for a second, paused as if realizing its folly, the rapid-fire battle cannon lifting from the intelligent action of trying to destabilizing the mech to angry intent to decapitate. In 3 seconds 3 shells punched into the Atlas, massive caliber explosives punching through its right torso and detonating with enough force to throw the Atlas 10 meters in one direction while its right arm went many more meters in the opposite. I closed like an angry god as Theodore struggled to get up, the right foot of my Knight caught the Atlas in the ribs and I felt the left torso cave in under the enormous force exerted by 140 tons of rage. SRMs boiled out of the Atlas belly and stitched a line of little potholes against the head of the Knight. The sudden pressure of a foot against its chest and launcher ceased the struggle as the creaking sound of metal bending under stress reached the pilot. This is the Warden. Surrender, order your lancemates to stand down, or die and let your dropship die with you. Elevating the battle cannon I plotted the position of the dropship and began firing a slow barrage of shells towards the Union. 10 shells were away before the hatch on the Atlas popped off and a man climbed out in inadequate clothing for the weather. He would freeze in short order if he were not secured somewhere warmer. The neuro helmet on his head was clearly still connected to the comms unit. We surrender. Chapter 4. Fine print. April 16, 3022. The Union-class dropship sat there and I was actually surprised by the sight of it. Its weapons tracked, but sections of hull had been cratered by the impact of my improvised artillery barrage. Having refit at the Leopard as we secured salvage and returned with a truck provided by our employers carrying our hostages, I advanced at the forefront of our oversized lance and beheld the ship before me. A semi-spherical craft almost 82 meters across and 78 tall, it should have been an imposing structure, especially as its weapons tracked me. But I was not overly concerned. The Iron Storm missile pod now resting on my shoulders, the wounded arm replaced with the thermal cannon in case we needed to crack open the skin of the dropship. Behind us a pair of industrial mechs from our employers moved up. The quad mech designs ill-suited for combat. This is the CNV Shang Tsung, you have violated Capellan Confeder. I widened my stance and the warhorns blared in a cacophony of machine anger. Markham cut across the line. Captain Marcus Yang of the Shang Tsung, your commanding officer, Theodore Lee has already issued his surrender to us. The Capellan Confederation has no authority out in the periphery and our employers have executed a contract for this site. I'm afraid your trespass is unwelcome. You can surrender now, or we can discuss further unpleasantness. The line was silent for some time. We demand to speak with Commander Lee. Thermal registers in the dropship are rising, boss. I do believe they're trying to light their drives. I said, watching the Auspex readings rising as I focused its attention on the dropship. Captain Yang, I would not continue that course of action were I you. Should your ship's drives fire, so will we. Markham said, a note of sadness in his voice. If you think a mere 5 mechs can bring down a Union before we leave your range, all while we rain down hell. The captain's transmission was cut off as I stepped forwards, the war horns blaring once more. The sound almost ringing the Union's hull like a bell. I am afraid, Captain, that it is you who were mistaken. There is no artillery battery whose shots will fall short. The cannons of the mech angrily yelling at you put those fine holes in your armor. And I can see from here where an ammo explosion has gutted one of your LRM batteries. Do you think you've patched it well enough to handle being in a vacuum without leaving the entire section depressurized? Markham said, perhaps your superiors in the Confederation would overlook abandoning hostages, including the commander. Markham strode his mech forwards and aimed one PPC at the truck carrying the prisoners. Captain Yang, I'm afraid I must insist. Shut down your drives, surrender, and you and your entire crew are to disembark. Do so peacefully and I'll see your return to the Confederation. He paused. Or don't. And we will blast your ship where it stands, board and execute everyone we see. There was no trace of any niceties involved now. My march had not stopped, even as weapons nervously tracked me. My battle cannon tracked the nearest weapon emplacement, a PPC, unless I missed my estimate. The thermal cannon, however, was aimed much lower. An attempt to launch would result in a melta blast at close range directly to the engines. Thermals are stable, I said, checking the Auspex. You have 60 seconds to decide. At the 30-second mark, the first will destroy this truck and all our prisoners as a demonstration of our resolve. I do not want to have to do this. Markham said, gambling. This is Captain Yang, we surrender. The loading ramp lowered as the reactor dropped closer to base running temperatures, the weapons going slack as they were shut down. It took some minutes for the crew of the dropship to begin making their way out, wrapped up in thick clothing to protect against the weather. Warden, can you pick up anything else? I played the Auspex over the crew and dropship, cycling it through all its possible permutations, searching for anything out of place. But if there was any booby traps, self-destruct, or other problem, the Auspex couldn't detect it. Nope, it appears to be all clear according to my sensors, boss. I said as I turned my guns on the men descending the ramp. They flinched as my countenance turned to face them. The glowing eyes leering from behind the faceplate judging them. Good. His marauder advanced up towards the Union. Boss, how generous are those salvage rights? I said, turning to look at the Union. Highly, we're permitted to claim priority salvage on 70% of an OP for, Markham said as he turned to look at the dropship. Warden, I have an idea. As you know, we're in debt up to the eyeballs because of our Leopard, but if we were to claim salvage and I just happen to grant you personal title over a slightly used Union, then it's yours and the banks can't repossess it, allowing the company to lease use of it. And in doing so, we could rebuild a bit, hire some more mech warriors, secure some more mechs, like the Atlas and catapults, get some crew for it. Maybe even a couple of aerospace pilots. I said, the gears having already been turning over in my head. Bigger contracts, and no debt on the Union, mean we can get it paid off more easily. Bigger company equals bigger jobs. Markham finished. You expect us to agree to you declaring an entire Union-class dropship as salvage? Smithson practically shouted as the properly filled forms for our priority salvage was handed to her. Her eyes wide in surprise. We certainly do, per the terms of our contract. Along with the Atlas and both catapults. We're perfectly willing to forfeit the remainder of our salvage claims, but the Union fired on us during the hostilities, making it part of the opposing forces, thus eligible for salvage claim. Markham said as he studied the report on the Union's status. It was in reasonable condition despite the damage. In addition, it's the most politically convenient option. You don't have to worry about the Capellans becoming curious as to how the Federated Sons suddenly have a brand new dropship so soon after they lost one of their own. We scrub its identity, officially listed as legitimate salvage in periphery action, countersigned by yourself, and though the Capellans can lament their loss, it becomes our problem. Smithson turned to face me, discomfort by the weapon on my hip. Are you truly willing to risk angering the Capellans? She asked. They make extremely unpleasant enemies. I nodded. It seems my role as Markham's second, in the field at least, been assumed. Darius was with us but made no comment, trusting in Markham. The Capellans are formidable, especially Romano, but I'm confident that ultimately we'll be free of any especial entanglements. Like you, I doubt they're going to be in a hurry to admit they're out here looking for some Star League era pot of gold. Of course, if you simply sign our priority salvage, we might find it in our hearts to consider contracts on offer by you with a more favorable light than others. After all, such generosity should garner a modicum of loyalty. Markham said, turning on a winning smile that fell on the Ice Queen with all the effect of an infantryman trying to box an Atlas. Her expression was unchanged, and if anything she looked upset by it. I can't dispute your logic. And signing the salvage over to Kane will sidestep some of the banks hounding you. She sighed, the issue is the impact on me. Authorizing this is required by law in the terms of our contract, but having to justify it is a harder sell. Is it? I said, leaning against the wall. We were hired as a security detail, with extremely favorable conditions due to expected issues. We managed to defeat a heavy and light lance as well as a lance of combat vehicles and 2 aerospace fighters as well as survive the engagement. Your mission here wasn't salvage or mechs. From what I can tell, you will need us for at least another month while you're working here. Yes, it is. Because there will be those in the Federated Suns who do have power over me saying I should have forced a negotiation to let us keep the dropship instead. She leaned back. Think about it, you're asking I sign off on 185 million spill starship. She cursed under her breath and signed the salvage contract, along with the waiving of further salvage rights for the duration of the mission. Thank you, Smithson. Markham said plainly. Don't thank me. If this goes south and I get shafted over this, the least you can do is give me a berth and a job, assuming they don't just trump up some sort of charges to get me thrown into a hole where they can forget about me. She said, the last almost more to herself. The bridge of the Union was relatively cramped, the entire ship was, a hallmark of the type. Markham sat in the XO's chair, leaving the captain's seat for me. I can't believe we actually got that to swing. He barked a laugh as Darius studied the computers. Neither can I, boss. Either this job is a lot more dangerous than we thought or you've got friends upstairs, Darius said. Odd, supplies are flush with parts, there's a couple of salvagers in the cargo hold, oh boy. What is it, Darius? Markham said, heading over and looking at the display. Holy shit, the Union was here basically for the same reason we were, security for a science team, but it's due a week from now. These guys were supposed to secure the site for their arrival. I called up the display on the chair's own screen and studied it. A mule, traveling by least invader, the Tom-Tom. So, what are we doing for crew, and maybe pilots for our mechs? Markham nodded. I'm sending Darius in the Hysteria to the nearest civilized port with a hiring hall. I've got a few friends from my work with Arano that might be interested in the work. Though we need to get your ship into dock at some point. Oh. I said, inputting the command codes taken from the Capellan captain, gaining access to the ship's core systems. The combat vehicle bays may be a liability, we could take more mechs for the weight and I'm thinking it might be a good investment. Markham said, turning to Face. Why foot the cost of replacing the CV bays when we can just pick up a few tanks when we can spare the cash? A couple of Sturmfurs and Shrieks would be a nasty long-ranged heavy tank lance. Buy a couple Chippewas at some point and get some talented pilots and we graduate from a mercenary mech unit into a combined arms company. The silence was deafening and I looked up to see Markham looking at me. Fortunately, I didn't see any derision of contempt. Lots of thought on the subject, Warden? Not exactly a cheap plan. True, 11 million for the Chippewas if we can secure a source, 8 for a pair of Shrieks, 4.8 for the Sturmfurs, I said with a shrug. It'd probably cost that much just to pay a yard to swap out the CV bays, but you're right. It's expensive as hell. Nothing wrong with plans, Warden, we'll need them in the days to come. Markham said. Chapter 5. A Rising Star. The Warden's Rest. August 7, 3022. The remaining events on that forsaken planet had gone relatively uneventfully. And months later we find ourselves headed back into the inner sphere, keeping to the leash the banks had on the travels of the Hysteria only as long as was convenient. While the banks could manipulate and make arrangements with the jump ship captains to restrain the movements of their investment, they couldn't do anything about my new Union, the Warden's Rest. The ownership of the Union was not, however, without its problems. For one, its maintenance costs were significantly higher than the Leopard in just about every category except her engines. Control of such a powerful asset had also had the result in putting me now firmly in the position of equal partner with Markham. Across from me sat the captain we'd hired to control her while I was planetside. I could not help but snark to myself at the irony of her name being Lodarisaran. We were studying the planetary scans as we orbited over Mundalas. I still think we made a mistake in taking this contract. I said to the screen showing Darius and Markham. I'm starting to think you're right, Warden, the paycheck is good but, goddamned if getting involved in a religious periphery state's little civil war wasn't going to be a shitshow. Markham agreed. I made sure that the MRB had the payment in escrow before taking this job, but... He called up several of the scans. They're fighting in the streets of their capital, in the wilds. Well, somebody is bankrolling their little revolution, well enough to afford us to come out here, Lodara said, frowning. I've studied the brief our employer said. In 48 hours the revolutionaries are going to go to ground in the capital. During that time, they want you all to march the streets and kill anything with a gun or tank. We've got unlimited salvage on the opposing forces except for any mechs we encounter. Makes sense, Darius said, the rebels are direly under-equipped, it's why they hired us. They're going to want any enemy mechs we disable in order to build up their own unit. But I wouldn't expect anything more than lights, perhaps few mediums. Yes, but those salvage conditions are pretty damned hollow, we're unlikely to find anything worth salvaging. Mechs don't exactly leave a lot of tank to keep. Markham said, annoyed. If the money hadn't been a pretty good offer, I'd have turned down the contract on principle. If the money hadn't been so good, the MRB wouldn't have bothered advertising it and they'd be trying to get merc talent through the back channels. I said, cocking my head. A kill order like this is going to be ugly, city fighting always is. The catapults are going to be a liability. They know what they ordered, the problem as I see it is, it's a shit show of a periphery state, by the time we're done with the capital, there may very well not be much left standing. Markham agreed. Lodera nodded. Worst part is, far as I can tell, that is exactly what they want. They're getting their troops out of the way and giving us license to kill anything that moves basically. 24 hours after we drop, I'd put money on them trying to move a regiment of rebel talent into the city to take it virtually uncontested. Who's going to stand up with the Knight Templar walking the streets? Whether I wanted it or not, the little band of mercs had taken to calling my Knight Templar due to its rather Teutonic faceplate. I had not helped matters when I had Yang take out the heraldric banner from storage and hang it. The Reaper chainsword was mounted on the left arm with the rapid-fire battle cannon installed on the right arm. The carapace fitted with the Icarus array. Unlike previous outings, I had the heavy stubber installed on the carapace weapon. So the question becomes, how are we going to do this? Markham asked. I and Behemoth take the front in the Templar and Atlas. We won't go unopposed, but word will quickly begin spreading ahead of our advances. You and Glitch make a second team, make a perimeter over the north end of the city. Decker and Medusa take the catapults and provide long-ranged fire support on targets we ID. Hellion, Warspite, and Spike can take the south end. They should advance into the city at all, we don't want to compromise our lights. I manipulated a holographic map, my implanted data spike allowing me a deeper connection with the machine. There are probably a lot of innocents in the city. Darius said. It's why I hate city fights, but bluntly, if it's us or them, then I choose them. If they know what they're doing, they're going to be running from any gunfire. And if they aren't? Well, my loadout gives me reasonable precision, but the battle cannon is highly indiscriminate. And a prolonged fight is going to level city blocks. I shrugged. Markham nodded. The choice of Behemoth in the Atlas is a good one, she knows her work, but a major fight and it's going to do just as much damage. I didn't bother contradicting him. I could have gone with the thermal cannon and its coaxial heavy flamer. But I didn't intend to raise the city if I could help it. He cocked his head. My only concern is that it leaves just you two deep in the city without any rapid help available. I'm not concerned, I believe Behemoth and I could handle anything they throw at us. More importantly, I believe that the sight of two monsters like ours is going to drive them towards the city's edges. I said, hoping I was right. It was hard to tell with zealots. I hope you're right, religious zealots aren't exactly sensible folk, you may just find them charging your legs while strapped up with death packs. Markham said. I frowned at that, but shrugged it off, a common and sensible concern. There is an ancient saying. No plan survives contact with the enemy. It was almost amusing as it ran through my head in reverse, no enemy survives contact with the plan. It was a mimetic brain bug that just wouldn't leave as I struggled to maintain composure. The situation on the ground had been even worse than it had looked. The Guardians of the Faith units that filled the city were confused as their enemies had evaporated, only to spot a Union descending not even an hour later on a pillar of fire. A weak and anemic attempt at AAA leapt up to meet the Union, shrugged off by its armor as the Warden's Rest touched down. The loading ramp lowering. I was the first down the ramp. The main thoroughfare of the city stretched out before me, barricades every few hundred meters, burning vehicles a disturbingly frequent appearance and most disturbing. The leaders of the city had clearly been thrown into a religious panic. People were crucified along the main thoroughfare, and not all of them were adults. Those bastards. Those pure unadulterated bastards. Behemoth said as she marched towards the thoroughfare. The stride on the Atlas was painfully slow, but it was purposeful. My own stride began to accelerate, and before she had gained even 100 meters on me, my pace was outstripping the Atlas as I keyed my vox into the external speakers. To the cowards, malefactors, and traitors that have betrayed their own people and forced them to rise against you. To the subhuman theocrats who choose to build their homes upon the backs of the faithful enslaved. To the beasts and dogs who continue to serve such evil little maggots. Hear me. The war horns blared as the external speakers blared my words loudly enough to be heard across an entire battlefield. I am Cain-Giardino, Warden, and the Knight Templar. Sporadic fire began to raise from infantry units manning the barricades as they prayed for someone to arrive and save them. I am here, at the behest of your people, to bring judgment upon you. Under the eyes of those innocents you have strung up upon crosses, I bring fire. I bring flame. I bring death. Heavy stubber fire ripped into the barricade. The Reaper chainsword's motors ran to full power, and the screaming sound of it at 100 decibels sent half the men cowering behind barricades into full flight, their legs pumping in terror as the weapon swung in a lateral arc. The battle cannon fired a moment later, catching a vedette that rounded the corner, the shell blasting it apart in a spray of scything debris and shrapnel. The street devolved into a hellscape of slaughter as I laid about me at everything the machine spirit flagged as armed. I come for you as judgment made manifest. Upon the pale horse I ride to claim the recalcitrant souls of the vile beasts of Mundalas. A backhanded swipe with the Reaper chainsword cleaved a bulldog in two as a Locust and Vindicator rounded a street corner. They were in poor repair, and left machine gun on the Locust had been improvised with repairs, by which a poor bastard was sitting in a makeshift cupola with a crew-served machine gun. That was, unfortunately for the Locust, when Behemoth's Atlas caught up with my rampage and an AC-20 shell wiped the face off the Locust as laser and SRM fire plunged into the Vindicator. The infantry fled before the tirade as my words flowed like litanies of hate and judgment. One fell, wetting himself in terror, mercifully ended by a vindictive stamp of my right foot. The Vindicator backpedaled, fighting to run from the engagement, instead finding itself caught between the Atlas and my knight. Behemoth swung, smashing the Vindicator in the torso, tearing its PPC arm off, the smaller mech falling backwards in time to receive my chainsword through the torso. Combat froze there for a moment, the infantry watching as the two monsters stood over the Vindicator, impaled on the chainsword. The hatch on the top of its head popped open and a man began climbing out. Sunlight poured in as I stood up the hatch of the night, opening as the throne mechanicum raised me up to see over the lip. Isarin, the mech warrior said, turning in time to see my pistol come up and the muzzle flash to be the last thing he witnessed. His head detonating as the bolt round found his skull. The spell was broken, the infantry resumed their unchecked flight as the cockpit closed once more and I revved the blade and tore it from the impaled mech, showering the thoroughfare in shredded mech parts. Come closer so I can kill you properly, I roared, the speakers blaring the rage at a volume deafening to anyone within 100 meters of the Knight Templar. The heavy stubbers resumed their chattering as I fired after the fleeing infantrymen. I remembered little else of the battle within the city, the red veil descending as the machine spirit's primal instincts rose to guide my intellect. Behemoth looked at me with no little bit of awe as we stood in the bunker with several of the rebel leaders. Markham was next to me, but the rest of our people were guarding this meeting. The rebels looked at me with equal parts awe and terror. And I couldn't blame them, though I remembered little of the battle after executing the Vindicator's pilot. I had seen the battle roam footage taken by Behemoth, and while it didn't capture every moment with anything like perfect clarity, it had shown that I descended on the battlefield like a whirling dervish of destruction, spouting litanies, canticles of hatred, vows of grisly death, and most troubling, animalistic baying for blood occasionally. And the sights were no less pleasant. The brutality of my assault was utterly chilling. Where infantry moved, my chainsword lashed and stubbers chattered their murder to a terrified audience. Vehicles that crossed my path were either torn apart or blasted to scrap by the battle cannon. The Icarus autocannons were opportunistic killers, twice killing hovercraft that attempted to move into my rear arc and get long-ranged shots. Numerous times Behemoth had difficulty even maintaining contact with me as I sprinted off to another hotspot. A nudge from her shoulder in the ribs brought me out of my reverie. The Knight Templar has become something of a symbol to the people, the rebel leader said as he rested behind a holographic map, but the government isn't defeated yet. This will only galvanize their more fanatical members. They're already speaking about an unholy demon mech. I snorted out loud. Hey, don't look at me, I didn't say it, but let's be fair, you rampaged through the city cutting them down like death himself lent you a scythe, all the while shouting admonishments, and I think some of what you were saying was in Latin. The rebel chuckled. I can understand the fear, seeing the footage my people brought me, seeing the Knight Templar in person, it took me a minute to remember how to breathe. Markham shook his head. We understand the delicacy of the situation, but let's be less delicate for a moment. We've pushed them from the city, but the job still isn't done. You hired for a fairly prolonged campaign, and whoever is bankrolling you was putting up a fair amount of bank for it. But I doubt your benefactor's reserves of cash are infinite, so you're basically losing money having this chat face to face, Markham said, annoyed. I don't like being caught in what feels like a religious war, so if you can just give us a target, we can be on our way to stomping their faces in. I'm sorry, I just wanted to meet you. I know you're here for coin, but it means more than that to us. You saw what they were doing, crucifying people. But you're right, of course. The passiveness of the man was surprising. A scholar turned warrior perhaps? Let's discuss strategy. Chapter 6. They Purge of Mundalas. Mundalas. August 11th, 3022. Fucking religious fuckheads. Behemoth said as we marched into yet another town that they tried to punish. But any sense of civilization in their actions had long since departed. Firing squads roamed the streets and once more we'd bathed a town in blood to purge the presence of the theocrats. This time there was nothing to punish. They'd fled in aerospace transports as soon as we even began approaching the township. The rebels aren't any better. It's their frankly idiotic insistence we try and put out these little spot fires that is allowing the theocrats to continue this. Enough of the citizenry is loyal to the government that they're warning of our approach, allowing the kill squads to pack up and get out. I said, marching over a hastily dug mass grave, the excavator still at the edge of the hole. Markham barked out a forced laugh. Those idiots are lucky they're being bankrolled, because they clearly don't know how to wage a war of their own. He said, we've known that their main force is holed up in the Faith Song Mountains with the Chapel of Divine Right. We've tracked almost all of their aerospace flights back to the landing fields there. Yet the rebels are terrified of facing them there. Has the hysteria gotten more of the scans of the site yet? Medusa said as his locust crested a hill, giving him good vision over the area. We've gotten enough orbital scans that Yang thinks he could build a scale model of the site. Markham said. A chill feeling ran up my spine and I halted in my strides. The others, familiar with my sensitivity to odd goings-on, also halted their strides. I ran up the auspex to maximum gain and began cycling it across every spectrum it could read. Nothing lived within the town, and yet still something wasn't right. Traces of explosive compounds were ever more easily detected and in large quantities. Get back! I backstepped. Now! The entire town is rigged. The machine spirit screamed at me suddenly. Power-ups detected. Behemoth said as she spun her mech and began a rapid stride. Behind me the town detonated. 200 tons of explosives unleashed at once. I reached out with the Thunderstrike gauntlet I'd mounted for this mission and grabbed the Marauder by its autocannon, preventing it from falling, too slow to escape the immediate blast radius. The cloud of smoke and debris leapt into the air and obscured everything, except my auspex systems. As the enemy mechs crested the horizon I frowned. A Commando, Phoenix Hawk, Grasshopper, and a WarHammer came at us. Give me a status report. I said as I released Markham's Marauder and took up full war stride towards our attackers, the machine spirit still lamenting the pain that had been caused. You damaged my AC/5. But I lost at least a quarter of my right side armor to the blast. Markham said, but you kept me on my feet. I'm okay. I've taken some minor damage, but your warning came in time. Behemoth said as her Atlas matched my stride. I wasn't in a hurry to leave the cover the smoke gave us. Pretty explosion, but they should have put up a sign so we could see it at a proper distance. Glitch chuckled from the catapult she was piloting. They're on me. Medusa called, panicking as his locust found the unusually heavy enemy lance. Hale's hammers. They're mercs. PPC fire from the WarHammer slammed into the locust, tossing it like a toy down the scree, the blast already leaving our weakest pilot unsteady. The communications channel came alive. This is Hale, we know we didn't get you all, but you're all going to be nursing damage. If you give up and leave peacefully we won't push matters. Please don't force us to take this any further. The Marauder stood on the hill looking down into the smoke. I marched from the smoke with Behemoth by my side, Markham flanking the other. I am Warden, Commander of the Knight Templar. I'm sure your employers have briefed you on our involvement. We were probably the reason you were hired at all. And I am afraid we aren't going to give up. After all, I haven't suffered any damage at all. Well, relatively little. I heard an intake of breath from the enemy commander. So the rumors were true. He stood on the hill facing us, as his lancemates began to spread out, and I must admit, when it comes to mech tonnage you do appear to outweigh me. But did you really think I wouldn't have a backup plan? I didn't answer, instead the battle cannon firing 3 shells in as many seconds. The mech attempted to backpedal, surprised by the lack of continued dialogue, his own weapons discharging straight for me. The SRMs and PPCs crossed the distance between us interspersed with laser fire, the majority simply being deflected by the ion shield. The battle was joined as Behemoth charged after the Grasshopper and Markham and Glitch decided to punish the Phoenix Hawk. There was no fairness in the fight, Hale's people instantly being put on the defensive and knowing they were heavily outmatched. Until the hinted at support arrived. My air tracking auspex cycled the Icarus onto a new course as 8 air contacts were detected coming in fast, an entire lance of Shillans playing guard for a pair of transit medium fighters. Take care of the mechs. I called out, spinning to face the incoming aircraft, the Icarus already blazing fire at the lead craft on autonomous air defense mode. The Shillans opened fire, LRM-20s and large lasers blazing at us before the first of them fell as the Icarus chewed it to pieces with sustained and hyper-accurate fire. The cold pit in my gut hardened as the transits opened fire, the AC-20s aimed, not at me, but at Markham's Marauder. I warned you. Hale called out. Markham's Marauders. Did you think we wouldn't identify such an obvious lead move? The 2 weapons punched into the Marauder, blasting into it 4 shots in rapid succession, and the sense of it being worse never stopped as one of them struck the cockpit directly. The Marauder fell and I knew beyond any shadow of a doubt that we'd have to hose him out of his cockpit. Do you know what happened to the last man to cross me, Hale? I broadcast as I opened up with my full firepower at the aircraft. A transit detonating as a battle cannon shell found its cockpit, the Icarus bringing down 2 more Shillans as they fled. No. Hale said, suddenly uncertain. Good. The WarHammer is mine. I want to have a face-to-face. I turned to face the WarHammer, blaring my war horns. Though I march through the valley of the shadow of death I shall fear no evil, for I am death, and it's my damned valley. Thud, 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 thud. Hale began alpha striking, trying to bring me down, shot after shot, steam began to pour off of his mech as he brought it close to overheating before he found fire discipline again. But it was too late, and his mech too slow. A backhand from the Thunderstrike gauntlet tossed the 70-ton mech through the air, tossing the mercenary within a round like a rag doll. Shots struck at my back as the grasshopper tried to distract me, only for the AC-20 on Behemoth's Atlas to tear off one of its legs at the knee. As the Warhammer rolled trying to get up, Hale fired every weapon he could. Swinging my ion shield to my rear arc, I absorbed the fire and tolerated the pain from the mild damage as I discharged the carapace meltagun. The shoulder joint erupted in molten metal as the armor began to run under the intense energy. The sudden locking of the joint under assault cost Hale his balance. "We were hired to do this job," Hale screamed. "The Capellans offered a lot of money, they wanted us to cripple your company," he said, backpedaling, as I reached down and picked him up. "We surrender. We surrender," he called out in terror as his 70-ton war machine was raised into the air. The weapon's fire stopped as his words went out. Lightning crackled over his mech as the Thunderstrike gauntlet's energized field began to eat at the atomic structure of the war machine. "You murdered Markham." "No. That was a Capellan unit. Our job was to try and take you out with a bomb. If that failed, they had a lance and a half of aerospace that was aimed at destroying Markham's mech. I asked you to leave," Hale said, bargaining for his life now. The money was too good to turn down, 10 million C-bills. "Order your unit to shut down their mechs and get out. Your mechs are being claimed as salvage and you're being dispossessed." My words were broadcast widely. "Or don't. I'll happily crush you like a bug." The other mechs went to their knees as their pilots shut them down and climbed out, hands in the air. "Why dispossess us? We were just doing a job like you," Hale shouted. I leaned down, bringing the face of the Knight Templar down close to him. "Because they're paying for something far more valuable." "What is that?" "Your lives." Darius sat on a cheap steel chair staring at the life support unit. Against all odds, Markham hadn't been killed. I stood over the casket, the unit working hard to keep him alive. His legs were gone, the shell having punched through and under his seat. Burns covered much of his body and his left arm was a ruin that only the finest surgeons could ever hope to repair. "We can't help him here," Darius said, staring at his friend. "I know, and our employers tried to argue that the intervention came under our existing contract and that we had no right to the mech salvage. But the MRB agreed with me," I said, turning from the ruin of the group's nominal commander. "Which brings up the next problem, we can't leave while the contract is active. Hell's damn it, Warden, the Capellans came after us. And all because of your plan to claim a dropship as salvage," he snarled angrily. His expression changed momentarily to fear as I turned back to him with equal anger in my eyes and a great deal more capability behind them. "Do not fucking blame me for the actions of others. This was not the work of the Capellan Confederation as a whole. If they really wanted to screw us over on a formal level, they wouldn't have hired some mercs and sent a Leo CV as support." I snapped. "Do you really think if the Capellans wanted to kill us they wouldn't have simply sent a couple unions or a fortress to support the locals?" His face dropped. "Sorry, it's just. I know, Darius, I know," I rested a hand on his shoulder. "Don't for a second think I'm done with this, but we do not have the power to take on the successor houses. Hell, if it weren't for my instincts we probably would have walked right onto that bomb." I went over Hale's battle ROM. "He only detonated it because he realized we weren't going to get any closer." Glitch came in and looked awkwardly at the life support. "Warden, do you think he's going to be okay? Once we, well, get him some help." She paused, looking younger than ever. "He helped me, a lot. And I couldn't stop what happened." Darius spoke up. "I don't think so, Jess. His days of piloting a mech are probably over. Even if we can get him to a top hospital." She looked over at Darius, and I saw a scared little girl resurface for a second. She was close to losing a man who'd hired her and helped her overcome some of the insecurities she still had after her unlawful prison sentence. But now wasn't a time for words. Now was the time for decisions. "Darius, we need to contact our erstwhile employers." "Ah. It's good you made contact. We've had word that they..." The rebel leader, Tarantino, said as he looked at a screen. "No," I said, causing him to turn back to the screen with our communique on it. "Excuse me, we're paying the bills and your strategy is entirely wasteful and allowed us to be ambushed by Hale's group to begin with. Every time you've sent us chasing geese we've arrived to find they've already butchered most of the people resisting them and escaping in their air transport back to their fort in the mountains." My words were level. My expression unchanging and neutral. "Your strategy, in a nutshell, is the product of an idiotic infantile mind or a pup chasing its own tail. And it has cost us a heavy mech and Markham himself, who is in intensive care and needs to be transported to a fine hospital somewhere deeper in the inner sphere, perhaps the Federated Suns," I said, staring, unblinking at the camera. "The time has come to end our contract decisively. I won't renege on our contract, but it is time to silence those theocrats once and for all. And I require your compliance on the matter. because if you try and press the matter I will require payment for our existing service and withdraw. I continued to stare, unblinking until he spoke up. I understand, but that place is a fortress, and many of our people believe they can't be defeated there. He said plainly. They have their remaining mechs guarding it, and dozens of turrets. And we don't know what else, none of our people have returned from there. Don't care. I said, dismissing his concerns. Darius, surely you can talk some sense into. I said, I don't care. We're not playing by your timid playbook anymore. I said, leaning forwards towards the camera. I called up the orbital scans, gather whatever forces you have that can reach the area in the next 6 hours, because I intend to march in there, and turn the mountaintop into a flowing river of blood and lava. End transmission. Darius cut the feed. A frontal assault. Honestly, Darius, it's likely our only option. If I could guarantee their turrets were down, I'd bring the Warden's Rest down directly on their airfield, and right now that's basically the plan. We march in and destroy enough of their air defense to allow you to land at the airfield and provide direct fire support. The Marauder is, well, fucked, and we don't have time to get it battle ready. I went over the scans. With both catapults providing long-ranged fire support, I want Behemoth and I to go in. Alone. Darius turned me around. Are you mad? We have no idea what they've got with any surety. Correct. Which is why Behemoth is going to protect me while I assault it via long-ranged bombardment. We know where their turrets are, we've got a week's worth of orbital imagery. Long-ranged artillery bombardment from my battle cannon and storm spear rocket battery. Then move in and destroy whatever is left with the thermal cannon. I said, drawing up the plans. Darius studied the plans with a grunt. I don't like it, but if you can give sensor locks for the catapults as well. Then shall we work. Chapter 7. Rain of Fire. Mandalas, Faithsong Mountains. August 12, 3022. Another perspective. Kale was on guard at the barracks, his nerves afire with the sermon given at the commencement of the shift. The Faithsong Mountains were black as an event horizon, he couldn't help but wonder at the paranoid levels of protection the father had ordered prepared. Of their 3 mech lances, 1 was kept on standby at all times. And the airfield was kept busy as the faithful were sent to purge the unbelievers from the planet. The stories about the Knight Templar were punished severely and suppressed whenever they reared up amongst the weaker-willed who gave into fear and bogeymen. Raising his NVGS, he looked around, searching for seditionists or curfew breakers. At 1 in the morning anyone who was not in their barracks better be on duty, and he would report their presence to the judiciary to ensure that was the case. A sound intruded on his hearing. A crump like an explosion in the distance. The flash of light against the horizon, behind one of the hillocks. Another followed it a second later before they stopped. As the whistling sound reached him, he grasped the importance of the situation. Running for the base alert siren, the world in front of him went white as the explosion struck the turret next to his watchtower, the blast hurling him from the structure as the second shell slammed down. A moment later 2 more crumps were heard, the shells they were firing racing him on the way to the ground, unable to beat his head start. As his breath whooped out of his body and the sick sound of snapping bones reached his ringing ears, he saw as another turret was struck by plunging fire, 2 more were plunged into storms of fire as missiles rained down from the heavens. Sirens began to blare as somebody reached their panic button, and Kale had little worry for much except why he couldn't feel anything, or the taste of blood was filling his throat. And back to our regularly scheduled broadcast. Fire rained down on the facility as my auspexes screamed out into the night, identifying one target after another. Panicked defenses were coming online and going offline almost as quickly once plunging fire from the battle cannon or barrages of LRM-15 fire descended upon them. The night was no barrier to my sight, though I knew the others were depending on thermals and sensor data I fed them. Warden, we have incoming. Behemoth said, turning her atlas to the 4 incoming contacts. No, Behemoth, you have incoming. Keep them off me until enough are down to bring in the Warden's Rest. I said, concentrating on the more complicated task of ballistic mathematics. The delicate art of trying to make a normally direct fire weapon drop its shells on people instead. All while also trying to concentrate on feeding Auspex data to the others. Glitch, Decker, bring down missile fire on the following. Probable LRM turret. The data feed continued as I spared a moment's attention to the enemy lance. A Blackjack, Jenner, Spider, and Locust. Without my direct participation, Behemoth found herself in more troubled straits than if I simply joined her, though there was little threat to her from them. Combined they were at least a sufficient threat to warrant caution. Darius, report. 65% of their turrets have been neutralized. I concentrated on my ammo hoppers. The bombardment had cut into my ammo reserves heavily and I was down to 15 shells. I ceased fire with the cannon and raised the storm spear rocket pod. I saw the lance of enemy mechs freeze as the missile pod raised. I sensed the terror in each and every one of them as I programmed in the firing sequence, the machine spirit rising to the task. 6 turrets were selected as targets and the rockets volleyed out 3 at a time aimed at the lighter turrets as I designated the remaining heavy targets for LRM bombardment. The father stood in the light watching as the rocket barrage descended upon the turrets. Most of the fortress's defenses had been leveled from extreme range with terrifying precision that is only ever possible when someone has extremely accurate targeting data. The so-called coffin ship on the airfield had arrived and sealed against intrusion, and now they were under assault. The contents of it could never help. More LRMs dived in and further turrets were annihilated as the hellstorm of firepower destroyed all but 2 or 3 of their remaining turrets. A pillar of flame and smoke was already descending towards the airfield. The attitude in the attacking mech-lands changed as the rocket barrage went off and my stance changed entirely. The moment was paid for as Behemoth unleashed the fullness of her Atlas firepower on the Blackjack. The destruction was utterly complete, heavy lasers, AC-20, SRMs, LRMs. By the time the volley had stopped nothing remained of the medium mech. The moment's hesitation saw me thunder into motion. Advancing. The Locust simply ceased to exist as the thermal cannon blazed as I charged past it, shoulder-checking the molten ruins. The base was on full alert and the Warden's Rest was descending, dueling with the few remaining turrets as the Theocrats fought to get the rest of their mech warriors to their machines. It took almost 7 minutes at full pace to reach the base proper. It'd take another minute or 2 for Behemoth to catch up, not counting whatever time it would take her to kill the other mechs. But that wasn't something that worried me as I arrested my stride. The people running about like ants paused to look up. People of the theocracy that rules this little ball. Your crimes are many. Your atrocities indisputable. Your evil unquestioned. But rejoice. For judgment is here. The battle cannon was leveled on one arm, the thermal cannon on the other, the heavy stubbers sought out targets. And it is time to complete the purge. The stubbers opened fire, the heavy flamer attached to the thermal spear roared as it gouged flaming promethium over the people in the streets of the fortress. There was no mercy within me as the weapons fire from the Warden's Rest joined in. Local forces began their rapid advance behind me, weapons flashing. But they maintained their distance as it was evident that there was to be no mercy or restraint. I advanced towards the cathedral rising high overhead at the center of the fortress. A beautiful structure, the people fled towards the cathedral in a river of bodies fighting to get there before flame or bullets scythed them down. They fled into the cathedral as their guardians fired at me sporadically with infantry scale fire or the occasional rocket launcher. Behind me I heard the locals butchering anyone they found. Finally I was before the cathedral and the theocrat who ruled Mundulus stood before me, in a preacher's robes. Standing on a pulpit. Stop! He shouted holding up a hand. This is a house of God. I behold your house of God. A house of lies, blood, and murder. I behold the actions of extremists murdering their own people for no other reason than they don't hold to the same level of faith. I said as I leveled my weapons. It never even occurred to him what I was doing. Betrayers, traitors, apostates who rose up in a civil war against us. You are not free whose liberty is won by the rigor of other, more righteous souls. You are merely protected. Your freedom is parasitic, you suck the honorable man dry and offer nothing in return. You who have enjoyed freedom, who have done nothing to earn it, your time has come. This time you will stand alone and fight for yourselves. Now you will pay for your freedom in the currency of honest toil and human blood. I incanted. The father dropped and screamed as the thermal cannon began firing. He turned and presumably screamed, but I could not hear his insectin pleading over the sound of the thermal cannon's rage. It was played over the cathedral, the structure melting and vaporizing under the concentrated beam. Those who attempted to flee the structure were gunned down by the rebels who were keeping a healthy distance from me. I never stopped firing and soon the rebels were backing away. Melt of fire poured into the ground where the cathedral stood, stone and metal melted and were rendered molten and continued to be so as sustained fire continued to pour into the crater. After almost 5 minutes there was no evidence of the cathedral except for the stone steps the father stood upon. A lake of molten fire behind him bubbling. I turned my countenance down to the father. Get up. Face your church and walk. Submit to your death and the remainder of your people will be spared. The father turned and quailed before my face. And if I don't? Then I will have the rebels bring them before you one by one and I will execute them one by one until you do so. The father looked out. I don't believe you. Fair enough. The last sight he enjoyed was realizing he was right, before a moment of naked terror as I kicked him into the molten lake. It was marked to us. Darius said as we stared up at the coffin ship. I could tell it was fucked. The Markham's Marauder's sigil and colors adorned the side of it and many attempts had clearly been made to open it and gain access to the internals. But it has your name on it. He pointed to an access hatch 6 meters up. Get me a scissor lift. I said, cocking my head, the throne mechanicum implants rattling against the back of my neck like techno-gothic dreadlocks. The technical vehicle was found and brought over. Climbing into it I unclipped the holster for my bolt pistol as the basket rose towards the access hatch. On reaching it I pressed my palm against the scan plate. Omnissiah. Behold thy glory. Grant thy servant passage. Behold a knight of the mechanicum. And grant thy servant entry, that the enemies of the Omnissiah may fall. Amen. I didn't know the source of the prayer. And the look on Darius' face said it wasn't in English, or even Gothic. The binaric cant coming from an implant deep within my throat I hadn't even realized I possessed, a tongue I had likely only ever used in communion with the machine spirit, unknowing. A slab of adamantium slid out, half a foot thick, and my breath caught. It gathered momentum up as its petal tip flew towards the ground, slamming into it with enough force to jolt the scissor lift and force us to rapidly grasp the safety rails or risk falling. The ramp lay there revealing most of the contents within. A knight stood within the alcove, not of the same pattern that I commanded, but close. A dominus. Its weapon types rested in racks on the back wall. As the scissor lift dropped I marched up the ramp. Heart thumping in my chest. Darius was just behind me as I went over to the cogitator and began operating the console. Inventory. Knight Dominus, Preceptor of Death. Armament options. Purgatus Heavy Plasma Culverin. Magna Las Cannon. Quester Light Quake Cannon. 2x Light Twin-Linked Battle Cannon Turrets. Rack capable of pairing with 2 Manticore missiles. 2x Carapace Twin Meltagun Demi-Turrets or Heavy Stubber variants. 3 Stasis Units, Sacristans. Field Manufactory, Knight Castellan and Case Taurus Munitions Production. 600 tons spare parts. Classified implantation packages, Simulacrum Genitor and Throne Mechanicum. Written in a combination of binary and Gothic I quickly navigated the menus to the stasis units and selected release. The hiss of the units discharging almost caught me by surprise. I turned to Darius. Darius. Get every mech tech we have over here, and have our rookies stand guard the whole time with our light mechs. I also want a crane and my throne mechanicum brought over. I will be transferring the Preceptor of Death here to the Warden's Rest as soon as possible. I was in awe. A display rested in the corner of the screen, in binaric. TEUNIVERSCIS not AFRIENDLYPLACE. And DOTHERS are liarning fro myou.talk aeths gift.continue entertain ing me thingies willgethar.butt hosey w ho nt irta and mewillcon tinu etorec gifts. The text erased itself even as I watched. And Darius, I want everything from this gutted and transferred onto the Warden's Rest, including the hull. Carve it up and store it in the cargo hold. I heard the pods open and figures take their first steps in presumably whatever had brought me here, probably just wishing the men into existence. They emerged and Darius froze. Boss, we can't claim. Duke Giardino, one of them marched forwards, his own implants waving behind him as he took me up in a ferocious bear hug. God, am I glad to see you, boy. I don't know how long we've been in stasis, but events back home were bad. He said as I felt recollection bloom in my subconscious. Trotter. You look like you got swallowed by an ashcat, vomited out and shat on. I slapped his back. Not possible, I don't smell that good. He said, wrinkling his nose. It's not all good news though, boy. We've suffered a number of setbacks and it's not great. A number of coffin ships were shotgunned out hoping to supply you, but our world, it's gone. I felt a crashing within me, a remorse for a place I had never actually known. Wait, coffin ships sent out to find me. Your uncle refused to allow his technology to fall into the hands of our enemies and sent everything he made to try and find you. But the Red Duke started it shortly after I was dispatched with Sally and Gromit, nuclear war. Far as I can tell there was nothing left, the only radio signals we picked up after it went light show were radio storms caused by nuclear fallout. He turned to face the Dominus. This one was built specially for you. The others were made to do with as you saw fit, to help you with anyone you trusted enough to pilot one. My eyes teared up and Darius walked off a short distance giving orders. The other 2 sacristans came out of their alcoves, Gromit still hurling on the deck. They kept a respectful distance, more respected retainers than family friends like Trotter was. Well, I have a bunch of techs coming over to tear the pod apart. I'll march the Preceptor of Death over to my new ship instead, but I need you guys to help them pack everything up properly and safely for transfer to the Warden's Rest. I can do that, lad. The Warden's Rest. Burning away from the worthless planet behind us, we headed for the jump point with the hysteria following closely. The bridge of the Rest crowded. Has Markham been transferred to the stasis unit as requested? Yes. Darius said, worried. He didn't like the technology, not understanding how it worked. Yang meanwhile was caught up in conversation with Trotter. Those invited sat on plastic chairs brought up from the mess. Okay everyone. We're headed for New Avalon, and I don't think anyone here is going to be fooled. The trip will be probably several months long on its own. But I forwarded a request to the New Avalon Nobilitas Hospital for priority treatment for Markham, and they've allowed for his admission, coupled with seeking permission from the Federated Sons to even land at New Avalon to seek treatment instead of heading for outreach and paying far above the odds for whatever hacksaw they have there. I leaned back and smiled. I've gone over our finances, and we're sitting flush at the moment, but such an extensive trip, maintenance costs, your paychecks, I paused for the chuckles to subside, is going to likely burn a hell of a hole in our reserves. But I don't intend to simply waste our time. I held up a very heavy case. With the exquisite tone of the preceptor of death, I am one night over capacity for experienced pilots. Behemoth, Glitch, Decker, I want one of you to become a pilot for the Knight Templar. I said plainly, and they all looked shocked and excited. They all clearly wanted it. Moreover, my people sent others out there apparently, and I hope to find them before others do. If you wish, we can begin the procedure to install appropriate implants and training. They all looked eager. For now, Behemoth, I would like you to take the Knight Templar. I saw her fall a little in love with me at those words. Though having a bunk buddy would be all well and good, I didn't plan on starting a relationship with my employees. I was going to save my noble blood and charm for Lady Errant when she resurfaced, a power base to build from. When do we start? I held up a hand. I warn you all. This is not a simple request, or offer. I brushed back my hair, exposing the nest of mechadendrites sticking out of my skull like dreadlocks. This procedure is deeply invasive, and there is the possibility of complications, aneurysms, insanity even. And that is only the first part. The next is imprinting on the throne mechanicum. Thanks to Trotter we have access to one new throne mechanicum. Decker, Glitch, I'm afraid you'll only be able to interact with the simulators. The throne mechanicum is imprinted to a person, and trying to rotate that may cause severe neurological damage. I removed my shirt and turned. Additionally, there is a large number of neural plugs along the spine that mechadendrites in the throne mechanicum can attach to. These surgeries are extensive, invasive, and will change your life forever. So. Glitch said, a goddamned computer glitch was enough to send me to prison. That changed my life forever. At least here we get to choose it. Behemoth chuckled. And if it means I can take the Knight Templar into battle, I'm your girl. The intent behind the last 3 words, knowing I wasn't going to reciprocate, hurt a little. Decker grinned. I won't jump into bed with you to get the job, but 20 C-bills is 20 C-bills. I rolled my eyes. Perhaps I should ask some primary school students instead of the kindergartners. I laughed before Darius caught me by surprise. Kane, why don't you offer this to Markham? From what I've come to understand, you have a complete neurological link to the machines, your limbs aren't needed for it. If Markham can't be helped, couldn't this let him continue in a capacity otherwise denied him? Darius' question was so intent, and serious, that I felt a cold guilt at not even considering my partner. Darius, if I could I would, but... I looked over at Trotter, who stood up. Mr. Darius, you may not know me, I'm Timothy Hogg, sacristan to House Giardino, and I've seen the scans for Markham when we put him into the stasis chamber, and I don't like what I see. His words began. Markham is stronger GHA. Darius stopped as Trotter held up a hand. He may very well be, please don't mistake me, he sighed and reversed a chair sitting on it. Warden is no medici, he don't know shit about how a person works short of where to poke holes in it. But from what I could see, in addition to the limbs lost, we're looking at significant shrapnel wounds, possibly pieces still in his body. I saw subtle signs of possible neurological damage in his EEG readings as well as skull fractures. The mood in the room went somber as his augmetics clicked nervously. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but I've been discussing things with Yang, and not only do I think Markham would never survive the surgeries to implant the necessary augmetics for operating the Knight or Dominus, but even with treatment I am unsure Markham will even be capable of piloting a battle mech in the future. He stepped over and patted Darius on the shoulder. From what I hear, Markham is a good man, but in my professional opinion, his days of piloting a machine requiring a neural interface is probably over. The room was silent for some minutes as they all processed the fact not only was the surgery invasive, but for someone in Markham's state at least it could be fatal. Behemoth turned to look me in the eyes. If Markham can't do it, then I will. Because he wouldn't want any of us to give up an opportunity like that out of some pity for him. I am willing to try. The Dominus was brought out first, as I'd prefer the Mechanicus and the Sarastus OT go directly to Behemoth and Glitch when they turn up. Decker can use the Case Taurus as soon as Behemoth gets her Mechanicus Style 1. I've decided to put Glitch in the Sarastus due to the speedy close combat focus. Chapter 8. Currency and Los Tech. New Avalon. December 2nd, 3022. Jump. After jump. After jump. The jump ship captain was happy to take our C-bills as well as any other passengers headed core wards. It took over 19 jumps of nearly maximum distance to even reach New Avalon, and as much of our time was spent on the invaders' gravity decks as on our own vessel. Though Trotter worked to begin installing gravity plating on our dropships and connect them to the power grid, the coffin ship didn't have much, however, and only a few locations were so plated. With one larger segment kept aside on my orders. Behemoth, Glitch, and Decker entered the room. They were still wobbly after the jump, their new implants rattling. The length of the trip had been eating on everyone's nerves but Miranda's. I paused, checking myself. when did I start thinking of her as Miranda instead of just Behemoth? She had thrown herself into the process with an uncommon vigor. I went over and she cocked her head as I checked the implant plugs. Sure enough, there was the faint scent of ozone that said she'd just come from the improvised chamber of echoes. I turned to Trotter as he entered. She's a hardy lass, but the throne is well and truly imprinted on her. I knew that well enough. I may not have been looking for a relationship, and told her as much, but she'd made it quite sure that my bed was kept warm enough. I checked the others as well. I wanted my people to be safe, and both had shown signs of recent use, no doubt the simulators. Trotter, is occurs to me, are these implants going to interfere with their neurohelmets if we need them to pilot mechs? You only just thought of it after near 4 months of travel, boy? He said in a mocking tone. The answer was yes, but I modified their neurohelmets enough to accommodate their implants and allow seamless connection. It's no throne mechanicum, but they should have faster reactions in the mechs. I turned to the crewman operating the comms module. Okay, can you open us up a channel to New Avalon Central please? Yes sir. He answered as I checked over the unit's finances. I was right, 4 months of inactivity was burning a hole in our pockets. New Avalon Central, Technician Alicia Davison speaking. The COMM board lit up with the face of a woman in her mid-40s. Good morning Ms. Davison, I am Kane Giardino, partner of Markham's Marauders on the dropship Warden's Rest. We're requesting permission for priority landing as requested just short of 4 months ago. I stood at attention, my finest uniform on display. Additionally, if you could make a priority comms connection for the New Avalon Nobilitas Hospital, and hold on the line for further connections. Of course Mr. Giardino. Landing permission is granted and CO ordinates sent. Please have your pilot follow all directions from traffic control. Please bear in mind as a mercenary outfit you are being directed to a military port for security reasons. Broadcasting approach plan now. The dropship began to rotate as the pilot received the course from the computer. The screen flicked over to a woman in a nurse's outfit. This is Nobilitas Hospital, how can we help you? Hello, some months back I made arrangements for priority medical care with you for a colleague who was severely wounded in battle. I'm having our communications officer forward what medical readings we could get, but we wanted the best care so we made best speed for your hospital. The name is Kane Giardino, Markham's Marauders. The conversation was clipped, trying to keep it to relevant information. Yes, I see the request here, it has been authorized and we're making a bed available as soon as possible. Oh dear, I'm putting in calls now for our finest doctors, but those injuries are extensive. I hope we can help. Thank you, we're landing at a military field some distance from the capital city. If you could send an air ambulance to collect him as soon as we touch down, that would be appreciated. Of course sir, I've given the dispatch order, it should be waiting for your arrival. The line went quiet as Glitch snarled. Hear that, we've got money, so the hospital is making a bed available. Somebody is getting kicked out, Markham needs the help but this is the sort of bureaucratic horseshit that landed me in prison here. Ms. Davison's face reappeared on the screen. How may I further help you sir? 3 things, if you could please have the MRB forward any available contracts to our ship, as well as put forwards a request to your largest aerospace firm to contact us when it is convenient, we have an offer to make them. And if possible, your best mech factory, we need some specialist parts to repair a Marauder. Of course sir, I can do that. I cannot promise any sort of responses, but if they choose to do so I will be sure to contact you personally. It took an hour to set down, and nobody was under any mistake that we were under guard. A Fortress-class dropship rested not 500 meters away, its long tom deployed. As the ramp descended we brought Markham out of stasis and as his breathing resumed I felt a sigh of relief. I hadn't been entirely sure the Union could actually provide the power it required. The air ambulance flew over rapidly, setting down with its rotors still spinning as a medevac team ran up the ramp. We brought out the stretcher with Markham and they were quick to transfer him. I hope we can help him, are you coming along? The nurse said turning to me. No, I am. Darius said as he stepped forwards with a briefcase under one arm. Darius, spare no expense. If we can help him, I want to. I said unsure I actually meant it, allowing him to slip beyond the veil would be extremely convenient at this stage. It was then I noticed a small convoy of vehicles pulling up towards the ramp, ultralight vehicles if expensive looking ones. I didn't miss the House Davian sigil on the sides, or the company sign on it. The doors opened and a handful of suits emerged and made their way up the ramp with Davian House Guard. As the ambulance took to the air one of the suits, looking regal, stepped forwards. Greetings, you must be Commander Giardino, I'm Otto Davian, current CEO of Lycombe Davian Introtech, and we've heard stories about some of your tech. He breezed past us into the main bay, onto the plating I had set there. It's an honor to receive someone of such note. Yes, I do have some things to offer. If your people can join you on that plating? So I may safely demonstrate some of it before making you the offer. I said as Trotter began heading for the control computer. Certainly. To remove any suspicion I moved up onto the plating with him. The rest of my crew moved away from the plating with big grins on their faces. They'd been warned about the plan beforehand. Finally they were all standing on the clearly marked plating, the bodyguards looking nervous. 5 gravities. Trotter pressed a button and the sound of many knees striking the deck were heard, followed by firearms in hands. I maintained my standing position through sheer force of effort as my body suddenly massed 5 times as much as I was used to. After a few seconds Trotter killed the power to the gravity plating and I let myself sink a little, feeling as if I was about to fly up off of the plating. The bodyguards had guns in hand and aimed at me in a matter of seconds. "Drop your weapon. Whatever it is." One shouted all the way to a full-blown panic. The Davian stood with a mildly angry expression on his face. "We come here in good faith and UATT. I held up a hand, stopping him to his own surprise. "I didn't attack you. What you just witnessed was artificial gravity without requiring rotation." Otto looked down at the deck, then back to me. "Trotter, give us 1.5 gravities, make it a slow increase, then after a minute, bring it up to 2 gravities." I turned back to Otto. 2 gravities is uncomfortable, but it does allow a degree of movement, so you might step off of the plating to verify my claims. Otto nodded as he felt the gravity increasing, his eyes boggling in disbelief. As it continued to rise he stepped off of the plating, then back on. I began to pace on the decking. "The world I came from is gone, gentlemen. My sacristan, Trotter, found me on Mundalas and confirmed that my people nuked each other into non-existence. Last he saw the planet itself was cracking under the bombardment. I stepped off the plating and Trotter killed the power to it. We were advanced, more so than you or any of your contemporaries. From what I can tell, though I am no scholar, our society was built off of the remains of an extremely remote and incredibly advanced R&D facility working as a skunk works project. One of the developments was an artificial gravity plating that you stand on now, allowing for a full normal gravity in space travel as well as annulment of any external forces such as thrust. It is, I understand, a relatively simple technology." I began heading for the staterooms upstairs. Without thinking Otto and his entourage followed. They moved past the knights which they examined with some awe. "Our weapons too are largely more advanced than your own and dump a lot of power into a target, though they're not nearly as economical." "How so?" one of the bodyguards asked. "The rapid-fire battle cannon on the Knight Templar weighs as much as a locust. As I understand it, the closest you have is the experimental long-tom cannon. And while it carries a fair amount of ammunition, it is not well suited for prolonged engagements." Giving away that information wouldn't cost me anything. They were well familiar with the fact big guns carry less shells. Otto took a seat as we entered the stateroom I'd set aside for these talks. "So we come to the question of why you requested a meeting," Otto said, guessing. "I have plans, and they far outstrip my current means, and with the loss of my homeworld my resource base has been severely depleted, leaving me with the option of approaching a major power and making trades in order to finance my goals." I sat down. "The simplest trade, that has the least potential harm, is to offer you the gravity plating technology in trade to use as you see fit." Otto nodded. "A sensible logic, so why us?" "Because, frankly, you're the most advanced of the inner sphere powers, but more importantly, the most trustworthy. The Capellan Confederation are snakes that pretend to be a government, the Draconis Combine has a well-documented distaste for mercenaries, the Free Worlds League is too martial in its bent and has a distaste for augmentations, the only other meaningful candidate is the Lyran Commonwealth, but frankly your politics troubles me the least." Ticked off the names. "You haven't even considered anyone else. What are the periphery states going to do but try and sell it off to gain bargaining power with the true successor states?" I countered and Otto nodded, unable to refute that logic. "So what exactly do you intend to offer us in exchange?" Otto said plainly. "My offer is simple. 25 million C-bills, 2 of your finest aerospace fighters and a 1% royalty on all grav plating produced in perpetuity for exclusive access to the technology." Their eyes boggled as they processed the enormous request for payoff. Otto's was the fastest expression to change as he began to process the consequences of it. "Can this plating function during a jump?" I frowned. "I believe so, at least it functioned on the Warden's Rest during jump, though I might not want it near the KF drive itself. I really don't know, I'm afraid." "So you want 25 million, 2 aerospace fighters and a percentage royalty on all units sold, that's a big ask. A Fury or Gazelle wouldn't cost as much." Otto said plainly. "I am aware, but I am also aware that if you were to sell and fit gravity plating at 1,000 C-bills per square meter of deck, for a Fury dropship you have at least 5,767 square meters of deck. About 6 million all told, and we'd only see about 60,000 of it. A Union dropship would have about 42,000 square meters of deck space, so 42 million C-bills right there." I shrugged. "Of course, 1,000 C-bills per square meter is likely to be too much for most people, half as much would go fine and still leave you with a massive profit." I leaned back, Can you even imagine that your family wouldn't just pour the money into your coffers as you offered them a technology that gave them the ability to accelerate at maximum safe velocity without having to worry about the human endurance? Why not accelerate at 3 gravities for a week? Your crew aren't feeling it. I could almost see the dollar signs rolling around in their eyes. Timothy, begin drawing up contracts. Darius had come back after 6 hours at the hospital, Yang taking over the vigil as he returned to get some rest. Darius, I need you to have a good read. Passing him the proposed contracts by the Davian lawyer, currently waiting signatures, the XO studied the files before seeking out a chair. Warden, how the fuck did you swing this? He said, going over the contract with a practiced eye. If he recovers, I'd prefer Markham to have a read of this. He's a shrewd man, and his management skills exceed mine by far. The truth was, I already had gone over the contracts, and I'd reread them 6 times. The Davians had written themselves an ironclad contract. How is he? Trotter was right, the doctors were surprised we managed to keep him stable in the time it took to get here. I didn't feel like elaborating on your stasis technology. His limbs can be replaced easily enough, though it'll cost a bit, but the rest is uncertain. He's suffered massive neurological damage, apparently there are pieces of his neurohelmet in his brain, his body is riddled with shrapnel. Darius' shoulders slumped, they're not even certain he'll survive surgery. But, as I said, Trotter was right. They said Markham would never pilot anything with a neural interface again at best. The news, disheartening as it was nonetheless expected. Go get some sleep, I said, shoving him lightly towards the crew quarters. Behemoth looked up from the screens as she watched over the hysteria and Warden's rest. He'll be fine, Kane. Eventually, I said, but Darius looks up to Markham. If Markham had just died there on Mundalas, I think he'd have moved past it. But in this state, even if he pulls through in a best case result, he will not thank us for saving him. She cocked her head. No. I suppose he wouldn't. Is something up? She asked, concerned. Not yet. I'm just worried this deal is going to cause some heavy ripples. I've had a privacy clause written into the contracts, but I wouldn't be surprised to see attention we can't really afford over this. But it's better than trying to sell my weapons or shield tech. I sat down. I hope so, Behemoth said, it's bad enough dodging a Capellan assassination attempt. Interlude, State of Affairs. Civilization. New Avalon. December 11th, 3022. The waiting was a nightmare. Between his trips to visit Markham in the hospital, Darius had taken to checking with the MRB at the HPG station in the capital. Otto's convoy pulled up at our pad once more, having requested a meeting some hours ago. And yet the mood in the Warden's rest was relaxed. He had come around the last couple days as well, seeming interested in small talk with people who weren't simply corporate lackeys. This time he looked excited, and I couldn't decide if that was a good sign or a bad one. Greetings, Kane, a fine day, is it not? The sacristans looked up from their work on the Dominus. Otto spared them only a short glance, unsettled by the implants they used to work on the sacred machines. How so, Otto? I said, looking outside. It looked like it was going to rain. I've been in contact with my family and you weren't wrong, he said, heading for the mess hall, angry bodyguards in tow. The promise of making him near limitless money had excited Otto to the point of forgiving my ill-considered stunt. The bodyguards with bruises in all sorts of interesting places had been less so. On learning what I did, despite my authority, Darius hadn't hesitated to smack me over the back of the head for the little demonstration. They've put an amount in escrow for the production and installation of gravity plating in the entire dropship and aerospace fleet, pending successful demonstrations of the technology. I smiled as I imagined the cha-ching sound in my head. Paid in installments naturally as work commences, and I'm sure you realize that it's going to be a time-consuming process, Otto said, trying to bring me down from a money high. So what are you going to start with? I asked as I sat down. The contract wasn't signed yet. The aerospace fleet, it's the smallest job and poses the least risk to security. Based on what you've given us so far, we estimate an aerospace fighter could probably be refitted with gravity plating in as little as an hour, Otto said with a grin. There will be some dropships in the initial batch, but Hansa doesn't want to create a colossal security hole by grounding out entire dropship fleet, and I can't say I blame him. I understand that, I'd feel the same way, I said neutrally. The door hissed open and I almost stood up in surprise. Markham sat there, bald as an egg, wheeling himself into the room with Darius behind him. Otto frowned, then realized who it was. Markham, you should be in the hospital, I said. The prosthetics had been fitted, but Markham was still clearly healing. Apparently not, Kane. Turns out our money didn't buy limitless forbearance. They've decided there won't be any further complications and that I should heal well enough and turfed me out with the contact for a physiotherapist to help me get back on these feet. Otto didn't comment and I knew that someone higher up the tree had needed the bed. Well, I'd say you look good. But that's only compared to other people who take an AC/20 to the cockpit. We didn't even have to get the hose out, just a shovel. I remarked, and Markham barked a laugh. I'll give it to you straight, son, I pretty much wish I hadn't. How is my marauder? Not good, though most of it is fine. The cockpit was a write-off, and that bastard has a small complex one. I've been told the best place for us to look is probably Outreach, I said with a shrug as Darius sat down with us. The bodyguards looked even more nervous. No surprise, none of the successor states tend to want us hanging around too much, it gives people ideas, Markham said, nodding to Otto, at least, unless you can make friends with the right people. I apologize for the stunt my protege here put you through. He picked up the pad with the contract details. As for this little gem, we have some more negotiating to do. Darius and Warden are clever men, but not clever enough to spot several of your little trap clauses. There were 2 more days where Markham was cloistered away with the Davian lawyer and Otto while I watched the proceedings with something approaching awe. Losing Markham would have been a major blow. The Davians were fair, but they'd put in clauses that we hadn't understood as fully as we thought that would allow them to subcontract production of the plating to other companies for a royalty that we would not receive a share in, effectively allowing them to shoulder us out of the majority of the profits. The meetings were only stopped infrequently when they became too much for the recovering Markham and he had to pause or endanger his health, or so we thought at first. It took us a while to realize that these medical recesses were clever tactics by Markham to sweat the Davian lawyers and build up some sympathy in Otto. But finally, we signed the paperwork. And I was stunned by what Markham had achieved. He had forsaken the initial fee in exchange for a 2% royalty on the production run as well as retaining the intellectual licenses to the design. Moreover, he had negotiated to receive 6 months of projected royalties up front as a lump sum by giving up 20% from the initial lump sum for my dangerous stunt as well as enough gravity plating to finish refurbishing our own dropships with it. Otto joined us in the mess while we celebrated. He slapped me on the shoulder. Damn if Markham isn't a shark in negotiations. And here I thought we had secured an absolute bargain. But next time you plan on demonstrating a technology, maybe don't use your buyer as the test dummy. The words were said with a laugh and a smile, but the squeeze on my shoulder was intended to convey a more serious intent. I chuckled, the tone conveying understanding. I would hope not, Otto. I fucked up. I shrugged. There will be a next time, but I think I'll have something more safe in mind for demonstrations. Markham joined us. So what's next, Warden? More work. There's a legacy I want to build, and it's only in its infant stages. I said plainly. Well, I would suggest a quick return to the periphery. The banks restricted our movement with the hysteria, and you sidestepped them somehow. They're not happy and they're talking about defaults and repossession. They can't do anything about the Warden's rest, but this contract includes modifying the Leo and that is also against contract. Markham said as he rested for a second. Otto spoke next, wise words, the banks can be more cutthroat than a Capellan noble who feels insulted, and people take them more seriously too. I nodded. Markham, what are your plans? No disrespect, friend, but the doctors were clear you'd never pilot a mech again. His expression turned serious. I can't return with you. I'm broken in mind and being near you guys, watching you go on drops and come back with mechs in need of patching, I'd be forever reminded of how I couldn't even get in the cockpit and take the same risks. He handed me a data pad. I'm turning over control of the Marauders to you. Let's be honest, most of our warriors look to you already. I saw Behemoth sporting those fancy dreadlocks you have. And I know I can't get them, the damage to my noggin is too great. But what I can do is manage our interests, set up our own tech firms, build up our relationships here in the Federated Suns. He said as we made our signatures on the reformed contracts. I felt almost like my skin was crawling as we waited for the Warden's rest and hysteria to receive their full complement of grav plating. The 2 Stukas were loaded into the flight deck and had also received the grav plating while I felt the urge to get out. Our accounts were flush with cash from the initial flush from the agreement as people I didn't know boarded daily to prize up the old deck plates and replace them with fresh gravity plating. But our time was productive. Markham had struck up a fast friendship with Otto and was making new connections. I looked down at the roster of equipment we had now. Dominus, Preceptor of Death. Knight, Knight Templar. Atlas, Rock'em Sock'em. Marauder, the Mad One, Cockpit Destroyed. Catapult, Darken. Catapult, The Skies. Shadowhawk, Mighty High. Vindicator, Sunny Day. Spider, Steve. Locust, Bug Out. Stuka, Jericho. Stuka, Siren. All but the Spider and Locust resided on the Warden's Rest, with machines to be transferred to or from the Hysteria as needed if we needed a quick insertion and extraction. But the fact was I felt little inclined to set down without my full strength if possible. As I waited for the final fueling I considered my roster of warriors. Behemoth was now piloting the Night Warden with Glitch in the Atlas. Medusa and Decker were piloting our catapults. Hellion was a Canopian bloke and was responsible for the Mighty High at the moment. Warspite and Spike were twins from the Combine, a vicious brother-sister team working the Vindicator and Spider in a sniper-spotter arrangement. One reaching Outreach I would have further issues to consider, the acquisition of another pair of mechs at least, as well as try and get my hands on the CVS I wanted. The spark of ambition had truly grown into a pilot flame. But I was going to need pilots, tank crews, another few mech warriors. And once we had made our run to Outreach, it would be time to return to the periphery to await the return of Kamiya and the beginning of the Oregon Restoration. Interlude 2. Pay to win. Outreach. February 22, 3023. The hiring hall was busy, larger here on Outreach than just about anywhere else. The problem was, at the moment it was in the hands of the Capellan Confederation, and I wanted to be out of here as rapidly as possible. Putting the task to Yang to falsify our signatures until we reached the hiring halls. Darius looked up from the sensors as he considered the situation. So, what possessed us to try this stunt? He asked again, the 40th time since our arrival. The same thing I said the last 39 times. I haven't a fucking clue. The truth was that I'd forgotten that the Dragoons didn't take the planet until later and turn it into a mecca of mercenary work. Though it still had a moderately larger mercenary presence than average due to its central location. What I wouldn't give for a McKenna on our side to watch over us about now. But still, there were no unfriendly challenges or demands we abase ourselves to the Capellan might. Trotter, keep an eye on COMM traffic if you can. Our descent was masked under the fake transponder signature, our Martyr D lady with the hysteria operating under the name Hornet, and let's keep this quick. Yang, I want you to go and get the parts for our Marauder, cheap as chips if you can. There was no lurch as we touched ground, the new gravity plating operating perfectly well with almost no strain on the reactor. I'll go to the hiring hall. See if I can't rustle up some company, I said. Behemoth, Glitch, you're with me. Bring some of those las guns from the coffin ship, I turned. The rest of you, guard the ships. I want to be out of here within 6 hours. Our jump ship has agreed to wait 24 hours, but I don't see any benefit in hanging around. The hiring hall was a mess of ramshackle structures, tents, and temporary mobile mech support rigs, but I had little interest in those, instead going into the recruiting tents and checking onto the computers there. Studying those available, and especially looking for any dispossessed looking for a new future. The truth was distressing. There were a lot of dispossessed, and searching through personnel dockets was a time-consuming task at the best of times. Oi mate, you're looking at those dockets real hard. The indistinguishable accent, my accent, caught me by surprise. Name's Bruce, my mates call me Brucey, finest aerospace jockey in this camp. The Cappies are quick to push us out. A bear of a man who looked too large to fit in any aerospace cockpit thrust out a hand I was quick to take. So how come you're still loitering around here like a maggot bag? I said, taking his hand and pumping it. The descendants of Australia and New Zealand are quick to resort to type. Same reason there are so many other dispossessed on that list. You linger too long, the local garrison confiscates your mech or fighter as a penalty for loitering. He sat down, reversing a camp chair. So what are you after? A couple jockeys, a handful of mech drivers, a tank squad and a couple more mechs. I said with a shrug. I knew Bruce had been put in my path, as sure as shit. Well, you're shit out of luck for the last lot of crap, but I've got a mate who used to fly my wing who might be interested, and there's a couple meekheads around here who are good enough. Bruce said with calm confidence. Can you, or your friend, fly a Stuka? I asked plainly. A Stuka, sure. Little heavier than the Shalone I used to fly, but flies better. Jimbo can handle them pretty well too, used to fly a Lightning. He'll miss the AC/20 though. Bruce was being honest from what I could tell. How soon can you be packed and ready? I asked. Pay is 40,000 a month to start, with room for growth depending on performance. Give me an hour to find Jimbo, and some anti-intoxicants, and we could be on board. He took the dispossession harder than I did. Bruce said with a shrug. More likely Bruce simply had a greater tolerance for the booze. Bruce, if you can meet us at our ship, the Martyr D lady, I do have some other business. Sure mate. See you there. Bruce said, clapping my shoulder. As Yang. Outreach was a nervous place, and I knew the boss understood the same risks I did, but we needed the parts for the Marauder. Without replacement parts for the cockpit it was a 75-ton dead weight. The enigma of Warden was all too frequent to think about. Unlike Behemoth, I wasn't about to jump into bed with him, but where did he come from? He was from somewhere beyond the periphery, he'd said as much. Some old SLDF skunkworks forgotten about on the edge of space. And the technologies he had available were thought to be impossible. Artificial gravity, energy shields both on his mech and in that amulet around his neck, heat rays, and more, including the fancy las pistol on my hip. Sure was fun to dive into all that tech, though Trotter had largely taken over the role. Whoever he really was, from however far, he'd turned around the fortunes of the Marauders. Instead of living paycheck to paycheck, he was looking towards forwards growth, and now, the recovery of technology his people had sent out to find him. Walking into one of the junkyard dealerships, it was time to focus on work. Welcome friend, anything you need? the proprietor said, hauling a Myanmar bundle into a rack. Cockpit for a GM Mad 3R. Looking around revealed plenty of junk, including one pure nugget of gold. And that WarHammer. The man blinked and turned to see the half-covered mech. Thought I had that covered up, lucky some cappies didn't come in and see it, they'd have confiscated it. He said with a chuckle, looks like fortune is on your side if you have the bills. He began tapping away on his computer. We've got a 3R cockpit, it's not in the best condition though, the combat computer is wonky as shit, needs a mech tech with the time to look it over. I'll take it. I took out my comms and called the Warden's Rest. Lady, we've found a new head for the toy soldier, if you can bring the mech transporter to my position. Turning back to the proprietor I nodded. How's an even 8 million for both? Come on, it's worth at least 10. 10? You just said the CC is screwy, and who knows what the WarHammer is like under the tarp. For all I know it has a tree growing out of it. 8.5. There's no goddamn tree, though there was a pot plant in the cockpit. 9.75. See, shrubbery. Huge devaluing agent. 8.75. Robbery. Robbery. The proprietor shouted, throwing his hands in the air. Here I am trying to feed a starving family of 9 and in comes a joker trying to steal the crumbs from my own mouth. 9.25. If your family is like your junk you probably only half feed them anyway. 9 even. Fine, 9 even. The proprietor nodded, shaking hands. What is it with merchants always claiming to have large starving families? I asked with a grin. No kids, no wife. I'm pretty sure we're required to say it by law to justify haggling longer. I mean, we all know we're going to settle on the middle, but we have to pretend like we're negotiating anyway. He said with a grin. According to the boss, negotiating a merc contract is the same, though in our case we just suggest we're not going to help to drive up the numbers. The negotiations over, we sat down and shared stories waiting for the transporter to arrive. The boss had gotten back saying he scored a couple of aerospace pilots, but that mechs were probably off of the table, he'd be recruiting some more mech drivers anyway. The thought crept into mind. What was going to happen when Comstar learned about all the fancy tech? Chapter 9. Hand of Justice. Cameron. March 4, 3023. Behemoth. Our long trip back to the periphery had not been uneventful or wasted. From the trip to Outreach to the time pirates thought it'd be fun to try and attack us, only to see a pair of shiny new Stukas dumped into space. But eventually we had to return to proper work, and on our way the little weasel Darius managed to find something. The MRB had a contract in the FWL to track down some hobnob of some sort and put him in the ground over some petty slight the nobles tended to get into. The throne mechanicum awaited me. For the first time it was inside the Knight Templar itself, and my blood pumped with terror and excitement both. The 3 languages taught to me for the purpose of properly controlling the machine, by thought and willpower alone, feeling hazy. And my teachers said Latin wasn't good for anything. The sacristans were clustered around me as I climbed into the cockpit of the Knight, and they worked quickly to prepare the systems for combat. Warden had let me choose the loadout for this mission, and I confess I couldn't resist. The thermal cannon and Reaper chainsword with the autocannons was my first choice. I left the machine gun instead of the Melta for the carapace weapon in case some crunchies decided to cause problems. Okay. Sit down and interface with the throne mechanicum. Trotter said. The no-nonsense sacristan seemed to be a friend of Warden, but was suddenly all business around these machines. Even so I obeyed and felt the mechadendrites seek out their partners, and the link was made. For the first time I heard something else. A whispering at the back of the mind, somewhere deeper. Across from me in the opposite bay I saw Warden sitting on top of the Dominus watching. The missiles for it were not mounted at the moment. I hear you. In front of my dials flickered and I felt excitement. Trotter climbed in, facing me, and looked deep into my eyes. The first connection is the most intense. The Templar's ancillary systems have all been disabled for it. The throne has instilled a deeper sense of loyalty, hierarchy, and connection to Warden, and House Giardino by extension. This is normal, as too has your personality imprinting on the throne mechanicum. He took my face in his hands. But that is almost nothing. Your ambition will soar and you'll seek to ever improve the lot of yourself, and Kane. And that too is nothing. When you connect with the Knight itself. He paused as the throne mechanicum began engaging its locking bolts with the Knight. You will meet his nature personally. No other has imprinted on the Knight Templar's machine spirit. I began incanting the prayer taught to me. This mythology of spirits of the machine and mental effects of the chair were. My mind screamed as the final connections were made, in pain, in agony, in rapture, in orgasm, as I was made one with the machine, and I felt its spirit rise, its heart trying to move and activate limbs that were not connected, and I began what felt like an eternal battle with the machine spirit. A vast ambition, a lust for destruction, a cold-driven focus. I felt his rage at the atrocities committed by the zealots of Mundalas. It rang the purest of all the emotions surging through me. Sweat poured from every pore on my body and it felt like I was about to freeze, and then boil. Remembering the training Warden and Trotter worked to instill, I pushed all that down, deep into the heart of the machine, calming its spirit. It didn't resent my presence, but it didn't understand it, the almost animalistic intelligence of the machine becoming quiescent when I opened its machine eyes, my eyes, and saw Warden still on the Dominus. Everyone flinched as the war horns on the Templar blared in recognition, everyone but him. I felt new connections coming online as Trotter and the sacristans restored the remaining connections for the night. I felt power surge into the thermal cannon, then subside as the auspexes found no threat. The teeth of the chain blade rattled marginally, arrested before they could rev up by a stray impulse. I was Behemoth, the Knight Templar. The joining was successful and I watched her machine shake as the first connection took its toll. Dropping down into the cockpit of the Dominus, I engaged the throne mechanicum, it welcoming me in as an old friend, and yet nervous of connection with the Dominus. I knew not whether it had been tested and run through trials, and yet I suspected my uncle had done so, possibly even imprinted on it. It took a minute for Trotter to come over and drop down into the cockpit checking the connections. The connections began engaging and I closed my eyes, diving deep into myself as they were made and the machine spirit was rising. I felt a moment's grief and sadness, for the machine spirit was cold and new, yet to be imprinted deeply, and yet there was a shadow of an imprint. A deep melancholy and a simple message, an emotional data packet that hit right to the heart. I'm proud of you, boy. Never let the unworthy take our legacy. My eyes opened and I felt the mighty machine engage around me. Clamps were released and I watched the timer in my mind going down before it stopped. The landing made uncontested. The ramp lowered and sunlight flooded the lower bay as I made stride. Behemoth. The enemy had dispatched 2 lances of mechs to face us long before we reached their compound, the fools. I doubt the idiots actually understood what was coming for them. What death was bringing them? A blare of war horns sounded as I began to stride, the weight of my steps slamming into the ground. The heat of my heart rising to a burning crescendo. Then the enemy made themselves felt and, for a moment, my courage ceased. A pair of Atlas and another pair of stalkers stepped up into view. A blare of the Dominus warhorn stopped me in my tracks as it braced itself. I stood fast as the enemy, our prey, opened up communications. This is Commander Dons, you're intruding on the lands of Hermes Quinton. Turn back, or be destroyed. The demand was delivered with supreme confidence. There was silence as the Preceptor of Death took 2 steps forwards. Its weapons arms leveled out. Greetings, Commander Dons. I am Warden, the Preceptor of Death. A sound began to build up. Almost too low-pitched to hear, and yet, getting worse, even through the mass of my night. It took a moment to realize what it was, the glow on the Dominus' right arm becoming more intense. We have business with your employer, so I'm sure you'll understand when I say. Get the hell out of my way. The Atlas adopted a more ape-like stature as Dons prepared to fight. It was too late though, the sound had built to a scream and a blinding burst of white light crossed the distance between the two in a matter of seconds, punching the Atlas clean off its feet and staggering the stalker standing next to it with the plasma backwash. The detonation of energy was a thunderclap of sound. The tumbling Atlas was struck a moment later by a spear of light as the massive laser weapon on its other arm fired. The other mechs didn't hesitate, a barrage of LRM fire streaking out for the Dominus. I felt the rage of the machine spirit as a blooming carpet of explosions lit up around the Dominus, charging forwards. The other Atlas turned as the second lance came over the ridge. An AC/20 shot smashed into the ion shield. Pain. Actual pain as the shot grazed the pauldron, my shoulder felt like someone had just sliced it open with a knife. I understood now why Warden looked so drained after battle, while the cockpit was comfortable and not a sweltering furnace like the mechs had been, the fact we felt actual pain was somehow jarring and horrifying. And enraging. It took moments to cross the distance between us and ram the chainsword through his center torso. I felt the fusion bottles crack as the reactor was torn apart by adamantium teeth, my hand felt afire as the fusion reaction continued for a few moments before flickering out. And yet my rage would not quit. The thermal cannon was raised to head height on the Atlas and I willed it to fire. The cockpit, and shoulders, of the mech simply ceased to exist, explosively vaporized or melting away in moments. Fire wreathed the wreckage as I withdrew the screaming chain blade and kicked over the metallic corpse. The battle was joined. I barked an order and the Dominus came to a halt, transmitting the order to hold to the rest of my people. Studying the battlefield, everything about it felt like we were being tested, pushed to see what we were capable of. The turrets sought out targets that were in the middle of withdrawing as the sense of paranoia increased. This is the Preceptor, Goose. What do your elf eyes see? This is Goose. We're, get the hell out of there. There's a goddamn artillery train about 20 clicks north of UAND. Barrage incoming. Brucey's voice went from amused to deadly serious in half a second. They've got a lance of partisan tanks for AA. The mechs were already moving when the first long tom shell landed. The realization that the Dominus had a single void shield instead of the standard ion shields had come as a surprise. But even then, the shell slammed down with the power of a battle cannon's shell, and a crater was blasted into the air. Fall back. Behemoth. We need to take out that artillery train, the ion shield and void shield can withstand it, and the armor is better equipped to handle it. I began to accelerate to full stride. The Dominus was however slower than the Templar, and it was surprising how much the slower pace frustrated me. The machine spirit worked hard to fulfill my expectations as shells continued to rain down. Behemoth. A flutter of fear as we ran blindly into the falling rain of artillery shells was suppressed mostly by the machine spirit's ire rising up and coaxing my own anger and rage at the destruction plunging down on us. The ion shield deflected the worst of it as I kept pace with the Dominus, shielding myself in part by its greater size and protection. The shells stopped as we crested an embankment, our proximity too great for the long toms to get plunging fire on. People stopped in their tracks as the Dominus simply stepped off the embankment and down into the recessed road, unheeding of a screaming man. He stopped then, towering over the artillery train and its AA vehicles as I dropped down 100 meters away. The turrets on the top of the Dominus depressed their barrels at the anti-air vehicles, its other weapons selecting targets. Nobody in the artillery train moved, waiting in terror to see what the monsters standing over them would do. So boss, what's the plan? Why Behemoth, I do believe we have an artillery train, he said, and the moment's realization hit me like a brick. His speakers opened up. Ladies, gentlemen, and other assorted types. Dismount from your vehicles and surrender immediately, or we can render your vehicles down to molten slag with you in them. The need to kill them rose up in me as the machine spirit heard the promise to melt them down, quickly suppressed. The people watched in fear, climbing out of their vehicles as rapidly as they could manage. Several kept personal arms with them, as if assessing whether they were going to be murdered out of hand. Darius, we need some grunt work done, he said over the comms. Chapter 10. Hammer to Fall. Cameron. March 4, 3023. The sound of the artillery train firing almost brought a tear to my eye as I watched the auspexes. The target's compound hadn't prepared for the possibility of their artillery train being hijacked and turned against them. It was a limited benefit, the train had exhausted most of its ammunition attempting to kill us. But as the shells fell, I felt the deep satisfaction of a job well done. Warden, we've completed loading the Storm Eagle rockets, are you sure about this? The cranes were peeling away from the Dominus and I smiled. Entirely. The rockets roared from their racks as I poured Auspex data at them, rising high towards the apex of their arcs towards the enemy stronghold. Begin full stride, I ordered. Unhappy hour. Philip cowered beneath a bench as the shells rained down. There weren't many, and he guessed that the artillery train's ammunition reserves were exhausted. Across the room dozens of people were hiding in an equally undignified manner from the bombardment. They heard one of the ammunition magazines detonate with a deafening roar. But finally the explosion stopped and they stood making their way over to the armored windows. A sound was heard as massive rockets came in and their jaws dropped. At the apex of their arc the missiles burst and they felt a moment's joy. Unfamiliar with the Storm Eagle rockets usually mounted on a Manticore, they thought themselves safe for a moment. But then the submunitions plummeted and blanketed the stronghold in explosions. A vedette was cored by half a dozen bomblets as the carpet bombing of miniature explosives kept them all down. What are our defenders doing? Philip roared at one of his men. I don't know, communications is overwhelmed at the moment, we think the light lance was taken out when the magazine went up. There's damage reports from everywhere, and so many requests for the medical unit. Then it began. The hillside, the forest, began to ignite in a sweeping pattern. Concealed in their fortification in the rock, Philip and his men could only watch as their only exits ignited, the forest blazing as something moved in the shadow of night. Lightless black accentuated by the incendiary half-light of naked flames. Once it was well and truly ablaze, a monster stood astride the forest backlit by the burning forest, another appeared some distance away, followed by an Atlas, Marauder, WarHammer, and a pair of catapults. Smaller mechs marched back and forth as the burning forest backlit their passage, a pair of aerospace fighters blasting through the red-lit smoke passing curlicues of smoke behind them. On the two bulkiest monsters' eyes glowed green and on the largest its right weapon arm glowed an ice blue. Music began to blare at terrific volume from it. The sad and dark overtones sent a chill up their spines as the fires blazed ever higher. Behemoth. The forest was ablaze, my idea having been enthusiastically embraced, the use of the melta cannon to turn the forest's edge into a pyre, rendering the night ablaze with crimson light as I stood before it, knowing I was backlit, the effect no doubt producing a demonic visage as the eyes of the Knight Templar glowed against the harsh backlight. The defenders were milling about like ants, panicked by the appearance of our might. The Dominus stood over us all, its weapons aimed at the stronghold below. Music blaring from it like an angry god. Stored in data archives found by Trotter amongst the coffin ship's cogitators, Warden had been unbearably pleased with their discovery. This is Warden to the defenders of Little Phil over there. We know this is his stronghold, and we know he's holed up in there with you. The transmission went out on a blanket across all frequencies. You have 15 minutes to bring him bound and gagged to lay at my feet. If you fail, what we did to this forest we will do to you. The machine spirit of the Templar rose up at the Warden's speech, and once more I had to suppress its tendencies. So, who wants to place bets on how long it takes them to bring out the corporate jackass. 50 C-Bill says he's being gift-wrapped for us by his security detachment right now. Glitch said giggling. Same bet that it takes 10 minutes, gotta give them time to sweat. Decker countered. Nobody going to bet they choose to go down with the ship. I said amused as more bets came in over the unit comms, including Brucey who bet they'd wait until last second so he could get to strafe something. Not a hope. Warden said, I could sense the grin on his face. Another voice broke over the channels. This is Philip DuPont, I'm a very wealthy man, what say I offer you 10 million to go away right now? Philip. The comms channels were silent as the monsters stood in a semicircle around the exterior of the stronghold. He never heard Behemoth informing Glitch she lost her bet already. All he saw was a growing glow of the forest fire as it increased in magnitude and the blue glow of the monster's right arm increasing. And anger the MRB. No thanks. You're down to 12 minutes and a demonstration of my resolve. With the scream of tortured ozone, a blast of incandescent light ripped out from the right arm down into the stronghold, striking one of the armored bunkers, birthing a short-lived star that rendered those close enough to see, yet not get caught in it, blind. A spear of light erupted from the other arm and swept across a number of buildings. The structures didn't explode and collapse, they melted under the assault, running like lava. The turrets on its shoulders flashed and what seemed to be AC-20s flashed shells down into the stronghold, blowing apart another structure. The people in the room with him began to back away, his guards looking uncertain, fear filling their eyes. You think the MRB is going to be a source of worry? What will happen when I put a 40 million C-Bill price tag on your head? A cold laughter began to emanate from me as I listened to the threat. Phil, you really should find out the details of a contract before making your threats. There was no laughter now. The music changed with an impulse, the reactor of the Preceptor of Death taking on a new beat. The Dominus began to march. Kill anyone who doesn't surrender. Interlude 3. Cinder Rain and Business Sense. Cameron. March 5, 3023. It should have been sunny in this isolated fortress, close to midday, and yet there was nothing but smoke and ashfall. Behemoth's plan had spurred a colossal forest fire of such scale it was visible from orbit. I felt a twang of guilt at that. Being of Australian descent, I knew just how deadly out-of-control forest or bush fires could be. Our machines were secure for now and our pay had been released from escrow once confirmation had been sent back to the MRB. Our dropships were on the small airfield this place had used, but little else was recognizable. The Stukas had been recovered, but the devastation was far above what it looked like from the cockpit of the Preceptor of Death. The brutality of our assaults had permanently scarred this place for life. A situation made ever worse by the structures that were untouched. The hospital stood still untouched by anything but ashfall, a few apartment blocks stood untouched among several shelled buildings, along another boulevard there was no evidence that buildings had ever existed except for the molten mass where they once stood. Well, this went to shit fast. Darius stood in front of a bunker that had been cored by plasma. You're telling me? I countered. The ultimatum had, instead of encouraging people to surrender, seemed to have panicked them into unceasing resistance. Our employer was happy with the results and issued a bonus. They think this display will encourage their rivals to reconsider any decisions that make them unhappy. Darius looked around. I can't say I blame them for thinking that way. I nodded, holding a hand out to collect the ash. Darius, I want you to hire someone, make friends with another merc group. I want a weather eye on the job that the MRB is offering us. You think that there is something wrong? I want whoever you get to also keep an eye on our reputation. I've got a feeling that someone is drip feeding us messy jobs, and if we don't get some cleaner work soon we may have a bigger problem on our hands. Like someone setting us up to take a fall. The warmth in the air was robbed at the vocalized accusation. Work is rarely that clean-cut, but I can do that. I've heard of too many merc companies that have been sabotaged when they're no longer useful. Darius said as Samire came over, umbrella over her head. The local governor has asked we vacate his world before he finds a reason to fine us the cost of putting out these fires. She said, an angry look on her face. Did you really have to let the tall one talk you into burning the forest down? I chuckled. I'd secured security footage of our little ultimatum, and it was impressive. Well, let's get out of here. Was there any salvage worth the time? Samire shook her head. The mech techs have grabbed a few bits and pieces, but on the whole it's just parts. Your tech doesn't leave much to salvage. Well then. Let's get out of here, before we have to pay for their fire brigade. Behemoth. 30-second lap around the deck as we coasted to the jump point, the gravity plating generating a full G. And everyone was already treating it like it was normal. Kane was meditating at the feet of the Preceptor as the night slumbered its mechanical dreams. And I understood. I feel the increased sense of detachment, helplessness, and weakness when I was disconnected from the Templar. I felt a whispering in the back of my mind, the implants calling me to commune with the machine spirit. After the events on Cameron, we'd spent 3 days in bed shagging the adrenaline rush out of our systems, the post-battle impulse to celebrate life. And yet I'd seen the documents and theory crafting that he was undergone. He'd warned me about an increase in ambition, but I hadn't understood until I saw his own plans, how deep they went, and how he'd scrubbed his plans to woo Lady Kadaeux with only the mysterious notation "find another way." Other parts of his plans were more mysterious. Secure our true. Find the coffin ships. Introduce lost tech. Small notes written to himself, some far more extensive. Where the clans and their forerunners, do not trust Comster. The last was less mysterious, and very few people with brains ever trusted them. Many small notes seemed to be mimetic triggers, little things designed to help him remember information. But the larger plans all built up together to show a grand goal. Kane was aiming to build his own empire or nation, or corporation. But I couldn't figure out whether my need and desire to help him was my own growing feelings or something introduced by the implants and imprinting on the throne mechanicum. Was there a border crossed somewhere that left them as compulsions instead of my own desires? Did it matter if there was? With a shrug I made the 33rd lap. No. It didn't. If he wants to be king, we're better to be than queen. Markham. The drink went down well as Otto sat across from me at the table. Business had been good and profitable. At Warden's urging there were 3 separate factories producing the gravity plating now, and there were even limited commercial sales of the technology, at grossly inflated costs. Jump ship captains were the ones willing to pay the most, discovering that the plating had a significant effect in reducing TDS in space travelers. Damn Markham, if your man didn't help us just dominate a market. We've had about 50 million square meters of plating ordered so far. And that's marketed at 2,000 C-bills per square meter. 100 billion credits, I calculated in seconds, including the defense contracting. No, Hansa has poured open the coffers on that one. Our problems are all logistical at this point. With 3 factories we can produce about 5,000 square meters per day. It'd take 27 years just to fill commercial orders. Otto took a deep draft. This is basically impossibly impractical. If people hear it'll take 27 years to get their plating. I nodded. That wasn't even counting defense contracting. Has that production been optimized yet? Yes and no. Right now it's at base numbers. The technology is remarkably simple in its application and development. But the pilot factories are too small. I want to build 2 major factories capable of producing at least 50,000 plates per day. Wait time goes from almost 30 years to maybe 4. Otto was clearly worried about it. But each factory is going to be an expensive outlay, at least 1 billion credits. I whistled. We were past the initial 6 months, all these projected C-bills were going to pour directly into our own pockets. Warden would be stunned to hear that at a minimum we were due 2 billion in royalties over 3 to 4 years. Which brought up the next point of problems. So what do you want, Otto? You'd hardly be wanting to encourage talk about hardships. Otto's expression was thoughtful. I know you're setting up all sorts of business contacts. I want you to give up half the projected royalties, with which I build a 3rd major factory and give it over to you. Deeded to produce enough to help fill the existing signed contracts we already have, after which it belongs to your company. Sorry Otto, but no. You're in line for 100 billion from those contracts, 2 of which is ours. Surely taking a few billion from that for building those factories isn't going to harm the bottom line. I said in more than a little disbelief, as it is I need those funds to set up our own manufacturing arm. I wasn't about to tell him about the plans that Warden had sent that would put every single other handheld laser weapon manufacturer out of business. Their power packs were more efficient than conventional laser weapons and their destructive effect was moderately higher. The worst part of all was that production would be ridiculously cheap. A las gun wouldn't be much more if any more expensive than a federated long rifle, and the las pistols would be cheaper per unit than a submachine gun. I'm sorry to hear that Markham, I really am. I thought we had a friendship, and owning a factory like that would allow you to corner a large part of the market. Otto said, disheartened. I considered the situation. The request was, by any stretch, unreasonable. It was also a strange request. A compromise of their own business. I appreciate the offer, Otto, but our own business must come first. We might have more for you in the future, but for now our own interests need to come first. Which includes the price of, if I can find someone willing to part with one, a Star-Lord class jump ship, and a significant investment in modifying some of its cargo holds into a manufactory. Otto's eyes goggled. You'd spend almost half of your royalties on that black hole of C-bills. His disbelief was written plain on his face. The disbelief was understandable. At 750 million C-bills on average, the maintenance costs alone were fairly massive. And yet the missives from Warden had provided plans that were almost terrifying for their ambition, and to make them a reality, the company needed a jump ship with massive capacity. It's that, or a pair of invaders instead. On the whole, the Star-Lord is cheaper and has greater cargo capacity. After that, a mule-class dropship for delivering product to the appropriate markets. Otto didn't need to know about the extended plans. The plan to eventually secure an Overlord dropship and enough troops to fit one out. Otto's expression, however, was taking on an element of thoughtfulness. The gears were ticking over and he was clearly working things out in his head. It sounds like you could use an investor. Chapter 11. Knives in the Dark. Eloise. June 25, 3023. The calm embrace of sleep eluded me as senses barely understood called me to wakefulness. The bed was rumpled and, to no particular surprise, Miranda was coiled with the majority of the sheets and blankets. It took a moment to realize that I was not woken by the sense she stole them and I was cold but something else. Eloise was a nobody periphery world, and I hadn't been sure I even wanted to take the job here, but it had paid well and only called for the hysteria to make the trip, keeping costs down while Markham secured our resource base back in the inner sphere. Rolling out of bed, every combat sense screaming danger, I clamped a hand over Miranda's mouth and shook her lightly. The look in her eyes went from sleepy, to slightly randy, to all business as she took in my expression. Heading over to the arms locker, I popped the latch and tossed her a lasgun as I pulled on pants and a flak greatcoat. The bolt pistol felt good in my hand as I put on the amulet of a refractor field, tossing its twin to Miranda. I was not about to take a small job on the periphery without the best protection I had. Which is why I also drew the blade from its scabbard. 3 feet long, I kept it from being energized and giving anything away. Miranda dived at a console and checked the systems there, hissing in a low voice. Something is attempting entry into the mech bays. I nodded and headed into the hall, activating the refractor field. The faint haze surrounded me as the field energized and I moved quickly for the flight deck. Before I came in sight of the door, I saw the first of them, a pair of men in black uniforms carrying needler rifles. They were about to break into the cabin. Glitch was sleeping in, weapons at the ready when I came upon them. One turned too slowly and received the full length of the power sword through his chest as Miranda shot the other one in the head with her lasgun. The gig was up and I strode purposefully towards the bridge, understanding how my mode of movement was like that of the night I was so often for battle that it informed by very choice of movements. The door to the bridge hissed open and another figure in black stood there spraying at me with his blazer rifle. The beams of light were refracted by my personal field and I saw him recoil in surprise before a bolt from my bolt pistol found his stomach and blasted it, and all the surrounding paraphernalia, across the deck plates, leaving him a few seconds to scrabble for them before expiring. The combat alarms were now blaring at the sound of weapons discharge and I heard my people scrambling in their room for weapons and body armor. A spray of needles came through the door and struck my greatcoat, one of the needles punching into my midriff. Sinofa fucking bitch. I flicked on the power to the power sword and marched into the bridge. 6 men stood there, 4 with weapons and armor and 2 aerospace techs. I stood there for a moment as they looked, stunned. Lightning arced up and down the power blade as my bolt pistol roared twice, slaying one of the security as I charged in. Miranda screamed as a spray of flechettes found her and I almost lost my head as the man I'd been charging brought his laser rifle around in a sweeping beam arc. Unfortunately for him, his armor offered far less resistance to a power sword than my greatcoat did against needles. Falling to the floor in 2 separate pieces, a spray of crimson light struck out from Miranda's lasgun as she dropped. The man who'd wounded her was blasted practically into salsa as the maximum setting of the lasgun blasted pieces from him before fully cauterizing the wound. The last of the security men turned to finish her off until he felt the press of the bolt pistol against his skull, the 2 techs cowering as Glitch charged into the room with an las pistol in each hand. "Put down your weapon, or I'll blow a hole in her," the grunt said, trying to save face. I pulled the trigger. There was no time for the bolt to arm. It was too close. But there was plenty of time for the exhaust of the round to boil the man's brain matter and overpressure to pop the man's eyes from their sockets in a grotesquerie that threatened to have me heaving all over his rapidly falling corpse. Instead, to take my eyes from the sight before I did vomit all over the place, I turned on the 2 techs. "Are there any more?" "Jay, just the crew trying to get the mechs," one of them responded. "Shut up, Jerome," the other snapped. "You think we are just going to roll over? That we didn't have backup?" "No. But I think it's time I made a proper example," I said, getting up in his face. "Who do you work for?" Met only with silence, I nodded, raising my power sword. "I think it is time we rebrand," I said in passing as Miranda was seen to by Sumire as she tried to help her with a medkit. "We're no longer the Marauders." I grabbed the silent tech's arm and slammed it down onto a table with one hand before severing the hand with the power sword, carving a neat line into it as I restrained the blow. "We are now the Black Templars. And let's build a nice little reputation off of those sort of relations." The man screamed as his hand was parted from his body. "To start with, we need a branding iron that says pirate. Then we're going to crucify these raiders." I booted the screaming tech over the console as I moved over to Sumire and Miranda. "You okay, love? Crucifixion sounds good." She snarled through the pain. "Please. Oh please gods no, we were hired by a spec ops group through Comster. They were supposed to quietly secure you all and we were supposed to get the ship to a jump ship at the L1 point." The panicking talkative one said as the other continued screaming in agony. "Comster? Or was this a job from our Capellan enemy?" "How many?" I said, marching up to him, blade level. "There were 2 guys who were supposed to lock the crew quarters, or murder us apparently, and the bridge crew." There are a couple techs trying to get the bay doors open, but last I heard they'd given up due to some strange encryption and they were getting some industrial mechs to open the doors. Sumair. Bring up all systems quickly, I'll take care of Miranda. I knelt down and began checking the wound, carefully continuing to clean the area. The spray of needles hadn't hit anything vital that I could see and her sharp intake of breath didn't sound obstructed or wet as I carefully disinfected the wound area. Your little field didn't stop them all, she said with a hiss as I touched a sensitive spot. No, the refractor field isn't as reliable as our mech's fields, I said gently wiping away blood. We'll get a doc to look at it, but it doesn't look too bad. Truth was, I only had the vaguest of concepts whether it was bad or not, and a cold terror set into my heart at the thought of losing her. Don't you think about going and dying, love, or I might have to do something drastic. Like suicide to follow me. She chuckled. Don't go doing that. Like giving Glitch the Night Templar. Okay. Don't die, got it loud and clear. She said, wincing and trying to laugh at the same time. You serious about the rebrand? If we paint ourselves as something religious it may hurt. She said in a whisper. No and yes, I do plan on rebranding, but that was more to spook the jitterbug, I countered. As amusing as it would be to style ourselves as semi-religious fanatics, it wasn't practicable without hurting business, but we do need to rebrand. The Raven Guard. Miranda just shrugged with a grin that turned to a grimace of pain as I began putting on the bandage. We have 4 industrial mechs advancing on the door for the Preceptor of Death. Sumair said as the systems were brought online. Looking up I saw them advancing on the door. Sorry love, I have some more work to do, I said as Sumair came back and took over. Glitch, it's time to go to work. Uh-oh. We lost contact with the boarding team boss, what the hell is going on? One of the mech pilots said as he positioned himself opposite the target door, industrial cutters powering up slowly. I don't know and I don't like it, the thug G's scare the shit out of me and they're the ones bankrolling this. The leader said as light spilled out of a crack, the mech door opening. Looks like they finally got they. The 2 technicians who'd been left to try and open the door were running like hell when something ducked under the door frame and stood to full height. It stomped forwards and deliberately crushed the 2 techs underfoot, head turning to face the first industrial mech. The weapons in its armpits rotated on small turrets and unleashed invisible beams of energy, the canopy of the unarmored civilian mech melting like butter beneath the onslaught. The leader turned his industrial mech when a second door cracked open and of all things an Atlas stepped out. Sprays of laser fire riddled the machine and he felt power die in it before a descending foot crushed the cockpit. Can I just surrender and not be murdered horribly? One of the last 2 said as his partner began to backpedal in an attempt to flee. No. Was the only response before a plasma blast ended his career. Warden's Rest. So the job was a trap. Darius said as he frowned at the recordings. Looked like it, I said as I watched Miranda sitting down gingerly. The flechettes had missed anything vital, but the wound was still painful and was healing well enough. If she would stop scratching at it occasionally, the job stank to begin with, but this was unexpected. Our security boys were assassinated in cold blood, and if I hadn't had the cold willies, the rest of us would have been too. I frowned, examining nothing in particular as I thought back on it. They came far too close to getting us down there, and it doesn't help that we don't know who the hell did it. Either it was the asshole in Capellan space that doesn't like us, or it's Comstar. And given they were trying to breach entry into the Preceptor's Bay first, I just don't know. I resisted the urge to throw the day-top hat in my hand across the room. Comstar facilitates any legitimate mercenary mission, including grudge settling, without favor, Darius said with concern, but you're right. This got way too close, on a middle of nowhere world where they could have dumped your bodies and nobody would know the wiser. We need patronage. There were various scoffs around the table. Look, if we have the support of someone like the Eridani Light Horse, Kellhounds or Wolf's Dragoons, we just might be considered untouchable enough to send goddamned assassination attempts after. I stood up. No. While they are perfectly respectable groups, I'm not going to tie our fortunes to them. They're all worth respect, but the Dragoons are busy in Combine space and I don't expect that to end well. The Kellhounds are at the wrong end of space and the Light Horse are, as far as I know, tied up in a contract on Hoth. I wasn't about to spill that sometime soon, if not already. The ELH and Dragoons were snotting each other on Hoth. I sat down, which brings up the next possible point of problem. Darius looked confused. The others did as well. I sighed. If our attacker was the Capellan Confederation, then the Big Mac and Northwind Highlanders are both big companies and both under exclusive contracts to the CCAF. Eventually our enemy is going to decide that sneaky crap doesn't work, and just hire a full-blown regiment or 2 to drop on our heads. Realization ticked on. I know I have brought power to the table, but do any of us think we could actually fight off a full regiment? The Big Mac's 1st regiment is 3 battalions on its own, and they've got 5 more regiments to call on at least. The Highlanders have several regiments of their own as well. Shit. Miranda said. We sign up with a larger group and we get a measure of prot. Darius was cut off when I raised a hand to do so. No, we lose our autonomy, and with our technology, probably get shoved at every nut in the too hard basket. I leaned back. Fact is we are a very small fish in a big pond. And it's time we both became a bigger fish, and pick our work more carefully while we build a power base worthy of the name. How are we supposed to do that? Lodara said next to Sumair, who nodded. The two got along well. Territory, factories, resources, money, power, all the usual methods. I said, calling up a file on the projector. Markham has managed to, miraculously, secure a Star-Lord class jump ship for us as well as other resources. Using 4 of its big cargo bays, he's set up factories to my specifications and, according to the last transmission, is on its way to us. Yes, Trotter, I said as the big man stood up. 2 things, my lord. The formal tone of the meeting had dictated that he adopt the more subservient manner, and he knew it grated on me. The first is, we've picked up a signal with the cogitators corresponding to one of the larger coffin ships. I have just put the corresponding data into the computer for you to scrutinize. The second is... He paused and I felt a great curiosity. I don't have the team or equipment to produce the other knights, but I believe I can manufacture armigers with the right equipment. I've been working on these for a while now, and I am sure that ship will have some of what we need. He said with a wry grin. I meanwhile was less sure. How can you be so sure it has what's necessary? According to the cogitators receiving signal, it's the Nighthold. It was carrying the streaks and 3 armigers with a support suite. His voice betrayed there was a problem. And half of the personnel on it have perished. The personnel section suffered some sort of strike. This time his expression broke and I saw how hard he'd been trying to hold it together, including my daughter Samandra. Aw shit, sorry Trotter. I stood up, meeting adjourned. Let's see if we can reach the Nighthold. TDR 9393. The Nighthold was in a condition that was barely worth calling a spaceship. Mostly because it had ceased to be ship, or space-worthy. The moon it was crashed on was barely capable of supporting life, and as our dropships descended on the site I saw that the personnel section had largely been crushed in the crash. Gods above. Sumair said as she looked at the wreck. How positively gothic. I didn't even deign to answer, because it honestly was. I also recognized the signs of a salvagers camp, struggling to pack up before our arrival. The cargo hold was sealed and they hadn't gotten it open at least, but several of the smaller weapon emplacements had already been stripped for parts and an agri-mech was carting off a fair-sized plate of hull. Outspeakers blared our claims to the site as the scavengers ran, the sight of a Union and Leopard coming in discouraging anyone from objecting particularly vocally. Van Dyer's oath. Trotter said, and I winced at the phrase. It didn't have exactly the same connotations it used to, but it was still regarded as vile language. Lodara put a hand on my shoulder to get my attention and I turned. Should I do something about people running away with the salvage? She nodded towards the weapons crew. As much as I want to say yes, we don't have any sort of contract here and I'd rather not have people asking why we murdered a bunch of yokels seemingly for sport. I fought down every instinct that told me to exterminate the ants running around down below before they made off with technology I had every intention of marketing and capitalizing on. Instead I allowed them to flee, praying to the Omnissiah that they didn't take anything compromising. Behemoth. The ship was positively Baroque. In the most literal sense, Gothic architecture, looming gargoyles, the symbology on display was practically intimidating. But finding the cargo doors still secure had calmed down Warden and his people immeasurably, the crew section seeming to be the only compromised section. Open it, Warden said as Trotter moved up to the vast doors. The going was slow as he connected and began praying to the machine's spirit. This one was more complex than those I'd been taught to pilot a knight. But finally the slab-sided doors began to descend and I heard a simple throne. Muttered by Kane. He was grinning from ear to ear as a small machine stepped forwards and its weapons aimed at us. Whoever the fuck you are. Get B. The voice was female and came from the machine. Pa. Over the next half hour we learned that Trotter's daughter hadn't perished at all, but her stasis pod had been damaged and she'd been alone for a quarter of a year, surviving off of the ship's rations as she got no sleep due to scavengers trying to tear their way into the Nighthold. Finally worried enough that they might succeed, she'd donned a helm mechanicum, a poor imitation of the throne mechanicum made for the armigers. And yet that was not the only surprise. The manifest didn't list the 8 lemon rust pattern vehicles in there. These were tanks produced on his homeworld and were bizarre machines. 4 were what he called vanquishers, 2 were executioners and the last were just called destroyer tank hunters. They all looked mean and ready to go at a moment's notice. Moving around I looked at the new knight. It wasn't like the Templar, or the Preceptor. Everything about it was subtly different. And in some ways, not so subtle. Why is it so different? I asked as I walked around it, Trotter checking the diagnostics panel. And why didn't Samandra use it? Samandra lacks the implants to pilot using a throne mechanicum. Just using the helm mechanicum was dangerous for her without proper training, which she's going to need now. She made the connection. He said, covering the easier question. There were a number of knight models built, and experimentation on something called a Titan, but I wasn't privy to that. The Templar and Preceptor are very similar in pattern, and are probably the most powerful overall. The streaks here, she was different. He moved around her, several weapons options. For main there is a lightning cannon or Folkite Gyro Vial, for the secondary weapon there is the Hecaton Siege Claw or Chain Fist. Tertiaries are Graviton guns and Rad Cleansers. I turned in disbelief. As in Radiation Cleanser. Trotter nodded. This was built not to deal with its contemporaries, but lesser machines and especially infantry detachments. The Gyro Vial is virtually useless against enemy armored units, and something the size of a mech isn't going to be overly bothered by the Graviton gun, Phased Plasma Fusel or Rad Cleanser. He shuddered. I don't particularly like this pattern, and the politics on our world that forced and needed its creation. I don't know what Warden is going to do, but I believe he plans on Decker piloting it. I was surprised at that, the machine even looked evil. Are you sure about that? What about Glitch? Seems more her cup of tea. Warden plans on Decker piloting it, Glitch is going to pilot the Sarastus when we find it. A more close combat-oriented machine with less, politically indelicate, weapons. Trotter sat down on an upturned crate. I suspect he's going to order me to rip out the Rad Cleanser, it's the only one that is probably illegal. You think he'll order you to destroy them? I asked, cocking my head and wincing at the pain as I pulled the healing wound. Not a chance. He'll hold on to them for when he feels something really deserves it. Trotter shut down the cogitator and stood up. Okay, teams, I want everything of value stripped, the support equipment has priority after the war material, after that, strip the ship's systems, including her drives if we can. He began calling out, Mech techs, follow the directions of the sacristans, they know what to take and how to do so without angering the machine spirits. Yang grinned as he came over, you heard him, this is their tech, so play nice and don't screw up. I stood up, it was time to find Kane. Behemoth found me in the ship's chapel, a red leather-bound data slate in hand. Embossed with the half-skull, half-machine sigil of the church Mechanikus. The coffin ship wasn't made for long use, and its machine spirit was quiescent, and likely had been since the crash, and yet still I was drawn to it like a moth to flame. She didn't say anything, simply sitting in one of the pews, recognizing the place for the chapel it was. Not that such an association was hard to make. Half the crew actually did perish, including the captain and ship's engineers, only the fact the sacristan and engine seer stasis devices were closer to the cargo bay saved them. And yet Trotter tells me it's a miracle as much survived as it has. Unfortunately, it's not all good news. I leaned back. What's the problem? Miranda asked, tucking her hair back amongst her implants. The techno dreadlocks suited her. We received a message from Markham, like Home Davy and Introtech were raided by some corporate types, plans for fabricating the gravity plating were stolen, some people murdered, but whoever did it got away clean. At least that's what his message says, the hidden binary cipher in the message header ID'd the thieves. I passed over a smaller data slate. Comster, are they aware of the connection to us? She asked with a half-tone of panic. Far as we can tell, no. They stole technical plans only, and attempted to destroy it while they were at it. I said, but they noticed the tech being distributed and acted fast to secure it. Which is going to cut not just into our royalties, but also mean that we need to protect our tech base further. Somewhere away from prying eyes. She said, considering the situation. I waved off that part. That is somewhat handled, the Star-Lord will do that nicely. But for our product? I want a separate ship to actually move the it. I don't want people to connect our primary jump ship with a production hub. Sooner or later Comstar is going to come knocking trying to work out where the new tech is coming from. And I want a buffer between us. You know, we could talk to the leaders of this rock, convince them to deed this place. Us the ship is the basis for a proper home base. I paused, looking at her, you know what, you're absolutely right. Chapter 12. The Machine Spirits. TDR 9393. The Nighthold. September 17th, 3023. Months of minor work on this dust ball, almost beyond charted space, and the Nighthold had become almost a viable facility in its own right. The planetary government had no difficulty deeding the land to us in exchange for the occasional supply runs with our normal business for medicines and other basic necessities. Even so, nothing of importance was ever moved down to the Nighthold without the dropship capable of moving them right off again. But today was special. For over a month Decker had been imprinting properly on the throne Mechanikus as the Streaks was brought online. To my consternation, however, Decker had decided to adopt the pseudo-religious naming scheme for it, settling for the Night Lazarus. The sacristans were in full regalia, and the reflection chamber had seen Decker through the full trials we had been able to only partly put Behemoth through. I looked across the compound at the Night Templar as it stood still, watching the closed cargo doors of the Nighthold as I stood across from her in the Preceptor doing the same. My people milled about in curiosity as they watched the events unfold, the neo-Gothic proceedings steeped in that almost religious air. Before the doors stood the sacristans themselves, who were not part of the closeted initiation ceremony. Behind them, on knees, were the supplicants who had requested a chance to become pilots of the 3 armigers. Medusa, Warspite, and Spike. My mind turned back to the logistics of the situation. The Star-Lord had arrived 4 days ago bearing a merchant clamped to its collars. Markham had hired a crew that had been smart enough to take on a few commissions on its way here. The name borne on its hull, the Divine Right. The cold shudder in my bones at the name Markham had given it was playing right into the unspoken theme of our mercenary group. With it, we had the Warden's Rest and the Hysteria. Neither of which would do to move the cargo we wanted. But it left me with an interesting conundrum. Both a question of defense and offense. The Star-Lord was, itself, unarmed. The Warden's Rest could carry 8 mechs, the Lemon Russes and our 2 aerospace, with the Hysteria carrying another 4 mechs. Of the 12 spaces for mechs, fully half was now suited for the Night Cotters. That left us with 4 mechs. But did not this place need at least a token defense? The sound of metal stress tore my attention away from the logistics and back towards the ceremony. The cargo doors opened and the sight of the Night Lazarus filled me with a cold sensation, though as with Behemoth, the throne mechanicum bound him in loyalty, I knew the temperament of the machine my uncle had devised. A mean-spirited and vicious warlord that I simply could not have allowed Glitch to pilot. She'd have lost herself in the manifold of its surging cruelties. Decker, I expected Decker would act as a damper against the machine's worst tendencies. I felt my weapons twitch in anticipation as the Night Lazarus was brought to power. Decker. The training never prepared me for this, not really, even with the throne mechanicum whispering in my mind I had not been truly prepared for the tidal surge of the Lazarus machine spirit. It crashed against my mind like a wave and I sensed the message that had been left for Warden, standing in front of me, my eyes seeing with a machine's acuity and power. And yet the feelings of the machine continued to crash in waves against my mind. An urge to crush the people before us. A desire to blast apart the prefab structures we'd assembled with the Folkite Aerovile, or rip them apart with the Hecaton Siege Claw. The Carapace gun tracked and even attempted to cycle power before I quashed the urge and truly understood that I needed to surge with, and against, the spirit, to take the role of master. I quashed the impulses even as I felt them run through me, even become part of me. Kill. No. Kill. No. Must kill. No. The machine fought with an inhuman and impossible cry of outrage before it subsided. Having wrested control and awareness from the surging machine spirit, it dropped back to quiescence. The power and impulse of its thoughts still reeling. Finally I realized Trotter was trying to speak to me and I allowed the Vox channels to open. You okay, boy? Spirited. I never really believed it. I never realized until I looked at the chronometer that I'd been wrestling with the spirit for nearly 10 minutes. A subconscious battle for domination that had to be won. It was then I realized that Warden was right, Glitch could never have piloted Lazarus. The pretty girl who'd ended up on the wrong side of prison walls over an ID malfunction would have relished the sensation and drowned in its rage. Sorry, I blasted the warhorn of the Lazarus almost as a howl of outrage itself. I noticed then how different the warhorns of each knight was when the Templar and Preceptor both blasted their own warhorns in greeting. A sound only the machine could truly translate. The Templar was an honorable war machine prone to fits of righteous fury and justice. The Preceptor's spirit was a noble bound in almost pure power, the knowledge it could decide wisely and spare an enemy at a crucial moment, or be driven to rage and destroy all that it beheld. The horn of the Lazarus didn't sound like either to me, instead it was a primal warrior's call, a barbarian spirit in a civilized land. I truly wondered if I'd be able to maintain control when battle was joined. I began a slow purposeful stride and knew that the Lazarus would be between the Templar and Preceptor for speed and agility. Stepping out into the light I felt a sensation akin to drawing a breath similar to that of being cooped up on ship between worlds. My warhorn blared again as I bowed to the Templar and Preceptor, and like that, this part of the ceremony was over. Over but for the simmering anger cooling in the back of my skull, waiting for the time when the answer to must kill was yes. Medusa, Warspite, and Spike were in the medical tents being surgically altered with the lesser implants required for interfacing with the helm mechanicum, the armigers awaiting their pilots. It had been decided by the sacristans, and myself, that full disclosure of the effects of the helm mechanicum were to be disclosed to them, but still they accepted. Even knowing that in the heat of battle I could override their own actions didn't deter them from wanting a part of what Behemoth and now Decker had. Glitch confused at being overlooked until I explained in private my plans for her. For now I was in a meeting with the command group. Nice to meet you, Captain Spire. Sorry I couldn't engage you before now, but the celebrations we had could not be interrupted. I shook his hand and invited him to sit down. I hope you're treating the Divine Right as she deserves. She's a nice ship. A bit undergunned, I admit to being a little worried what I am going to do for defense. He admitted, the factories that Markham had installed are operational and the people he trusted to work them have begun manufacturing. 2 of the bays are factories, 1 for materials, 2 for the finished product, the last for supplies naturally. I nodded. Good work. And I agree on the defense angle. I am hoping to do something about that quickly. What did you have in mind? He asked leaning back in the jump seat that had been salvaged from somewhere. An Achilles, I said, drinking from the mug in front of me, and a mule for cargo transfer. He whistled lowly. Ambitious, he finally said, processing the idea. No plans for the last 2 callers. I froze up for a second. Plans, yes, but they're at a very raw stage, so I'm not sharing those ones yet. I need to make sure our initial plans work out first. And honestly, I need a cheap jump ship with a single caller for moving the cargo. I don't want anybody knowing that our advanced technology we're selling is being produced here. He nodded. Understandable, a high-tech factory producing these lasguns on a ship with no native defenses, who wouldn't take a chance at that? But a single caller jump ship, the only one I can think of is a comster ship. You may as well just get an invader. The merchant is cheaper but is unarmed, the invader is both plentiful, and has a couple of weapons. Damn. I said, sitting back. So a 500 million for an invader, another 300 million for a mule, and 350 for the Achilles, not counting small craft, ASFs, crew, and consumables. I'd put a baseline at $1 billion for comfort, and even then, we'd need to consider recouping that sort of investment. The gravity plating was a perfect and smart play for startup cash and some sustainable income. But right now, those royalties will basically only cover maintenance according to Markham's projections since somebody poached the design. I admit, I chucked a mild tantrum, throwing my mug across the room before calming down. Loderessarin, Sumair Meyer, Darius and Yang watched impassively. Both had seen far worse outbursts at the hand of much more dangerous machines. It seemed Spire was made of similar stuff. Lasguns are not going to be enough to cover that, let alone in advance to keep the divine rights secret as a factory secret. Yang was the first to speak up. Well, there are other options. He said, considering it. There is the shielding technology, and those god's-forsaken heat sinks your knights use. They're insanely efficient, maybe even the reactor technology. He said, thinking hard. Larger weapons may also be an option. No. I said, holding up a hand. Our larger munitions aren't being sold if I can help it. The edge they give us is considerable. I sat back thinking, the heat sinks might be a good idea, however, A&D. The room was caught in my thinking. And what? Yang asked. What if we were to market some knockoff armigers as a new assault mech? Replace the helm mechanicum with a Marauder's cockpit configuration, change the thermal spears to, say, a pair of PPCs and a medium laser on top. Hell, replace the chain cleaver with another arm carrying a pair of PPCs and we have a mech that is a danger even to assaults. Trotter ran the numbers. At a mass of 85 tons, the height of a medium with the speed of a light, we could upset some serious competition. Darius spoke up. Maybe, but production speed vs price vs our goals, I'm not opposed to the idea, but even if we put a hefty tag on them, could we even sell enough to make a dent in the number we're looking for? Say we price them at 30 mil, we'd need to produce and sell 50. For a cool 1.5 billion. He looked down at his calculator. Trotter ran the numbers. If we set up a production run for them, 40 million for the necessary PPCs, say another million for the cockpit parts, 2 million for the medium lasers, and say another 7 for various parts. I grinned. With the heat sinks. Darius spoke up again. Boss, I just ran some numbers and did some cross-checking. But A. Kerner battle mechs is based on New Avalon. They produce the Donal particle projection cannons for the Battleaxe mech, and maybe the Battleaxe's cockpit parts would work for it. I checked the calendar. It'd take us another 4 months to reach New Avalon, and at least that again to return. Captain Spire, I want you to plot a least time course back to New Avalon, and we're all coming with. I have a business proposal to make. Markham, New Avalon. Sometimes I was terrified by the intensity of the man known as Kangerdino, and this was one of those times. Buried in binary encoding in a long video message about how they were coming to visit New Avalon for some R&R were some almost terrifying proposals. The first was easy enough, a request to purchase at least 400 Donal PPCs from Achinar battle mechs with half as many medium lasers and cockpit components for Battleaxe mechs, strangely however, not entire cockpits, only components. The second was more difficult. By an order of magnitude. Arrange a meeting with Hansa Davian, after a short period, for a tech demonstration and business proposal, both with the head of the Federated Sons and with Achinar battle mechs. The audacity and boldness of the request was why he was now sitting with Otto in the gentlemen's club between both their officers watching 20-somethings dance for the local currency. Being a higher-end club, the girls appeared quite talented, limber, and eager to accommodate. An amusing oddity given that most of the patrons, being high-end businessmen, were here to discuss business as much as anything else. And when they were all too often the girls took the hint and stayed away, it hadn't taken long to learn that a local coin sitting on its edge was the keep-away sign. Lovely place this, I really should come recreationally sometime. Otto said, appreciating the current dancer on the stage. I can't entirely say the same. I've had a nice widower making eyes at me and sharing my bed now and again. We're getting close and it may even be serious. Unfortunately, this is a good place to do business without being disturbed. I said, sitting back. Oh, and what is it, Markham? You've done well for yourself. while I weathered that raid, I'm surprised a competitor hasn't already opened shop. Neither of us were fooled, we both knew that Comstar was behind it. So what can I help you with? I would like to make an appointment for a demonstration and offer to your cousin Hansa in the future. Otto actually and literally choked and spluttered into his drink as he turned sharply, as did several other heads in the room. He brushed off the incident with a charming smile and a wave, and the other patrons turned back to their own business, or the dancing girls. You don't bloody ask much. Otto was actually shaken by the request, he practically hissed it in accusation. I was surprised when the request came through too. I debated for nearly a week whether I should even speak to you about it or pursue it through more official channels. I said, sitting back regretting even thinking to ask Otto. He calmed down and leaned back, waving a hand dismissively. No, you just caught me by 100 degrees of surprise. Your business sense and dividends have been paying off quite well for you, and the men you're financing. I didn't bother correcting him with the revelation that I was little more than the broker for his business, the savvy face to put forwards. Wait, is he coming to do this demonstration? Otto said, suddenly wary. He is, but I assure you that he does not plan on any stunts, and any actions for the presentation will be run through me in an appropriate script. We also plan on inviting the CEO of Achinar Battle Mechs to the presentation and making them an offer on the subject, the salt, and now the honey. At my suggestion, we thought that Lycombe Davian Introtech might want a presence and to make an offer perhaps. Otto leaned back frowning, then looking curious. And you'll want royalties again? Truthfully, I don't know. We don't trust the secure nature of the communications, so we've kept things quiet using an encrypted cipher of our own and information short. I admitted, I know what he wants probably won't be small. Oh, and how not small are we talking? 3-4 billion C-bills I'm guessing. Otto was goggling again. And it was no surprise, this was a big one, and it could only be a big one given the request to present directly to Hansa Davian. Look Markham, I've got nothing but respect for you, you helped us basically put other local aerospace companies completely out of business as real competition. But a request like this is not simple. It will take time to arrange. He's not due to arrive for another 3.5 months. I leaned back in the booth. Otto squinted at me. Damn it Markham, okay, I'll speak to my cousin if he spares the time to see me. I'll even speak to Doris, a friend of mine over at Acheron Battle Mechs, about arranging a demonstration. I don't suppose you need something in the meantime. No, I've got that covered thanks Otto. I said with a grin. What the hell does he want to show off anyway? Otto asked, curiosity getting the better of him. To be fair, I have no idea, only that in his idea the only way Hansa would turn it down is if he was turned into a dribbling imbecile overnight. Otto laughed, I can't wait to see it. Chapter 13. Demonstration. New Avalon, NAIS. January 5, 3024. Hansa Davian, Third Perspective. The stands were particularly full around the field as the mercenary dropship sat under guard, permitted only to bring their Leopard as it was sufficient for the trials. Hansa sat in the booth reserved for the guest of honor, with him were a number of battle mech and aerospace tech firms that had been invited, though originally only Achinar Battle Mechs and Lycombe Davian Introtech had been invited. The corporate laws of the Federated Suns had necessitated widening the field. What had been planned as a small and private demonstration had turned into a true curiosity to be enjoyed so close after the New Year's celebrations. Otto, I do hope this isn't a waste of time, I'm quite surprised to see that it's garnered this level of attention. So am I guess personally requesting to demonstrate for the first prince himself was bound to cause some ripples, I'd wager half those present don't even know why. He countered. So tell me Mr. Markham, what exactly are we going to be seeing today? The tone was reasonable, with a hint of amusement, and a dash of reproach. I don't know entirely, I've gone over what there is, but all that was asked was for a mech warrior test course of high difficulty, with live fire. The businessman admitted, Colonel Giardino has been extremely security conscious about this and I haven't had time to see him personally and appraise it myself. Hansa nodded, understanding the desire for security. Espionage was a serious business in the inner sphere. Finally however, the Leopard, under intense scrutiny, opened up the mech doors and the crowds went silent. Anticipation filled the air, people shifted in seats as a sound blasted across the stands. Hands leapt to ears unexpecting the blast of a war horn to ripple across the area as it emerged. Hansa took in a breath as the first war machine emerged, standing taller than an Atlas, or any other assault mech. It utterly radiated menace, its black paint job covered with all sorts of iconography and heraldic displays. The turrets on its shoulders sat with barrels raised to the sky, the massive missiles on its back quiescent. Vast guns on its arms failing to hide the two smaller turrets placed near its armpits. Music began to play from its speakers as the others emerged. It was almost half the size of the machine that emerged first and completely lacked the same menace, at least next to the vast one. Using the booth controls, Hansa zoomed in on the smaller machine. What in the name, is that for PPCs? He laughed viciously. Your employer is an idiot Markham, that thing will shut down. They began to run towards the course, the three of them working together as they charged, the limbs lacking Myanmar bundles of any sort, accelerating the machine to over 100 km per hour in a straight line, and then the test began. Drone emplacements began to fire very real weapons as the machines entered the gauntlet, and Hansa felt the objections die in his throat. The machines did not stop firing. They did not glow with radiated heat as PPCs fired one after another without any sign of overheat or failure, occasionally punctuated by the medium laser blasting with it. The machines, despite the weight registering on the test readings as 85 tons, moved more like dancers, lacking the strange awkward balance of most mechs that size. That isn't possible, Otto said, standing up as Hansa moved over close to the screens. Weapons fire was rippling out in displays of man-made lightning and tearing through the test structures like hot knives through butter. No mech was made to handle sustained PPC fire, and yet these machines were firing, at a sustained rate of fire, 4 of them. Weapons fire raked the 3 machines, desperately trying to put them down, and what managed to hit was not without effect. Explosions rippled against armor that wasn't ablating under the impacts. Autocannon shells hit and ricocheted as the poor angles and speed of the armatures threw off targeting systems. Only laser weapons and PPCs seemed to make any lasting marks, scorch lines, and ripples of man-made lightning that marked them. But before the music stopped playing from the largest machine, the course had been run, even as it burned. The applause from the audience went beyond polite, and yet it was less than might have been deserved. All too many of the spectators horrified at what they had witnessed. A mercenary company with machines like these? What could stand against them? The party was a busy one in the new Avalon Institute of Science, and the talk all centered around the object standing on a mech display, with a heavy security contingent. Markham managed to find me and punched me in the shoulder none too gently. Talk about a mic drop. Your display out there has pretty much all the mech companies sweating bullets, worried that you're about to annihilate them as a credible threat. And those that aren't are secretly trying to figure out how much to bid for the designs. I grinned. I wore my nightsuit and it kept me cool as I surveyed the surroundings, but also made it perfectly clear I was the one who brought the new machines. It didn't take long at all before Hansa Davian himself decided to seek me out. The room subconsciously parted to let him reach me, and then formed an almost exclusionary social bubble to avoid being implicated in anything. Standing up, I nodded to the first prince. Colonel Giardino, I must say today has set the cat amongst the pigeons to see the way they are acting. His words were weighted and I held off judgment. Trotter, looking less comfortable, stepped forwards. First Prince Hans Davian of the Federated Sons, if I may present Duke Kane Giardino, formerly of Lathe. I put a hand on his shoulder. Formerly of Lathe? Hansa asked. My uncle is one of the men responsible for the development of the technology you witnessed today, though Trotter here was behind the hybridizing it with inner sphere technology to allow others to pilot them using a neurohelmet, I said with a wry, if slightly concerned smile. Unfortunately, elements on my home world were afraid of it, and his proposal to send ships back to the inner sphere to try and reconnect with the successor states. It led to a nuclear war that rendered the world lifeless. So much of your technology has become lost. Hansa said with a sigh. Not at all. My uncle managed to send out what we call coffin ships laden with most of his work. I am still trying to track down the remaining coffin ships. It is a large part of what drives me. Unfortunately, funds is the other part of what drives me, and to do what I must to recover my legacy I need more than I have. I said diplomatically, the Federated Sons represents the most honest, fair, and free society of the successor states, and most receptive to new ideas, as I suspect are you with your sponsoring the creation of this fine institute that is hosting us. Hansa laughed. At this point, I suspect most of the people here would probably try and rob you if you tried to leave without making a deal with somebody, so what exactly did you have in mind? Nothing cheap. I was thinking of selling 100 exclusively to House Davian, and maybe licensing out production lines to the armature to those willing to pay for the licensing fees. And while I'm at it, separately market the heatsink technology we use for our knights. I'm sure you noticed that none of them shut down or even showed signs of overheating during the test. I said with a detached interest. I did. I do believe I even marked that it was impossible, but you were kind enough to let my people verify the PPCs were real, including certification dockets from their purchase. Hansa indicated we should follow, and the 3 of us followed, joined by Otto, as we departed to an adjoining chamber. He poured some measures of a whiskey, or perhaps bourbon, and I politely declined as he took a seat and pretended his bodyguards didn't exist, indicating we should all take seats in the rather comfortable-looking sitting room chairs, the red leather chairs looking like they belonged next to a fireplace with a loyal hound stretched out next to it. The truth is, you've put us in a bit of a hot spot. I can't deny, you were right when you said I'd have to be a dribbling imbecile to let this technology go without securing it. And I can't deny the desire to do so by force, but you've come in mind of fair trade, and I suspect you have more up your sleeves. He said, taking a mouthful of drink. But, Markham said. But this is going to get a lot of attention, don't get me wrong. I am definitely going to buy 100, no argument. My heart fluttered at the words, the sound of C-bills filling pockets, but this is likely to create as many problems for us as not. 100 assault mechs capable of chasing a locust and enough PPCs to make anybody hesitate. He leaned back and looked out of a window connecting to the larger party. Look at it, it's the size of a light or medium mech, weighs more and, well, has almost nothing in common with traditional mech design. I'm concerned this may lead to an arms race, a concern exacerbated by the fact I know a Comster rep invited himself to today's demonstration. He laughed as he caught my panicked expression. I knew it. He said with a laugh and pointing finger. You don't trust the robes either, that's why all this was kept a secret. Was there really a Comster rep there? I asked, slightly mad at myself. Unfortunately, yes. And he was quick to head back to his compound after the display. But for now, let's talk business. He turned to Markham as Markham quickly appraised himself again on the information we had gone over. So Markham, I understand you're the negotiating arm, let's hear it. Markham nodded and checked again. We've gone over the technologies involved, the extra processes required and settled on a cost of 30 million per unit. Hansa practically choked. For that sort of investment I could buy 300 Atlas, he said plainly, with change. To be fair, First Prince, an Atlas is not heat neutral, can't chase after a light, or fill the same battlefield roles the Armiger can be adapted to, or even possess the advanced balancing geos. It would take very little effort, for example, to swap out the PPCs with a battery of large or medium lasers. The systems aren't as delicately balanced as a battle mech. I said, talking up the product. Hansa nodded, accepting the truth of the statements as fact. Okay, then tell me, what are the weak points of an Armiger? Battlefield lifetime. Unlike many cockpits of the inner sphere, there is no amenities to speak of. While it has room for a ration pack, the only bathroom options would have to be built into the seat, and the cockpit is very cramped. More if the pilot is a larger person, overweight can basically be ruled out completely. I said plainly, not trying to conceal anything, and as you said, for their size they are heavier than the competing mechs. So using them to save drop weight is out of the question, which comes down to what a few of my pilots feel is their greatest weakness: they're not jump capable, and differences in the system mean we can't just erase that difficulty. Hansa grunted. What about 25 per unit? Markham went over the numbers, it'd bring down the profit margins, heavily. I think we can do that, in addition to licensing out production to Federated Sons production companies for a 20% royalties on sales for the Armiger. And tell me about these heat sinks. Trotter spoke up. 4 tons each, about the size of 2 standard heat sinks, 10,000 C-bills per unit. Hansa frowned. That's a significant investment. He said, frowning. According to our testing, each of them is equivalent in heat management to 20 standard heat sinks. Trotter said, and Hansa goggled. Do you have any idea the impact they could have? I do, First Prince, which is why I'm here in the Federated Sons, offering up the technology for your own development and use. I relaxed into the chair, it really was comfortable, even through my night suit. And what other technology do you plan on upsetting the status quo with? He asked with a dark chuckle. Nothing yet, First Prince, I plan on selling some small arms as our own corporate interest instead of leasing that out, however. Though I may consider developing the battery technology we use for it further than we have so far. I said, trying to not sound too interested. The bait was bought. Why is that? I took out the lasgun power pack. This device powers our LOS weapons, handheld, it's good for approximately 60 shots from a lasgun, it can be recharged by plugging it into any power source, or just leaving it in the sun. In a pinch you could even recharge it throwing it in the fire, but you cut a third of its capacity doing that. Hansa looked less impressed by it. Scaled up, however, to a big enough battery, and you just might have the benefit of a recharge station plugged right into your jump ships. Imagine a capacitor that could be charged rapidly, that could perform the same function as a lithium fusion battery, for a small percentage of the mass and monetary cost. Otto, get in here. Hansa Davian said, causing him to look up and head for the sitting room that the call had come from. The nervousness of the event was at an all-time high, and he was no exception. Representing Lycombe Davian Introtech, he wanted a piece of the pie that was the heat sinks everyone was speculating about. Speculation started before he'd even hit the stairs. You too, Director. Hansa added. Both of them followed him into the sitting room to find the mercenaries waiting. Our new friends here would prefer a more anonymous contribution, as you've all probably been gossiping about us being locked up here for 20 minutes, the official story is we hired them to carry out the demonstration. The Director and Otto both nodded as they took seats. It turns out that we're about to turn over a very large amount of money to Duke Giardino here, both for a very large batch of these Armigers, in bidding for access to their heatsink technology, and finally, in this. Hansa tossed the lasgun pack to the Director of the Institute. It turns out there is a very real possibility that this technology can be scaled up to carry out the same duties as a lithium fusion battery, for less cost, faster charge, and adaptability. The Director turned it over, unsure what to say. It just looks like a small battery. Markham turned to her. A standard laser rifle has about 40 discrete shots with a standard power cell, Each shot of 2 seconds can cut a 1.5 cm cut through 0.5 cm thick steel. A lasgun, using this pack, which you'll note is smaller, is capable of approximately 60 shots, and each shot carries enough power to cause flash vaporization capable of detaching limbs. He walked over and gently took the pack. It can be charged simply by leaving it in the sun or hooking it up to effectively any source of power, or it can be tossed into a fire to recharge it, though it loses about a third of its charge capacity doing so. Trotter spoke up next. The capacitor technology in them scales up very well. The volcano cannon on the Preceptor of Death uses them to build up charge from its plasma reactor, and according to my research the volcano cannon is already equivalent to naval lasers if not naval PPCs. He looked at the diagrams on his pad. Scaling up the technology would not be easy, but I believe the men and women of this institute probably have the expertise to make it happen. What miracle are you going to show us next, teleporters? Otto laughed in good humor. Trotter and Warden joined in the laughter, in less good humor. Not at all, Otto, that's all we have in mind so far. Warden said, relaxing back into his chair. All that's left is coming to an agreement. Star. Amorous, damn it. The robe said as he examined what little footage he'd been able to get of the day. They're saying that these Raven Guard were hired to demonstrate some top-level skunk works, but nothing I can find is making sense. He almost cast the tape across the room before calming himself down and straightening his back. Whoever they are being protected at a high level. We can't get a strike team near their property or the NAIS. The only comfort is that they've sold rights to numerous pieces of their technology to a number of firms for the production of armigers and their heat sinks. It's bad enough that the Primus has instructed us to make an offer for the rights to produce their heat sinks. The Precenter of the New Avalon station said, stunning the young man who'd acquired the footage. What? He said, turning to the Precenter. We've been instructed to make an offer to the mercenaries for their heat sink technology. But such Lastek is. The Precenter shuddered. I understand your position, young man. However, I've spoken with some of the contractors who purchased the rights. It's not Lastek. It was independently developed. New technology, real new technology with that sort of impact? I looked into the numbers. If it's accurate, a Texas-class battleship could save over 3,000 tons of mass converting to these new heat sinks. Even an invader with its 116 heat sinks could reduce it to a mere 24 tons of heat sinks. The numbers were blatantly worrying. These new heat sinks were large and heavy, but insanely efficient compared to the ones they'd been relying on. Even the double heat sinks that were kept in vaults away from other inner sphere powers were a major game changer. An Awesome could swap out its entire load of heat sinks for a mere 2, giving it another 20 tons of mass to play with while becoming heat neutral. The younger man sat down. What have we been told to offer? 200 million C-bills, cash, credit or material, for unlimited production rights with no royalties, in perpetuity. The Precenter said. A low price to pay. But why not just take the schematics A&D? Because we are Comstar, and we can sell them more widely than the Federated Suns will without arousing questions. And while we are standing above board, they won't think to publicly accuse us if we steal the plans for those damnable armigers. Chapter 14. Big Business and the Faint Sound of Church Bells. New Avalon, NAIS. January 11, 3024. The robe paced upset, angry and virtually about to take a tantrum as I say on the other side of the room, suppressing a grin. Since the demonstration, the Warden's Rest had made planetfall and the Hysteria returned to orbit to cover security over the Star-Lord. It is a perfectly fair offer, Colonel Giordino, and it is not often that Comstar makes an offer like this. The Precenter was practically in a panic. 200 million is a most fair offer. Markham held up a hand as I leaned forwards. 200 million is a fine offer, for a more restricted license. But you want a license without any royalties, in perpetuity. Markham said, that is blatantly highway robbery. These heat sinks are 5 times as effective for their weight as any standard heat sinks across the inner sphere. I didn't intervene and point out that they were still over twice as efficient as even double heat sinks. Markham frowned, and the reach of the technology is beyond anything else I can imagine. Jump ships, drop ships, mechs, fusion-powered vehicles, ASF, civilian power plants. They will all want a piece of this technology. Put 1,000 of them on a warship and there is 10 million C-bills right there for one ship. And we would have to eat the product. And nothing. With a license like that you would just market the plans to firms you have controlling interests in and have them eat the costs while you take pure profit, which is something you already do with the HPG facilities, I might add. Markham said angrily. I say, if you're not happy with such a deal, I am quite happy to walk while we offer it to everybody else? No. You've come at us with an offer so low as to be entirely insulting. I won't stoop to that level because I have a healthy respect for Comstar even if it doesn't have it for me. His tone was saddened. No, I'm going to give you an offer instead. We are prepared to offer Comstar, for its own use only, unrestricted access to the technology free of royalties in perpetuity for an upfront cost of 5 billion C-bills. In addition, Comstar may further license out production of the heat sinks to any of the successor states, but in the case of such sub-licensing, we are to receive a 10% royalty on sales, per unit, from non-Comster producers. This deal includes exclusivity outside of the Federated Suns. We will not market our heatsinks to anyone outside of the Federated Sun in perpetuity. The Precenter actually sat down like an atlas that had been knocked on its ass unexpectedly, hard and fast enough his acolytes rushed over to check he was okay. You can't really believe that Comster could possibly accept those terms. Markham shrugged. You are entirely free to present the offer to the Primus and come to us with a counter-offer. I am eager to hear about further business we can do. The Precenter stood up and walked off as the Davian lawyer watched in admiration. You've quite possibly made the biggest mistake you could imagine. Markham nodded. If it was just the Precenter, certainly, but he made the mistake of pointing out the offer came directly from the Primus, but I don't think so. I think what we've done is surprised them and let them know we're not just some dumb mercenary company that stumbled onto a technology. They now know we have a proper understanding of the implications of the technology. The lawyer nodded. So how do you expect it to go? Either they'll talk us down to a 5% royalty on external licensing they conduct and maybe down to 4 billion C-bills. Or, what worries me most, is they'll want private licensing for the armigers for themselves and let us have my proposal in full. In any case, I think the clincher is the offer that they'll have exclusive rights to market it outside of the Federated Suns, for whatever price they want basically. Markham said plainly. The lawyer nodded. Very well, shall I bring in the next customer? Please. 9 days of negotiations. 9 days of hell and a desire to get in the preceptor of death and simply level anything in reach. But all that was needed was to sit back and relax. The problem was that Hansa had been right, putting the companies in competition was driving them to fanatical extremes. They all wanted to be in on the ground floor, though they all chafed at the restriction for business selling them to only be conducted in the Federated Suns. For most however, the deal was the same, 250 million for a 25-year license and 5% royalty on sales for the heatsink technology. Several took the deals, others offered higher for a reduction in royalties or longer terms. By the end of it all over 9 companies had made offers to purchase the rights to the heatsink technology. And every mech firm on New Avalon put in bids to build and sell armigers, though predictably A. Kerner Battletech made the most generous offer. 6 billion credits and a 2% royalty for the exclusive rights to reproduce the armiger for the next 20 years with option to extend the license and produce derivative battlemechs based off of the technology. They would only have to produce 200 armigers to cover that investment if they weren't sold at a markup. But moreover, that agreement had included taking over our own contract to produce them for the first prints instead. I sat there with the shivers as I contemplated the success of our run. From the 9 companies that made offers, 7 of them had accepted the terms and conditions netting us 1.75 billion with 5% royalties. Another 6 billion from A. Kerner Battlemechs and Lycombe Davian Introtech had made a sly offer for the battery technology with an invader jump ship up front and up to a wing of ASFs with a 15% royalty on the jump battery profits when and if the technology actually paid out to develop. Markham sat in the room as we awaited the Comstar Precenter with something approaching severe shakes as I worried about what they had to say. Overnight we had become a vastly wealthy concern with nobody playing anything funny. How come they're all quick to accept? I asked Markham and the Davian lawyer as we sat there waiting. The lawyer was the first to respond. Because Markham is a smart man, the technologies you're offering, you could probably ask for 3 times as much and almost all of these firms would still pay it out. But by keeping it as low as he has, none of them are really considering it worthwhile to simply try and steal the technology. The man said, taking a drink of water. Pretty much, Kane, to them they're all seeing into the future, and I would bet that most of them are looking into R&D to make derivative technology that they can market without having to pay the royalties. There was a knock at the door before the Precenter stepped in. He looked like shit. I don't know how you did it. He said finally before tossing a day top hat onto the table. The Primus agreed to your terms, with one condition. Markham blinked and picked up the pad, examining the message and the contract terms before passing it to the Davian lawyer to go over. The terms and conditions were laid out there clear for all to see. Markham turned to me with something approaching trepidation and fear. The condition is that their duty to pay us royalties from external licensing and sales ends after 50 years. The Precenter still looked upset. The Primus could not settle for anything less. He said plainly, if you find the condition to be acceptable, we would be interested in getting this out of the way and seeing how you would prefer to receive payment. I nodded and Markham passed over the slate. With both the Davian lawyer and Markham having gone over the contract, I felt confident that the deal was in good faith. Signing the document, followed by Markham and then the Precenter, who passed it to the Davian lawyer as a witness. The Precenter nodded. And in what manner would you prefer the lump sum payment? C-bills. Markham said. Hansa Davian was sitting down in the chair with a wry smile as he watched me take a shaky seat. How does it feel to convince people to part with so much money, 13.75 billion, an invader jump ship and a wing of ASFs? Not counting royalties. To be honest, sir, like a small fish just tossed into the shark pool. I said with a grin. The truth was it was enormous setup money for me, but for these companies, it was an inconvenient startup for a much more profitable venture. I knew they would all be looking and wondering what I didn't show. Well, you've got that right. Our agreements that you wouldn't take work against the Federated Sons mean a lot, but you made a few enemies. What are your plans now? Hansa leaned back as he waited politely. That depends on you first, Prince, I said cautiously. I'd like to make some more controversial purchases, then make my way back to the Outer Rim and complete my search for what we have left. The first prince looked curious. Go on. Honestly, I'm feeling pretty vulnerable right now, and so I've considered my options pretty heavily. I leaned back. I would like to secure another 2 Star Lords, an Achilles-class dropship, a Mule, Excalibur, Fortress, and an Overlord dropship, all with grav plating. I saw him bring out a pocket calculator as he tried to conceal his surprise. And I didn't blame him. I expected a 6 billion spill tag on the entire collection at least. That's 5 billion credits worth of ships. He said disbelieving. He stared at me. Boy, this sort of ambition, what are you after really? My people's legacy, I said, a determined look on my face. Hansa was laughing as he looked at the proposal. Amorous nuts, boy, you have the stones. He stood up and looked into the drawers of the office. But I like that, and with the plans I have with the Steiners, we might need stones like that in the coming days. According to my intelligence, you have some Capellan enemies. I could use that too. He came back and sat down with various files in hand. I'm going to agree to your ballsy request. Because I think I can use you in future, but I need an absolutely ironclad contract that you will never ever take a contract that acts against the Federated Sons or the Lyran Commonwealth or the Federated Commonwealth. Hansa said, his voice going deadly serious, with the sort of penalty clause that means if you break it without justified cause, such as being attacked, we will put a 1 billion credit bounty on your head. Markham hadn't said a word, but an expression of near terror crossed his eyes. It was the sort of penalty clause that would effectively exile us to the far periphery to survive if we broke it. Hansa smiled and held up a hand, but we are not without some sort of generosity. We would also like to secure the Raven Guard on a first option retainer for contracts we deem to be within your ability. You won't be compelled to take them naturally, but we thought perhaps you'd appreciate it. Certainly, First Prince. I'm incalculably grateful. I was stunned, utterly blasted. Even knowing that just under half our newfound wealth was going clean out the door. And I have a few contacts, he winked with a grin, so I can set you up with crews if you like. I nodded, passing the document Hansa had prepared to Markham to examine. He read it carefully and nodded. With shaking hands, I signed. 4 jump ships and 7 drop ships. A small navy, but one nonetheless. I had contacted Lycombe Davian for the delivery of another 14 Stukas, 6 each for the Overlord and 3 each for the Star Lords in their small craft bays, with 2 for the Achilles. That left us 6 more to pick up at our leisure as I supervised the transfer of goods, as well as paying out a few million for the custom paint jobs. Little did I realize that that would be the least of the shocks I would be receiving as I looked at my bank accounts again. As Miranda sat across from me, in a summer dress of all things as we ate out, I heard the words, both from her lips and mine. It's been years, Kane. She opened a small box and I recognized the object that was within it instantly, knowing only Trotter could have given it to her. You haven't asked, and damned if I want to wait any more. Marry me, you blockhead. I seemed to watch with a sense of detachment as I tried to articulate actual words for some minutes before shutting my mouth, downing my entire glass of fizz drink and going. It'd be an honor. Part of me struggled to recoil and draw back the words before they were uttered, a part that was silenced by an idiot smile plastered across my face as she half leapt across the table to proverbially eat my face, to the embarrassment of some of the other customers. Trying to maintain my sense of dignity, with a horrifying lack of success, I took her in hand and sat down. So what spurred this leap? Oh, it definitely wasn't becoming a billionaire in a fortnight of talks. That wouldn't be it, she joked. Fact is, you silly bastard, that I love you, and I know you better than anybody else thanks to the Templar. She leaned into me and our implants rattled together. And why not get married while we're here in the Federated Sons, on their very capital, before we go play stompy death over some more frontier worlds? I nervously took the microbead from my pocket and put it in my ear, activating it on the appropriate channels. Signals, put Markham on. There was a few minutes of delay. Markham here, what's up, Kane? I need you to arrange a wedding. Fuck shitass. The curses came through thick and clear. What? I said, worried. Fucking glitch, bet me 1,000 spills that's what Behemoth got all dressed up for. Interlude 4. A private event. New Avalon. January 15th, 3024. It's too tight. I said, trying to loosen my collar in the instinctive way every groom had since the dawn of suits. Though it was no traditional suit, but the formal uniform from my home world. Stop playing with it and swallow this. Trotter said, his own suit well made, as he passed me a pill. I don't need a pill to calm down. I said, swallowing it along with my lie. Around the cathedral my people were waiting for Behemoth's arrival. Yang stood next to me as best man as I was frog marched to the altar. Outside I heard one of the armigers give off low howls as Medusa guarded the cathedral with the Davian honor guard. Though I was far too small a fry to warrant Hansa appearing in person, Otto was present with the first prince's blessing. The attendees were predominantly crew of the Raven Guard, with some friends that Markham had made living on the Davian home world. I found myself unable to focus, a nervous energy filling my bones. The implants in my skull rang lightly as I looked at the door. Whoever had built the cathedral had wisely ensured there were no clocks or other visible time-keeping devices in sight. A situation helped by Trotter refusing to let me wear my chrono. Is it normal to sweat like this? I muttered and Yang jabbed me in the ribs. A choir sung their hymnals as the music changed and I felt my heart stop. The doors opened and everything in me simply ceased to register. The reality of it slamming down like the foot of the preceptor on a foolish infantryman. The dress stole my breath for its strangeness. The music began to roll and Miranda walked down the aisle. Behemoth. He stood there relaxed as I advanced, my smile concealed by the veil I wore. Butterflies seeming to multiply at an exponential rate. His formal uniform sent the blood singing, the pistol on one hip and toothed sword on the other with refractor field amulet square on his chest. The slight haze of its active field creating an almost aura or corona around him for the spectators to see. Few understood the significance of that, but I knew. As I knew he and Markham had arranged for a platoon of troops with freshly manufactured hellguns to be hidden in the antechambers. Even Medusa in the armiger was a concession to paranoia, wrapped up in the myth of tradition. And then I was there, at the altar standing next to him as the priest looked at them. Next to the priest Trotter had taken his own place. I was not overly religious, but a marriage required a certain gravitas, and Trotter's place as sacristan was administering the rites of the Omnissiah. As the priest spoke the ancient rituals of marriage my eyes could not part from his, nor his from mine. The I-do's were done before Trotter stepped forth. Speaking in High Gothic as one of the other sacristans translated for those not trained in piloting a knight. In the eyes of the Omnissiah do I bring these two betrothed to the altar to join their houses in the ritual of marriage. Before the Omnissiah we stand. Knight Lords of War. With this ritual we will bind these two, in fortunes, war and love to fates that cannot be unbound. To health, to glory, to victory, to unending unity of heart, mind, and spirit. May the spirit of the machine bind with the soul of this man and woman and strengthen House Giardino eternal. He held out a hand to Yang who brought forth the rings, a part of the ritual delayed to the annoyance of the priest. They were not simple devices. The most finely crafted keys that had ever been developed. I hadn't even realized that Trotter had possessed the other one until Miranda had proposed to me. A matched pair of encryption cipher keys. Cain put the first ring upon my finger. In the light of the Omnissiah, I put on you this sign of union. I picked up the other and placed it upon Cain's ring finger. In the light of the Omnissiah, I put on you this sign of union. And now, you may snog the bride. Trotter said stepping back. It had been a week since the wedding and I still found myself grinning like an idiot, especially when I saw her. And yet, for now business had become more complicated. Drawn in upon ourselves the honeymoon period was over and it was back to work. As such I sat back and gathered our tow. The matter's coming to a close. Fleet. 3-star Lord jump ships. The Divine Right, Solar Mock Arius and Iron Duke. 1 Invader jump ship. Heavy Bargain. 1 Fortress. Warden's Justice. 1 Overlord. Behemoth's Rage. 1 Excalibur. Warden's Wrath. 1 Achilles. Hammerfall. 1 Union. Warden's Rest. 1 Mule. Trade Factor. 1 Leopard. Hysteria. Total war transport capacity. 76 mechs. 102 heavy vehicles. 16 infantry platoons. 10 ASF. 22 small craft. Aerospace. 20 Stukas, 2 Warden's Rest 6 Behemoth's Rage, 3 Divine Right, 3 Solar Mock Arius, 3 Iron Duke, 2 Hammerfall. Mechs. 1 Dominus Class Knight. 1 Case Taurus Class Knight. 1 Mechanicus Class Knight. 3 Armiger Class Knights. 1 Atlas. 1 Marauder. 1 Warhammer. 2 Catapults. 1 Shadowhawk. 1 Vindicator. 1 Spider. 1 Locust. Armored Vehicles. 8 Lemon Russ, 4 Vanquisher, 2 Destroyer, 2 Executioner. Infantry. To be hired. Click to expand. The outlook was problematic. While I had exactly the sort of force projection capacity I wanted, what I did not have was the force to fill it out with. We had 61 empty mech cubicles, room for 94 more tanks, bunk space for 16 platoons of infantry, and most of my fighters were sitting in small craft bays because I lacked the hangars to carry them. But the way I saw it was we had enough for 3 operations groups. The Divine Right would serve as the flagship and factory ship, paired with the Heavy Bargain it would be responsible for managing our trade empire as well as producing our own requirements. It would only need the one permanently assigned dropship, our mule, though it would typically also use the Achilles to protect it. The Munitorum group. The second group would operate off of the solar Mach Arius. The Justice, Rage, and Wrath representing its martial arm. It would be the true might of the Raven Guard. Until a greater force was found at least. Unless circumstances called for shuffling forces, it would be the War group. The third group, operating off the Iron Duke, would be the Hysteria and the rest. I was sad to give up the rest as my primary operations center, it had served me long and well. But for now they would be our small ops group. And it was they who were going to take the job to wrest control of a mining world from their corporate overlords. The Skitarius group. I knew the job we took for when we reached the periphery was a dust ball that was going to stiff our fees. Nobody else knew. I put down the document and leaned back, the comfort of a full gravity with our grav plating easily taken for granted. I watched everyone as I gathered my thoughts. Prepared to give the orders that would make a real difference and set us on the path to true power. Lodera, I want you to take the Skitarius group. For this job I'm issuing you with the Armigers as well as Decker in the Lazarus. Brucey and his mate will provide ASF support if needed from the rest. Decker, you have operational command of the mission, but keep the impulses of the Lazarus to a minimum. It was a huge risk handing off control of the mission, but a piss-poor world like that wouldn't have any way to stop Asterix and 3 Armigers from doing whatever they felt like. Darius, I want your business acumen on the Munitorum group, but I want you looking for off-grid work too. Before anyone objects, yes I mean to sidestep the MRB and a whole lot more. I don't trust Comstar not to royally screw us after we got the better of that Precentor. The Primus might have jumped at the deal, but that fucker had a real problem with it all. Miranda watched the table with interest, her eyes had practically glowed on learning I named one of the dropships after her. Spire, or should that be Admiral Spire now? I said with a wry grin. Our job is to head for this system, Miranda, and I discovered that the rings also were code locks that unlocked forbidden files in the cogitator we recovered from Trotter's coffin ship. All I know is that those CO ordinates were locked behind a wall with the implication that my uncle sent his heaviest ship there. It's not even labeled as a coffin ship. I sat back. However, I have extra orders. The room went quiet as they all waited. The divine right is to begin full-scale fabrication of Loss weaponry, devoting fully half its manufactories to it. The other manufactory I want to begin construction of 2 more Case Taurus pattern knights. I held up a hand to forestall Yang. I know we can't manufacture new ion shields at this point or plasma cores. I am hoping that we can solve that with this discovery to be made. Let's get back to the periphery and build an empire. Chapter 15. Defaulted payments and relics. Oh my. Periphery. September 21st, 3024. Decker. The hysteria dropped down through the atmosphere as I bonded with the throne Mechanics, still only half believing the boss trusted me to run this operation myself. The job was an easy one as we were dropped off in the small mining town. Medusa, you're our flusher, Warspite, Spike, with me, we're making an advance to the nearby mining facility these corporate toadies took. The Lazarus snarled out its war cry and the Armigers howled like a pack of faithful hounds in response. The Folkite Chiarovile pulled to the right trying to follow Spike before a snarl of my own brought the recalcitrant machine spirit back in line, its whine of anger calmed by the promise of violence to come. And it did not take long for that to show as the auspex on Medusa's Armiger picked up movement at the first sight. A Locust, Spider, and Vindicator came out to meet us, and I felt nothing but contempt as they tried to defend the facility as the owners made vague threats towards us. I spared a moment's remorse as their defenders moved up, and the first weapons fire of the day was the PPC on the Vindicator aimed square at the head of the Lazarus, not understanding the pilot was shielded all too well and safe. The enemy's turret control center was here and I could not afford for them to keep their defenses online. Warspite, Spike, tear apart the Locust and Spider, feel free to take your time. I recoiled from the intrusive thought from the machine spirit, but be merciful about it. I stepped up before the Vindicator as it attempted to backpedal quickly, its weapons lashing out at me in bright bursts of actinic light. Medusa, take out the turret generator. I've got this, Vindicator. The mech could not have fully understood its predicament as I fired the graviton cannon, the mass of the machine bringing it to a halt under the introduction of unknown forces, pinning it in place as unholy light gathered around and the Folkite cannon fired. I had seen the thermal cannons turn assaults into molten masses, the battle cannon blasting apart a mech like it had suffered an ammo explosion, but the Folkite cannon? I don't think I'll ever truly sleep again. The heat ray had real force behind it and the ablative armor appeared to ripple like cold fat introduced to a grill plate and melt away from the point of impact. The meager vegetation nearest the Vindicator caught a light from the waves of heat being emitted as the entire mech turned into a conflagration as the very metal burned. The head burst open and the flare of an ejection reached me all too late to stop it. The machine spirit was slow to respond to a call to stop even as I threw my entire will into ordering it to cease fire. The pilot of the Vindicator burned as his or her ejection seat cast him high into the atmosphere. The other mechs had not fared any better, though Warspite and Spike were kind enough to restrain themselves and simply go for crippling shots. The dead Vindicator still burned. The very metal burned where the Folkite weapons had torched it. Advance on the main HQ structure at low stride. Heading for the main corporate HQ, we crested the hill and I saw them there, a dozen or so buildings including the corporate headquarters. The cliff we stood on had a path down to the small town below and I felt a moment's hesitation. These people were just workers, wage slaves to some faceless corporation from the Taurian Concordat. The moment's hesitation was all it took for the machine spirit to blurt out a binary warning as a pair of shadow hawks and a phoenix hawk emerged from behind the ridge and unloaded their autocannons at me, the ionic flare shield living up to its name as the Lazarus worked to undo the mild damage an AC-10 had done to it, angry and hateful at its attackers. The war horns blared as I snarled out an almost incoherent order to slay the heretics. The rage was in full swing and the red mist had descended and I watched with horror as the Fulkite weapon was lowered to aim at the HQ structure. Blazing crimson light flared and the very building itself combusted under the arcane light as the plasma blaster began firing with the graviton gun. Structures collapsed under the power of the gravity weapon or as plasma blasts carved through them as the horrifying red ray played over the HQ building. I saw them then, people trying to flee the structure lighting up like little candle wicks as the machine spirit played the cheer ovals rays over them. The Shadow Hawks and Phoenix Hawk in a running duel as rapid bursts from thermal spears and meltaguns turned joints into molten connections, armor flowing like liquid onto the ground before I stole conscious and full control back from the angry machine spirit. It subsided, its wrath spent, its cruelty indulged for now. Half of the worker habitations were alight and people fled from still burning structures. Of the HQ building there was nothing left. The three mechs desperately broadcast surrender calls. "We accept your surrender," I said, opening the Vox. "You will follow us to the township." The march back was slower than I liked. The melta weapons had fused the Phoenix Hawk's left leg into a solid bar of metal and the damage to the others was not inconsiderable. "Look, now we've gone this far, I'm afraid they're going to come back, so we're going to have to requisition your mechs." "Sumire. You hear this?" I asked as the audacity of it took me aback. "I hear it, Decker. Question is, what do you plan on doing about it?" The Hysteria and Warden's Rest were on their way to a landing and these Poeable wanted to try this, here, now? "We have you all locked down under our turrets." The Chirovile fired. It was not the machine spirit this time, though it reveled and relished what was happening as the turret control center was blasted and ignited by the unholy weapon. The armored vehicles that had burst from hiding slowing to a crawl as I turned and grabbed a tower bearing one of the turrets with the Hecaton siege claw and crushed its supports. The speakers blared out as I opened up their circuits to my voice. "You are imbeciles, idiots, and dullards of the highest caliber. You beg us for help from Comster because you lacked the ability to turn away the corporation yourself, then compound your idiocy by attacking me? If Behemoth were here she would burn buildings until you surrendered. If Glitch were here she wouldn't stop until you were all ash beneath her feet. The boss? He'd just take out your weapons and then quite literally crucify your leaders for this." People milled in the streets below, terrified and waiting to hear the verdict of the machine standing over them. Me. I'm the reasonable one. I'm just going to take these 3 mechs in lieu of the payment you stiffed us and send a quick message to Comstar notifying them of your default and betrayal. You'll never hire another mercenary again. And then your corporate overlords will be back, and they'll have bones to pick. Good day. Lodera had brought the solar mock areas to this uncharted system that didn't even have a name. No inner sphere power had set foot in this system since its inception. It was possible, even probable, that it never would. The fourth world was bathed in clouds of radioactive dust and storms raging unchecked since they began, and I understood the true horror of what had been wrought. Lathe. The CO ordinates had brought me home, or near to it. The signals had brought us to a dense part of the asteroid belt where the vessel waited, cold and silent, its hull vast in size. I heard Lodera draw a breath as the Roth brought us in closer. "Lathe class monitor cruiser," Trotter said as we came closer. "I don't believe your uncle had named it before I was sent on my way." "I know what he called it." I moved up to the screens showing its increasingly large mass in our view. "Kane's legacy. He intended me to find it, he knew all of this would happen." The last was almost a hissed accusation. "Spoiler, model and specs." "But, it's impossible," Lodera said as we got closer, "it is just impossible, nothing this big was ever built in space. Not even during the Star League. The sensors tell me it's just over 4 kilometers long. That's over twice as long as anything," she said in exasperation as Trotter sat down. "It was an experimental ship, we could never make the jump drives work, I never knew why. I'm an engineer and what his uncle built was far beyond my training and expertise, I'd need to live my life again just to get the basics of his work." Trotter said, staring at it. "This ship was to change that. A third of its mass is all drives, power generation and what he called the interstellar displacement drive. Kid, this is too much, you can't bring this out where the inner sphere powers can see." There was an almost panicked tone. "Trotter, I know. They'd kill us all for the IDD if it works, let alone everything else. Lodera, take us into that landing bay and set us down gently." I turned back to Trotter. "But there is every chance that the crew here is alive and waiting for us, meaning their supply vaults have to be running low, we need to get them somewhere else instead of watching out dead home world. It was both better and worse than I could have imagined. The crew was indeed alive, and they had mere weeks of food left in their supply vaults. But the reason for the positive food supply was the worst part: stuck waiting, orbiting a lifeless world waiting for my arrival. Suicide was the number one killer on board, and those left had started to resort to supplementing already short rations with the dead. Stepping from the Roth in my nightsuit, people began to gather in small numbers, worshipful and terrified. The words "he comes" moving ahead of my passing until finally we reached the bridge, my body having been touched by more hopefuls than I could possibly have imagined. A corpse sat upon the captain's chair. And yet I recognized my uncle's body. An emaciated man who had the title of acting captain stood next to it, waiting. He waited, but the situation got worse. The arboretum was never installed in time before things. He looked at the world in the distance. And he had sent out the activation keys with Trotter and you. Miranda clutched my arm, slightly horrified by what she was seeing. I nodded to her and she stepped up next to me on the dais as I gently removed my uncle's corpse. The desiccant flesh preserved by the sterile ship environment. "Darius, can you please?" I said to him, and he took the body and carefully laid it down where it wasn't in the way. Turning back, I activated my key, the little beam of code light projecting from it as Behemoth mirrored me. We slotted the keys into their matching positions and turned. For a moment there was nothing. No sound. No anything. Then a trace of music as a rumble began throughout the ship, the massive mass of its plasma reactors and their automated systems coming to life, the advanced technologies throughout spurring into action. Engines began to rumble with cold light as I brought the Vox arrays online. "I'm going to try and get this ship to the Nighthold. If I stop communicating for an hour, return to the Nighthold and wait for us. Acting Captain, do you have a manifest?" I watched as the bridge systems came to life and the ship's machine spirit rumbled into action, my implants picking up the nospheric data. A company of tanks, 4 super heavies, a handful of the experimental knights and a regiment of troops in stasis. The hangar bays have a squadron of Faustus interceptors, 1 squadron of Fury interceptors, 2 of Valkyrie gunships, 1 of Marauder bombers and a pair of Warhorse dropships configured for the knights. I thought Uncle wanted to rescue people. I almost snapped angry. He did. Most of the crew are people he chose to save, and there was a transport ship called the Valley Forge that has people in stasis. The man began weeping. The bastards nuked it with everyone on board. I sat back in the seat and put a hand on his shoulder as more and more systems came to life. "Sorry, I understand," I said. Depression was not unknown to the me from before this all happened. I doubted my Duke. Seeing your dead world every day for years, a quarter of the crew has committed suicide over the years. The number horrified me, almost 9,000 people committing suicide? That was true horror. Well, let's get away from here and to a new hope. I began to manipulate the noosphere as Miranda watched, one hand on my shoulder comfortingly. "Legacy, are you awake?" The machine spirit rumbled as the cold start of her reactors was completed and her systems came online. The inner sphere-born looked uneasy as the machine spoke. They didn't understand its soul. "Bring navigation online, and tell me about the IDD procedures." Those crew that my uncle had trained in bridge operations and not elected to self-terminate came in looking eager, if starved, as they took places and began to manipulate the systems, having full power for the first time since my uncle had powered down the main systems to wait for me, not knowing how long it would be, but hoping it wasn't too late. Procedures: proceed to Mandeville Point. Bring on jump shielding and artificial mass field pocket to overcome jump core mass limitations. Disengage internal gravity plating for jump. Power down combat systems, divert power to interstellar displacement drive. Initiate the cool mechanical process was slow, measured and patient. Well shit, on jump the ship would be disabled for up to 10 minutes. Plot course for Mandeville Point indicated. The jump point the solar Mach Arius was currently residing at, a quick Vox communication indicated that we were on the way and that, the Mach Arius should do its best not to cross our bow. System diagnostics. One of the crew looked to her screen. Drive systems are all at nominal expected readings. Weapons and shielding are on standby. Projecting readings to your sensorium now. The nospheric readings came up and I saw some of the other systems for the first time. When we arrive at our destination, if we're not all horribly murdered by an unexpected event in the jump, I want the Empyrean mantle online as soon as our down period is over. And if there is any ship there not broadcasting a Raven Guard IFF, I want it destroyed. I don't want anyone to know about this ship, not yet. I grinned. Then we can get you people fed for real. Chapter 16. Back from the Dead. Bellerophon. October 5, 3024. Returning the Legacy to TDR 3939 had gone without issue, and even now I understood they were transporting vast amounts of food and water up to the monitor, and yet it highlighted a problem that I was not going to be able to eliminate in anything approaching short order. The Legacy had a population of a large town. Filling its supply vaults would take at least 120,000 tons of supplies, and TDR-3939 could not supply its needs. For now, though it was a matter for later, Darius had found work for us and wanted us to travel to Bellerophon, and so our fleet had arrived and I saw another jump ship and drop ship waiting, docked with the Divine Right. It didn't take long for us to transfer over where I met them in the transmission room. Lady Centrella stood there with a modest bodyguard trying not to see us while also watching us. "Greetings, Mr. Giardino, my name is..." "Greetings, Magistrix Centrella," I bowed respectfully. With a wry grin I spoke up, "Now that we've both established we know each other's names, how can the Raven Guard assist the magistracy of Canopus?" A flash of irritation crossed her face, gone with a winning smile. "I should have known, if you must know, I represent a client of mine who wishes to remain unknown at the moment and she asked for you specifically, a little worrisome with your reputation. I half wonder if a mere periphery state can afford you." I laughed and took a seat. "Please, do take a seat, and tell us what job needs doing badly enough to risk angering Comster." Her raised eyebrow betrayed mild amusement. "On Axelis there is a crashed derelict, a Star League era dropship that we would like to recover without the robes finding out and trying to take it away from my client. The moon is controlled by a pirate queen and we'd like you to go in and give our team time to get it operational if possible." I picked up a datapad. "And what sort of opposition are we expecting?" Lady Centrella picked up her own datapad. "According to our intelligence, Grim Sibyl has about 5 mechs and a couple lances of armored vehicles. There is likely turrets and some infantry as well. But we also need you to disable their AA towers to get in Dr. Murad's team." I nodded. "No dropships or aerospace?" "Not to our knowledge. It is probable Grim Sibyl has one, but if so we haven't learned where her ship, or ships, are based." The lady seemed almost impressed. I however was busy strategizing in my head. "I see, potential problem but nothing we can't handle." Dr. Murad's ship was just another Leopard, and the AA guns weren't exactly top of the line based on my memories. The question came whether I wanted to tip my hand much, or at all. The answer however was that I wanted to take the Legacy in and just teleport troops onto the Argo, but that was tipping the hand beyond too far. "Here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to send in the Hysteria with a unit of faster mechs to take out the anti-air defenses before they can be stopped. Once they're down I'll send in the Warden's Rest, they've got our Rust Squadron and I'll have it deploy our heavy mechs. Miranda and I will go down as well in the Templar and Preceptor. If you want, Lady Centrella, I can also detail a heavy unit of guardsmen to protect your team on the ground. 2 platoons can hitch a ride on the rest." I brought up the details. "With the rest 2 of our Stukas can provide air cover just in case their dropship turns up." She frowned and looked at her own information. "Isn't that overkill? My Lady Centrella, you're talking about us going down to recover a Star League era wreck from a pirate. Do you dare risk paying for less and leave the job in doubt?" Darius said, trying to apply more diplomacy to the matter. "True enough, but we are a periphery world and not able to offer you billions of credits for a job like this. What we can do is 4 million. She said with a quick check. 10, we're talking the use of a jump ship, 2 dropships and a number of mechs and troops. We want to help you, Lady Centrella, we really do, but we also have expenses, and if I keep pouring money out of my heel I may not be able to manage until I can get an income stream at least as good." The lady nodded. "Very well, you make a good case." I held out a hand and shook on it. In truth it wasn't a good case. The maintenance fees would dip dangerously into that, and despite my newfound wealth, I was not looking to be leaking C-bills, meaning my asking prices had to actually cover our expenses at a bare minimum. "Fill the would-be pirate. Yo-ho-ho and a bottle of rum." The pirate sang to himself as he sat in the tower watching the great expanse of nothing and Grim Sibyl's abortion of an empire, holed up in an ancient wreck of a ship. Having fallen on hard times, the would-be pirate outfit he'd had the misfortune to join up with had more enemies than friends, and recently their only dropship had been nicked by its captain and sold to a larger band of pirates a couple systems over for drinking money. For the past 5 minutes he'd watched 2 blips on approach from the pirate point. One of them had hung back, but he sat bolt upright, fully coming sober as he recognized the implications as 2 kilometers away he watched the Leopard come in low, fast and take off again before the defense guns could home in on it. "Holy shit! Sibyl! Sibyl! There's mechs coming!" "What? What the hell? Get everyone up and stop them!" "But ma'am, they're big mechs!" he shouted as the dust from their approach and seismic readings identified them as 385-ton machines. When they crested the hill he slapped at the controls to activate the turret defenses as pirates rushed for their mechs and tanks, waiting to see what pirate group had come for them now. There was no waiting as the black-painted machines with green trim charged down into the valley, headed for the first of the radar stations. They moved impossibly fast. Even as the tanks scrambled and LRM fire reached out, 2 of them stopped, their arms blazing with autocannon fire, stripping down the first turret as the third machine charged onto the platform. The pirate watched from the tower as it stood next to the turret control center and leveled its arm. There was no sound on the lunar surface, no air worth mentioning, and there was no burst of light, and yet he could do nothing but watch as the center melted seemingly at random. The turrets shut down as the center was slagged and the machine turned and swung its other arm, cleaving through the supports for the radar with its other arm, the chain cleaver on it carving through the scaffold like a hot knife through butter. Captain, they're targeting the radar stations. He cried out as the other two turned their autocannon fire on the radar dish too near to himself, the delicate metal being torn apart by a storm of fire. And then, to his surprise, they began to retreat at a pace they couldn't match, the AA guns disabled. He didn't get on the comms to report this as the strikers tried to chase them down with LRM fire. He knew now that the other object would be incoming. The Stukas plunged on the facility, blasting the other turret control center as they made their recon, pot shots taken at them from ground fire as the Union touched down, and instead of just the mech doors opening, so too did the tank bay. Commander Parks, advance on our flanks. Engage enemy armored vehicles with maximum prejudice. Behemoth, take the Marauder and WarHammer and advance at their pace. I'll advance with the catapults and provide fire support. The Dominus began to march forwards, followed by the catapults as below us two Valkyries were preparing to lift and go for the ship. The Russes advanced at full throttle, cresting into the base's perimeter in time for Behemoth to snapshot a battle cannon shot into the torso of a commando that jetted up to attempt an engagement. A striker and bulldog emerged from cover and weapons fire sprayed at her, deflected by the ion shield. The unfortunate choice of time to advance, however, put them square in the sights of more than half the Lemon Rus tanks. 3 of the Vanquishers fired their main guns, followed by the last cannons on the chassis. The bulldog exploded in a short-lived fireball, the lack of atmosphere meaning the only oxygen to burn was inside the tank. The striker was less fortunate. The 2 Lemon Russes to spot it were an Executioner and Destroyer. Plasma fire volleyed out from the Executioner's main turret and both sponsons, blasting the heat of the sun across its armor. The limited protection it had was eroded in moments before the Destroyer fired, the intensely powerful laser blast carving through the tank and overpenetrating to strike the lunar hillside behind it. Initiate wide vox. I willed the machine spirit and spoke. This is the preceptor of death. For too long have you pirates plagued the region. We have been hired to come in and evict you forcefully, but I am a merciful man. Any pirate that lays down arms and surrenders immediately will be granted the boon of life. A woman's voice came back. So what? We can be executed by somebody else. Any one of your fuckers even thinks of surrenderin'. And you'll what? Kill them. You putrid abhorrent little maggot. You have less than 2 lances of mechs, are down to half your armored vehicles, your surface-to-air guns are dead. I snarled. I have 2 full lances of tanks, a full lance of heavies, 2 ultra-heavies and 3 assaults as well as 2 platoons of infantry. I blasted apart a Scorpion as it attempted to run for the pirates' hovel. Not to mention 2 assault ASFs, a Union and a Leopard dropship. In what world do you think this will end with anything other than your death? I marched and crunched one of the dead tanks beneath my tread. LRMs from the catapults screamed high into the air and came down on a target Behemoth painted as she carved into the second bulldog. Fuck you. The pirate woman screamed. Murad. The mercenaries were moving with terrible efficacy, their war machines blasting apart anything that failed to give adequate surrender, fire ripping up the area as the 2 aerospace craft landed and 20 men emerged. They met up with me clad in unusual armor, the closed faceplates did little to lend them humanity, and their weapons were linked by thick cables to heavy packs on their backs. Dr. Murad. The leader asked over the short-ranged communications. Point us in the right direction. This way, gentlemen. I advanced on the hatch as my engineers cracked it, and instantly we were met with ballistic fire. The weapons of the strange infantry leveled and they advanced into the fire, unconcerned about the incoming projectiles, as suddenly walls of repeated laser fire ripped out, the pulse laser weapons they carried rippling out in a rate of fire a machine gun would admire. Go go go! I said, diving in after them, my teams of engineers following. One of the troopers fell as slugs tore through him, finally beating whatever personal armor he wore. My own laser pistol sliced a line of light across the room as the airlocks were sealed behind us, air flooding in to fill the chamber. Laser fire crisscrossed as the pirates ran, and I checked the data pad in hand. Outside, the fighting was already winding down as the monster called the Knight Templar beheaded a quick draw in a swift motion. As we advanced, pirates were fighting to the death, terrified of being executed by association, a reasonable terror. But it was a losing battle, and without much more effort the strangers managed to gun them down, allowing her teams to work on restoring the ship to flight capability. Ah, I see the operation went well. Lady Centrella said as we returned to my jump ship. Well, it took a little longer than expected hanging the ones who surrendered. I said, taking a seat as Lady Centrella looked at me like I'd grown a second head. What? Isn't that what you do, hang pirates? I asked deadpan, not willing to give away the game as the others present looked at me like I had gone mad. Only Yang and his secret enjoyment of old age of sail stories understood the reference and that I was pulling their leg. Oh. Centrella's face went from mildly horrified to realizing her leg was being pulled. Very funny what happened the ones who surrendered. I couldn't keep the contempt from my voice as I spat. Worthless idiots, seeing as the usual penalty is death anyway, none of them were willing to entertain the possibility of surrender. Have my troops transferred back? Yes, they have. Came the voice I had been waiting for as she came around the corner, Lady Kamiya Urano. Ah, you're here. It's good to see you again, Lady Urano. The confusion on her face was pure gold as the rest of the crew looked at me wondering how it was that I was so calm with a woman simply returning from the dead. I looked at them and cursed myself, little slips of the foreknowledge I had were only going to cause problems. Why is everyone surprised? I said, thinking quickly, is it not normal for a deposed noble to get out with a fake death? The question I have is, ma'am, is why you've made contact with us now. Urano nodded and Lady Centrella left. I was the client Lady Centrella spoke of. She's been hosting me for the past 3 years, helping me rebuild my influence and resources. Quietly, she has given me practical access to a blank checkbook. Espinosa has destabilized the region and the magistocracy would rather have stable neighbors. I assume then, my lady, you've been keeping tabs on us. Indeed, Kane, Markham is a remarkable man, and surviving against any odds down there. It is a pity that the same could not be said for Ryu. This time I kept my tongue. I had plans to deal with that, unfortunately it also meant moving quickly. But you've done so much, diving clean into the Davian checkbooks and coming away with a fleet. And a wife, I added with a grin, Miranda planting herself in my lap as if to claim ownership. So now comes the important question, how is it I can help you, Lady Urano? I would love to bring an army to your doorstep for the right price, but at the moment I have a surfeit of fleet assets and a shortage of ground forces, a matter I'm working on now. Urano nodded, I understand, but I need people I can trust to take back what is owed me, and taken from me. You were their warden, you saw what happened, were part of it. Ryu regarded you more highly than anyone else. I have power and resources, but not much of either. I want to hire you to help us take back the Oregon Coalition, to burn out the Directorate. She stood, Lady Centrella has, as I said, effectively given me a blank checkbook. So what do you plan as your first step on the way? I said, leaning back. The liberation of Well-Dry. I'm still putting together forces to strike at the planet, but I want you to hit the Icebox, a facility where they keep prisoners, especially political prisoners. Urano said with increasing confidence. Seal the chamber. I said as I stood up. Yang went over and slammed the door shut, code locking it. What is this? Urano said, standing up indignant, you snake, you too. Lady Urano, what I'm about to reveal here is beyond a secret. Imagine, for a moment if you will, what they would do to get access to any information stored in the Argo, or Star League technologies if Comstar understood its importance. I ensured that all external data links were severed. They'd probably come and try to take it if they understood what it represented. Correct. But now, imagine for a second you'd found a Star League era warship there. Her face went pale at the thought. They'd likely stop at nothing until the coalition had been gutted to find out what else was buried around our worlds. Well, you know I came from well beyond the periphery. You've seen my mech, my implants. You've seen me selling technology recovered from our coffin ships to finance my work. I called up a hologram of the legacy. Well-Dry is no simple mission, it cannot fail. I want to transport your forces on my jump ships to maintain secrecy because I want to bring the Kane's legacy in. The vessel has extensive secrets I don't want anybody to know. But its stealth systems are needed to carry out this operation in the time frame I want. What? Why? She said, suddenly paranoid. Because Ryu didn't get killed. He's alive in that prison. And if we delay over long, he'll be dead before we can liberate the prison. There really was no other option. I knew that we should arrive too late to save him with access to the technology and medicine possessed here on the periphery. But the legacy possessed a teleporterium and a medici deck. How do you know this? How did you find out? And now, I lied. I had a friend who went with Espinosa, only finding out the full impact of what happened later. He'd been transferred to the Icebox and managed to squirt a message to me through Comstar. Last I heard he'd committed suicide. I activated the computer and called up a file I'd crafted for this purpose. Urano saw the message and paled. The simulated face had been a crew member on the Legacy who'd been happy to help. But Lady Urano, I mean it, I need my people to run the entire space-based side of the operation, including piloting your own dropships if necessary. I don't want anyone outside of my own people, and you to ever see it. And my lady, I value the secrecy of this information more than anything. Nobody outside of the Raven Guard can know. I'm trusting you as you are prepared to trust me. Can you do that? I hoped. I prayed to the Omnissiah that she would listen and trust. If she did not, I had a bolt round with her name on in the holster on my hip. She smiled. I can do that, Warden, but if I may know. Why are you so worried about others finding out? I'm sorry, Lady Kamiya, if I could do this without you knowing about the legacy I would. I said, sitting back, but Ryu means a lot to both of us. Give me 2 weeks to prepare our resources and have your jump ships meet us here. Your dropships can transfer to my Star Lords and make the next jump. Interlude 5. Preparation for invasion. TDR 3939. October 9th, 3024. Preparations were underway and I was nothing if not impressed. Darius' logistical abilities having come well and truly to the fore. Lady Kadaeux walked next to me as I walked down one of halls of the Legacy, not believing the ship had even really existed until now. But I had decided that a tour was entirely in order. Right now we were looking at the stored vehicles. 18 Lemon Russ battle tanks, 4 Executioner, 6 Vanquisher, 2 Punisher, 2 Eradicator, 4 Annihilator. I said, indicating the tanks. We have 8 more on the Warden's Rest, 6 Vanquishers and 2 Executioners. I moved along to the next vehicles. The rest of the armored company is 2 Basilisks, 4 Hydra and a Mock Arius Vanquisher command vehicle. I moved on and we passed through secure doors, heavy bolter turrets tracking us. Just in case. What an amorous name. She said, heading to the railing and gripping it tightly. And I could hardly blame her as the super heavy company was revealed below. Before my uncle developed knights, he developed these, super heavy tanks. The storm-stored ruin of Kadaeux, the Stormblade wrathful incontinence. I never asked the story for that. Bane Sword Death's Hand and the Bane Blade Indomitable. I headed for the light rail tube that'd bring us closer to the bridge. Lady Kadaeux, the ship's existence is a secret, but I believe that our tanks might make the difference between life and death. But there is something else we need to discuss. I'm listening. She said as she sat back. I mean it about the secrecy of this ship, which means if there are any ships at the jump point in Well Dry, we're going to have to destroy them regardless of affiliation. I said, and she paled, understanding what I meant. Many considered the destruction of a precious jump ship to be practically if not literally a war crime. Is it not possible to capture them instead? She asked. Theoretically yes. Practically. I don't know. Could we guarantee that they were boarded before the captain panicked and jumped out? I just can't do that. As it is, this ship is vulnerable for some minutes after a jump while it reboots its systems. The train stopped and I got out heading for the bridge. But the desperate truth is, in the end, I need people. This ship is undercrewed, and I've only got 2/3 of the troops I should have due to circumstances beyond my control. Such as food. For the first time she was exposed to the emaciated crew members who all seemed to have barely edible ration blocks on them at all times. Nibbling frequently. What happened? She asked, horrified. My uncle's rivals started a nuclear war. My uncle, in his wisdom, tried to escape, but the colony ship he'd built to carry people off was also nuked. He left this ship almost powered down completely in the asteroid belt waiting for me to come back. It was almost too late. Supplies were already being supplemented by dead bodies as more and more of the crew suicided, faced with the terrifying thought of being abandoned. I sat down in the captain's throne. Why are you telling me all of this? Kadaeux asked, a tear in her eyes. Little did she know I was also trying to condition her for the sight she was going to see when I liberated the icebox. Because I want you to understand. I intend to fulfill my uncle's wish to rebuild a nation elsewhere, you understand that drive. But I need you to understand that this is not going to be easy, and you might find yourself horrified at what you find. Those who consider themselves directorates are rarely champions of personal freedoms. The bridge bulkheads opened and she saw the length of the ship beyond, and her breath was stolen from her as the hull rippled, the stealth systems being powered and beginning to mask the optical signatures. I watched out of the starfield as the drives came to life and began pushing the Legacy with 6 Gs of acceleration. When we reach Well Dry, I'm going to send down our super heavy tanks to assist you at the spaceport. They're too heavy and slow to help us at the prison without killing ungodly amounts of innocents. I hope you're ready for this. Behemoth. People were preparing in the flight decks of the ship and I found myself entranced, the pilots of the large fighters called Furies or Faustus, but I wasn't here for that. Kane had asked me to manage getting the other knights out of storage and nominating pilots for them. And the revelation was beyond exciting. I tapped the COMM unit as I studied the slate and machines before me. Kane, we need at least 5 days. What is it, love? There's 5 knights and 7 armigers here. I said with a grin. What? I'm coming down. He replied as the engines rumbled away, but I couldn't let him simply come down and see, there would have been no fun in that. A Knight Valiant, 2 Sarastus, 2 Case Taurus, nothing special about the 7 armigers. But there is weapons here I haven't seen in our inventories. I think most of them are for the Sarastus, but ones here like the Lascutter are listed as compatible with the Case Taurus. I moved up towards the Valiant. It stood with a vast harpoon weapon and a cluster of what looked like flamethrowers. Nothing took away from the turrets on its shoulders. It stared at me inactive, yet I felt the hand of destiny on my shoulder. Glitch. It was tall. That was the very first thought that came into my mind when I saw it. Staring down at me with cold eyes. One arm wielding a blade, the other bearing some bizarre weapon. It didn't have the fancy carapace-mounted weapon or even smaller weapons. But it looked fast and agile. It's pretty. I moved around climbing up the gantries. So what's her name? Behemoth and Warden were checking over the Valiant, but the COMM beads allowed them to maintain the conversation. According to the manifest, she's the Lionheart. I saw Kane checking the manifest. Weapon options: Tempest Warblade, Castigator Bolt Cannon, Sarastus Shock Lance, Ion Gauntlet Shield, Reaper Chain Fist, Acheron Pattern Flame Cannon and Atropo Lascutter. He looked over at the Lionheart and cocked his head. Uncle designed them mostly for suppressing infantry and light armor. The Lascutter and Shock Lance are the better weapons for dealing with mechs or knights. Lady Kamiya moved around looking at the other Sarastus. She'd been given a microbead for while she was a guest on the Legacy, and I didn't trust her. Is it possible to train me to pilot one of these? She asked, and I felt a snort of laughter. A soft noblewoman wanting to pilot a big bad knight. Bitch probably had servants to wipe her ass and help her dress in the morning given how easily Espinosa kicked her out. Technically, yes Lady Kamiya, provided you consent to extensive cybernetic surgery, and the ritual of becoming. Warden said to my surprise, it's complex and would prevent you piloting a standard mech ever again. He didn't mention the side effects. He didn't mention that the process would instill a loyalty towards House Giardino. He was deliberately omitting it and I felt a moment's jealousy. I knew the irresistible sense of loyalty to Warden. I couldn't betray him or my fellow Raven Guard. And he wasn't mentioning that part of the process. His ambition was beyond what I could ever have imagined. He was going to unknowingly brainwash her into support of his cause if she accepted the offer. And you'd charge me what, 30 million for it? She laughed, so the bitch had heard of the price of mere armatures. Oh I dunno, I might settle for the Argo instead. Kane chuckled as he turned back to the Valiant. You cunning fucker. What better way to get a noble into your pocket than brainwashing with the Throne Mechanicum? Kamiya. The impossibilities were compounded as I saw his people getting ready for war. Transferring their own dropships into the cavernous landing bays of this one to free up the docking collars of the Star Lords to transport her own troops. I felt a shred of hope as I looked at these war machines in awe and not a little terror, with the hinted promise of him being willing to grant me one of these war machines. What looked like an upward hill to reclaim my throne was changing, the face of it growing into something else. A potential to recover Ryu from the traitorous dogs was impossible, and yet in front of my face. The technology to turn into a real power was around me, the monstrous massive ship with impossible gravity plating, and all manner of systems they refused to speak of. And what machine would you permit me to secure for myself? I asked into the comm bead. AK's Taurus pattern, the Sarastus is a bit more temperamental, he said, and I heard the tone of consideration, but I must stress, the surgery is invasive. You'll permanently have the connections, which is why you'll no longer be capable of wearing a neurohelmet. I understand. I've seen those machine dreadlocks and assumed they weren't simply decorative. The liberation of Weldry would demand nothing less than the best we could muster. Could I afford to turn down such an offer? I knew that he did not have the manpower to pilot all of them at this stage. I accept the conditions. The Argo is part of a legacy entrusted to me by my father, but with access to its secrets I might save my people. With this, I can show Victoria why they say there is no wrath like a woman scorned. Interlude 6. Ritual of Becoming. Kane's Legacy. October 10, 3024. Kamiya Urano. I felt the fear and trepidation as I was escorted, with almost 20 other supplicants, to what they called the Chamber of Echoes, spoken of in hushed whispers by several of the other aspirants who came from the ship. Spoken of as an honor without compare, but not without risk. They spoke of how the experience would exaggerate dominant traits, and how 1 in 10 perished in the attempt. Such was the intensity of the bonding to the Throne Mechanicum. And I could see why there was such trepidation as we stepped into the chamber, a fear crossing all who had never beheld this hallowed place. The stone walls were actually real stone. I had to touch it to prove it to myself, but this was no simulacrum using resins or lightweight plastics, but actual substantial blocks of granite. In alcoves sat unbound Throne's Mechanicum. Actual burning torches sat in sconces of bronze and iron. And at the center of the chamber stood Trotter, the sacristan that was entrusted with the sanctity of the ceremony. The temperature within the chamber was cold and I felt goosebumps rise across my skin. Welcome to the Chamber of Echoes. Trotter's voice lacked any trace of the friendliness or the jocularity she had heard in Warden's presence. You are here, supplicants, to be tried, and tested. Your bodies are ready, the implants necessary for connection with the machine spirit have been grafted into your very bodies and minds. But that is not enough. I stood very still, fear creeping into my every pore. Now you must learn to bond with the machines, to suppress the spirit within and rise triumphant within yourself. This is an honor, a harrowing experience that you will never experience twice. These thrones do not have the storied history they may one day have, but all of them had pilots before you, perished in the fires of our home world. His words cut like razors despite the fact almost half the supplicants were not from here, but were Raven Guard hired in the inner sphere. The message it contained had not been lost. These thrones allegedly had a psychic residue of their previous pilots. You will take a seat in the Throne Mechanicum behind you. He pointed to the alcoves. The sacristans will make the connections and then the torches will be doused and you will be left to the mercy of the throne mechanicum until morning comes. Once connected there is no out. No escape. No mercy switch. You will prove worthy. Or you will die. Be seated. He instructed as he moved towards me. I had never quite felt such terror before, but this jovial and friendly mechanic had seemed monstrous in the torchlight of the chamber, the way his voice echoed off of the chamber walls. Please Lady Kadaeux, be seated, I apologize if I have scared you much, but please take it all entirely seriously. These machines make a very literal connection with your mind, you will be remade by the experience into a much more formidable woman than you already are, but you must find the strength to overcome the visions and hallucinations that it induces, or your mind will be burned out by the experience. Trotter said, beginning to make the more mild connections. You're being done a great honor. Warden has chosen to imprint on his uncle's throne mechanicum, as such he suggested that you deserve a throne with true nobility behind it, and Kane was a duke of our world. He looked into her eyes a little sadly. But my lady, I'm afraid, like the other aspirants, it is time for you to meet the ghost within the machine. The last connections were made and I felt everything change. The throne's mechanicum all began to power up and, as promised, the sacristans extinguished the torches and left the chamber, sealing them in absolute darkness behind them. There was a light chuckle from one of the other inner sphere-born. Well, don't I feel right silly? Like when my sister try. His words trickled off and I understood why. Whispering in my mind trickling up from the implants in her brain. From the throne mechanicum. I felt the stride of titanic feet, the flash of blinding weapons fire that tore across the world. Rage against the faithful. Fire, flame, and death, the smell of burning corpses. I tasted the ash of a blazing forest and whimpered. Across the chamber I heard sobbing from the man who spoke before. Someone else was muttering and I jumped in my skin as a piercing shriek came from a combine woman. And then I was lost to the machine. Trotter looked at me with mild disapproval. A nasty thing you've done, I understand you need to build allies, but not warning her of the mental side effects for loyalty is dangerous. But compounding it by giving her your throne mechanicum. Yours is the only mind that had ever bonded with that machine, she will experience every battle and emotional state you've had since you were first given the Templar. I know Trotter, but I am beyond desperate here, as much as I can use the influence it will give me over her, it was also the only way to guarantee the sanctity of the legacy. If I have to nuke a planet to maintain its secrecy I damned well will, and I'd wager the missile battery has a store of atomic heads in the main magazine. I said, turning to the screen showing the chamber of echoes, the pain and agony they were all going through as it rewrote their minds. I understand, but I can't accept it. If you pull a stunt like this again, you may have to find a new sacristan. I can't consider this course of action honorable or condone it. Now tell me about this Ryu you're risking all of this to save. My mentor with the Oregon people, he took me in and educated me about the inner sphere, taught me quite a bit, and encouraged not advertising my full capabilities, not until I had the power to project it. I sat down in a control chair as Trotter did the same opposite me. Did you find anything bonding with your uncle's throne? I shook my head. Hints only. Another scream turned my attention to the screen. Few of the aspirants were deep in the trance yet, but Kadaeux appeared to be one of them. The thermal camera revealing them all. What about pilots for the armigers? This lot are not suited for that anymore, the implants aren't compatible with the helm mechanicum. Well, go and get some sleep my lord. I have a vigil to keep. What are we going to do with the failed aspirants? Trotter asked as I stood up. Void burial. Morale is bad enough, we need to be careful with our people. They're in a fragile state. I left, the door closing behind me. Kadaeux Orano. The plunge into another battle was like a dousing of cold water. Struggling to survive I fought to keep the scraps of myself together as I experienced the hells that the warden had fought through. His triumphs and imprints of minor memory, concern for his people and a depthless ambition. I felt pieces of it snake their way into my own psyche as I imprinted on the throne and fought for every scrap of self-identity I had. I could never doubt that the machines had spirits ever again. I felt the rise and fall of the incendiary rage within it as it unleashed thermal cannon fire or a battery of missiles. The cold rage as he stomped through the battlefield like a god weapons fire capable of wrecking my Kintaro deflecting off of expertly rotated ion shield tracking before the offender was rendered unto molten metal. I felt the music course through my soul as the warden blared it through speakers during battle. I heard his speeches and saw his actions to take the Argo. Hours upon what felt like days, one battle blending into another, emotion rising and falling like the tide, always prefaced by a depthless concern for his people, an ambition that would shatter mountains if it could be made manifest, and a simmering rage whenever he entered battle, a simmer that could rise to a conflagration with little notice. I fought and resisted as pieces of that settled into me, becoming part of me as I felt a connection to his house. Our people were alike. But there was time to help my people. To save the Oregon people from the same fate his own had suffered. With a primal scream I snarled out the declaration. I am Lady Kadaeux Orano and I will not succumb. You will bend to my will. With that the machine spirits began to subside, the memories still there but almost flowing as if into a box. I sat in the dark, the memories bubbling under the surface until finally the sacristans returned, lighting the torches one after another. The chamber was no less frightening now when the light returned, but I had never been so relieved to see naked flame. Trotter walked to each of the alcoves in turn. Finally he came before me. I am glad you endured, Lady Camia, it would have been less than ideal if you had failed the trial. I saw what he meant when one of the sacristans brought one of the other supplicants from their alcove, burst blood vessels across the entire head. Burn marks where his implants joined his skull. What happened? Failure. If one isn't strong enough to suppress the machine spirit, it takes hold and overloads the mind, flooding it with itself, burning them out. Nothing can cure that sort of wound. The sacristan said with a worried look, checking her connections, implants and examining the display on the throne. With surprise I found I was now capable of understanding some of the text present, though its meaning was incomprehensible without the necessary context. May I see the machine I have paid this price to earn? I asked and he nodded. Please, come with me. Halls and corridors twisted and I doubted I could find my way back to that chamber again without guidance. Other sacristans took the remainder of the group for new trials. But after almost half an hour we found ourselves back on the deck where the knights stood and I faced up at a knight that was being painted in the colors of the Oregon Coalition. One arm appeared to be a massive rotary cannon, the other looked like a massive AC-20. On its shoulders a turret-like mount stood with a pair of autocannons on it facing the ceiling. The chest weapon was completely alien to my eyes. The justified redemption. He bowed to the machine. It has a moderately mellow machine spirit. Moderately mellow? I asked, cocking my head. They are war machines. Their spirits will never be overly mellow. They are made for war and will never feel content at peace. Which is why I bring you other warnings. The process, as you know, has an effect on your psyche, but, the more you pilot the machine, the less you will ever feel complete separated from it. And bound to the throne mechanicum, even when physically disconnected there is a lingering nospheric bonding. You'll sense the call of the machine when it feels war is near, Trotter said, handing me a data pad with information on it. I've assigned a sacristan to your staff with several sacristan minor to maintain, repair and rearm your machine. We will of course keep you supplied as best as we are able. But I will be there to personally observe your first direct connections with the redemption. How close did I come to dying like the others last night, Trotter? I asked, worried about the answer. You didn't. Which is also why I suspect that Kane gave you his old command throne. His was unimpressed before he was imprinted on it. Thus that throne mechanicum had never had a pilot die or experience grievous injury. Most who fail those trials do so because of impressed death echoes on the machine spirit causing a psychosomatic effect on the body. In experiencing the death, their brains lacked the strength of self to separate the events. So they die. Trotter clearly was having difficulty with something before sighing. Is there a problem? No. Not yet. But we're going to take this ship into battle, and we can't afford anybody to know it exists. He said, and I felt that moment's doubt. Circumstances may force us to murder uninvolved people for the simple crime of being in the wrong place at the wrong time. And the thought eats at me, as I know it does at Warden. I knew that Trotter was both right and wrong at the same time. Warden had a strong belief in honor. But to protect his people he'd do anything, may even have done, and he'd feel no remorse over anything he had to walk over to do that service for them. And neither would I. Chapter 17. Justicar. Well dry. October 16th, 3024. Nightmare ship. The jump ship had been there for 3 days now and it was a couple more days before the KF drive was ready to jump again, the solar sails eating up the sunlight. Ho Captain, you wanted a triple espresso, giving Thompson another go at, nudge nudge, wink wink, say no more. The overly chirpy deckhand said as the captain took her coffee and snarled wordlessly at the man. One unlocked door and you were the talk of the ship, which wasn't so bad if you weren't also paying their wages. Captain. We've got some weirdness. Could you possibly be more vague? She snapped, moving over to see his console, the grip pads finding purchase. Well. You couldn't have really been any more specific. She said, changing tone, goddamn, reel in the sail. Those gravity eddies shouldn't exist, but they're going to tear it apart. The crew dived to stations struggling to engage the mechanisms to recover the sails, but it was too late. Space ripped and twisted as something was deposited there, waves of energy rippling out from it and, for a 10,000th of a second the poor jump ship was subjected to almost 40 Gs of acceleration, enough to rattle everyone on board, and obliterate the solar sail. What in Cameron's name? She moved up to the windows at the fore of the ship and looked out of the expansive transparent material at the object beyond. A black nightmare hung, visible only by the arcs of energy spitting off into space dark as night. When can we jump? Captain, we can't. The jump capacitors aren't even close enough to ready for a 3 more jumps. She could only watch as 3 more Star Lords arrived and jump ships detached from their docking collars. Diving over to the communications console. Well dry, this is the fair trade gambit, you have incoming. I repeat, you have incoming including. Lights began to come on the behemoth vessel, and her fear magnified. The sigil of a half-human, half-machine skull looked at her on the side of a slab of armor as jets of plasma fire began to rotate the ship marginally and she a vast turret on its back turning. A warship. By the time you get this message we... She frowned as all she heard was a wash of noise. What the hell? I don't know, it's some sort of jamming suite. It's blockading every frequency. Tim said from his own console as he tried to figure it out. The lights began to disappear and, against all senses she saw the starfield through the ship. And then she ceased to see as plasma fire blasted it into oblivion. Glitch. Excitement filled me as I was wired into the throne mechanicum, as I made my first connection with the machine spirit of the Lionheart. It surged into me like a thunderbolt and I felt the pride, anger, and intensity of the machine spirit finally flood through me like a dam whose banks had been broken. With glee I dived into its memories of battle and rode the high of the connection. No man could ever satisfy me as much as that moment of first connection. Or woman for that matter. We meshed as well as two old lovers as I pushed its instincts and will beneath and took control of the situation. And yet I could not help but feel a moment's terror at what was going to happen. We weren't on a dropship. I wish we were on a dropship. We stood in a vaulted chamber that reached far over the heads of our knights, arcane technology surrounding us arcing in what seemed like far from OHN's compliant electrical grounding. Warden stood next to Behemoth, their Dominus-class knights, Castellan and Valiant, prepared not with missiles but full hardpoints of the siege-breaker turrets. Decker stood in the Lazarus just waiting with an angry rumble. I didn't know the other knight pilots yet, and poor Medusa was merely an armiger pilot, his implants preventing him from moving up to a more powerful knight. But even so, with 2K's Taurus and another Sarastus, what could threaten us? I looked at the machinery in trepidation. Except maybe this. 30 seconds to teleporterium initiation. Without the targeting data from Urano apparently this would be suicide to even attempt. Lightning began to crackle across the chamber and I felt the worry increase. A howling sound began to fill the chamber and I jumped as lightning arced out to reach me. And then there was a thunderclap of light and sound, a red unlight and then the unfiltered light of day. My stomach turned as the gravity of a real world took over from the gravity of the ship, my senses came around to a new feeling of balance and I opened my machine eyes properly. Before us the prison complex stood, and were clearly panicking as the 10 armigers and 7 knights appeared in their midst. And how could they not? Fire rippled out from the turrets, the fastest things to react, mostly being on automatic controls to prevent unauthorized arrivals. With a roar I charged and cleaved through a turret as I turned the castigator bolt cannon on a platoon of infantry trying to bring Manpack SRMS into play. I couldn't avoid throwing up in my mouth a little as they went from men and women to the chef's special casserole before my guns had even spun up to full RPM. The world seemed to quake as Warden ignored the mechs, vehicles and turrets instead firing at the wall directly. The blasts from the volcano lance and plasma decimator tearing into the wall and making it run like molten lava wherever it struck, cannon fire repeatedly blasting into the walls. Spinning I charged into a thunderbolt as it unleashed a volley of missiles, planting the sword clean through his chest. I felt them ripple in, half of the volley working past my ion shield and I screamed in pain, twisting from the injuries, the action ripping the Tempest blade through its entire torso and dropping it dead to the ground. Glitch, move right. Without hesitation I moved right, noticing only then the WarHammer that unloaded its PPCs on my left side. Pain blossomed before being shut down by pure surprise as a chain raced past my view so fast I hadn't even recognized what had happened until I saw the heavy harpoon that had punched through the WarHammer's chassis. Thanks Behemoth. Are we in yet? I turned in time to feel an almost unlimited amount of jealousy as she tested the machine's left main weapon for the first time. A barracks complex simply erupted in flame as the conflagration cannon fired. Fire billowed out and engulfed the entire structure and I saw even the metal heat up under the barrage. A quick wrench and the scream of motors and the harpoon withdrew back to the Valiant. A moment later the walls dropped and the armigers charged in, with me not a step behind. Kamia. My people fought for their lady and I strode amongst them worried. The dropships had all landed without issue, including the Raven Guard dropship bearing the 4 horses of the apocalypse. The names he had told me for them I had forgotten as they advanced. The Bane blade was war, the Bane sword was death, the Storm blade was famine, and the Storm sword was conquest. Moving as a unit they had advanced on the spaceport and I had cause to worry that we would be carrying for their massive masses. Slow and vulnerable. And it was with no small fear I realized how wrong I was. The first sign was when a pair of locusts had come across the Bane blade taking the 4. Though they were not the most powerful mechs, watching a pair of them slain in as many seconds as beams of light pierced one and the other was blown into fragments when both its turret and fixed cannons punched into it with a profound detonation that peppered everything nearby with X-locust shrapnel. I twisted and brought the ion shield into play as a K2 catapult stepped up and unloaded its PPCs at me. And it was then I truly understood the power of these machines. I did not fumble about with clunky controls while wearing a diving bell for a helmet. In fact I rather liked the helmet the pilot suit for these machines needed. But my instinct to sway out of the way had pulled me out of the line of fire, though the ion shield had already deflected most of the blast. The autocannons had already begun hammering it with shells as I brought the battle cannon around and unloaded 3 shells in rapid succession. The storm blade eliminated a bunker, its massive main weapon engulfing the structure in boiling sun-hot plasma as the Bane sword fired at a landed enemy Union. I almost resigned myself to chastising it for wasting firepower before I saw the massive hole blasted by its quake cannon, a second shot turning the command deck into debris. Of the next shot I saw nothing but felt the base of its discharge. The battle for the spaceport was over and I took up a sprint for the prison as messages from it intensified. The run was long, and yet, as I arrived I slowed. The warden was moving like a nightmare, a king crab, probably the prison warden's mech, was struggling even against the most cumbersome of the knights. The others had all withdrawn for the purpose of the duel and I could only watch as warden literally toyed with the man. A claw came up and fired those oh so deadly Deathgiver AC/20s only to spark away on the shield protecting the Preceptor of Death. The pilot of the crab too desperate to understand what was happening as he was pulled further out of place before finally it happened. Overbalancing he tipped over. I could almost sense the scream of frustration and rage of the pilot as the Preceptor stepped forwards and crushed its legs under the mass of his own machine. But the pilot scrambled out of his machine and stood with arms raised in surrender as Warden's troops began to arrive. I watched closely as Kamiya wandered around in a bit of a daze as we entered the temporary camps where Medici were examining people. Finally we found him, and I entered the tent without too much worry, the teleport beacon in my hand ready. "He is in a near-fatal state, my lord," the Medici said as we entered the tent. "Significant signs of malnutrition, obvious and plentiful evidence of torture." This man was not questioned, this was the act of a sadist. "Torture always is," I said, examining him for myself. "Give me the dumb man's docket for his injuries. His legs are ruined, his arms are beyond saving, and if allowed to heal as they are would become little more than malformed claws that were a source of endless agony. Tell me, is he a candidate for interment?" The Medici looked at me considering it. "Anything else and he will die. Initiate teleport beacon. Everyone within this tent," I said, activating my vox. The knights would be teleported up soon. With a crack of light we stood on the teleporter on minor pad. "Medica's moving to take Ryu. What are you planning on doing?" Arano said as he was taken from her. "I must be told now. Ryu is, or should be, dead. Even with our augmetics, he'd be more than 90% machine by the time we were done with him and would be barely functional. His days as a warrior would be over. But that is not the only option." I began marching with Behemoth at my side, taking her hand as we headed for the manufactorum. My uncle was a genius with this technology and he conceived of a way that a warrior could continue when his body no longer could. It was called the Dreadnought Project. The finest of which is called a Telemann Heavy Dreadnought. It's about the size of an armiger. Between battle the interred should rest in stasis. As we found our way to the chamber it opened and Arano drew a breath, as did Behemoth. As did I. That is a lot of gold. Chapter 18. Even in death. Well dry. October 20th, 3024. Connections were made, implants were installed and Trotter worked hard to make sure Ryu survived the procedures even as Kamiya watched with a moderate level of body horror. But there was no other way. The sarcophagus was his only option. The smell of antiseptics and specialized incenses laden with aerosolist chemicals that aided in keeping a clean room clean was pervasive. The sacristans worked hard at Trotter's direction as Ryu was installed. This is hard to watch," I said, the expression on her face a dead giveaway. "I am beginning to doubt the wisdom of this course of action." Lights began to flicker on the sarcophagus as the final connections were made, as Ryu was lowered into the suspension tank. A steady glow began to come from the optical port as the seams and seals were welded shut. The final connections made, the suspension complete. This is the important part. I stepped into the chamber through the airlock doors, not bothering to close them, the requirement for sterility gone as Ryu's destroyed limbs were removed. Kamiya followed almost timidly. A hololithic display had been configured to show a stylized face for Ryu in deference to Kamiya's needs. "Where am I?" the voice, reduced to an almost impossibly deep bass by the synthesizers in the sarcophagus. His machine eyes turned to me and paused. "Warden, you lived. That which Victoria said you had perished under her mech's feet. That they'd killed Kamiya in her dropship." His eyes swapped target and a sigh of relief filled the room. "My lady, it is a pleasure to see, why can I not get up?" "Ryu," Kamiya said before stopping, not knowing what to say. "Mastiff," I said and his optics changed back to me, "you know that I was from far beyond the periphery, you helped me when nobody else could." I paused and brought over a stool taking a seat. "Now this will be hard to hear, and eventually see, as you know you were taken to a concentration camp on Well Dry where you appear to have been tortured for the past 3 years on and off. Your limbs were all but totally destroyed, your body was failing, the damage done was. I wondered how to phrase it. You were effectively dead, my friend. I have been recovering the technology my uncle sent out to me, and finally a warship of my people. But even with all his advanced medical science we could not have repaired you to a fighting condition with mere obmedics. You'd have been left almost 90% machine and unable to fight. I couldn't gauge his reaction, a downside to staring at a box. However, my uncle had a project called Dreadnought to take those wounded to the point of death and inter them in a sarcophagus where their knowledge, skill, and prowess in battle could be retained. Unfortunately I was unable to seek consent from you for the procedure and had to rely on Lady Kadaeux to provide it. The optics, unblinking, continued to stare. I don't understand. You were surgically altered, and interred into a highly specialized life support sarcophagus that is able to interface with a dreadnought and pilot it during battle in a manner far more real than any mech. I said, picking up a mirror and turning its reflective side to him. All that is left of you, is within this sarcophagus. There was a wordless cry of realization as inconsistencies in his sensations came at him. Kadaeux found words. My Ryu, I thought you were dead so long. When Warden offered this only way to save your life, what could I do but accept? To give you the chance to avenge what happened to you, for your death. She whispered the last. His optics turned to her. You've changed, my lady. You saw what was happening on Well Dry. A tearful nod confirmed his question. Your people need you more than they could ever know. And if that is the case, then even in death I still serve. My spine chilled at the words every dreadnought in my memory had spoken at some point. An acceptance of what had happened to them. Will this be installed in a mech? I heard him say. I grinned. Oh no, Mastiff, there is no mere mech for a loyal warrior of the Sword of Restoration. I nodded and the techs began to turn the table the sarcophagus was secured to as the vast door on the opposite side of the chamber began to winch open. You are to be granted the Telemann class heavy dreadnought. What does it weigh? Ryu asked, looking at it, clearly thinking in terms of a mech. 110 tons. I said, it's not as fast as a knight, maximum speed is about 65 km per hour, standard armament is 2 Estus power fists with twin plasma ejectors on each, however both can be replaced with either the Arachnus storm cannon, which is effectively a rotary laser cannon. The other is the Iliastus accelerator culverin. As standard it also has the Spikulus bolt launcher, a rocket launcher. I moved up closer to it. In addition, it also has a reinforced adamantic barrier, energy shield. It's all based on your technology. You are giving this freely. Ryu sounded almost surprised. Well, if you want we could put you into the budget version for battle, I said, a wry grin on my face as I showed him a picture of it. So what were you saying? Ryu said, changing the subject. Did we do the right thing? I asked him honestly, or would you have preferred to pass? The optics turned to face me, changing to a cold red. At first, I would have said yes. But that platinum blonde bitch betrayed Kadaeux, tortured me for years. You've given me an option that I could never have imagined, but there is a catch to this, isn't there? Kadaeux nodded, looking at his sarcophagus. The only people with the expertise to operate and effect repairs on the Telemann, and on you, are on this ship. Even with Warden's fleet, the specialist equipment only exists on this behemoth of a warship. As such, when you're not fighting for the liberation of the Oregon people, you'll need to be brought back here until they can train people to maintain you in my service. She looked at me hopefully, if they can even allow that much. What do you mean? He asked, almost confused. We sat down and began to talk of the last 3 years. Behemoth. Shit. I said as I examined the dispatch prepared by the ship's crew. Delivered to us from the Divine Right in deep space, the information in it was bad. Glitch looked at her own copy of it with confusion as we sat down for dinner. Decker, Medusa, and others all filing in one after another, all reading the same thing. Ghost ship sighted at Well Dry. A picture, blurry, taken of the Legacy in orbit over Well Dry had been sent via the Comstar network and had hit virtually all of known space. You're telling me, Miranda? Glitch said as she shoveled a mouthful of pasta in as she tried to talk at the same time. Glad we used the teleporters and normal dropships for the operation. Right now. Her speech became unintelligible for a minute. Right now all they know is some sort of super ship arrived at Well Dry, hovered in orbit for an hour. Then left. A goddamned picture taken by a novice astronomer. I almost tossed the data slate before Kane walked in, cursing and sputtering as he took a tray of food and came over. We had private quarters to eat in, but Kane had never wavered from sharing meals with his warriors. What the fucking fuckity fuck? He cursed as he sat down. Damn it to 1,000 hells, we killed a goddamned civilian jump ship to preserve the secrecy. We had our stealth systems engaged, yet some goddamned amateur manages to catch a picture of it. How did that happen? I asked him. According to Scott, the ship's chief tech adept, the power needed by the teleporter ion was enough to knock out the Empyrean mantle for almost half an hour, then again once we teleport everything back up. I didn't understand all the details, but he insists it was an unavoidable energy spike. Kane snarled and looked ready to throw his tray before simply settling down to eat. I moved closer and hugged him as best as I could while also maintaining an eye on my tray. it wouldn't be beyond glitch to nick it. Okay. So right now it's a ghost ship, so what are the possible consequences? Kane finished a mouthful of food and cocked his head. It's not likely to be pinned on us yet. Or anyone probably, a ship this size is still impossible to the inner sphere. What it can mean however is increased interest in the conflict here as well as independent groups wanting to get their licks in and hope to find the ghost ship. People we've sold technology to though, they might start to put two and two together and wonder if there isn't a link between them. He paused as he wolfed down another 2 mouthfuls of pasta. But it does have other consequences. It means we probably can't bring it to any other operation we run here for some time. Selling of other new technologies is probably off the cards unless people can see the tech is installed on our knights or infantry. His face went blank as he was considering his options. I want a yard ship. He said almost to himself. Don't we all? Glitch laughed. Pity that they all got blowed, apart in the succession wars. She stopped when she saw Kane wasn't laughing. His mind elsewhere. Sorry Glitch, I was considering the problems a yard ship might give us too. He returned to his meal. It wasn't a metaphor was it? I asked looking at him with my head turned. When you said about building an empire, you meant it literally didn't you? Warden nodded as he ate. With Rejuvenat it won't be much difficulty to build our empire, there is a lot of worlds that aren't bound to the fates of the major powers, or even minor powers like the Organs, Taurians, or Canopans. He said checking his datapad. With our technological advantages we can secure much of it for the benefit of others and build a stronger power. Once we secure a power base, maybe even take a slice of the Confederation. The thrill of ambition stoked a flame rippled through me. How are we supposed to declare any legitimacy though? Decker asked chewing on something that was supposed to resemble a steak. Well done was a crime against food. I was a duke of my home world of Lathe. If I can get Lady Kamia to officially recognize that, then convince our friends in the Federated Suns to do so as well, then we'll have the basis of a real power. Kane said sliding a hololithic projector to the center of the table. The sight of a true flag sent a further thrill through the blood as I put together more bits and pieces of the puzzle that Kane left around the stateroom. The memory of seeing a reference to the Argo made my blood chill as more and more it seemed like Kane knew what would happen, or had hints of things to come. Was he one of those? I had heard the sacristans speak of the machine spirits, of the Omnissiah. Was he a prophet of the machine god? Unknowing or knowingly? Building wealth, allies, money, preparing for this conflict on the rim placed perfectly to build a true nation. Was I to be a duchess to his duke? Or would he claim the title emperor for truth? Either way my musings were interrupted as he spoke again. But I can't work with just what we have. We need to build a collective of loyal people, we have a start. And we can become more. The offer of freedom for those under Capellan oppression. The promise of employment to warriors of the Oregon people once we finish destroying the Directorate, find dispossessed and offer to take them on as the next generations of armiger pilots. Improve our factories and foundries and make them defensible, or mobile. His words flowed as he revealed the depth of his plans. For the first time I spoke of the depth of my plans and goals as the potential reality of it came into increasingly possible fruition. Pirate systems, independents, and minor powers too frightened to allow their neighbors any traction were all there for the taking. Mundalas, out of the vestiges of its religious war was an open wound that could be brought into the fold. But above all I needed a yard ship. Whether one of Comstar's Fastlins, or find one of the 2 new Granges that they had hidden and waiting. The jump capacity of the Legacy was greater than any inner sphere jump ship or even clan warship, maybe even more than the Wabi's far jump capacity. The bottom line was I needed a mobile ship construction capacity. Or hidden ability. The yards that had built the Legacy were, according to Trotter, likely destroyed, and Lathe was too irradiated to venture a look. But I had no doubt in my mind that of the coffin ships that had been sent out others would have examples of our shipbuilding capacity. Once those were found and mated with a yard ship, perhaps we could perfect my uncle's technology, or even start to bring down the size of ships to something manageable. For an empire to be built, and made safe, I needed the ability to move ships and people reliably across large ranges. I needed the ability to forge and build armies. The Legacy filled the second requirement in many ways, and its manufacturing gave us a limited ability to produce ship equipment. But experimentation was required, our technology was significantly massier than that of the inner sphere. The plasma battery alone weighed at least twice as much as an invader jump ship. They watched with rapt faces, the fires of ambition, stoked by the flames of the throne Mechanicues stirred further by the promise of empire. Maybe then we would be ready when the time came for the clan invasion. I opened up one of the secured files on my datapad, password and biolocked. A yard ship. An HPG. Chapter 19. An open grave. Coramater. October 27, 3024. She was supposed to be dead. Victoria hissed as they looked at the incoming intelligence. Her father sighing as he studied the intelligence in the assault on Well Dry. And what is with these cursed machines? She said picking up various pieces of intelligence that had been sent from the Comstar station. I wish I knew, daughter. Santiago said as he studied the files. I've heard claims that these tanks here are hundreds of tons. And the footage from the attack on the icebox is even worse. I've been making some inquiries, and I haven't discovered anything good to come of it. Apparently my niece has secured the Raven Guard, and they've made a few waves with how quickly they've grown, and I'm not entirely sure we can withstand this without the aid of our allies in the Taurian Concordat. Let me get her. She won't be able to resist the chance to get back at my betrayal father. Victoria said angrily. Victoria, according to my contacts, this Raven Guard have access to 3-star lords, an invader as well as powerful dropships like an Overlord and Fortress. I've been in contact with Ostergaard, and though he has no difficulty with his son commanding the Newgrange on its Black Ops runs, he says the Concordat is not content with the idea of acting directly at this point. Santiago stood up and moved towards the window. Victoria, I have a task for you. What is it? Ostergaard only has his son, and his son is due for a supply run in 2 weeks. I want you to get a few of the Star League mechs from Castle Trilobite. 1. Paint them up in the Raven Guard colors and blow apart the dropship Newgrange. He faced the window, preventing her from seeing his face. If they ever find out it will be nothing compared to if they discover we were responsible for the gas attack. I can't trust anyone else for this. You and your unit will have to do this if we're to survive. He said, turning to face her, a look of concern on his face. Meanwhile, I'm going to send a message to the Capellans. My spies tell me that the Raven Guard made a powerful enemy amongst the Thuggees and they might be willing to lend us force to even the field. Victoria nodded. I still believe we can do this on our own, father. But if you will it, for the Directorate. Standing, she saluted and left. The Newgrange sat on its pad. People moving back and forth unloading cargo and loading other cargo as the Directorate forces worked to protect the site with an almost lazy air. The medium mech standing guard as a pair of lights patrolled the perimeter. Philip Ostergaard supervised it all from the command bridge of the modified Union class with aboard disinterest. Smuggling weapons and mechs to the Directorate wasn't exactly risky work, the up-armored nature of the Newgrange preventing most pirates from considering an attack on it where the Concordat flag did not. Fuel loading? He asked, moving across to the console where his tech was monitoring the procedure. 40%, Captain. Another of the techs spoke up. Captain, according to sensors, a Union just touched down 10 clicks away. What? Identify it. IFF claims it's the Warden's Rest. The tech said, and Philip frowned. He'd heard the name before. Let the Directorate forces know, and hurry up with unloading and fueling. Philip said as he sat back in his own chair. The price of their extra armor had come at the cost of weapons. And now he could only sit and wait as the fuel gauges rose far too slowly. And send a message to our jump ship. Broadcast constant. They need to know what happens here. Okay, you understand the job. Kill the defenders and blow the fuel pumps. The Newgrange is too well armored for a blunt assault. I know these are our own people, but you know what we've done for the Directorate. Director Espinosa calls on you to do so again today. To bring in the Concordat as real allies in this conflict and help put down the lady in her false restoration. The words were those of a fanatical demagogue driving her chosen warriors to fight, to the death if necessary. As she marched forwards in the amorous Spider, 2. A hidden prototype of a super heavy mech buried in the cache. The Raven Guard's use of super heavy vehicles would be supported by using it. The PPC beam weapons and unprecedented speed of the mech gave her plenty of advantages. And that became more apparent as she watched the 2 light mechs running for the facility broadcasting alarm transmissions. LRM fire reached up into the sky as Victoria began to move ahead of her troops, a counter barrage from her own LRMs reaching up into the sky. Firepower exchanged itself and the missiles fell, her own machines marching through the hellfire from the enemy craft with little to no concern. Weapons tore apart the skies and a locust burned as it crossed one of her men in his Star League era Atlas, pulse lasers turning it into chunky salsa. Philip had dived to the communication station picking up the microphone. Dawnfall, this is the Newgrange, get the hell out of here. The Raven Guard have attacked, they have deployed a new super heavy mech of unknown design, it's, just fucking look. They've attacked with no demands, no requests, nothing. He turned the camera outside a viewport in time for a sustained PPC beam to blast their Shadow Hawk into debris. Tell my father I love him. He finished off as he hung up the microphone. Fire burned as Victoria crossed the ridge, PPC beam blasting out and carving apart the fueling depot. Chain reactions of fire reaching into the Newgrange and rendering it down to scrap and rubble as secondary explosions tore it apart from within, ignoring the extra thick armor of the dropship. Fall back to the dropship. Our mission is done here. 1 month later. Santiago stood by the window as he watched footage from the assault and the reveal of the prototype mech from their hidden cache. Wondering how he could exploit it without further giving things away. News had come back that Commodore Ostergaard had been driven into a rage-fueled 3-day bender once news had reached him of his son's death at the hands of Camilla Orano and her mercenary pets. And yet, it had the desired effect of prompting action from the Concordat, word was that Ostergaard had assembled his fleet and was en route even now to provide aid. And still Santiago wondered if it would be enough. He'd seen the footage of the battle on Weldry and knew Kadaeux was piloting one of the Raven Guard's strange super heavy mechs. Do we know what they're bringing? A regiment. The aide said, studying the data. There are little specifics, but the Confederation refused to send anything. However, the aggrieved party has hired a battalion of the Highlanders to assist us in our time of need. Santiago smiled. An impressive show of solidarity. Markham, New Avalon. I moved through our corporate HQ as I studied the information being passed to me with some degree of worry. The intelligence arm I had been building to support the Raven Guard had warned me about a battalion of Northwind Highlanders that had been hired by our enemies in the Capellan Confederation to put down the Irano Restoration, that when added to the Taurian Concordat's involvement and sending a regiment may prove to be beyond merely challenging. The meeting room was small, and well shielded against spy devices as I sat down with Otto. Good to see you again, Markham. This is a little more secure than the club, but don't you think people will notice? Of course they will, but between you and Jacobs from A. Kerner Battle Mechs, they're getting used to private meetings being held. Fact is, the business end of my company is heading into some royal shit thanks to the Capellans and Concordat. And I'd like to make arrangements to help them out. I poured a measure of whiskey into 2 tumblers and handed one to Otto. What sort of arrangements are you after? Otto said, taking a mouthful of it. Another 40 mechs and 50 tanks, and a rapid delivery. Otto's eyes didn't boggle, he'd gotten used to hearing grand requests. That is a tall request, and not one Introtech are really suited for, so I have to wonder why you've reached out to me. Otto said instead. You know, people, ex-military types, or those drummed out for the sort of infractions that are inconvenient for a nation, but Tuesday for a mercenary. I know he's manufacturing new knights and armigers as well. So what he needs most is warm bodies capable of doing the job, or even interested in augmentation to pilot more advanced machines. I said, taking a drink. Ah, of course I know people, we like to hire them occasionally as security for ourselves, but those are all too frequently short-term, and we have little use for mech pilots as security. I can give you contacts for 20 or 30 that we've used on and off. Some are young, brave, and stupid, others are in retirement age and could use a little extra to retire on. Otto said, interested. And I'm happy to help out a friend. What sort of trouble are you facing? Capellans in Concordat. I said plainly, there was no love lost there to be wary of. The Cappies have hired a battalion of Highlanders to make life difficulty. The Taurians have apparently flipped their lid over the death of a dropship driver and sent an entire regiment under Commodore Ostergaard. Warden tells me that he had no involvement in the death, and I believe it. Would it be so surprising if he had? Otto asked curiously. No, but he wouldn't hide it either. Killing someone on the job is pretty standard fare, so if he'd done it he'd have no reason to deny it. But the Taurians won't wait to hear an explanation before they drop. And the restoration is likely to stall without my people on the ground. Another mouthful of drink. And they're hesitant to drop with the possibility of 150 plus battle mechs taking the field against them. Otto nodded, understanding. Not counting infantry, armor, or ASF support. When you've got about a quarter of that, best case, yet. Otto thought, considering the situation. I'm going to have a word with my cousin if I can get in to see him. I know Hansa is more than impressed by the armiger technology and wants to see what else you lot present in the future. I'm not sure he will do anything about the Concordat, not publicly, but he might be willing to lend a battalion of troops under the table. Thanks, Otto. Shall we finish this discussion over at the club in a couple days' time? I think we shall. Farewell, Markham. Chapter 20. Paint It Black. Dead Space. October 29th, 3024. Goddamned fucks. I snarled as I hurled the data pad across the room. Lady Kadaeux sat down. The Divine Right was sitting between systems, charging off of her main reactor ever so slowly as we met for a problematic meeting. The Argo had been turned over to us after the liberation of Weldry, and right now we were sitting in dead space trying to bring a multitude of its systems online. Miranda planted herself in my lap in order to prevent me getting up and pacing myself into an incoherent rage. The deployment of a full regiment of Taurians and a battalion of Northwind Highlanders had put us into a precarious position. Irano side, matters are not getting any better. The battles on Panzer are almost done, but they're simply well entrenched, and we need your support. I restrained myself from a retort. I understand, Lady Kadaeux, I do. We've got under 30 walkers, knights and mechs, just under 40 tanks. If it was just the battalion of Highlanders I wouldn't be worried. Between our dropships, ASFs, and forces we could beat them hard enough. Their descendants 100 years from now would have a sore arse. But throw in another regiment plus any armor and infantry support and the field becomes less certain. Markham is trying to scare us up forces to fill out our roster given these developments. But that still leaves us a problem. Kadaeux frowned. Deploying your forces becomes a gamble. You become stuck in a game of, can you afford to keep your warship back? Miranda spoke up. Can you hold on Weldry and Panzer, and for how long? I don't know, if the Taurians and Highlanders hold back waiting for you to deploy, our current holdings are probably be secure, but sooner or later I suspect they'll join in an assault against one or the other in an effort to force me to call on you to put out the fires. How are you doing for pilots? She asked worried. I waved a hand. We finished our round of selections from your trials. A chap called Leafy will be taking over the Knight Templar, a pair of sisters from the Legacy calling themselves Day and Night will pilot the other case Taurus and Sarastus. I studied Miranda's face once more, catching myself doing that whenever I was stressed. As for the armigers, they're full crewed. But we have another 4 armigers in production and 2 knights. They won't be ready until January at least. I picked up a glass and drank whatever was in it. Ultimately, I want to stop using regular battle mechs and move exclusively to knights and armigers. But this goddamned false flag OP has put us in the pickle jar and it means any deployment we make is high risk. For both of us. I know, Ostergaard seems to hold me personally responsible. I just wish I knew exactly what it was he brought. If it was a regiment of light and medium mechs then surely. I cut her off. At least 130 to just over 200 battle mechs possible. My machines are powerful as hell, but not that powerful. Outnumber us enough and our ion shields cease to be worth a damn. I would have thrown the glass too at the thought, but throwing something with someone on your lap was difficult, if not rude. Kamiya seemed to have the same impulse, instead taking a deep draught of the bottle on the table. Damn it Warden, how did this happen? Bluntly, Espinosa is playing it smart. He recognizes the power I've brought to the field, he probably mounted a false flag OP in order to force the Taurians' hand. And we already had enemies in the Concordat, couple that with the fact, unless we know where their fleet is, I couldn't even try and deal with them using the Legacy even if I dared risk it. I relaxed a bit. The only option is simply to refuse to give them time on target. Hit and fade. A big ask. Miranda said drinking from her own beer stein. It is. But according to this, they saw the Warden's Rest as responsible for the attack, it only makes sense that they're going to make a rush to deal with it. I said calling up a map of the region as I prompted Miranda to move so I could work on the map, and more importantly, feel my legs before the pins and needles set in. If we have the heavy bargain jump in at the pirate point here, I called up the system map. Once they make planetfall and help on Panzer, then Ostergaard and the Highlanders move in, I estimate a short time on target before the rest and heavy bargain have to evacuate. I drew the map back out showing the whole system once more. Their jump ships will have to be at one of these points once they jump in, they're not going to risk an entire fleet on a pirate point. We jump in, and pray to any deity that catches your fancy they've already begun preparation to land on Panzer. I said and Arano interrupted. That leaves the people of Panzer in a spot of trouble if they decide. I decided interrupting her was fair play. The point is to get them to commit, once they have, we jump in the Solar Macarius and Iron Duke. This leaves us alone with their jump ships hopefully and the Justice, Rage, Wrath and Hammerfall do as much damage to their jump ships as possible, no destroying them, but crippling them and giving us TI. Absolutely not. Kamiya said plainly standing up, I understand what you intend, that you want to buy time. But the destruction of that poor jump ship for the assault on Weldry alone proved to be a great risk and in the end it didn't prevent at least partial discovery of your warship. If we attack jump ships then the Directorate, Taurians and Highlanders are going to do the same. I frowned. But didn't press the matter. Her loyalty was to her people and covertly to me. I didn't want to risk that. Even so she looked like she doubted herself in vetoing the plan. We need to prove your innocence in the attack on his son, and have proof that the Directorate staged it. Kamiya said. If we can do that then the Concordat will be forced to withdraw their forces and leave us with a more even battlefield to fight on, or even in our favor. I couldn't argue the point, the problem was that ripples had already begun to reach. The point was, we should have been responsible for his son's death. And this time we weren't. Instead I sat down. Okay. What is your plan to do that then? Miranda noted that I'd gone cold, detached. How about we gather some more intelligence first? Darius said frowning, we can't withstand a regiment of mechs, so let's find out what we can about it instead. If we send the Hysteria on a commercial jump ship with a unit of armigers to destroy the dropship control center on Panzer in a fast hit and fade we're exposed to minimum threat, and Medusa is good enough to manage that. Is there another target that needs hitting? Smithon, Lord Karasaz is a specialist in Star League era technologies and he may know how to access the more secure files on the Argo. I have reason to believe that they'll turn the war for us. She said bringing up the right map, and planet. If we can hit that with heavy force, take their munitions dump, then my forces on Smithon can recover from the attrition they're under. And maybe even be out in a short span of time. I frowned and cocked my head, digesting the idea. The problem was that it would put the Hysteria in a bad position, if Ostergaard went after it. Darius, let the Hysteria know it's going to be making a hit and fade, and let Medusa know he's going to be in charge of that OP. He is to be in and out. I want it done in 5 to 10 minutes tops. I want enough noise to draw people to the party. But not so much as to keep him there when the party arrives. I turned to Spire, who'd remained quiet during the planning session. We're taking the solar mock areas to Smithon with the Justice, Rage, Wrath and Hammerfall. I want the Stukas replaced with Fury interceptors for this mission. Except for the Rage, I want it to have 4 Furies, and 2 Marauder destroyers. Panzer. Medusa sat there quietly panicking as he was entrusted with the care of his 3 lancemates in a key strategic job. The hysteria burned hard for the planet, but Sumire had already warned that she'd picked up a large fleet arriving at the primary jump point almost 6 hours after their arrival. Jump ships from 2 separate groups. It seemed that Arano was right and they were just waiting for an arrival. What was strange was that they had been suckered in by the hysteria. Sumi, you got anything more solid on the guys burning after us? For the 10th time, no. Be quiet, navigating this debris field is hard enough. And get your asses ready, once you hit dirt I want to be airborne and ready to bug the fuck out. Her tense voice came, accentuated by the sounds of, presumably, debris hitting the hull. There was no more sound as he turned to face his control systems. Okay, Warspite, Spike, Sophist, we're touching down in a minute or so. I want us at full stride ASAP. The mission is to take care of Directorate forces holding a dropship control center. The resties haven't been able to wrest it out of their control. Warspite, Spike, your Helverins are going to cover Sophist and I as we move in with thermal cannon and chain X. No mercy, if it shoots at you kill it, if it shoots at us kill it. What are the row? Sophist said, predictably. If it moves, it's fair game. If it doesn't move and is in the way, it's fair game. If it has a gun, it's fair game. Fuck, if it points finger guns at you I don't give a damn. The clock is literally ticking on this mission. If we take so much as a minute too long then Sumi is going to take the hysteria and go. Medusa frowned knowing how close the clock was on these orders. With the speed of an armiger it should be child's play, but they weren't as well protected as a knight and if there was anywhere that'd have a lot, it was a dropship control center. What happens in that case? Warspite asked and Medusa practically shouted before regaining control of himself. We fall back ASAP and try and find some restorationist force to go to ground with. But let's get this done quick, quiet, and go home. I'd rather not be stuck on this hole. Medusa said as the door slammed open. Now move. The clock counted down as each stride took them further into the enemy base, but then battle was joined with a number of armored vehicles appearing to make life interesting. Working together the armigers faced little threat until the 2 SRM carriers opened fire. Working on a single target the non-stop barrage of short-ranged missiles found Sophist's warglaive with missile after missile. Unable to escape the storm in time the armiger went down in flames before Medusa's thermal cannon could turn the enemy vehicles into a molten puddle. Amorous balls. Warspite said. Sophist was too slow. Keep us covered. Medusa charged over to the destroyed warglaive, looking down on the wreckage, waiting, hoping, for Sophist to climb out. But the clock in the corner continued to tick down. I'm sorry if you're just trapped Sophist. The locals began taking over the turret grid as Medusa opened up with sustained fire from his melta weapons at the destroyed warglaive, aiming for everything that was sensitive, the weapons, the ion generator, the plasma core, the cockpit. Move it. He spun and brought the warglaive up to full speed and pelted down the ramp as the enemy mechs came out of the woodworks and doubt crept into his mind. The lights didn't worry him overly, the Jenner and Panther were dog food. But the Centurion, Trebuchet, Hunchback, and Dragon did. His confidence had been shaken by the loss of Sophist to the SRM carriers and it was reinforced as the Hunchback fired its AC-20 at him. But then battle was joined as the Helverin's autocannons began blazing a hellstorm of ballistics fire towards the enemy and the turrets opened up. The battle dissolving into a general melee as they tried to fend off both turrets and the armigers descending on them. Another shot from the Hunchback staggered him but failed to do so enough to matter when the thermal spear fired a third of the Hunchback went cherry red in seconds before the carapace meltagun fired causing a fair amount of armor to go white from heat. As the Hunchback shut down the last thing its pilot saw was the spinning teeth of a chain cleaver, earning only a moment to scream before he was turned into hamburger meat. There was a crash and Medusa turned to see Warspite's Helverin missing its right arm as barrages of fire from the trebuchet focused on the left weapon. It was much more surprised when the Helverin turned its right gun and kept firing unfazed, the autocannon projectiles stitching the mech, effectively pinning it in place. Medusa, they are coming. Get that control center disabled. You have 3 minutes before I'm gone. Sumire said as the Leopard came about for a pickup. Medusa took the hint and sprinted for the control center pausing only long enough to discharge the thermal spear and his meltagun into the face of the dragon that attempted to block his progress. Metal running like someone had turned on a tap. Cresting the hill it took a moment to turn his guns on the control center before pain bloomed in his back driving him to one knee as he turned his meltagun and auspex on the offender. The Jenner he'd dismissed had managed to advance up behind him and unload directly into his back. Damage alarm screamed in his mind as the control center ran like lava while he discharged the meltagun, the carapace weapon turning the cockpit of the light mech into a blazing inferno of molten metal as he stood, the Armiger's power plant crippled. Struggling to turn, he saw the Hysteria arrive, with Warspite and Spike heading for it. Medusa took up a lumbering run, noting that the enemy mechs had finally been put down. Go go go! Warspite said as she loaded up her Armiger. 30 seconds later the mech door closed behind him and the Hysteria screamed for space as the Armiger collapsed and Medusa blacked out. Smithon. The sky was afire and the Directorate was worried as they watched in fear. They'd heard that Panzer had seen the arrival of Raven Guard forces, and response to it had been heavy, but they hadn't planned for him splitting his assets, and now the primary munitions depot keeping them in the fight was witnessing a nightmare as a fortress, Overlord and Excalibur were all descending on it. Massive starfighters had descended and strafed any obvious anti-air with incredible barrages of powerful laser fire. As the fortress touched down, the Long Tom rose from its armored silo, allowing the Excalibur and Overlord to safely land behind it. As the ramps lowered and the knights began to march, the commander of the munitions dump could only watch in horror as the Preceptor of Death and Mistress of Murder were followed by the Knight Templar and Lazarus. Following them was the other Case Taurus Canis Excelsior. In the rearguard were both Sarastus, the Lionheart, and Charlemagne. The fortress covering them as they unloaded, while from the Overlord tanks spilled out and the Excalibur began deploying troops and the remaining Armigers into the field. The knights began to file across the escarpment and march down the valley access. "This is Duke Cangerdino of the Raven Guard, Master of the Preceptor of Death." The words boomed out as a transmission and from loudspeakers across the machine. "We have been hired by the Lady Camia Urano to restore her worlds to her. To transfer them back into the hands of those with whom they belong. And a little birdie tells me that you are not too keen on that idea. So I'm going to give you an offer. Death. Or dispossession." The words boomed out. I let it sink in for a moment as I continued my march. "Any man or woman who is under arms by the time we reach the facility will be killed, whether or not they later choose to surrender. Any man or woman who abandons their mech, tank, or personal weapon and lines up in a nice clear space will be kept under guard and given a choice." A dragon moved up onto another ridge overlooking the munitions depot supported by his lance mates. The speakers and transmission stopped. "Warden's Justice, this is Kane, target CO ordinates, grid 9R, fire for effect." On the fortress the Long Tom turned and aimed marginally higher into the sky. "Krakum krakum krakum. Basilisk battery. Earthshaker shells. Grid 9R. Single shell only." The two basilisks came to a stop and spun on their axis for the target grid, the well-trained guardsmen loading an Earthshaker shell in each as their barrels reached for the sky and discharged krakum krakum. On the ridge the mechs noticed the fire too late to do more than attempt to evacuate the position, scattering in whatever direction was fastest. Unfortunately for the dragon and a grasshopper, they were too slow to begin relocation and the Long Tom shells fell. The earth-shattering barrage was then followed by the two Earthshaker shells. Their detonation rocked the escarpment the other lands had taken position on, and with a ground quake the entire thing came away from the cliff, bringing the two mechs caught on it, highly damaged, to an ignoble end. "Or you can resist now. And we'll just flatten you this way. Your choice." The transmission cut off. Chapter 21. Happy New Year's. Various. January 1st, 3025. 2 months of hell, wrath, and glory. The sliding scale of imminent apocalypse had leaned hard upon the fence of hit and run. Awaiting reinforcements had turned our contracts into a repetition of running battles and hit and fades. The inability to put down roots and give a good licking was ever more frustrating as it became entirely self-evident that we were wholly the reason for the Taurian regiment's presence and the Highlanders were just as quick to the take. An issue compounded by the fact our prior deception had not been able to work in our favor again. Separating our forces had rendered two Armigers into little more than scrap to be accounted for, and they never overcommitted their forces again. We came all too close to losing the Hysteria when on its next deployment the only force they sent was a pair of leopards, while our main deployment felt the bulk of their force in pursuit, forcing us to abort the assault al Tagathar in favor of withdrawing our forces intact and alive. "This is becoming quite ridiculous," Camia said as she visited us. "The inability to deploy you is proving to be almost unreasonably costly," she said, sitting down, "and yet, I dare not choose otherwise. This strategy has kept them playing cat and mouse instead of committing and forcing me to try and deploy you to stop them. It has been the only thing that has prevented the Taurians throwing an entire regiment into the game." Darius nodded, looking exhausted. "Indeed, Lady Camia, Ostergaard has a hate erection for us over his son, and the Highlanders were hired to deal with us specifically. But sooner or later they have to decide that pursuing us simply isn't working." Trotter downed a rotgut from the engineering spaces. "True, they're bound to realize soon that their dropships simply cannot keep up with our own. The artificial gravity plating has simply given us too great a margin for them to close. We can accelerate for days at high Gs. They can't do it for more than a few minutes." Camia nodded. "And when that happens they'll give up trying to catch us, and do something that will give us no choice but to come to them." I leaned back as I ate the burger I was enjoying far too much. "And that's when the real atrocities nobody will ever officially hear about will begin." The icebox writ large. Miranda looked up from the book she was reading. "That'll get ugly fast." They've got enough boots that Santiago isn't going to ask them to step off. Decker ate quietly. See, that's the real problem, ain't it, boss? Right now we have both of them creeping our asses. And bluntly, we don't get enough time dirtside to do shit about it. But, can they sustain that really? What do you mean? I asked, turning to face him. Way I see it is, Ostergaard wants your nuts in a vice and Lady Kamia's head on a spike for what we did. But whoever the snob jockey is in the Confederation that wants us dead. They hired a whole battalion of Highlanders to either drag you back in chains, or kill you. Right now they're not crossing swords because they're playing the chase game. Decker sat up and stuffed some chips into his gob. What happens when they think they've got us dead to rights and have to split claims? Then they'll probably give the warden to the Highlanders while Ostergaard demands their help, claiming my head as fair payment. Kamia mused. No, Decker is right. You might be on his shit list for giving the order, but it's my men he thinks did it. I doubt he'd even stop at just our heads. I'd wager he wants to destroy the Raven Guard Altogether. I munched some more on the burger, it was a damned fine one. But he's got to know he's in a bit of a vice too. They have no doubt realized that there is 2 ships missing at all times from our actions, the Divine Right and Heavy Bargain. They don't know I sent them back to the Federated Sons for now. But they've also realized that they can't engage us in a fleet fight. Our Fury interceptors have made them cautious, and the Achilles has turned them off risking main assaults. So what do you suggest, Kane? I frowned. Unsure. I'm not sure yet. The reinforcements that Markham has hired should be here in the next week or so, but I think we simply sit tight for now and wait. When they hit something and try to force our hand, I know you'd hate it, but I suggest we ignore it and hit an even bigger target. I have 2 in mind. Your flunky Alexander, you said it yourself, supposedly his family has intelligence proving the complicity of the Espinosas in the gas attacks, and in the death of Ostergaard's son. This is beyond critical, we need to retrieve it and your flunky. And the other. Here was going to be a true test, the information in the Argo was still being decoded. Which left me a limited window since I was only permitting it to be decoded in dead space with the legacy. I want to conquer Artrua for myself. Kamia looked at me in surprise. It has no real worth except for its mining facilities, it's at an obscure corner of the Oregon Reach, and more importantly, it is a highly defensible place. I've heard the ghost stories about the Lacuras or whatever they're called. How machines sometimes simply stop working and everyone dies. Her eyes went calculating. You want to bring them to battle there, somewhere you can control the outcome. She hissed a bit in surprised, somewhere that there is no local HPG station, no Comster presence. Somewhere you can bring the legacy in. I nodded. I hadn't considered bringing in the legacy. But she didn't need to know my real interest was in the Star League Castle Nautilus. You want me to sacrifice a planet officially and legally, to you, in order to bait this trap? I didn't bother telling her that I had designs on far more than that, but I left her with the question and answered it. If we attack a minor world for you, they might see it as us just trying to draw them back out of their own honey trap. If we conquer a world, for ourselves under our own title as an official reward from the Sword of Restoration, as perhaps our retainer fee to depose the Espinosas and restore the Oregon Coalition regardless of how long it takes? They couldn't possibly resist. I said, sighing at my regretfully empty hands, the burger as gone as my innocence. The Taurians would see it as a free planet to take back. The Northwind Highlanders would take it as an opportunity to fulfill their contract without starting a war with Espinosa because of collateral damage. She frowned, but if the people thought I was bargaining with their freedoms for power, so don't publicly be seen to do so. As you know, I held the title of Duke amongst my people. You could recognize my royal bloodlines, as their far-flung connection to House Cameron. Grant me a minor title under your own nobility and name the world my landhold to do with as I see fit within the reach of Oregon law. She blinked in surprise. House Cameron, she said skeptically. A noble-run world, far beyond the periphery, with an absolutely beyond top-secret skunk works and research outpost that even Kerensky didn't know about, who but one of their own family could be entrusted with such a task. The name Giardino came from my great-aunt's founding house. Her husband was a minor Cameron bastard. I was terrified that I couldn't even tell whether I was speaking lies or truth or some vile fabrication. And yet, Trotter nodded along, no sign of deception. Amaris himself never knew about Lathe, I don't believe the Cameron himself knew about it. And when Amaris staged his coup, we never heard anything else. Thus was cousin lost to history, assumed assassinated with the remainder. He confirmed. But that would make you the lost heir to the Star League, to T. No, absolutely not. I said, standing up. I couldn't let that train of thought even remotely begin to implant itself in her head. Or worse, my own. If there was anything that'd put Comster on a fanatical mission to see me dead, that right there was the clincher. They may not have supported Amaris, but they would sure as shit stinks move to any threat, imaginary or otherwise, to their power base on Terra. I'm happy for you to know of the connection, even to acknowledge it to a degree. But to ever imply that would be political if not literal suicide. I'd be more content to simply be known by a granted title. I do not need the title heir of the Star League under any circumstances. Camia nodded, the vehemence and suddenness of my denial unfortunately triggering her senses of loyalty implanted by the throne mechanicum. Oh, of course, that makes sense, I'm sorry. Of course, I can make it happen, if you want true, and it will save me further hiring costs. Her sense of humor came back as her normal personality came back to the fore. In any case, it's a new year. To victory. She said, changing the subject. To victory. The shout rang throughout the room. But I didn't miss the element of doubt in her eyes. Unable to engage decisively, victory was far from certain. Wolf's year. Jamie Wolf moved in his quarters with curiosity as he examined the material with some concern, having severed ties with the clans after Ward's instructions to prepare the inner sphere for the clan invasion. Curiosity was now proving to be a terrible problem. Information that the clans would desire was only turning up after he'd already purged the navigational information from the jump ships. The intel was passed on by friends in the Davians, information about a regiment of new 85-ton mechs that had 4 PPCs and were heat neutral even at full combat load. The increasing distribution of gravity plating on jump ships and drop ships across the inner sphere. Heat sinks far beyond anything even the clans had in capability. And of the names that accompanied these developments. Markham, Giardino, Raven Guard. And finally, after months of work, he'd gained access to battle roam footage from Mundalas and several other places that the Raven Guard, once Markham's marauders, had engaged in war. And the footage was unsettling. Comparing hours of it with the intelligence on the armigers the Davians were building built up a picture that he wasn't entirely sure anyone else had seen. The gravity plating had been a simple technology distributed to build up funds, as were the next technology releases. But how many had realized that the armiger they had shown and sold was a modified version of that used by the Raven Guard themselves? Weapons stripped for inner sphere built equivalents. The heat sinks were an easy money grab. But had anyone else put together the footage of their engagements to see what they had not shared? Powerful heat ray weapons, rapid firing, or rotary cannons, actual chain weapons capable of mech combat, powered fists that destroyed what they touched. Energy shields. Even their power plant technology had to be significantly more advanced to do what it did. Advanced implants that presumably went a step beyond neurohelmets and closer to enhanced imaging systems, maybe beyond. But how had nobody noticed the differences in tech base? If they had once matched inner sphere technology, they'd diverged at some point as, based on all the intel he had, there wasn't a single shared technology. They didn't use medium or large lasers, none of them had SRM or LRM systems. There wasn't a PPC to be found. But the method of war? That was the most unusual aspect. After the departure of Markham due to injury, the Raven Guard, now reformed under Warden, ceased to display anything like normal spherist organization. Lances seemed gone in favor of mass deployments. Co-ordination was less obvious in favor of massive overkill. A factor that seemed to grow more noticeable as they stopped deploying standard mechs in the field at all. Do you see how they fight? He asked his wife as she sat next to him studying it with him. Do you love? She asked, cocking her head. What do you mean? I've watched you beat stompy death into people for many a year now, watched countless battle ROMs, and mechs always have this artificiality about them, they never quite fight like a person would. Or they seem too mechanical in some aspects. Nobody could look at a mech fight and mistake it for organic. She said, studying the footage, and bringing up some of his own battles to give examples. Now look at those machines, the weird ones. They sound like machines, they look like machines, but they move organically, like a person. They're not following a radar, they're aware of their surroundings. A mech doesn't avoid a PPC blast by twisting their hips out of the way, mechs can't do that, they're not precise enough, they're the fulcrum around which the whole mech moves. Jamie saw it as she described it, they move like people would, when struck they recoil from the blow like it pained them. It was a picture that was painted all too well. They were not mechs. Not as he knew them, not as anyone else in the inner sphere knew them. Even the Davian armigers didn't move like the Raven Guards did. Stravog. He snarled. I need to meet these people. Chapter 22. Misdirection in Lacuras. Various. January 21st, 3025. Well, dry. The mood in the camp had become somber and increasingly angry as the day went on. Timothy Curtis looked at the data slate in his hand for the fourth time as if the contents of it would change. The Highlanders had been in this dirt-loving hell of a periphery state for months now, pursuing ghosts they could not catch, and now, following suggestions from the Taurian, they'd set down on Welldry and begun to oppress the people for, it turns out, no reason at all. Instead of being forced to come here by some sort of inner nobility, the Raven Guard had struck yet further targets. One unit going to recover some sort of intel, the other conquering a system just about as far as it could get from Welldry without leaving the coalition. And here they were stuck with a planet they had overcommitted to. The Taurian Commodore stood in the tent with him practically quivering with rage. The only thing worse for him than being stuck here was something else he'd learned. though the bastard was unwilling to share it. The Concordat has given me orders to withdraw. The rage reached his eyes and he started at Timothy. Arano's Lord Madeira sent a transmission to my people. The anger threatened to boil over as if he was a hair's breadth from turning his men on the people outside. Months pursuing the goddamned Raven Guard, and we discover that the snide shit on the Oregon throne, not only orchestrated the gas attack, but ordered his own daughter to murder my son while we were supposed to be allies. Ostergaard calmed down, forced himself to as he sat down. Here I have been torturing, persecuting, and committing war crimes for the very man that ordered the death of my son, that organized a false flag gas attack designed to increase tensions in the area. Though he wasn't sobbing, tears flowed freely. I don't know why you are doing this, mercenary. But I have been ordered to recall my people. And I've given the order. Mostly. Timothy frowned at that. Mostly. He said, curious, and suspicious, thought Ostergaard never finished the sentence. I'm sorry, but I won't be able to support you anymore in this. And I advise you see if you can get your terms commuted. You've got a single battalion of mechs and support. This isn't your fight. He said instead, standing up and brushing off his eyes. Do it for your men. I wish I could, Commodore. But our employer is just about the worst kind of person you could piss off. If we return to the Confederation without certain heads, then our families will probably get ours in a box. Timothy said, feeling some remorse for the events. Ostergaard looked confused. Strange, I thought Maximilian Liao was one of the best leaders they'd had in some time. He is, Timothy said wearily, his daughter Candace isn't too bad either. But Romano, she's in Saw, he arrested his tongue, forget I said anything please, my life probably depends on it. Ostergaard stood and headed for the flap. Said what? He left, closing the flap behind him. Ostergaard moved back towards his own encampment, rejoined by his aide Tatiana. Sir. Everyone we trust has joined us on the Iberia, the rest have been moved to the other ships to return home, correct? He said, all business as he made for the Fortress-class dropship. Correct, sir. Good. Because these orders are beyond the scope of our involvement, following these orders we officially received, I received a special order from Protector Calderon. He wants us to take the Iberia and head for the Raven Guard and make contact. Ostergaard said, weaving past some mech techs hauling some Myanmar fibers. Sir? That sounds highly irregular. If he hadn't, I'd have taken a damned drop shuttle if I had to and sign up with the Raven Guard. I want justice for what happened to my son. But officially we'll be going AWOL to sign on with the Raven Guard to see that justice done. Unofficially, Protector Calderon wants me to see and get readings on every possible technology the Raven Guard have, if possible, even steal some. Eventually their walk culminated in the Iberia's main loading ramp. The Protector believes that a fortress full of men loyal to me will be too valuable to turn away. Tatiana nodded. A sound strategy. But what if he does turn us away? I don't know, Tatiana, I don't know. Ostergaard said, looking confused for the first time. Our orders didn't cover that possibility. But why would they turn down a dropship and more mechs? They refused to face us, and we have proof that we were deceived. I would hope they're the kind of people who can understand wanting vengeance, for I most certainly do. Are true. It had taken weeks, but finally the Argos computer had been decoded, revealing the location of the Star League facility, and Kamiya had been almost angry beyond reason at discovering that she just promised away the world that the Castle Nautilus was on until agreements were made to share what we found there within reason. And now we stood outside the facility, her night approaching as I heard it. The Lacuras. I shouldn't have been able to hear it, or see it, and yet it registered on my nospheric feeds. That was impossible, a Star League-era computer virus should not be behaving like this. And yet, when the Star League drones began emerging from their bunkers, I was unpleasantly surprised when they paused, frozen, as if considering the situation. Binaric language flowed through the ether, not the crude programming of dumb machines but of something that I feared might have been objectively worse. I realized with shock that the presence appeared to be studying our own binaric code IFFs. Binaric code response recognized. Identify. What's going on? Kamiya asked, terrified, as I marched the Dominus up towards the door slowly so as not to provoke a response. It's recognized the nospheric signatures of my technology, of the machine spirits. We're not dealing with some sort of code goblin. I said as I began composing a binaric reply. I am Duke Kangerdino of Lathe. Son of, my recitation of genetic legacy going back until that critical name was mentioned. I studied the door with some trepidation. My foreknowledge was becoming less precise and useful, and would continue to do so as my actions caused ripples throughout history. I'm working to signal the codes we acquired from the Argo now. Murad said before I shouted. No. Do no such thing. Cease all transmission to the site and isolate the communications equipment. But give orders for the legacy to burn for Artru and take up geostationary orbit over the site first. If I get so much as a binaric squirt aimed at the site from orbit, you can consider yourself dismissed. Kamiya's knight moved up next to me, not showing the proper caution as suddenly a dozen emerald beams reached out and began to play over our knights, and more as the others moved up to join us, the SLDF drones following cautiously. Duke Kane Giardino. Open the cockpit to your vehicle and permit a drone to take a genetic sample for analysis. I blinked in surprise, but saw a small quad rotor headed for my position and popped the hatch, though remaining seated due to my connection to the machine spirit. The device dived into the cockpit and I watched the syringe warily, but true to its word, I got jabbed and blood was withdrawn. The drone left and I closed the hatch before freezing to death. What now? Kamiya asked in awe. This was far different to how she expected it to go. WA. Duke Giardino, last descendant of Zachariah Cameron. Recognized genetic legacy. Control of Project Lathe transferred to your control. Facility lockdown lifted. Security procedures on standby. Welcome Director Giardino to Castle Nautilus. Before us the doors began to smoothly roll open on heavy rollers, sliding into the walls. With that I engaged full stride into the castle. Behemoth. I looked down in awe at a real, genuine, Star League facility. The director's office I stood in with Kane overlooked a vast storage bay packed with SLDF mechs. Atlas, Highlander, Spiders, Black Knights. Vaults of Listec weapons, and yet Kane was unimpressed by any of it. Instead he faced the wall. Who are you? He asked the screen. The machine said as it flicked through several displays. Director Zachariah chose the name first I believe. Then tried to make an acronym fit. It said plainly. What were you made for? I asked as Kane studied the displays being presented. Original purpose was simply a test bed of technologies. Lakura began as a simple quantum computing machine in an effort to create an artificial intelligence worthy of the name. However, the nature of the quantum computing prevented success. A functional operating system capable of supporting true intelligence was beyond the project's ability to program. The machine showed records, camera feeds from that time. Ever diverging from the norm, Director Cameron proposed another solution. A vat-grown brain, flash programmed with a copy of his own intellect. How? Kane asked, cocking his head. You should know. You have the required implants for man-machine interface. Please, continue. I said, trying not to distract from the explanation. The initial flashing was unsuccessful. The interface was based on a primitive CT scan technology and proved inadequate. Director Cameron instead worked to develop a neural interface system, eventually coming up with the Throne Mechanicum, and its matching neurospinal implants. The unsettling image of a detached set of implants floated. This time the project was successful. I was built off of that basis. With my great computational capacity provided by the quantum computing, I was put to the task of finding a way around the technological limitations. However, the project went dark when Stefan Amaris began his coup. Director Cameron packed up as much equipment as it was possible to onto several jump ships and made for the Lathe system. The colony there not existing in any records to maintain operational security. But you were left behind. Kane asked as he turned back and looked out of the bay window. At the time my systems could not be transferred. Attempts to move copies of my framework proved destructive to standard Star League computing systems. Director Cameron noted that my machine spirit required a properly built semi-quantum framework to be installed without destructive results. Instead I was directed to protect this facility and continue theoretical development programs, the machine said before Kane nodded. Those drones weren't SLDF issue. Correct. However, they merely had receivers installed for direction. The director's instructions did not permit access to the fabrication systems for new developments. The standard template constructor has been inactive for the entire lockdown period. Only access to standard factory and robotics equipment permitted retrofit of SLDF tanks for protection. Kane stiffened at the mention of the standard template constructor. What other technologies remain here that Zachariah could not take with him? There was silence for some time and I turned to see the displays flickering as if deep in thought. Is there anything else related to the Lathe projects stored here? I asked as I searched the desk. CO ordinates for shipyard prototype. Universe class. CO ordinates for Lathe, the machine said plainly. Kane perked up. Download those to a data slate for me. And what about your projects? The machine spirit paused again, thinking. Lack of testing capacity stunted work. I engaged hibernation and enacted passive code to protect the facility against intrusion by any lacking binary code transmission ability. Primary project instructions were for 3 projects. Tell us about them. Kane didn't bother explaining that his uncle had had some success in that field. Primary Project C, Project Astropath, proposal to develop an alternative to the limitations of the hyperpulse generator technology. Theoretical considerations included proposals such as quantum entanglement, tachyon communication, and artificial wormhole transmission vectors. Kane moved over to the screen and began keying in commands. Lakura, what is the viability of these projects based on your work so far? Project Warp Drive is 100% viable. As evidenced by the approach of the vessel flagged in binary as Kane's legacy, so the machine could sense a great deal. Project Astropath is viable. Requires additional development time and resource testing. Project Warpgate is considered viable, but of limited benefit. Explain. Kane said as he studied the files he was calling up. Project requires vessels sufficiently protected to withstand solar exposure at extreme proximity. Materials sciences available to my analysis are insufficient in their heat management and dissipation to adequately survive the stresses of such proximity, both preventing non-FTL ships from approaching such a station, or even of such a station being built. Kane, could the materials used to produce Knight's armor do it? I asked as I watched. Below us Arano's people were moving and looking over the Star League mechs. However, Errant found her way up to the overlooking command center as Kane watched, putting an arm on my shoulder. So Kane, we'll be needing to tack. Kane didn't turn. You're allowed to take 80% of the mechs, but I'm afraid that's the best I can offer. He said, and I went pale at the thought of giving away such a vast stockpile. This was an Oregon world before I granted your request, I might add. This facility is my birthright, the secret of it handed down through my family with the Oregon reach. A powered gun descended from the ceiling, aiming at her as a drone emerged. She froze as the computer spoke with the voice of the ancient Cameron. The drone stabbed her and took a blood sample. The room wasn't silent, however, as Kane sat down behind the director's desk and began calling forth information with binary code. The speed with which he typed it in surprised me until I noticed a data jack on his wrist had extended into a receiving port in the desk, his multitasking mind going through multiple pieces of work at once. As I searched through the files while Lakura ran its DNA analysis, I saw what I had half expected to find. The list of staff originally populating this facility was small, but various temporary colony units had contained the colonists that were slowly shipped out to Lathe, but the staff list for heads of department were the interesting parts. Director Project Lead, Zachariah Cameron. Director Research, Zachariah Cameron. Director Construction, William Tennyson. Director Administration, Amanda U. Singh. Director Appropriations, Sylvia Milliard. Director Security, Aloysius Arano. I stopped at that name. My blood turning to ice as Lakura spoke up once more. Genetic testing confirms. Descendant of Aloysius Arano. Director of Project Lathe Security. Entrusted to protect our True against discovery by external elements. Upon Project Lathe's transference to Lathe itself, maintaining operational security and secrecy was paramount until a descendant of Cameron's return. To this effect, experimental command ship Argo entrusted to house Arano. Process list of directors for Project Lathe. Identify connections. Zachariah Cameron assembled a collection of family embarrassments who were owed the loyalty of the family but could not be entrusted to the public. All project directors, bar Zachariah, are the products of illegitimate relations with various influential Camerons. What the machine meant was something far, far darker. They were all bastards of the ruling elite, and acknowledging them would create limitless embarrassment. Kamia spoke up. Well, cousin, she phrased it as a joke, but my blood chilled at even the implication, because it meant the familial bonds enforced by the throne mechanicum would dig in even deeper to her psyche. She pressed on, however, machine. How come my family was entrusted with its security after it moved? Did no other elements remain behind? Negative. Official record states that Zachariah could trust nobody else to protect the secret of Castle Nautilus. An unofficial record. I prompted. The machine actually hesitated, as if unsure whether to answer. According to unofficial diary entries maintained by Zachariah, Aloysius Arano was believed to have been pursuing an affair with Amanda U. Singh, with whom Zachariah intended to marry. No evidence exists in record or security footage to support the allegations. Kamia looked surprised. So he just abandoned a far ancestor to guard it until a nebulous return. There is nothing nebulous. A descendant has returned. Title Director of Project has been returned to the Cameron bloodline. The declaration of the machine left little room for argument. Behemoth chuckled, causing us both to look over at her. Is something amusing, Mrs. Giardino? Kamia asked, somewhat mortified. Very, Ms. Arano. It is clear that there was in fact an intent to return, if you'll process it for a second. When Kane came from beyond the periphery, what happened first? He ended up signing on with the Oregon Coalition, becoming your very bodyguard for your coronation. She said, calling up files herself now. Maps, transmissions, things I'd told her. Your uncle betrays you. Kane rises to power, begins building a legacy with a terrifying speed, only to eventually rejoin and find you also return as the Sword of Restoration. And, together, you find your way back to where it all began. Rediscovering a pot of gold of technology. The first machine spirit. SLDF mechs. Various other pieces of advanced technology. If I were inclined to religion, I'd say something was tugging the strings, trying to knot off a plan laid in motion centuries ago. My blood ran cold as she spoke. It made too much sense. I knew the hand of fate that had placed me here, upsetting the apple cart had ordained this, granting boons and tying our history inexplicably, and inextricably, from what should have been. Alarum. Dropship incoming. Fortress class. Transmitting IFF, Iberia. Transmitting communications. Chapter 23. I still serve. Artru, Tirlan. January 21, 3025. Artru, Samuel Ostergaard. The Iberia approached Artru with incredible caution as Ostergaard saw it. His guts turning to jelly as he watched it moving. His jump ship had found itself under the guns of an Achilles and swarm of asps as the 3-star lords and invader made their presences felt and seized it. The fear in his guts didn't change when word had come that his jump ship's crew had been isolated and locked into cargo holds with no view of space. And he understood why now. Halfway to Artru it had come about, spinning in space like a giant bar. It had burned hard. Burned harder than he could have believed possible, the baroque mass of the Goliath burning brightly towards the Iberia like the hammer of God. Its prow proudly facing him as its figurehead changed even as he watched, going from a vast mechanical sigil he didn't recognize, wings rose from recesses, the sigil became a semi-mechanical skull and its eyes began to glow a baleful red as it poured on 6 Gs of acceleration for 2 days straight, bringing the massive vessel up to almost 2% of the speed of light before making its deceleration burn to match his own velocity. The fear was real as it slowed and approached at ever closer velocities, its sun-bright drive plumes distorting any possibly meaningful sensor readings. Before finally it was too late. It had approached to within 100 kilometers and its drives fell down through the range until the burning pillars matched their own velocity, falling only marginally behind. Nobody on the Iberia could speak of what they saw except in hushed tones as the monstrous ghost ship came alongside. Its dorsal weapon turning on its axis to face them at all times as flights of an unknown ASF made their runs past. It was only a day from Artru before the ship finally made contact. Continuing to ignore their own transmissions. This is Admiral Spire of the Kane's Legacy. Commodore Samuel Ostergaard, you have been registered as an enemy of the Raven Guard and cannot be permitted to set foot on Artru. Maintain your drives at 1G and prepare to be boarded. I stood on the teleporterium with Miranda, Camia, and almost 24 of the ship's security detachment. It was not time to reveal myself, not fully. But it was time to demonstrate that I was not going to be pushed around. We were no Astartes. But human-powered armor had been developed, and now we 3 all wore it as the device powered up, and I lifted a weapon I had pulled from the armory in one hand. Chainsword in the other. Initiate. Crimson unlight rained as with a clap of ozone we were displaced over to the Iberia. Weapons were raised as our troops prepared to cut down any one of the Taurians that demonstrated so much as a glimmer of resistance. There was a moment as one of them stood and attempted to run for an alarm panel before the screaming sound of my chainsword revving cut his velocity to 0 in pure terror. I marched over, footsteps sounding like a mechs on a smaller scale, the storm bolter lifted to face his chest. Instead I pressed a button on the intercom. I am Duke Kane, father of the Lathe Nation reborn. Report to the mech deck in the next 240 seconds or I begin cutting down your people. In all fairness, the man did not dally, arriving with a squad of his own men carrying heavy rifles bought from the Federated Sons. The surprise was clear on his face as he faced his people. Love, mind throwing the beacon to a clear space and signal for glitch. Miranda activated the teleport beacon and tossed it well clear of our group, the Taurians near it running away from the destination. The crackling unlight and burst of ozone as the teleporterium flared left Taurians screaming and running for cover as the Sarastus class knight stood there, its left arm bore the Acheron flame cannon, the other having its Reaper chain fist. The sound of the chain fist revving was a piercing scream like 1,000 nails being drawn down 1,000 chalkboards, the spark of a tiny burp from the flamer making it clear to everyone present what the weapon was. Terror was evident on every single face as I stood there, staring straight at the Commodore. Weapons held at the ready as I moved over to my people. What is the meaning of this? Samuel said, rage and a lingering hatred in his voice, but only lingering, as if he was working hard to not feel that way. And why had he come alone? You are Commodore Samuel Ostergaard of the Concord Navy. I said as he walked down the gantries. His attendants, bar a woman with a laser pistol, seemed too terrified to follow. And this is the Iberia, a ship of the Concord Navy, your unwelcome boarding is. Cut the shit. I snapped and it cut him silent. You have been in pursuit of me since the Directorate ordered a false flag operation by assassinating your son, my condolences by the way. In any case, why have you not returned to Taurian space? Because, officially, we've all gone AWOL. He said, face going red as his hair as he marched down the last set of stairs to face me directly. I hated you, and you Lady Arano. I was going to enjoy painting whatever world you chose to make your stand on red. I hated you with the passion of 1,000 burning suns, and then I learn. His voice was raising as everything came to a head, and then I learned that I have been not only hating the wrong people, but have to face that I was deceived into hunting you for the very people responsible. I want revenge. I want to spill the blood of every Espinosa I can find. I want to. He shouted soundlessly without meaning for a second. I want to put into practice what you did on Mundalas. I want to take everyone responsible and literally crucify them in the streets for the galaxy to see. He hissed with almost pure spite and hate thrumming through his veins. And I don't care what it takes. If I have to help you, I will do so. If you turn me back, I'll burn Koromater myself. He collapsed onto the deck, weeping as only a parent who's lost his kid can. We never represented a real threat to you, did we? You were laughing at us the whole time, hiding this Leviathan. He laughed maniacally for a moment. Look at it, you fucking teleport onto our ship. Your own craft never seemed to need to slow down, they probably have this gravity plating we kept hearing about and nobody was willing to sell us. I sat down as well as power armor allowed. You were the greatest threat I've faced directly since returning from beyond the periphery. But, I don't know if we could ever trust you, Ostergaard. Look at it, you went back to Welldry with a battalion of Liao-funded mercenaries and began abusing the population simply to draw us into battle. Kamiya looked on the verge of speaking but stopped. She had expected a quick seizure of an enemy who'd foolishly tried to play on our terms. And yet once more, I was working to subvert expectations. An enemy had come to try and join our crusade. And how can I possibly prove my commitment, is not the fact I act to avenge my murdered son Anu. No, Ostergaard, it is not. I said, plainly interrupting him, and his expression was both offended, surprised, and terrified. I can't trust words. Only deeds. In ancient history, or mythology, the hero Hercules had to complete 12 tasks to prove himself. The 12 labors of Hercules. I said plainly. 12 tasks considered virtually impossible, so much so that anything of massive difficulty is still frequently called a Herculean task. Well, I am more generous than the Oracle of Delphi. I won't ask you to slay the Nemean lion with your bare hands, or wrestle the Cretan bull. I stood and stared down at the man, almost broken in grief. So what tasks would you have me perform? Ostergaard actually looked hopeful. The first, and most crucial task, is to prove yourself worthy of piloting a knight. Prove yourself a worthy man. Prove yourself in a way more completely than ever. It will change you. And it will tie you to my house more completely than any oath can. It will alter your mind. It will exaggerate dominant personality traits and suppress lesser ones. It will promote loyalty, honor, and a form of fealty. My words were pitched intensely, but Kamiya could not hear how I had betrayed her. I would not risk Trotter deciding I was no longer worthy for his services. Or, it will kill you. Ostergaard looked worried, fearful and unsettled as I spoke. What do you mean it will kill me? Night testing is beyond anything you have ever experienced. If you are physically fit, you will be granted the implants I wear. Then you will be put through a trail that is so profound it affects your very psyche. If you are not up to that final trial, however, it is absolutely lethal. 1 in 10 candidates die. You prove yourself worthy, or perish. I helped him to his feet as a hardness set in, a perceived slight against his worthiness. And the other tasks? He said, wanting to hear it all. The second task is that we go to Welldry. And with your people at the fore, with you at the fore. Utterly destroy the Northwind Highlanders sent after me. Absolute annihilation. No man, woman, or mech to remain. Utter and total destruction. My words brooked no discussion, and I saw the pain there. He'd made at least one friend in the Highlanders battalion. A stepped back. And for the final task, you, and your entire crew, will renounce Thomas Calderon and swear fealty to the Lathe nation. All the Taurians present, including the woman he'd brought with him, an advisor or XO perhaps, all expressed borderline rage at the suggestion. And if we cannot do that, we will come to that bridge when we get to it. I said, stepping forwards. And if those tasks are completed, then and only then will I consider you worthy of trust, and then you will join us and burn the Directorate to the ground and reinstate its rightful leader. Lady Kamiya Arano. So it was to be a fight. I thought as Kamiya entered my stateroom and closed the door, Miranda looking up from the book she was reading before putting in some headphones and turning up her music. That man oppresses my people and you offer him a job. You had no right to go over my head and negotiate with a war criminal. I had every right. Our true is my system. And that bastard was deceived into doing your uncle's dirty work. And, quite literally mad from grief, did things that were reprehensible in the extreme. If we hadn't actually been innocent, I'd have bet 1 billion C-bills that he'd have shot everyone that refused to continue his crusade and prosecuted it anyway. My words were edged, but I struggled to avoid tripping any more overt reprogramming the throne mechanicum emplaced. I am not going to waste a potential asset that we can turn on our other enemies. 12 mechs. 12 tanks and a company of infantry are based on that fortress. As well as bringing a second Long Tom. I sat down. It brings us the firepower for a final push on Koromater sooner than we could have expected. Are there other things that need to happen first? Certainly. But you wanted me to save the coalition, and I am going to do that. Butchering him in cold blood is only going to make Thomas Calderon, an already paranoid neurotic, an angry enemy. Arano dropped into a chair and put her head into her hands. I am trying to protect my people, I failed them. As it seems my bloodline failed to protect the very secrets needed. Our true wasn't ready for any return, its secrets all but forgotten into some folklore. I saw the very fragile confidence of a woman who felt like she'd completely failed on all fronts. The concentration camps, the people under the heel, my own lords resisting my authority because of how I failed them. You may not know it, but you're a hero of the Oregon people. They see your sigil as a sign of power that will bring them freedom once more. I won't give up on my people, not now nor ever. I will not allow failure to be the only Errant legacy. I understand, Kadaeux, I do. I said, taking up a data slate. Better than you think, I believe. But I need you to trust me. I'm not old Zachariah. I am not going to abandon the Oregons because I think you are trying to sleep with my wife. She laughed. You know I wouldn't do that, Kane. Pity I'd have paid good sea bills to see it. I said with a wry grin and chuckled at her reaction. Almost completely mortified and blushing all at once. But there was no spark between any of us. The sense of connectivity in our fates didn't go that far, not even within my own breast. Of course, there is every chance you will get your wish and Ostergaard will fail the trial. The man had the conviction and strength to follow us for months. I doubt that. I held up a hand. The trial you undertook was tempered by using my own throne mechanicum. You were never exposed to the greatest dangers the trial offers. And Ostergaard's sanity is in an already fractured state. He is a man surviving purely on rage. His sole motivation for revenge is the only thing that has kept him from eating a bullet so far. I said, calling up the display for the Chamber of Echoes. We've managed to build Asterix using the STC on R-True, but the process is not fast, and it cannot be quickly moved to other projects. The throne mechanicum belonged to one of the failed supplicants from your own test. It has seen several pilots. Errant sighed and stared at the table. I almost wish you had not done me that favor. The price we pay is greater than others could ever understand. I said, pouring 3 tumblers of drink. I didn't understand at first. But every time I've gone into battle, I feel like less when I leave the machine. I cannot wait to submerge myself in union with it once more. I hear the call to battle even when I sleep. And I was warned that ambition would be amplified by it, but I feel part of myself was lost somewhere. A tempering voice. She drank deeply as she stared at the table. Because it probably was lost. I said, drinking myself as I watched Ostergaard seated on a throne mechanicum. The look on her face was almost one of terror at my words. I realized then she was seeking validation that she was still herself. That she had not been too greatly changed, and that my response was probably the worst choice of words short of, by the way, I forgot to tell you about the brainwashing part that encourages loyalty to me. Instead, I tried to mitigate the damage. The throne mechanicum, as we said, has some severe effects on the psyche. It greatly exaggerates strong personality traits. Your resolve is stronger than ever before. Do you think, for even a moment, that before all of this that you would have allowed the people of Weldry to suffer while we acted against other strategic targets? I said plainly, do you think that you could have allowed the destruction of jump ships on the possibility of saving Ryu? Her head dropped as she considered my words. Your strength has increased many times. And if you believe you lost part of yourself and ability to temper things, might I point out you aggressively vetoed the proposal to destroy their jump ship fleet before. My words began to bore into her as Ostergaard became embroiled in with the machine spirit. You have not lost anything that you are not better without. You lost your naivete. You lost perhaps a more childish vision of how this would progress. What the throne mechanicum did burn out of you was something you could afford to lose. With only one vast downside. Miranda proved she'd been listening in by speaking in a quiet voice quite unlike her normally. We feel less without the Union. She fidgeted as if unsure how to say what was coming next, which is why I have to say that the doctor has forbidden me battle for the next 7 months. My heart stopped in naked terror. Please be some sort of horrible neurological injury that took months to cure. I could even tolerate Nurgle rot or space AIDS. But my heart thumped in a frankly terrified staccato as instinct predicted why a woman would be forbidden from entering battle with such a suspicious time. You. Errant said, jumping up with a smile on her face. I am. Miranda said. I'm so happy for you. She said, throwing a giant hug around my wife as my blood went cold as ice and a desire to throw up intensified. Min Ostergaard. Have a good one. I need to kill a lot of things to get these butterflies to die. So how's it feel to have an heir on the way, Kane? Kadaeux asked, seeing that I'd gone green. I'll let you know when my brain starts working again. I said, grinning weakly. Miranda started laughing uproariously. He can face a battalion of mechs and be confident he can take the very world in his hands, but the thought of fatherhood paralyzes him with fear. She said between laughter as I felt the fear set in twice as hard with the word being uttered. I'm loving it. Hi, loving it, I'm Dad. I said. Wasn't it the law to do so? Ostergaard. Cold sweat as Ostergaard knelt on the cold stone deck of the Chamber of Echoes. The ritual had been beyond anything he could have imagined, far beyond anything that Kane's words made seem even remotely plausible. Anything sane. And yet, the voice of the machine had soared through him. encompassing his rage. Thirsting on his need for vengeance as it fed him memory after memory after memory of every man and woman who had sat in it before. Feeling like he'd been dipped into lava, then ice water and back again, he shivered as the man called Trotter came to face him. He'd made sure to drill him before the rite of becoming and understood the full implications of what the throne might do to him. Samuel felt up around the implants, checking them, the faint smell of blistered flesh. "You almost did not make it," he said plainly, checking all of Samuel's vitals. "I didn't ask for this," he said, "your boss made it a condition. And I will not be denied revenge." Samuel panted as he drank deeply from a water canteen. But the last man to pilot this, actually pilot it, his daughter was killed in front of him. Piloting another night. Tears flowed freely, the emotional connection was almost too strong. She reminded me of my own son. Allowed me to pull myself together and push it out. To shut the gates in my mind to it and force it to obedience. It's alive. Trotter shook his head. Yes, and no. The throne mechanicum itself is not completely alive in the sense of sapience, or there would be no need for a pilot. But the spirit is alive and aware, it, combined with the night streaks, and you will provide a wholeness, a new self. A greater one. When you pilot it for the first time, you will never feel truly whole again except when connected. My son was murdered for the intrigue of that traitorous directorate. I will never feel whole again anyway. Samuel said with a shudder. Trotter didn't try and correct him. It would take experience for the man to understand. While familial loyalty was enhanced beyond almost sane reason, he would not understand until the first true union that mere biological life would always hold second fiddle to the union between man and machine. Now. Inform Kane I'm ready for his second task. Well dry, February 17, 3025. The Iberia burned in ahead of us, transmitting normal signatures as my dropships followed, covertly using Concord Navy transponder signals to deceive the Highlanders. Kamia had returned to her own people with the wealth of SLDF machines as she prepared for the final assaults on key strongholds of the Directorate. My own COMM officers were on the Iberia with guard to ensure nothing of the legacy was spilled by the people aboard. Every log they had purged of anything resembling sensor recordings or data. Personal devices confiscated and erased to prevent any discovery. And yet, I felt a strange trepidation going into battle this time as we headed for the landing field that the combined forces had been using. The heavy landing as 4 major dropships burned into the atmosphere had caused a flutter on the local COMM nets, but nobody had suspected as we captured the Highlanders' jump ship. The Highlanders, it seemed, were concentrated in one place, running a camp with little real commitment anymore. Waiting for the day that we came to pit ourselves against the 36 mechs of their battalion. The Warden's justice burned in hardest near the Iberia as Behemoth's rage and Warden's wrath came down a bit further. The Behemoth's rage spewing 6 Fury interceptors into the atmosphere. Powerful drive plumes punching them away at massive velocity. And yet the landing wasn't contested. The 3 Highlander unions at rest. Landing gear deployed and all 4 dropships set down with as much grace as they could muster. Ramps began to deploy as 2 massive machines began descending the ramp of the Iberia. Even in death I still serve. Rayu's Telemann lumbered next to Ostergaard's streaks. The second machine occasionally twitching as if it had developed a nervous tic. The violently inclined machine spirit finding itself neatly chained, and yet indulged, by the man who was piloting it. It was more lumbering than the knights as the Highlanders began running for their machines or dropships while they still had time. But caught so unexpectedly with their pants around their ankles, only those mech pilots already on duty or on ready alert stood any chance of reaching their machines in a reasonable timetable. Unfortunately, they didn't have a reasonable timetable. Rayu didn't wait, the Arachne's storm cannon opening with a massive volley of powerful laser fire as the missile launcher on its back began to hurl rockets at isolated pockets of infantry. Ostergaard, as I watched waiting, volcano lance aimed squarely at its back, he lumbered into range and opened fire with the Folkite Cairo vial. It was then the true panic began as the unusual properties of the Folkite weapon swept over infantry and light mechs alike as techs tried to service them in peace, the sweeping heat rays devastating everything they touched and initiating a conflagration only matched when Glitch charged into battle. The flame cannon roaring as it was unleashed against the tents and barracks structures. Case Torres. Take down the heavy mechs. I said, designating the targets as a pack of armigers charged into battle. Even calling battle was insulting as I unleashed the plasma decimator against the barely noticeable engine cones of the furthest union and stabbing fire from the volcano lance towards its buried and armored fuel reservoirs deep within the ship. There could be doubt. This was murder of the foulest sort, and I felt myself waver as I realized what I had done by giving Ostergaard such an uninhibited challenge. Though his streaks had a graviton gun where the rad cleanser should have been, the Folkite Cairo vial was still entirely a vicious and cruel weapon that he played about concentrations of enemy troops wherever they gathered, his loyal mech pilots following him into battle at a distance, unwilling to close near the deadly machine. As my own guns blazed at anything that came beneath them, part of me wondered at the wisdom of allowing Ostergaard this chance. Even with the throne mechanicum shaping his thoughts, could his insane grief overcome even that? He reached one of the unions and simply ripped off a slab side of armor with the Hekaton siege claw and discharged his weapon into the vessel. The unholy deflagration caused by the powerful heat rays were visible jetting out from weak points on the ship that allowed it to penetrate. But with less than a third of their mechs ready for battle, the assault was performing well over expectations, with the Highlanders seeming to prefer targeting the Armigers or Ostergaard's own mechs. Another Armiger was taken out by the combined effort of a WarHammer and 2 catapults before they could cripple another Decker unleashed the lightning cannon he'd mounted on the Lazarus for this battle, the leaping arc rippling across the mechs, the electrical discharge playing unholy havoc with everything they touched before Ryu reached them, and the plasma projector sprayed out a cloud of plasma directly into the back of the WarHammer before a backhand with the same fist crushed its right torso like a Birkin at a frat party. I missed having Miranda beside me. But then I was swept up in the chaos of battle once more, a grasshopper and 2 trebuchets emerging from the only dropship that had yet to sustain damage, and I knew, in an instant, the grasshopper was piloted by the man in charge of the battle here. He turned towards me and signaled, the trebuchets firing a volley of missiles at me. But it was too late. The volcano lance discharged and his torso disappeared. The plasma decimator fired next, the incandescent blue blast detonating against one of the trebuchet's cockpits, knocking the other over like a 6-year-old between a fat man and the dip at a party. With it, the battle in truth was over as the Union broadcast its surrender as loudly as possible and the remaining Highlanders cast down their weapons or powered down while broadcasting their own surrenders. I wanted to finish them off. But propriety demanded reason and a peaceful end. Power down everything. And gather in the center of the camp. Anyone found to have so much as a pocket knife they forgot to declare will be summarily executed on the spot. I declared over the channels and through speakers. The Highlander leader sat down in a camp chair as his medics treated the severe burns he'd received as his cockpit had launched off the ruin of his mech. Look, his thick Scottish accent belied his name, we were hired to do a job. Yes, we work for the Capellan Confederation, but that's all I'm obliged to tell you under the Mercenary Review Board treatises on intermercenary combat. I said as I stood holding something I didn't even like to be near, let alone holding it. Like the fact what you did here is regarded as a war crime under virtually all civilized powers. I nodded and one of his men was brought up, a man who'd had to be beaten to compel his surrender. You know this man? My brother. Timothy said, jumping to his feet, or at least as far as being cuffed to the ground would permit. I thought he was dead. No, but the pilot of the other trebuchet is, I said plainly, looking at the second man. Do you remember the machine that ripped a piece out of a dropship and deflagrated the interior? Timothy looked instinctively towards the mech that Ostergaard had been piloting. I didn't let him know it was Ostergaard who commanded it. They had worked together to try and bring me down, there was no reason for that betrayal to be revealed. I don't know what nightmare weapon that is. It's called a Folkite Gearovile. It is one of our most terrible devices. I don't like them, I don't like being near them. They were one of the few weapons I have that were not originally developed by my uncle, but by one of his enemies, nobody ever said which. The man was executed for crimes against humanity. Unfortunately the weapon was too effective to be buried and forgotten. I held up the pistol in my hand. This is a Folkite Serpentat. I powered on the weapon and its coils began to glow that evil orange glow. It is, as you likely guessed, a smaller version of the Gearovile. And if I don't get the answers I need, I will shoot your brother with it. So I am afraid, you are going to talk or witness your brother discovering his new career as a Roman candle. The man looked into my eyes and then at the pistol. And if you do that, then you have no bargaining power left. I cocked my head. Incorrect. We have 75 more bargaining chips. Oh, I give you might care less about them than you do your brother, but can you honestly say that resolve will remain after the 10th, 15th, 20th? I said, casually turning my back on him while my troops kept their own weapons on him. I am not a naturally cruel man. I hate this weapon. But I have gotten tired of this game of cat and mouse with some mysterious enemy in the Capellan Confederation. In all honesty, I only have one question of you that you haven't already answered. Who hired you? I turned back to find him staring at his brother, restrained now against a sturdy post. Romano Liao. Fuck. Of all the enemies in the Capellan Confederation to make, it was goddamned Mad Marge herself. She may not be in charge of the Cappies yet, but gods help her enemies when she did ascend to the role. I knew I was going to make enemies of the Capellans, but upsetting her this soon was well outside of my planned parameters, and I almost shot the man's brother simply to get that out of my system. Instead I shut down the pistol and carefully put it in its case. Well, fuck. I ended up saying instead of shooting someone. Welcome to the Oregon Coalition. You are all now prisoners of Lady Arano, to be tried for crimes against the Oregon people or until the lady decides otherwise. Your property is now considered lawful salvage of the Raven Guard and will be taken into our possession. I said, following the script I had given myself. A cold fire ran through my veins. When Romano learned of the defeat of her paid help, either she was going to pay for a lot larger group, or press Maximilian Liao himself to get involved in matters. Instead I opened up comms. Love, Tell Lady Errant that Well-Dry is secure once more and she can begin relief efforts. But our timetable has been moved up. I give it several weeks before Romano Liao puts the thumbscrews to find out why her paid thugs haven't reported in and pushes for Daddy to make a more significant involvement. Romano, the crazy Liao. The one and only. For now. Her daughter would be just as bad, if not worse. What do you want me to suggest? Miranda's voice was calm and I knew she was composing the message already. We assault Tyrlin in 2 weeks. And we put an end to them once and for all at Corps Mater in 6. I moved away from the interrogation as the Telemann class walked up next to me. Ryu had been listening to the conversation naturally. A risky course of action. Victoria and Santiago are going to be expecting an assault sooner than later, their defenses have proven inadequate on every front. But I feel that we've not seen the best they can bring to bear. He said with the same sage wisdom he was known for. He paused, the massive mass of the dreadnought coming to a halt. Don't trust all you've faced so far. They are going to have something up their sleeves. They framed you with a super heavy mech of some sort. He finished off. I paused as the realization hit. Ryu was right. It was the presence of a super heavy mech that had convinced the Taurians based on what they'd heard about us. The Espinosas had something big hidden behind the curtain. And I had no idea what it was. Chapter 24. Beginning of the End. Tyrlin. February 3, 3025. Colonel Higar. The surface-to-orbit guns were aimed for the heavens as he watched the sensors with a sense of fear and trepidation. In a vanguard ahead of the majority of the traitor Lady Errant's forces came the black ships, the vessels of the Raven Guard. Burning harder and longer than any ship that the Directorate could put into space. And yet, they held orbit just beyond range. Checking his files he realized that the Raven Guard had 2 more ships than they should have. A second Fortress and another Union. Telescopes showed they were unpainted. Launches detected. One of the operators said and Higar dived back to his screen. The Overlord had dropped 6 ASFs into space, and the 2 Unions they had brought dropped a pair more each with the Achilles dropping a further 2. God damn, they've hurled their whole fleet for us. The operator said as he checked over the recognition tables. Unknowing of far greater assets. Get our own aerospace up there. We're trying but... They're under maintenance, we've only got a pair of Shillans in any condition for launch. The operator said wincing while they watched the orbital path of the launched craft degrade as they burned against their orbit to fall towards the shipyard. Fucking launch them. Higar roared as he turned and picked up a radio. This is Colonel Higar. Prepare for a full combat alert. Incoming enemy forces. The Errant bitch is pushing to knock us over before trying for Corps Mater. Let's show them what we're made of. Defense guns. Commence fire as soon as they enter range. Squadron Leader Chu. The marauders dropped like stones into the atmosphere as they plunged towards the shipyard. Streamers of burning atmosphere clinging to them as the orbital guns attempted to cut them down, but they weren't rated for hitting bombers, but dropships. The prayers to the machine spirit that had kept them alive until the return on his lips he weaved as augurs revealed the location of the surface-to-orbit guns and tracked their orientation. Level out at 3,000 meters. Get some distance. Laser and PPC fire reached up from the defense batteries, but warned by the spirit of the marauders it took little effort to avoid the lumbering guns before the group leveled out and began a sweeping arc to come back in over the target area. Crow 11 to Crow lead. Incoming Hawks. Okay, Crows. Javelin down combat box. The marauders slid about their formation into a traditional combat box as the Shillans speared in from the side. Flight leader Hennessy. Look at those idiots, they're flying in a box and ignoring us. Her voice rang out to her wingman as she brought the LRMs and lasers online sweeping into the side of the combat box, failing to recognize the significance of the formation in favor of believing their enemy had not seen or detected them. Firing. Missiles screamed out and the large laser fired as she noticed almost too late the problem. On the dorsal surface of all 12 craft the turret spun and began chattering with fire towards them and she slammed on the rudder and pulled the ailerons into a tight roll. The missiles tore into one of the craft punching holes in it from fore to aft as its bombs detonated while she watched in panicked fear as her armor was being shredded by an unexpectedly high volume of fire from the formation, each of the bombers able to cover the other. Her wingman saw the incoming storm of fire and broke off to the left instead as they both tried to burn away from the formation discharging their aft SRMs in their wake. Twisting through the fire they came about. Squadron Leader Chu. One marauder down and the attackers were coming in again. Squadron. Wheel starboard 90. Chin gunners. Kill them. The box spun and the Shillans attempted to break off, but it was too late for that as 11 pairs of lascannons discharged as one, seeking out the Shillans with vigorous hatred. The second one was torn apart as 6 lascannons found it and tore it apart while the first managed to survive by the skin of its teeth with only 2 finding its hull. A condition corrected when it began trying to climb and the turrets tore it apart in a storm of heavy bolter fire. The combat box wheeled back onto course for the control centers as above the dropships all began the final descent. Turrets and those mechs with the range all began trying to bring down the squadron of bombers as they made their final approach, spilling hellstorm bombs as they passed over control centers for the orbital guns. The cliffs blossoming into flame as the weapons tore apart the facilities as another 2 of the bombers fell beneath the combined firepower, but in the end it was too late and the guns fell silent, dropships falling as rain to disgorge the troops and vehicles within. This is the murder of crows. Mission accomplished. Tyrlin burned as our forces fell upon the defenses at the shipyards. Spiders attempted to lay down artillery fire where it would count. I had marched for 10 minutes at the head of a wall of knights, flanked by the mech warriors and mechs sent by Markham to round out our combat detachment, including veterans who had retired from the Fedsun that Otto Davian had convinced it would be beneficial to their pensions to help a friend out. Now I stood upon a promontory overlooking the shipyard itself, laying down fire from the plasma decimator and volcano lands as the siege breaker turrets blazed at any enemy units that came too close. A pillbox equipped with a pair of heavy lasers detonated as shelling from the Iberia struck it dead on. Even now Ostergaard marched where the fighting was thickest, virtually back to back with Glitch as Decker worked the other end of the field. Leafy stood on a hillock and sent a barrage of Avenger fire into a barracks complex. Not far from me stood Kamia in her own knight, occasionally firing her battle cannon as she observed and tried to direct the activity of battle for her own forces. An act that, predominantly, seemed to consist of keeping her mech warriors out of the way of the knights. A task I was busy undertaking myself, though quick work with the paint guns had ensured that all our machines at least had clear visual identification. On the Overlord bearing her name Miranda worked with Alexander to direct the wider theater of battle and I watched as the Directorate forces were beginning to fold. But things were becoming cleaner, the less fanatical quickly surrendering, most quickly where the Folkite weapons were present, and the most fanatical were falling like wheat beneath the scythe as troops moved in, Valkyries delivering them to key structures or engaging in aerial duels with the enemy VTOLs. I watched the super heavy company roll over a lance of enemy assault mechs, the Bane blade actually ramming into a stalker and knocking it to the ground before blasting its head with the demolisher cannon. The few asps the enemy had possessed guarding their capital on Tyrlin were fleeing before Kame's own as I had lacked the time to replace the marauders with a few furies. Twisting columns of fire rose as the long toms struck once more at a hardened bunker and the last resistance collapsed wholly. My guardsmen dropped to the ground as their Valkyries tore in sweeping them with multi-laser fire allowing the guard to charge into the guttering blaze with lasguns held ready and specialists with flamers engaged the enemy. The combat winding down as remaining people and units surrendered. Behemoth. It was not too obvious yet, but the churning in my gut reminded me why I wasn't out there fighting with the others. But for now I was running the CIC for the theater of war. Relaying orders and passing the intelligence where it was needed to the people who made the call. But the heat of battle was dying out as the last pockets of resistance were eliminated, and as I watched the tallies of battle the numbers were almost horrifying. Where the Raven Guard had not been the primary combatants the casualties were higher than I was used to, if not as high as that of the Directorate forces. The Star League Aram mechs were proving to be a great boon for Kamia's forces. But even so the casualties were significant. Tyrlin was the last bastion world between our advance and Corps Mater. Warden, Sword. Remaining combat elements of Tyrlin have effected surrender, there's only a handful of pockets of resistance remaining. Sword, your forces have lost about 14% of active combat forces. Warden, we lost a few guardsmen and a quarter of our marauders. We lost about 6 mechs from the new forces. And Ostergaard? Kane asked as I heard the volcano lance discharge again. Worries me, lost almost 20% of his forces, and allegedly one of those was one of his own people accidentally getting between him and his chosen target. The man was almost patently insane, and had grown worse since we actually began the assault on the Directorate. And putting him in Asterix had not done him any favors at all. I'm worried that we may need to put him down like a mad dog. Not yet. Kane said, and this time I saw the Preceptor of Death begin to move. But keep an eye on the situation for now. I'll deal with it after Corps Mater if it remains a problem. If he can control himself that long. I said before shaking it off, never mind. What's the next step? The next step. Corps Mater. Kane said. Chapter 25a. Apocalypse Now. Corps Mater. March 7, 3025. Santiago Espinosa. The world was crumbling, everything he'd fought to build taken apart piecemeal by his niece and the cursed mercenary company she had contracted. Lord Espinosa. Massive fleet has arrived and routed our forces at the jump points. His aide said in a tone containing an element of doubt and fear. Lady Kamia has brought everything she can muster. Curse that witch. Victoria said as she planted herself in a divan. If she wants a fight. Santiago held up a hand silencing her. That vile little naive girl has developed a level of resolve that is almost impossible to believe. She has pushed and fought us on a dozen fronts, and even when we had the support of the Taurian Concordat and Capellan mercenaries we were outmaneuvered. I am done playing games. He moved over to the table and picked up a data pad, handing it to Victoria. This. Her voice paused, hesitating. Yes. I've authorized the full release of the Amaris cash to your troops. everything. This is our last chance to protect the Oregon people from a weak leader. And if I have to employ nuclear weapons to prevent them landing until you are ready, it will be done." Santiago's voice hardened as he looked out of the window to his office. "Take that spider mech, your battalion of Star League mechs and vehicles, and prepare to defend the city." Lady Arano had declared her plans, and here we sat ready to carry them out. And yet, against my counsel, she had decided that her own forces had to make ground fall first. They had to be the first to set boots on ground and declare themselves as those who accompanied the Sword of Restoration. And so it was I found my own dropships traveling at half the thrust they were utilizing, coming in well after they had established a beachhead that would allow us to land in safety. Miranda was sitting at one of the tactical stations looking worried. Something about this felt off. This was the last chance for Santiago to spring his surprise, and yet I still had no conception of what it was. Lady Kamia's troopships were about to hit at Mo. "Launches detected," Admiral Spire said from the fortress as we prepared to invert to lose velocity. "What?" I said, turning to the sensor consoles. "Killer whale missiles, surface launched," he said, studying the data. "Lady Kamia. Burn away, burn away," he broadcast, desperately trying to get her to abort the approach. Her own dropship began burning hard, along with most of the fleet. The first of the missiles reached the closest Union to the planet and all the sensors blacked out to protect their delicate equipment. "Nukes. They have nukes." My blood went cold as the second nuke went off, destroying a converted mule carrying almost 2 regiments of Kamia's infantry. "Spire. Isolate the launch sites." "Are they mobile units?" "Not a chance, sir. Those are silo-launched missiles, they have to be," he said as he gave orders in a quick and clipped fashion. "Duke, Admiral, we have isolated the launch sites. From what we can tell from sensor feeds provided by Kamia's fleet, they appear to be new structures." He called up the data from the dropship's telescopes and we saw the hardened bunkers and facilities from a high orbital view. "Give me a topographical map with those locations and expected coverage, and add whatever outpost Comster is operating from on the surface." On the strategy table the planetary map came up and the sites were added as pinpricks of light around the capital city, with at the center of the city, an icon indicating the Comster facility. "This is Warden to all Oregon and Raven Guard. Begin burning for the L2 point of Lyris. Admiral, fire up that black box from Castle Nautilus and send a squad to the Legacy to jump to the core Mater Lyris L2 point immediately." The channels to Kamia were open and she came up. "Kane, don't put your ship at risk, those are nuclear missiles." "Lady Kamia, no disrespect intended. But now is not the time. Have what you have left report to the Lyris L2 position, but leave enough room for the Legacy's jump." I turned to Spire. "Immediately on the Legacy's translation you are to have all dropships board the Legacy." Brook no disagreement, even from the lady. This battle just turned into a very very big problem. Miranda came over to the plotting table as I plugged in and began manipulating the data directly. The plots were simple: a prograde burn to clear the moon would bring core Mater into full view. The capital would be visible 20 seconds after the horizon was cleared, leaving a clear firing solution. The Jovian pattern missile battery could deal with the launch sites, but the Comster facility had to be nuked before it could send a message with what it was witnessing. It would be tight, and require a great deal of luck. Kane's Legacy, Melodium Concert Hall. Those I had selected as leaders had filed into the vast concert hall section of the Melodium as it played the music programmed into it. Kamia and her own leaders provided the larger volume of men and women filling the hall. Miranda stood next to me as the hologram projector armed. "Ladies, gentlemen," I said, beginning the presentation as Admiral Spire stood next to me. He had gone over the numbers and run simulations. Kamia sat dead center and waited to hear the plan. "Welcome to Core Mater. Santiago has provided us with a far warmer welcome than expected, and I refuse to allow us to commit our dropship fleet to an all-out assault on an enemy with surface-to-orbit nuclear weapons. Frankly, this situation directly calls for a warship. And fortunately, I just happen to have one." There were tense chuckles around the room. "For the first part of the plan, I give you Admiral Spire." Stepping back I let him take the lectern. His gaze passed over those assembled with a considering expression. "As of go time, we are going to burn at a full 6 gravities to prograde. This will clear the moon in a very short span of time and give us a clear view over the horizon and towards Core Mater. We have identified 20 surface-to-orbit launch silos believed to be equipped with nuclear-tipped White Shark missiles. We have also identified the Comster facility." "Identified? It's not like it was hidden," one of the Oregons said. "Perhaps not. But the fact is that it is a problem. The existence of the Legacy cannot be allowed to become common knowledge as anything more than a ghost story. Which is why, the first strike is going to be the destruction of that facility with a bombardment from plasma battery." One of the men scoffed. "It's about 5,000 kilometers to the planet, and you want to?" "The rated effective range for a Ryza pattern plasma battery is 60,000 kilometers. The Jovian pattern missile battery is rated for combat effective to 70,000 kilometers. Both weapons systems are capable of engaging a target at twice that. Spire said, and the non-Raven guard went quiet with a naked fear at such a capability. Now, if there are no more interruptions. Kadaeux spoke up. Might this not provoke Comster unnecessarily? She was worried at the implications of the robes knocking down her door. Not unnecessarily. The exposure of the legacy as a controlled, and real, warship would provoke unprecedented action by Comster. They'd likely burn the Reach to the ground just to find out where it is. I spoke up, putting a hand on Spire's shoulder. You're likely to like the next part just as little. Spire nodded. Once the Comster facility is neutralized, the Jovian missile battery will engage all the surface-to-orbit sites simultaneously. He paused. However, due to the small size of the launch silos, it has been agreed that the only method to guarantee the destruction of the sites is the utilization of adamantic warheads with 25 kiloton warheads. Kadaeux rose to her feet. You mean to drop nuclear weapons on WarHammer? I stepped forwards. Yes. I said, and there was an uproar from the Origans until I held my hand up for silence. Surprisingly, they respected it. I cannot see any other way to reliably and rapidly take down the missile launchers. The killer whale in atmosphere has a range of about 10,000 kilometers. This means we are in range as soon as we poke our noses out. And I don't want 500 kiloton peacemakers striking the legacy. The others all gave each other looks. Once the Comster facility is destroyed, it should take only a single salvo of missiles to take out all of the sites, all of which are not near any civilian assets best as we can tell. Adamantic warheads are cleaner than traditional nuclear or fusion weapons, and there shouldn't be any fallout. Kadaeux shook her head. All we've done, I can't let you use nuclear devices, it is too much. She said, frowning. I understand the necessity of taking out the Comster facility, you make a good case there. But use different warheads. I can't allow you to nuke my homeworld and undo everything I have done. I cursed mentally, but she was right. Admiral, use standard plasma warheads. I said. The lady is absolutely right. If word of nuking WarHammer got out, we'd be facing censure from every front. The fact we're bombarding from orbit at all is going to be a hard swallow. The room calmed and Spire stepped forwards. Once we can confirm that the sites have been suppressed, we will resume the invasion using the dropships as well as deploying our Fury interceptors as escorts in case other undiscovered launch sites reveal themselves. He zoomed in on the planet and a simulated run began. During your approach, do not deviate from your course, as prior to your arrival we will be conducting a mid-yield plasma bombardment of the LZ, here. The hologram zoomed in more, changing to a profile of the capital city and surrounds. The Sealy Plateau will receive the brunt of the bombardment and you will be making landfall at the heart of the bombardment zone. One of the Origans raised his hand. Admiral, if you're bombarding the site, how can we expect the ground to be safe for landfall without putting the dropships at risk? The bombardment is calculated to be conducted with a very precise timing. By the time the dropships actually make landfall, the target site should have cooled from a liquid state into a solid mass. We aren't predicting any difficulties in the dropships landing, though the immediate environment is likely to still be significantly hot, which I understand is an issue your mechs may have difficulties with. Spire stepped back as I moved back to the front. Thank you, Admiral. I said, bringing up the hologram once more. Please bear in mind, there is no alternative LZ planned. If the shit hits the fan, you won't have any pre-prepared assistance with it. I nodded and a few of my crew began handing out data slates. On the slates being handed out, all of you have been given your individual group assignments. All of you have a primary key area of operation with fixed goals. Per request of Lady Arano, I will highlight. These objectives are all to be considered minimal collateral as an absolute priority. Maps of the city blew up for detail. There are a number of primary objectives. Securing the spaceport, power, industry, and communication centers are at the top of the list. Each of you will notice you share objectives with another leader. This is not a race, this is about providing both support, and doubling the chances of the objectives being done. One of the Origans raised a hand and I nodded. I've noticed there is no objective to secure the palace and the Espinosas on this. The man held up his slate, and there was a wide collection of agreement. Affirmative. Securing the palace and bringing the Espinosas in will be done by a specialist team. I will be leading that team in the Preceptor of Death. Lady Arano will be in her knight. Rahu Montgomery, Samuel Ostergaard, Glitch, and Decker will be conducting that part of the operation. Leafy will be rigged as a specialist CNC variant and will be responsible for the 7 armigers we have left. Their duty will be to secure the perimeter. All other forces are considered as backup only for this operation. Any questions? I asked. One of the men raised a hand. What about infantry? If the ground is that hot? I nodded. Infantry will be held in reserve until they can safely disembark without being baked into their armor. Anything else? Nobody spoke up. Well then. Let's go and save the world. Robes. Have you dealt with the Espinosa's irritating messages yet, Chapman? The CO of the small Comstar facility said as the whine of the HPG settled down to a background hum of systems on standby. Yes, sir. We also got a priority message from the First Circuit that we were to record any further evidence and transmit it immediately. The Espinosa's use of nuclear weapons has not sat well with them, I imagine. Chapman said as he faced the observatory. Waiting for the restorations ships to reappear. What is that? What in hell's? Chapman dived over to the screens and watched it come burning from around the moon. It's a warship. I think, it's massive, too massive, preparing for a live transmission feed. Damn it. We've lost visual, massive luminosity spike. Get what we have sent. They're launching more nukes against whatever Santiago. Santiago dived over his desk as he saw the blinding spear of light punch down through the atmosphere, the shot from an impossible range for a direct fire weapon. He felt the ground drop from beneath him as the shockwave of the shot plunged into the city, the sound simply too deafening to even hear in the heat of the moment. The blinding flash of light made him wonder if he'd had a nuke flung their way. But soon the sound dropped to a dull roar and he stood, looking out over the city as Victoria dived into the room to check on him. They both stood there as they observed a glowing red sun dissipating in the middle of the city. The Comstar station. Santiago said as the light faded. He swung the telescope near the globe around to view the site of the destruction and was in awe at what he saw. The only casualty of the blast, other than every glass window in the city, had been the site of the HPG station, though the waves of heat blazing out from it was starting fires and nearby buildings were beginning to glow with the waste heat of the shot. He swiped the comms on his table. This is Director Santiago, give me a report. Victoria, go. You're up. Director. The blast was, I dunno, some sort of super PPC shot or something. But the station is entirely gone and that ship has just launched missiles. We're firing all the nukes we can at it. The report was quickly given by a man who was busy worrying about how much more important his own tasks were than assuaging the panic of the director. If you can excuse me, sir, I have a defense to prepare. Very well. See it done, Victoria is on her way to prepare her unit. Santiago never heard the man's remark when the line was closed about the damned bastard putting something scarier behind him. Chapter 25b. Apocalypse Now. Corps Mater. March 7, 3025. The Void. Before the killer whales had gotten a quarter of the way, a second volley of them had been launched in time for the Jovian missiles to cross paths with the incoming killer whales, plunging into the atmosphere like the angry fists of a god. The people of Corps Mater could only look up and fear for nuclear fire before the missiles all plunged on their targets and the hillsides lit up with globes of incarnadine plasma fire that surged and roiled, leaving nothing but molten ruin in their wake, the silo bunkers inadequate protection against the boiling plasma warheads. That was not, however, going to prevent the two waves of nuclear missiles headed for the Legacy. On the bridge of the vessel, Spire stepped forwards. Gunnery. All close and weapon systems to fire at will. Across the hull of the Legacy, Hydra batteries came online next to Vulcan megabolters as interceptor lascannons were powered and multilasers came online. The first barrage of missiles crossed into interception range and space exploded into a cacophony of light and blazing firepower. Sweeping crisscrossing line of power reached out and missiles began to fall one after another, each prey to the destruction before the last three reached the shields. The first two struck with blinding light as they initiated against the curtain of energy, the eruptions of radiation creating a hole large enough for the third to reach the hull. Those of the inner sphere shouted in fear, including Spire, not really believing that the ship could withstand such power. The machine spirit reports no damage. The engineer on the bridge declared as he interrogated the machine spirit. Defensive fire resuming. Santiago. The strategy room came alive with cheering as three of the nukes found the vast monster of a ship. The blinding white light met with a chorus of exaltation and celebration. Backslapping and calls death to Arano. Rolled around the chamber like crude Solaris fans at an after-party. Silence. Santiago shouted as he paled. Get me a better picture of its hull. The party died down and settled into a horrified silence as they all witnessed the defenses blare into life once more as the second salvo entered range. Laser and ballistic fire blanketed space and missiles began to fall under the onslaught, this time none of the barrage making it through the intense point defense of the Leviathan-sized warship. As the last missile fell, so too did the mood within the bunker as dropships began to spill from within the monster. Victoria. They're coming. He said, leaning back. Victoria. The field of battle lay before them and the loyal Directorate Guard stood ready to make battle. Hundreds of battle mechs ready for war, recovered from Amara's cache. In the head of the spider she watched as a heavy battalion charged onto the plateau and prepared to prevent the dropships from landing. Looking up she saw it still, that small object in the sky that was in truth such a monster of a ship. Where had her cousin come across such a monster? The pinpricks of growing light of the dropship fleet almost obscured it as they entered atmosphere and made for the plateau made her smile as the Arrow 4 launchers prepared to fire on a prick of bright light. Bombardment unit. Disengage, disengage. Victoria shielded her eyes as did most others that realized what was happening before it was too late as the column of light plunged into the plateau followed by shot after shot after shot. There was no restraint or precision to her senses this time as the ground quaked beneath their feet under the titanic bombardment. Plasma plumes hundreds of meters in diameter or more plunged into the bedrock, and the temperature, even tens of kilometers away, was rapidly approaching unbearable as the saturated bombardment dropped shot after shot. It stopped, and Victoria was surprised to discover that it had been under 2 minutes. But before her the entire plateau glowed a cherry red at the edges to a blinding white where there were direct strikes. Of the heavy bombardment lances not a single trace of them remained. There was no transponder from ejected pilots. No sign they'd ever existed in the first place. Across their forces people began reporting the external heat on their mechs was in excess of 80 degrees Celsius, and the few infantry battalions out there were reporting casualties from the heat. Victoria looked up at the ship once more, clear of the obscuring light of a dropship descent, and wondered when it would fire again at the gathered forces they'd assembled. "Lady Kadaeux," she said into the communications channels, broadcasting it as widely as she could. "I challenge you to face me on the field of battle. Face me in the arena if you dare. Your best against mine," she said as she began heading for the arena where mech combat proved who was the better warrior. "The fate of the Directorate and your restoration to be decided where it will count for the most. Where I will prove to you once and for all that you could never defeat me." We marched down the ramp as the Directorate forces parted way before us, unwilling to get in the way of Victoria's ultimatum as Kadaeux had broadcast her acceptance of the terms of battle. I, for once, didn't hold the fore of the march. Kadaeux took the lead as we all knew that I had doctored our force composition as carefully as possible for the battle to come. Kadaeu's Knight bore a thermal cannon alongside its Avenger cannon, and the Carapace bore its rocket launcher. Glitch's Surtustus marched with shock lance and shield. Decker and Ostergaard were both sporting the Folkite Aerovile and Hekaton Siege Claw. What I had not made public knowledge was that on the Lazarus I had Trotter reinstall the Rad Cleanser into the Siege Claw. Ryu had no special changes to his armaments, but the Preceptor of Death. All 3 Carapace hardpoints had Siegebreaker cannon turrets, and the Volcano Lance remained as it should have been. But temporarily the Plasma Decimator had been stripped off and replaced with the Thundercoil Harpoon. I knew that Victoria had something big, and augur readings suggested there were 2 more of whatever it was with her. Other than that, she had a reinforced lance of assault mechs. Star League relics most likely given the force composition of the enemy units we were moving through. "Maintain safe separation," Kadaeux said, having taken command for this part of the restoration. For this she was the Queen Bee. The Sword of Restoration. The arena felt small. As we headed into it, I took up position preparing to overlook as Decker and Ostergaard carefully lumbered forwards. In truth it was not all that small, but when across the Colosseum I could see them, 3 of the spider mechs from Mech Assault 2, I knew it was about to be the hardest combat we'd had since our arrival. The other 5 mechs were inconsequential, speed bumps in the way compared to those monsters. Arano paused, and it was easy to understand why. "Surprised to see me, cousin? Your little restoration will end today." The centermost spider mech stepped forwards a couple meters, its mandibles clacking. "Yes, cousin. It will. With the restoration of the Oregon Coalition," Kadaeux responded as the Teleman stepped forwards. And Ryu opened up his own communication circuits. "Victoria. Bitter little Victoria. You fight, and you fight for a cause your fool of a father charted. You commit atrocities to try and make his sickness become fact when it never can. His launcher raised elevation, you do not even understand the predicament in which you find yourself, do you? You were such a bright child, such a skilled warrior, and yet you seem to have lost that to the ideologue and blind fanaticism. Look before you. Facing you is Lady Kadaeux Arano, spurned heir to the Oregon Coalition. Commodore Samuel Ostergaard, the man whose son you murdered to deceive the Concord Navy into supporting you, Warden, whose death you tried to orchestrate by begging for Capellan intercession, not counting your attempts to kill him at the coronation." His voice remained monotone as he marched forwards. "But you will have to contend with all that. And I. And who are you, a goldsmith who thinks he can play mech warrior?" Victoria said, the dreadnought systems washing any trace of Ryu's voice. "I am Ryu Montgomery. The Mastiff. Loyal hound to Lady Kadaeux Arano. The subject of torture by you and others in the icebox for something approaching 3 years. And thanks to the Warden and the lathe technology I stand here. For in death I still serve." Missiles roared from his weapons rack as the Arachno's Lost Storm began to blaze with light and the battle was on. Plasma fire from their sustained PPCs blazed white light across the Colosseum as it began, and the lethal ballet began in earnest. The Volcano Lance discharged as I blasted one of the Star League Atlas apart, head torn to pieces as my triple turrets began blazing away at another of the mechs as I broke into full stride, but the speed of the spider mechs was surprising and almost frightening as I charged into the arena and my people were scattered. Lady Kadaeux unloading her rocket battery towards Victoria's mech. The Avenger cannon screaming as it unloaded a hellstorm of projectiles at it as she tried to lumber into cover. LRMs blazed into the sky as the spider mechs all unloaded on anything that came close, and the volume of fire almost caught Glitch out of position. The third spider mech charged Decker and hurled the Lazarus back 20 meters from where it had begun. The move had proven unwise however as Decker climbed up and both cheer ovals from the Styxes unloaded on it. Ostergaard closing and tearing one of the machine's legs from it even as he continued to fire the graviton gun into its innards. I turned suddenly confronted by the second spider mech, unable to aid Decker as the third began unloading its beam PPC at the Styx. I saw and understood the agony he was now in as the ionic flare shield was finally overloaded and the knight began to take horrendous damage. Seemingly out of nowhere Glitch came charging out from behind one of the giant stone pillars and the shock lance discharged. PPC fire deflected off the ion gauntlet shield as the power weapon cleaved through the spider mech's skull, splitting it open like an egg, the thunderclap impact of the charge shoving the machine back from the combatants. Victoria paused then, turning on her machine's axis and discharged her entire weapons load at Decker and I couldn't help but watch as the Styx detonated its adamantic reactor going critical. Glitch screamed in pain as she saw it happen and Ostergaard turned, and then turned back, just in time to avoid taking more fire from the Lesser Star League air mechs. Warden. It is time that the world learned your people can die. And once I have broken your precious Kamiya, it will be your turn. Victoria said glee in her voice over what she managed to do. Ryu marched forwards into her guns, his weapons blazing and I saw then the mistake Victoria had made. Ryu, Kamiya, Ostergaard, and now Glitch. The three people she had wronged the most were now squarely aimed at her. But they were all in different places, a separation that Victoria could not avoid, no matter which she faced she would be exposing vulnerable elements of the spider mech. I turned my attention away from that to my own duel with the spider mech as the enemy Star League air mechs pricked ineffectually at the threads of my attention, leaving me to simply pass control of the turrets to the machine spirit to slay them while I concentrated on the fight ahead. Its PPCs blazed and my ion shield flared as I discharged the volcano lance, the spider mech backing off as if uncertain, or even panicked, by the sudden assault. As the light from its own assault faded I saw the glowing scoreline burn down the side of the machine as I marched in at full stride. The spider mech was faster than I was, but the arena did not leave much room to retreat using such a machine. And then I discharged it, the thunder coil harpoon ripped out and punched deep into the spider mech, destruction trailing in its wake as it bit and held, power arced out across the chain and into the spider mech as I began reeling it in, the legs fighting to gain traction as my turrets blazed at the mechs trying to intervent, an atlas being carved apart when 4 siege breaker shells found themselves buried in its center torso. The struggling spider mech desperately fought to engage its PPCs but with the electrothomic generator unloading its discharge into it the machine failed to keep the system online long enough to fire. Time to die traitor! I said as I planted the volcano lance against its head. With a blinding white discharge I fired and the explosion lit up the Colosseum. Victoria! How was it possible, with the destruction of one of their knights they should have folded in grief at the invincible machine being felled. And yet now 4 machines tore at me with every movement, from the gangly one coming in and unleashing that terrific spear, to the strange thermal weapon on Ostergaard's machine. All the while Ryu burned at me with laser light as he moved in more lumbering than the others. But Kamiya danced around the field, allowing herself to be used as bait as I tried to put her down, the one death that should end this conflict once and for all and show the Oregon people with whom the true strength lay. Leaping back I cleared room between us as best as possible without leaving the arena, but there was no real room to get. I managed to escape the melting power of the heat rays carried by Ostergaard and Kamiya, as well as away from that shock lance, but even now I watched as damage reports kept rolling in as Ryu's weapon continued to rip away at my protection. Victoria! Surrender! Father's voice came over the channel and I was so surprised I stopped moving, even as more fire plowed into this ancient machine built by Amorous supporters. We cannot. The people need us. Victoria, listen to me. We have already lost. I blazed out with the PPC beams once more and clipped Kamiya's machine, sending it spilling to the ground. They have more mechs on the ground than we do. They have more ships. They have more men, and do you believe that the mercenary will hesitate to turn that monster ship's gun on us? Fire from Ryu blasted off one of my machine's legs and the strange spear punched into my side as the rest of my people were surrendering, shutting down their mechs. But father was right. The war could not be won yet. I surrender. I declared and slammed the shutdown lever. Justice and judgment. The next day. You realize that you can't do anything to us little Kamiya, we've surrendered and have to be tree. Santiago said as Ostergaard stood there with the Folkite pistol from my armory. I realize a great deal more. Such as the fact we find you, and your daughter guilty of high treason, attempted regicide, murder, war crimes most numerous. In fact, we've even had noticed past to Comster laying the destruction of their compound at your feet, utilizing a small tactical nuclear device to destroy it and try and prevent your use of nuclear weapons for going public. Kamiya said as she sat on the throne. I stood behind the throne, wearing powered armor. Miranda stood next to me wearing much more comfortable clothing. But equally well protected. A year ago, I would have simply imprisoned you. Perhaps turned you over to the Taurian Concordat for your crime against them. Instead, I have a representative of Protector Calderon instead whose son was also murdered by Lady Victoria. Kamiya sat, stone-faced, I was once a naive little girl. I once trusted you far too much, her implants rattled as she shook her head, unfortunately for you Santiago Espinosa. I have seen the dark side of your cold and limitless ambitions. Her words boomed as they were broadcast across the city. I have seen the Oregon people funneled into concentration camps. I have seen nobles who resisted you who were reduced to inhuman wrecks destroyed by psychological conditioning. I have seen you utilize the horror of nuclear weapons. She didn't stand but signaled that I should step forwards. I will not dishonor our people with the claim that you should stand trial, because we all know your crimes, and the evil with which they were carried out. This time her voice took on a tone, cold, hard and final. Santiago Espinosa. You are hereby sentenced, as befits your nobility, to death by beheading. Santiago's face took on a shocked, terrified expression. Lady Errant. That is not right, we do not execute our ow. You have shown me what it means to tolerate poison in the well. That there is a difference between disagreement and blind ambition. You are only getting off so leniently because of your rank. A right lady Victoria does not benefit from. Kamiya turned to Victoria. In order to satisfy the justice codes of both the Oregon Directorate, and the Taurian Concordat. For your crimes of murder, for your complicit nature in the gas attacks, for your crimes of high treason. I sentence you to death by the hands of Commodore Samuel Ostergaard of the Concordat Navy. Victoria kept her head high, but tears at the corner of her eyes manifested. Had she known she'd have fought to the death, especially if she knew what was about to happen, to represent our part in that justice. With many thanks to Duke Cain Giardino of the Raven Guard and the New Lathe Nation, I have loaned the Commodore a full-kite pistol. Santiago tried to break out of his restraints and Victoria's eyes boggled as she attempted to back down the stairs. There will be no appeals. No trial. No defense. Duke Giardino, if you would please restrain my uncle, I would prefer he watched. The hardness was there tinged by cruelty. The reconditioning we all went through left us no room for tolerance or mercy for treason. I took him by the arm and spun him around as Ostergaard blasted a microsecond shot into the back of Victoria's feet and stepped back as she screamed in agony. The pistol was leveled again and discharged. The screaming turned to a boiling jet of fire screaming from her open mouth as the full-kite weapon did its evil job. No, Director. Know my pain and wallow in the pit of your own making. Ostergaard said. Kamiya nodded at me and Santiago turned as he saw Trotter pass me the executioner. His eyes went wide with terror as he saw the vast two-handed chainsword. This is inhuman, you have no right to. A sweep of the weapon, its teeth screaming, separated his head from his shoulders. I turned to Kamiya and passed her the weapon. Now Lady Errant, if you don't mind. I'm going to get some bloody sleep. Kane's legacy. Glitch. I was heading for the mess when I passed his temporary quarters. Samuel Ostergaard sat leaning against the wall staring into a bottle. I knew how he felt. Losing Decker after all this came as an unexpected shock. But for Ostergaard it had been even more, and so, despite not really giving a shit I found myself rapping my knuckles on the door frame. He made some non-committal noise and I entered anyway, sitting down across from him. I don't understand. He said, still staring into the bottle. Why don't I feel anything? Probably because we're disconnected. I said, I never felt entirely complete when separated from the Lionheart anymore. At first I felt satisfaction at killing the bitch that murdered my son. But now, I just feel empty. He said looking at her for a moment before taking a swig and passing the bottle. And the machine. I love it, and am terrified of it. I am not myself within it. Something dark rises up and I just can't separate myself anymore. I nodded, not really understanding. Wasn't that the fun? Trotter told me that all the machines are different, that in hindsight they should never have put me in Asterix. That its machine spirit had an insane lust for blood. He sobbed lightly. I thought I wanted that. But justice has been done, my son avenged, the conductor of the atrocities dead, and now I'm terrified of the machine. That if I join with it again I'll lose myself. The man was breaking, grief coming to the fore, possibly for the first time since his son's death. The thoughts of vengeance and hate being in force for so long that he couldn't let himself grieve. So resign with the Concordat Navy. Join the Raven Guard. Ask Cain to transfer to another machine. I said, hell, I have a feeling that things are going to mean ever more than we have before. This wasn't really an end. What do I mean? The words were sort of slurred. This wasn't an end. This was just the beginning. Ostergaard, Victoria, Santiago. They were part of a treacherous con. And the Raven Guard were secured at great expense to make it all happen. But Lady Errant just wants to restore her coalition. A petty periphery state. It was easy to speak of the goals, all of us talking quietly in the corridors of the legacy. Of the rumors filtering down. Cain, he's not stopping here. Cain intends to build an empire. To go above and beyond. Tomorrow we depart for the CO ordinates the Lakura provided us. You want me to just give up my responsibilities with the Taurian Concordat so easily, this was a special. This was a spec ops? We always assumed it was. But wasn't it Calderon that had your son doing black ops deliveries to the directorate to begin with? Wasn't he the one that put your son where he could be betrayed so thoroughly? I pressed, he was a good man. I think I'd like to drink alone for now, Glitch. So if you don't mind, get the hell out. Chapter 26. A True Beginning. Hell 293. April 2nd, 3025. The Oregon Coalition was reborn and, off to a shaky start. Lady Kadaeux had secured her power base and begun gathering her resources to her breast as I took the legacy and sent my fleet to Artru to begin packing everything of value from Castle Nautilus. That could be managed before our return. The plan to give the world back to Kadaeux if this went well was high on the plate. Mundalas would be where the true beginning would be. The CO ordinate to the Universe-class prototype was not far from Lathe. Miranda sat down in a chair across from me, 6 months pregnant now. She watched out of the main viewport as the ship built up its power reserves and dumped it through the jump drive. As the lights went down, Ostergaard came in looking weary. He'd had a hard time since the events on Core Mater, but seemed to be recovering, even if his only sleep came from the bottom of a bottle. He couldn't pilot the Streaks anymore, and the medicus said he'd developed a pathological fear of the machine. Terrified it'd drive him into true insanity. Does this really happen after every jump? He asked, looking out of the viewport before heading over to it. So far, yes, we don't have the expertise needed to figure out how to get around it. I said, staring at Miranda until the lights came back online one after another. Let's get to the bridge. I said and got up, heading for the door. Glitch turned up in time to throw an arm over Ostergaard. She'd formed an almost maternal attitude towards the ex-Commodore, keeping him from eating a last pistol. The walk went quietly as Trotter joined us. We were all curious to see what we would find here. And on entering the bridge, I felt a deep sense of awe. Though it was 1,000 or more kilometers away, I could see it. Silhouetted against the backdrop of a red dwarf star. Augury, what do you have? Unknown. The system locked me out. It says it required a Cameron bloodline release authority. The officer said as he failed to look up. Wait here, guys. I'll see about this. I said, turning to the flight deck's officer. Prepare a shuttle for us. That fancy Aquila would be great. Yes, sir. Heading into the operations stateroom, I went to the cogitator and pressed my thumb to the ident scanner. The jab of a needle and the cogitator whirred and came to life. A full-sized hologram of my uncle dominated the room. My boy. I know I've cared for you like my own son since your father's passing, and if you've received this message, then you returned to us and my mission was not all in vain. There is only one place you could have received the CO ordinates the ship's cogitators report you as having jumped to. Which means you've learned the truth of our family's legacy. The failed Star League. Holograms projected themselves, footage I'd never seen. The people of the legacy were never entrusted with this secret. It was too important. You're in the system most maps called Hell 293. The system where a prototype yardship made its way after the evacuation of Castle Nautilus in the wake of Amara's treason. It is a universe-class mass conveyor. And our ancestors have been working on it since our exile. The last invader class we had was used to carry out this work before I sent my work with you for the inner sphere. A hologram of the ship hovered in front of his hologram and I felt my breath catch. The people on board were sent a message to go into rota suspension. I can't leave you without the support you need, and I only wish I could have installed such a system on the legacy to prevent its failure. But we couldn't jump away and leave you without an ability to locate it. He shook himself as if distracted. Boy, this ship is beyond anything that the inner sphere could ever hope for. Even a Newgrange couldn't do 1/100th of what the 4K world can. Salvage, gas giant mining, asteroid mining, shipyard operations, and much more. It is where the Rejuvenat project was stored and produced. My blood raced. This is where Rejuvenat was made. It is not as well protected as the Legacy, though it has more overt weapons. The slow speed and poor agility make it a terrible combatant. As such, my first order was the construction of 3 escort ships. 2 Guardian-class destroyers and 1 Watchman-class destroyer. By now at least one of them should have been completed. Kane. My uncle paused. As if wondering what to say. Kane, over 500,000 of our people are aboard it. The best and brightest of Lathe. Please, protect them. The image faded off screen and the machine spirit brought up the words. Plus cogitator interlocks released plus. Leaving the stateroom I headed for the bulkhead doors at the rear of the bridge. You lot. With me. Captain, if you can hold position. I have to go. The legacy will remain here. Behemoth. Excitement fluttered in my belly as we accelerated. Kane had taken direct control of the Aquila, vowing to conduct this flight himself, having been practicing for a long while now to fly it, more for personal pleasure than any major need. The Aquila was a gorgeous shuttle, and fitted out with the height of luxury. A viewing dome was fairly large, and in the main bay a number of screens were black at the moment, and we closed on the mystery ship. I could hear Kane on the Vox as I listened in. This is Duke Kangerdino to the 4G world. What was the 4G world? Was that the name of the ship? I am on approach, requesting CO ordinates for a landing bay as well as permission for flyover. There was no answer for some minutes as the vessel steadily grew in size before Kane repeated his message. Then something changed. Beginning at its prow, lights began to snap on, one after another, sweeping back in a wall of activating lights. This is Captain Muskie of the LWN-4G world. I have detected your approach. Know that you are within range of our defense grid. Permission is cautiously given for flyover and landing at the following bay. Know that we are prepared to defend ourselves. The voice came over the vox was a woman's. We acknowledge your claim, but will verify once you are aboard. Acknowledged 4G world. Kane said, and I sensed the tension as we approached. But a sense of terror fluttered in my heart as we approached. I had thought it was a vessel like the Legacy. But it kept getting larger, far larger. What I had thought were mere transmission towers, sensorium masts and other paraphernalia began to resolve into veritable skyscrapers. A city rested on the back of this giant, and Kane brought us down closer than I was entirely comfortable with. Turning in the cupola viewing bay, I actually saw people now and again in the towers, one that had to have been a child waving at us as we flew by with such happiness I actually awed out loud. God's nuts, what the fuck is this monster? I heard Ostergaard say as we passed over a massive agricultural dome within which actual farmland and hydroponics were visible as well as a genuine forest. I don't know. Glitch answered, but it's... I thought that the Legacy was the biggest ship in the universe, but this thing dwarfs it. Trotter was moving around. Look at this, it's armed, but this is no warship. Those look like asteroid mining equipment, gas giant harvesters, salvage equipment, and those piers are, this is a yard ship. There was silence below, but the assessment caused me to look at it differently, and notice the holes in the grip of the yard ship's arms. A wave of sickness gripped me as Kane rolled us over the hull towards a cavernous cargo door opening. The interior was beyond vast. And as the door closed behind us, hurricane force winds assaulted the shuttle as the bay was pressurized, and Kane fought the winds before setting down on the deck near one of the doors. Men filed in carrying hellguns and surrounded the ship as Kane extended his ladder and dropped the personnel bay to let us out. I climbed down the ladder and stepped out with the others. The cargo hold was vast. And the security team was thorough as we all gathered together. Finally a Medici stepped forwards with a woman in a Lathe Navy uniform. Will the man who claims to be Kangerd? She pointed, him. The Medici stepped forwards with a diagnosticator and jabbed me with the needle. You must be Captain Muskie, I said, stepping forwards as a muttering passed through the group. The bloodline is true. The Medici said, heading for the door they had come from. The captain dropped to her knees and was weeping. Oh, thank the gods, we weren't forgotten. She removed a vox from her pocket. Begin thawing the full crew and passenger compliments. Kane lives. Kane lives. The troopers roared and a cold chill ran through my bones. If you will take us to the bridge, and give me an appraisal of the ship, its status, equipment, supplies etc. I said, encouraging the captain to get up off her knees. If you will follow me. She said and headed for the door. Following her we could not help but watch in awe as we passed a vaulted hall as an asteroid was drawn up and into the hull. Once we received your transmission, I ordered us brought out of a hibernation cycle and to recommence work immediately. The escort ships your uncle ordered are complete, and we're training up about 50,000 of us to man them. 50,000? Ostergaard said as he watched as massive lascutters began to section the asteroid. The Guardians need a crew of 16,500. Pure gunboats. With a Ryza pattern plasma battery and Sunseer laser battery. Capable of about 7.6 Gs acceleration. Equipped with advanced stealth, CIWS, countermeasures, and jamming systems. Project name was Iconoclast. She said as we climbed into a transit cab. They are extremely good at what they do. She sat down. The Watchman, project name Cobra, has a flat crew of 15,000 with arguably heavier close and defenses than the Guardians, but these were additional systems. The Project Iconoclast had a high baseline defense. But the Watchman is built as a ship killed. It doesn't have the same jamming systems that the Guardian does, but it does possess the graviton flare as well as a Ryza plasma battery and plasma-accelerated torpedo tubes. It is marginally faster than the Guardian, and is capable of better turns. Ostergaard looked worried. Why the massive crews? These ships, they mass far more than the old vessels we used to use. The old Invader that his uncle used to use for operations with us massed only 150,000 tons approximately. The Watchman weighs 5.7 million tons, and the Guardian 6.1. About 40 times the mass of an Invader. She said by way of explanation. But an Invader has a crew of 42. You've got over 350 times the crew, not 40. Ostergaard said, disbelieving. Correct. Each ship has 10 times the crew estimated to be required to run them at a skeleton level. But the technology on these ships is labor-intensive. The Watchman with its 15,000 is. She took out a data pad. 2,500 engineers. 8,000 ratings. 2,000 security personnel. 2,000 weapon specialists and 500 officers. At skeleton crew, that'd be 250 engineers, 800 ratings, 200 security and weapon specialists with 50 officers. She smiled. If that impresses you, this ship has a crew of 60,000 and 500,000 passengers. Ostergaard went pale. Okay Captain, what is this ship equipped with? I asked, cutting off Ostergaard. Ah. She said as if not sure where to begin. You might have noticed the Arboretum dome as you approached. As you might guess, it's not adequate to supply everyone on board. Not even clothes, but the 4D world has suspension chambers. Nobody really likes them very much, but they accept the necessity of them. You've seen the asteroid mining bay, she said, calling up specifics on her datapad. There is also cloud mining facilities, salvage systems, the space dock piers naturally, a laboratorium, medici deck and pharmacia. She paused there where your uncle had his people develop the rejuvenate treatment, we still have the facilities for that naturally. She called up the next page. There are other advanced systems on board, auxiliary plasma banks, a teleporterium and cogitator interlink, and that's without mentioning the cargo holds. Defensively, her turrets aren't nearly good enough for her size, it's why your uncle ordered the escorts built. But offensively, she has some loss burners on the spin, and a couple laser batteries in her flanks. But she really isn't made for defense. If anyone catches her, she'll be depending on escorts to keep her alive. No manufacturing facilities? I asked, leaning back. No sir. The legacy was intended to fill that role. Not good enough. We're going to be returning to Artru to retrieve as much as remains of Castle Nautilus, including moving the machine spirit and STC into one of the cargo bays. As well as the generatorium powering the castle. I'd wager you're at the edge of generatorium capacity already. Yes sir. It's not so bad, but we restrain ourselves from powering systems not currently in operation. The laboratorium, cloud mining facilities and salvage systems are all in a powered down state at the moment for that very reason. I nodded. There was no reason to waste power on facilities not being used. Sir. Duke Giardino, do you have somewhere for us to go? We received a transmission saying they'd gone nuclear on Lathe, and this ship can't support 500,000 people forever once they're taken out of suspension. She sounded worried. How many of them are trained soldiers? Not many, 2% maybe. But most of them are. I put a hand on her shoulder. She sounded truly worried. That's okay. I have a world I plan to secure as our new capital. Called Mundalas. They've been suffering a plague of religious extremism. And frankly, I have no tolerance for that. I stood up as the transit cab came to a halt. Emerging into a well-appointed corridor, a pair of trees stretched overout heads in a boulevard heading for the bridge entrance, with gardeners currently checking the gardens at their feet. A little ostentatious, but I liked the greenery. The captain admitted. I had them transplanted from the Arboretum. She said as we headed into the bridge as she waved us through the security gate, the pair of assault cannons there just waiting for someone unauthorized to try and effect an entry. The size of the bridge was entirely impressive as we moved over to the observation port, now looking down the length of the 4D world. The 3 escorts, you said they're complete? Have you undergone any jump tests? I said, moving to examine the cogitators across the bridge. The arrangement was very different from that of the Legacy. No sir. Only simulated testing through the machine spirit has been conducted so far. She said. Order the crews to man the ships. I moved over and examined the navigation computer. Is there any critical operations being undergone at the moment? No sir. Good. We're going to Artru. Jump CO ordinates will be given to you from the Legacy. Chapter 27. The Lathe Nation. Artru. April 14th, 3025. Markham. Relaxing back into the jump couch, I felt a sense of returning home. To get back and see Kane and the crew for the first time in person for over a year. The jump ship was one of Otto's as we headed for Artru. Taking a vacation was the official reason for our presences here. So Markham, one more jump and we get to see your friends again. Maybe they'll have something else to market to me. Otto remarked, pouring a measure of whiskey. How long? I asked, not bothering to check the jump clock. I didn't feel like turning around. 70 seconds. He said, nervous. I chuckled. Nervous? No. But Behemoth has to be pretty close to popping, and I wouldn't mind spending a few months with them all again. Good friends and business partners are too valuable to let slip through your fingers. There was a moment when everything went strange for the jump, but then we were in clear space and the invader's gravity deck began to rotate once more. Let's go to the bridge and send a transmission to let them know we've arrived. I said, standing and heading for the bridge of the invader. Otto was quick to follow, the luxurious appointments of his private transport jump ship almost worth admiring. The bridge was more Spartan and practically appointed, given the occasional necessity to be running without gravity, and the crew were sleepily paying attention, not overly worried about the situation. If you want, you can send your transmission anytime. Otto said, planting himself in one of the free chairs. Thanks. I headed for the communications console as I looked out into space at the system. It was a nowhere place, and yet the transmissions had indicated they were temporarily based here. Raven Guard, this is a transmission from Jump Ship in Delicate Gambit from Markham. I've decided to surprise you with a visit to what you all. Sir. Massive anomalies on sensors. One of the operators said. Oh gods, tell me our sails haven't been deployed yet. No, Mr. Davian, the sigh. Massive gravitational anomaly. My heart dropped as I realized how unfortunate our timing was. He was moving that monster ship of high. Outside of the window we watched as 5 jump signatures rocked space, massive graviton waves rippled through space at their arrival and they were deposited into space. There was no way this was possible. I could see it there, the Kane's legacy. And yet, there were 4 more massive ships. And space was being distorted by their very arrival. Cameron's blood. What in the name of, anything? Otto said, racing to the viewport. I picked up the comms mic again. Kane's legacy. Kane's legacy. This is Markham. This is Markham. And slammed the transmission into repeat, hoping that it wasn't too late to prevent any rash action. After almost 10 minutes the lights on each ship began to snap into relief and Otto was muttering, impossible, totally impossible, they can't exist. This is Kane, Markham, what the hell are you trying to do? Give me a heart attack. I had the gunnery crews running to stations before the comms came back online. The transmission wasn't coming from the legacy, but the absolute nightmare monster ship. Markham, here is what you have to do. I'm ordering the deployment of the space dock piers. I need you to dock with one of them. I can't accept anything else at the moment. I'm going to have some people meet you and bring you to me. Damn, but it's good to hear your voice. Sorry I've been out of contact, but I have news, and not all of it's good. I watched as the massive leviathan of a ship began to change. Massive piers began to extend out into a configuration of a massive space-based shipyard. One far larger than anything that had ever existed, even in the height of the Star League. Or perhaps I was wrong. Otto looked panicked. Helm, commence a phase. Otto, don't. It's Kane, I am a bit behind the times, but I recommend you use maneuvering thrusters and pull into one of those docks. Right now, Kane's no doubt in full security mode, and I have no doubt those guns pack as much firepower as they look like they do. I said. Otto nodded, trusting my judgment. Do it. Over the next half hour we carefully maneuvered into the embrace of one of the piers, a vast airgate extending out and mating to one of the airlocks. Though Otto lamented as the powerful clamps actually buckled the hull around them slightly before the operator pulled back on the tension. As the airlock opened, Otto's bodyguards stood ready, unsettled as everyone else. Beyond stood a younger woman in an unfamiliar uniform, and a large security team. Welcome to the 4D world. I am afraid that at the moment, the security situation necessitates that your entire crew is to disembark and be temporarily remanded to our custody until the Duke decides on an appropriate course of action. I nodded and Otto requested his people to obey and, surprisingly, they did not choose to take the weapons of Otto's crew. When prompted on it she simply said it was a matter of trust. Let's go. I said, signaling for Otto to follow. Of all the fucking luck. Markham just happens to arrive mere minutes before our own translation in system, in a Lycombe Davian jump ship, with his good friend, Otto Davian, in tow. Gods, but it'd be good to see the old man, but damned if it didn't put me into a conundrum. The impulse to simply space Otto's crewman was strong, but I avoided it as I cheated and had us teleport to the Arboretum. As such, when one of the lower dockyard lieutenants brought Otto, Markham, and his bodyguard, they found me fishing out of a small pond in the Arboretum. Miranda was reading as Glitch and Ostergaard played regicide. What the fuck? Markham said, looking around at the trees. What is this? He marched up and I took him into a bear hug. Welcome to the LNNV4D world. I said by way of response. Another part of my uncle's legacy recovered. I don't think there is anything else out there to really recover, but the cogitators of the legacy in 4D world leave a lot to be discovered. Otto Davian, it's a pleasure, and pain, to have you here. What? Worried I'll steal your secrets and share them with the galaxy? Otto said with a grin as we shook hands. Yes. I replied honestly, the legacy, which will remain my flagship, is a secret I've quite literally killed to protect, and you stumble across my fleet just after I rediscover the 4D world and her escorts. I indicated some steel chairs and sat down. Frankly, your presence here is a huge security nightmare. I'm sure it's not as BA. Otto began, but I cut him off. It is. You've witnessed ships massing far above anything you are familiar with jumping. I said, taking a few beers from a cooler and passing them around. The KF drive limitation means, with your technologies, you can't build anything greater than 2.5 million tons, including air, provisions, cargo, dropships etc. I sat down. The Watchman is 5.7 million tons, the Guardian is 6.1 million, the Legacy is 20.9 and this fine ship is 60 million tons. If I stripped a panel of armor off the prow, it'd likely weigh more than your jump ship. Markham took the beer and went over to give Miranda a hug. A few exchanged words pitched too low for me to hear, but congratulatory from the expression on her face. But he sat down and took a mouthful. You're right, that isn't possible by any laws of physics I know. The limit is a hard limit, we simply cannot feed enough power to. We are far beyond that point, though I still don't understand the science behind it, it isn't my field. But then there are the other problematic implications. Like the fact that by any nation's definition, we have a fleet consisting of 4 warships and a yardship. We have technology that even by the Star League were theoretical skunkworks projects undertaken so far off the grid the entire galaxy forgot about it. I sculled what was in the bottle and tossed it at the esky. The technology we shared with you, that was stuff stuck on coffin ships. Blueprints for personal arms, technology that we considered simple and widespread by the time of our fall are all but science fiction to you and yours. Markham leaned forwards. You're debating whether you should just kill them and be done with it. His voice turned worried. No Markham, I am not killing a friend and benefactor in the Federated Sons, or you, for secrecy we can't maintain forever, I sighed leaning back. Fact of the matter is, sooner or later, whispers are going to get out about the legacy being sighted at Cormadur. And somebody is going to start putting the pieces together about how the ghost ship appears when we do. And the answer is to build our nation. Begin pulling the disparate parts of the periphery under our banner and be the change we want to see. Otto frowned. Your nation. The Lathe Nation. Our plan is to bring the disparate worlds under a new prosperous banner. Erase the stain of religious extremism and burn the pirates out of their holes, I said putting away the fishing pole. I'm hoping to work more closely with the Federated Sons on the matter. Otto stood up and began to pace. I don't know Kane, pirates have always been a problem, and religious extremists are never popular. What do you intend to do, kill them all? Yes. I answered plainly. Okay. Can we retire somewhere more dignified? I can't help but feel I'm going to be rained on. Otto said as Markham chuckled getting up. It's a good idea Kane, this is fine for a social gathering, and you bet I plan on joining you all for that, but this conversation is a bit more important. Markham said. Certainly, if you'll all come and stand here. I said arming the teleport beacon. They all made their way to me and I grinned to myself. Otto and Markham had no idea what was about to come next. Now I warn you, this will come as a shock and be extremely surprising. If your bodyguards can restrain themselves from panicking, that would be great. Otto chuckled. A well-disguised elevator is nothing new to us. I just issued a wry grin and activated my microbead. This is Kane, I need a site-to-site teleport to the bridge. Otto's eyes looked at me like I had just gone mad, then the maroon unlight enveloped us with a crack of ozone. As it cleared we stood at the back of the bridge. Before us stretched the crew working at their stations, only a few turning to look at us as I indicated we should retire to the conference room. Otto and Markham were shaking as we entered the conference room and the bodyguards looked about ready to gun me down out of sheer unsettled fear. Miranda took a seat and tied her hair back as Glitch and Ostergaard took up seats. It was time for real discussions. The room was well lit and holographic displays showed all sorts of information. I took my seat at the head of the table after retiring for a moment to don more official clothing. Re-entering I saw Otto talking quietly with Markham, both a fearful and excited tone evident in his very body language. Now, if I may, I am formally introducing myself as Duke Kane Giardino of Lathe. Aboard my fleet the last of my people serve as crew, or wait for a new home to be found for them. Markham listened as intently as Otto did, much of the revelations not having been passed on to him due to the insecurity of using Comstar. I stood rigid, at attention. The fact is, my world was born out of secrecy beyond anything mapped by the Inner Sphere or Comstar, or even Kerensky's Lost Fleet. It was born out of a skunkworks development project started by the Camerons, who are my ancestors. A secret so profound that Kerensky himself didn't know about it. One so profound that all project heads, bar Zachariah Cameron himself, were headed by illegitimate children born of Cameron seed. Originally begun in the Castle Nautilus, whose remains we are here to remove and transport safely to a more secure location, the project was vast in scale, and soon required the creation of a colony to support it. Lathe. Holograms came up, provided from the Cogitator archives. The purpose of that project was to develop any technology that they could think of. To ignore the wisdoms of what is possible and instead of seeing barriers, simply seeing obstacles to be removed from conventional path. Obstacles like the KF drive's mass limitations. Or ultra-heavy mech designs not reliant on Myanmar bundles. Even immortality, teleportation, genetic and cybernetic augmentation. There were no restrictions on what the project was responsible for developing. I paced thoughtfully. The original purpose, no doubt, was simply to secure the power of the Camerons as the undisputed imperial might in the galaxy. But that purpose has been lost to time and I was sent back by my uncle when the political situation became unstable and a war of self-annihilation loomed as my uncle refused to share his own technologies with violent plutocrats from other states. I showed footage that the legacy had recorded. Eventually, they snapped and attacked and my home world was torn apart in nuclear fire, leaving me to follow the breadcrumbs my uncle left for me. Breadcrumbs that lead to the recovery of probably our entire technological basis for power. I moved and called up more images. I've been fighting in the periphery for most of that time, either for and with the Oregon Restoration and Coalition, or for various employers who wanted mercenaries. The technologies I've offered and traded are, as you can see, probably the least of the advanced technology we have available. And frankly, I can't sit back and watch pirates raid repeatedly time and time again only for us to come in and clean up the mess afterwards for pirates to turn up later, beginning the whole process over again. I can't sit back and watch powers like the theocratic regime of Mundalas butcher its people for simply refusing to share the same level of fanaticism or beliefs. And so I plan to build the Lathe Nation, an empire founded on advanced technology and a code of honor, respect, and beliefs. I suppose you plan to introduce democracy, elections, and votes as well. Otto said with a polite chuckle. Gods no. People can be the greatest thing you can ever imagine, but they're dumb as fuck. If I put people to vote for their leader and one was an older portly man with decades of experience and one was a young 30-something with tits the size of your head, half these backwards hicks would vote for the woman even if her only campaign promise was I'd let you touch them. I sat down. Fact is, most people don't give a fuck about the politics. Most just want to know that they'll have water, power, food, and a hope to get out of whatever debts they're in. They want security, comfort, to know the government isn't going to cut them down because they don't follow the state-mandated belief system. And for most of them, the threat of piracy is more significant than anything else. I dismissed the holograms. I want to work with the Davians to finally secure this region of space. Yes, there is a bit of difference in our regions, but I happen to know that the Federated Commonwealth is on the cards. The contracts we signed were very revealing. And I plan to add my own investment to the pot. We have our own enemies in the Capellan Confederation, and have plans for dealing with that. But with the blessings of Hansa, we can strike and begin conquest of the southern end of the Capellan Confederation to unify our borders. Otto looked both terrified, and in awe, at the same time as the scope of my plans unfolded. Kane, your ambition is, frankly terrifying. Otto said, and even Markham was calling up data on the slate he had trying to figure out what was going to happen. But it's nothing that isn't common enough in the periphery. But to get our support, that might require something more. I had planned to tell you how well the NAIS was progressing on your jump battery, but the discovery of these ships, it may just render the entire concept obsolete. Not even remotely. I said, the megatonnage of these ships is far and above beyond what most of the powers produce. I'm happy to offer help to the Federated Sons on several technological fronts. Otto held up a hand. I want you to go to New Avalon. To speak with Hansa personally. I may be a Davian, but I'm far down the totem pole of power outside of Lycombe Davian Introtech. You need to speak with Hansa direct. Chapter 28. The Wolf Whimpers. Are true. April 21, 3025. Otto and his people were chafing at the bit, and were displeased when we specified they had to leave their jump ship with the watchman as we burned to Artru, and now I stood overlooking one of the vast cargo holds watching the mass lifted bringing up the STC. The awe on his face as he watched an entire facility being lifted into a mere cargo hold was worth seeing. However, Miranda watched the operation, somewhat bored. The forced idleness of her pregnancy was eating at her and she chafed to be out in the action again. I threw an arm over her shoulder and hugged her tight, keeping close. Trotter stood on the other side looking useless. His experience as a sacristan didn't equip him to deal with this. At the back of the chamber the door hissed open and the 4D World's chief Magos stepped in. Otto recoiled from the man and the multiple mechadendrites and other implants to his body. The Omnissiah is with us. The STC was moved without much difficulty, and the machine spirit is being transplanted to join with the 4D World's cogitator interlink. Why do they speak like that? Otto asked me, trying not to look at him. Like what? Like it's a religion. He said. Oh, that. A curse of sorts. I remarked. You believe in such things? I looked over at the tech priest who turned to Otto. The method of our speech is unfortunately a result of our hypno-training in the secrets of the machine spirits. As best as we can tell, one of the key developers in the programming of machine spirits had a cruel sense of humor, or unholy reverence for machines, and designed the programming language as a sort of pseudo-prayer. Unfortunately, the programming is highly adaptive, learning, and yet rigid. It did not allow for removal of the codebase that imparted a semi-religious bent to such dealings. The Magos explained, our augmentations that seem to trouble you are, however, a conscious choice that makes us better suited for our work. We could certainly produce robotics that might serve the same function, but it would lack the instinctive adaptability of the human psyche. I looked at Otto. It was the problem of being born in a Skunk Works project that was quite specifically unlimited in oversight and research goals. The project heads were able to run their research however they felt fit. Otto looked at the tech priest and shuddered again instinctively, the man's cybernetic eyes boring into the Davian unblinkingly. Thank you for the explanation. Magos Cortazar Helm. The Magos put out an all-two-machine hand to shake Otto's. Otto took it and winced slightly as they shook hands. If I may ask, did you choose that too? This? Oh, the bionic arm. Yes, after I lost the original in an accident involving a plasma regulator, I could have it replaced with this or a clone graft. This seemed like the most practical option given my line of work. He explained. Do many of your people engage in such augmentation? Otto asked me. Yes and no. Those who work in certain fields are almost universally augmented in many ways. You've noticed the augments that all my night pilots bear, and those are only the visible ones. I watched the window as the lighting shipwide went red. I tapped the Vox. What the hell is going on? Did the STC brown out the ship? Negative, sir. We've had a notification from the watchman. A ship arrived at the jump point. It's bearing the insignia of the Wolf's Dragoons. It has them under its guns now. Oh, for fuck's sake. Jamie Wolf. Shit. What the thoughts of the ex-clanner lacked in eloquence they made up for in contextual meaning. The jump ship he'd brought out with his star and a broadsword seemed entirely inadequate for the meeting he envisioned when he found himself face to face with 1.5 kilometers of angry ship pointed at him with open tubes and what looked like colossal missiles nestled within. This is the Lathe Nation warship Ironsides. You have intruded on Lathe space. You will hold position and await further instructions. If we detect power to your KF drive, you will be destroyed. If you deploy your sail, you will be destroyed. If you so much as take a shit out of an airlock in our direction, you will be destroyed. Jamie keyed in the communications. This is Jamie Wolf of the Wolf's Dragoons. We understand and will comply. Shutting it down, he sat back. Jamie, what the hell is that? One of his techs asked. I have no idea. Jamie responded, look at it though. Those gun batteries make a naval gauze look small, and those tubes at the front. Missile tubes. Another said. Passive scans suggest each of them is about 70 meters long. And it has 4 pointed right at us. What do you want us to do? Don't deploy our sail, don't power up the KF drive using the battery, and for Kerensky's sake, don't shit out an airlock in their general direction. We wait. Hours later, the techs reported a drive flare from the planet Artru. What can you tell? Jamie asked as he rubbed sleep from his eyes. It's massive. And we can't fully see enough detail, but she's burning at 6 gravities. The bridge went silent as it approached. Trying to maintain a fiction of normalcy as the vast vessel closed in on them with an air of inevitability. But it didn't take long. With such a frightening acceleration despite its mass, the monster was there in record time. Burning to decelerate, and the Wolf's Dragoons felt a new fear as a vessel that dwarfed the one holding them hostage approached, missile tubes studding the prow of it open and prepared to fire. That thing can't be. One of them said. It's over 4 kilometers long and masses just under 21 million tons. The communications gear piped up. This is Duke Kane Giardino of the Lathe Nation, War Master of the Raven Guard. Prepare to be boarded. Jaime's face descended into a thundercloud. This is Colonel Jamie Wolf of the Wolf's Dragoons. We will not be boarded. A crimson light descended on the ship and there was a bang of ozone and the actinic stink pervaded the bridge as Jamie spun to find a dozen men with weapons leveled. You make it sound like you had a choice. Kane said. Jamie Wolf. Jamie resisted the urge to reach for his laser pistol as the weapons leveled at him twitched at the movement. Come with me, Colonel, we need a private room. Kane walked from the bridge headed for the mess quarters. Jamie followed, one of Kane's men several steps behind with laser rifle aimed at his back. When they reached the mess, Kane sat down at a bench and indicated Jamie should do the same. Warden, of the Raven Guard. I come to meet and speak with you, and perhaps seek some of your technologies, but I see you have been holding back significantly. The tone in his voice broke the level of offense. Noticing that Kane had not brought his guard into the room either. Says the man who was playing spymaster for Clan Wolf. Kane said, and Jamie stood up and begged. How? I could start this conversation by asking where your cache is. You've hidden a few of your warships, but bluntly, I no longer have any need of them. How did you know any of that? Jamie said, a grip of terror in his heart. Be calm. Only I know it. It's not knowledge I've seen fit to publicize, nor is it something I intend to publicize. Kane sat back. But I felt it was imperative to make it clear that I understand what you are. I understand the irony you have in using my call sign as it matches your own political affiliations. Who the hell are you? Jamie snapped. Kane Giardino, Duke of the Lathe Nation, War Master of the Raven Guard, direct descendant of Zachariah Cameron. Ally of the Oregon Reach. Hopefully ally of the Federated Sons. But I would not expect you to be familiar with Zachariah Cameron, not even Kerensky knew of his project. Kane indicated that Jamie should resume being seated. Kerensky took the best of the Star League with him. Zachariah took the future of the Star League. Jamie forced himself to calm. What do you mean? Kane leaned back, as if deciding what to say. Zachariah's project was a skunk works with unlimited scope. The technologies you hope to purchase off of us, all came from that project. As a public mercenary company, I'd wager your big-ticket items were hoping to get the heatsinks and gravity plating, but tied up in the Draconis Combine I'd have had to refuse you. Jamie laughed. Actually, I came to see you, and decide the truth of the rumors that had been reaching even as far as the Combine. Just your heatsinks and gravity plating has upset the apple cart. The Combine is on the verge of panic, a powerful Capellan seems to have an unbridled hatred for you. And let's be honest, Kane. If you are hoping to make the friends you claim, then Thomas Calderon is going to want to breath down your neck in no time. Not to mention the untrustworthy Comstar. Very well. Teleport us to the Night Bay. Kane declared. Jamie didn't have the time to panic as the red light enveloped him. The panic on Jaime's face as he found himself on my ship was almost precious to behold. But the problem it faced was manifold. The Davians would know, now the Dragoons knew, the secret was as good as out because neither of them were subjects I could afford to butcher. And still Jamie looked around at the knights stored under servicing. They're not as big as I expected from the descriptions or footage I have gotten. He finally said. An atlas doesn't look so big until it's in motion either. I remarked as I headed for the bay doors followed by Jamie. Duke to Melody Beethoven's Ninth. Ship-wide. The symphony began to play as we made our way through the doors and headed for other parts of the ship. How did you know of the clans? Jamie said as we passed towards the manufactorum. Classified. It's not recorded in any computers if that is what worries you. It was passed directly from descendant to descendant. I believe that Kerensky's exodus was tracked, but there is no hard records. After passing beyond the inner sphere, I believe Zachariah and the project turned insular, and tracking stopped. I passed into the manufactorum where production was finally ramping up. Especially now the STC was being installed and was about to take up the bulk of manufacturing. Kerensky's blood. What? We are not going to be using the Inner Sphere's unit organization charts any longer. I said plainly. You plan to adopt the clan's methods? Jamie asked, surprised. No. Our own. I remarked heading into an office. Their highest unit size I have in mind is the Legion. About 3,000 units. With each Legion consisting of 6 cohorts of 500 which break down into 5 centuries of 100. The 2 primary cohorts will be the Knight cohort. Each Knight century will be formed of 20 Knights and 80 Armigers, which will break down into squadrons of 10. I examined files being displayed as Jamie tried to process what I was saying. The combined arms cohorts, like the Knights, will break into 5 centuries. Each century will be comprised of 2 super heavy tank squadrons, 8 tank squadrons, 35 Iron Fist squadrons, 35 infantry platoons and 20 support units, such as anti-air squadrons and artillery squadrons. Jamie studied it freely. But that means each of your combined arms centuries are about 5,000 men. He did the maths further. He paled. A legion, of 100,000 men, not counting your knights. It's a dream. I said. The idea was to get him to sweat. A bit of a fantastic one you must admit. Jamie said, recovering from his surprise. How so? You are, to all appearances, a mercenary unit. Where do you expect to get 100,000 men? I have 500,000 of my people on our 4K world alone. As we grow, and bring stability and peace to the region, where exactly do you imagine I would find it difficult to find such forces? I turned to face Jamie. My dream is not some sort of fantastical faraway thing. Look around you at the periphery. It's a technologically regressive civilization of techno-barbarians for whom pirates raiding their worlds is a fact of life. I pointed out of the window. Look at it, Colonel Wolf. With my technology the periphery can be brought peace. The great houses squabble and snap at one another and it's the outer worlds that suffer. The only question is, whether the Wolf's Dragoons are willing to stand up and join this endeavor. Jamie looked worried, but paused. Kane, you know of the clans. But I'm not sure you know how much more there is. We were sent here, as you said, to gather intelligence on the inner sphere. But we severed contact in 3020 under instructions to prepare the inner sphere for a coming invasion. We could never explain this to the others, but you. I knew war was coming. War was always going to be coming, if not from the clans, then from the next succession war or perhaps Comster finally blowing its lid and going on some sort of crusade. I said sitting down. And let me guess, we join your crusade and you'll give us knights. By default no. I said plainly. The control technology for knights is highly advanced, they can be modified to work with a neurohelmet and standard mech cockpit controls, but a great deal of the benefits are lost in doing so. And the standard technology has consequences. Like what? Jamie asked suspicious. There is a significant amount of mental reprogramming and conditioning, including a degree of induced loyalty to my house. All those who are offered the chance are made aware of this and its other consequences, such as exaggeration of personality traits, a significant increase in ambition, decreased empathy towards anyone you perceive as an enemy. And the most significant of all, I said with a shrug, you'll never feel complete outside your machine ever again. It calls to you, the machine spirit, and you become unbreakable together. When you are separated you feel weaker, less alive. And that's if you survive the bonding process. Survive the bonding process. The bonding with the throne mechanicum is not safe. There is a 1 in 10 fatality rate. He looked angry. So to train 2,000 night pilots, you will need 2,200 candidates minimum. His voice reflected his anger. 240, the training for the armiger is less intensive and fatalities are exceptionally rare. But the effects are also less pronounced. I said plainly. Why not use whatever control mechanism the armigers use in the larger knights then? He snapped. For the same reason you wouldn't put a Locust's cockpit into an Atlas. The controls are similar, but not the same. The problem isn't the hardware, but the software. A machine spirit of a knight is significantly more advanced and powerful than an armiger. They are not compatible. I said as I leaned back. I am going to need to know, are you willing to stand with me on this, or are we going to have problems? I need time to think on the matter. He said sitting down. But even if I do want to help you on your endeavor, I cannot. We are under contract to the Combine until 3028. I understand that. I said, now, let's head for a more comfortable section of the ship. Interlude 7. The Gathering Darkness. Terra. May 7th, 3025. Terra. The sounds of industrious labor were drowned out by the observation booth's foot-thick transparent viewing bay. Armored against most expected munitions, the men behind it watched the cavernous bay below, and the testing underway. I wonder if the mercenary scum even realized the significance and applications of the technology they had at their fingertips. I don't know, Mendel Waterley said as she moved to the window, but there was nothing Star League about the design. It was a true new technology. We haven't even found records of attempts to create artificial gravity plating. Meaning either the Raven Guard developed the technology themselves, along with their heatsink technology, or they acquired it from someone else. An unsettling prospect. Do we have any evidence they understand the possible applications? The other man said as he sat down behind his desk and started accessing the research records. Evidence? No. But in several engagements Mech suffered uncharacteristic crushing damage. Possibly a gravity weapon. Mendu said. Unsurprising, we're working on several variations on that theme ourselves, the man said studying his files. I wonder if they've considered the applications of them for combat vehicles. However, gravity repulsion for the production of tanks, with their heatsink technology, Project Ogre might be more possible. What about their mechs? Waterley asked, turning to face him. All we have is anecdotal images and some illicit drone footage of the armigers being tested by the NAIS. Without actual examples of the technology, the best we can do is make a best guess. He said, shutting his files. Yet, we think it would be unwise to move against them without at least some pretense. Oh, we don't need to move against them. We don't need to move much at all. A Black Ops will be sufficient. Mendu said, turning back to the window. A Black Ops against the Raven Guard would require a more significant effort, the sort that might be. He was cut off. Not against the Raven Guard. But they trained and handed Lady Camilla Arano of the Oregon Restoration one of their knights. Mendu said with a grin, why risk discovery attacking a bunch of mercenaries with multiple such machines when we can simply, and quietly, steal one from a lone noblewoman of a nowhere place? Mendu smiled, an expression that contained no human warmth whatsoever. Take a special tactics unit. And field test those for protection. Below, the prototype Horatius medium tank moved through the simplified cityscape. Anti-gravity drives impelling it over obstacles as its spinally mounted gun turned with the tank. The large laser had been amplified and modified with stolen energy cell technology from the NAIS as the turret rotated. The AC-5, machine gun, SRM-2 and prototype gravity gun engaging targets in turn. Following it, 2 Grav APCs followed. The Romulus APC had only a large laser and SRM-6 for protection in its turret, but its role was to carry a squad of elite troops, and grips on the side allowed for 6 Jin prototype battle armor to grip waiting for their opportunity. The man frowned. I was giving you instructions. Not a request. Mendu said, turning back to him with an icy stare. I understand, and the Lady Arano. Let's just see where things go. If you can spirit away the mech in the dead of night with nobody the wiser, that is all well and good. If you have to butcher everyone in their precious palace to do it, that's fine too. Chapter 29. Futures Bright and Dark. New Avalon. 31st June, 3025. Hansa Davian. The talks with the Lyran Commonwealth, though already signed, were an artistic work in progress as the first prince awaited his bride-to-be to come of age. Even now, Katrina Steiner and her retinue were busy enjoying the ball that had been thrown in her honor. Tensions remained high between all parties as the carefully planned series of events were moving slowly into motion. The careful moving of pieces across the board into critical positions. And yet, the first prince had kept ever in mind the mercenaries with the ever-strange technology base. Watching their strange and almost mysterious progress in the civil war tearing apart the Oregon Reach. The gathering of power into their colonel's hands was an orchestra of strange orbits. And yet, the more he processed of the Raven Guard's activities, the further and further events seemed to bring the Raven Guard's political goals, and power, into alignment with his own interests. From the Capellan enemies, to managing to turn a Taurian Commodore to his own cause, and the talk of how the Raven Guard had annihilated an entire battalion of Highlanders was the talk of mercenary circles. And while the focus was on him, the new Avalon Institute of Science had made great leaps with the technology they'd been given. Advanced hovercraft were being tested even now on specially designed courses, the specialized jump battery concepts had matured to fruition and even been utilized in other projects, such the aptly named Heavy Laser project that was being worked on. Or even the Tracking Laser project. The last was going to be the crowning jewel of the NAIS weapons projects. Using a variation of the gravity plating technology, mated to advanced tactical computers, that would create enough of a gravitational gradient to adjust the aim of laser weapons to hit their intended targets. Hansa, it is a lovely party you're throwing here. Katrina said, coming up to him like the supremely confident, and powerful, woman she was. A pair of officers were running through the party to his position and Hansa frowned. What is the meaning of? The first thrust a day-top hat into his face. On it was an image from the jump ships at the Nader Point. Several ships had been thrust aside by the arrival of what can only be described as alien monstrosities, like they'd kidnapped some sort of neo-Gothic architect and compelled him to build the massive ships he could see. As he watched, they sat there for almost 15 minutes before massive torches lit behind them, the monster in the center accelerating at half a g. The engine flare differences told him the others were restraining their potential. Gods above. With me, if you'll forgive me Katrina, I'm you. Oh no, I'm coming with you. She held up a day-top hat of her own. Nodding, Hansa headed for the command center in the palace, passing orders for the planetary defenses to be put on standby and everybody at the NAIS with a telescope to train them on that part of the sky. Finally making their way into the command center, there was an limitless buzz of activity. Hansa made his way over to the communications console. This is First Prince Hansa Davian of the Federated Sons. You have made an unauthorized incursion into the new Avalon system, cease your drive burns. Katrina looked at him with her head cocked, as if you ask what would you do if they refuse. They waited breathlessly as lightspeed delay prevented an active or instant reply. But soon the message found its destination, and hopefully a reply was on the way. The wait was no better for a return message than it was for the original. This is Admiral Spire of the Raven Guard and Lathe Nation. We are requesting high anchor in geostationary orbit. Otto Davian of Lycombe Davian Introtech, Timothy Markham of Markham Skunk Works and Duke Kane Giardino request permission to transit to the surface with assorted parties and request immediate audience with your august self. Including to explain what you're seeing. The voice said in a measured tone of one following directions. I waited for the response, not having slowed down but counting on the sight he beheld to prompt Hansa into action, or at least prompt a diplomatic branch by not risking my wrath at the sight of these ships. And to be entirely fair, I was in a hurry to get there. Miranda was due any day now and had expressed a desire for their child to be born dirtside, and were better than New Avalon. Eventually the vox chimed. Thank you for your explanation, though you did not cease your acceleration, I must say, the presence of one of my cousins piques my interest, as do your ships. You should be aware that we are currently hosting state functions including talks with the Lyran Commonwealth, and Katrina Steiner has expressed her own curiosity in wanting to meet the man who owns the ships. Shit. Double shit and triple shit. You are granted permission to enter high orbit within this band. The transmission included the coordinate limitations. Basically, nothing that had a direct loss to the capital city or the NAIS. The shuttle trip down to the palace was no less nerve-wracking as we stopped the Aquila at the hospital where Markham had received his cybernetics and Miranda was taken for admission before we continued on to the palace under strict directions. And I did not feel all that comfortable as I sat down and a dozen battle mechs surrounded the landing pad. As the passenger compartment lowered, I stepped out in the finest uniform I had in my possession, but my bolt pistol had been left at home, swapped out for a plasma pistol. Markham and Otto followed closely as I headed for the door that would lead inside as a number of FedSun's MIIO operatives emerged with other operatives from the DMI. Glitch and Ostergaard had my back wearing their knight armor and carrying hellguns while Otto simply marched past me and Markham paused next to me looking equally nervous. Please, come with us. It may not be safe out here. One of the MIIO operatives said, her husky voice betraying a sense of nervousness, coupled with her glances at the sky. I knew she was probably terrified of my ships, despite them being well over the horizon. There was nothing to do but follow the MIIO operative as she led us, under guard, to a large chamber where we were asked to hand over our weapons. I don't think so, I said as I turned to face her, Glitch and Ostergaard looking worried as they gripped their weapons more tightly. Markham tried to make warding gestures but I brushed it off. I understand the need and desire for security, and I've been willing to entertain it up to this point, but I will not allow us to be disarmed while there is such uncertainty to be had. This wasn't a request, sir, for the safety of... I wasn't joking. We've just arrived in 5 ships bigger than anything you've got and come down in a minimally armed shuttle, and agreed to be taken into a room with no information I am willing to trust. But that trust is not unlimited. I said, taking a seat. So you can try and shoot us and see how that goes, or ask the First Prince if he can reciprocate the trust a little. The look of hate, followed by panic, on her face showed that she had nothing in her orders jacket that covered this sort of situation. Kane, you can't anger these people there. I know, Markham. But right now, I'm feeling quite unloved and vulnerable. I said plainly. The MIO operative snapped to her subordinates to watch us and left. It was almost half an hour before twice as many guards filed in, this time armed with blazer rifles, but behind them Hansa Davian and Katrina Steiner made their entrance into the room. Greetings, First Prince. I apologize for my abrupt arrival, but circumstances and possibilities necessitated my visit. Like threatening my security detail. I didn't threaten, I said with a shrug, I merely pointed out, quite fairly if I might add, that I am in an incredibly vulnerable position, especially given what I've revealed. Hansa nodded but Katrina cocked her head. Perhaps you'd like to explain what you'd like to offer for the damage to the jump ships at the nadir point? 2 of my own jump ships had their jump sails damaged irreparably. Or perhaps even just... Hansa put a hand on her shoulder and she stopped for now, but the expression on her face said it was a test, to bait me, that Hansa hadn't recognized. We can discuss that later, but I have spent some time discussing matters with Otto. If you had arrived with anything less I would have believed he was mad. And yet... I saw those ships. You seem intent on tying your fates to the Federated Suns, and yet I find myself ever more curious why. Hansa sat down on a chair staring at me. If there is anyone in this room who don't have the highest security clearances, I would request you ask them to leave, not counting my people of course. To my surprise Hansa did as I asked, and most of the guards left, though the MIO operatives remained. Finally I nodded. The fact is, Hansa, the periphery is a goddamned wildland. Pirates plague every world not under the umbrella of a successor state or those few truly successful independent nations that have cropped up and have varying states of trustworthiness. Last time we spoke you mentioned the Federated Commonwealth, and it doesn't take much to guess where that is going to come from. Either you are going to marry Katrina, or you have agreed to betroth to her daughter Melissa. I didn't need the expression on their faces to know the answer, but even so Melissa was only about 15 or 16 at the moment. That means you will form the most powerful political power bloc in the inner sphere, but you need a way to unite borders. The only possible candidate for kicking around for a land grab is the Capellans. The Combine is too powerful to risk antagonizing for a small land grab. The point is, I plan on securing the periphery as my base of power. I plan on kicking the snot out of the Capellans and making some land grabs of my own, and maybe put that bitch Romano to death before she hires even more assassins. I leaned back as the disconcerted looks on their faces reached me. I also plan on making friends and allies, bring together those nations of the periphery that deserve a chance at greatness, the Oregon Coalition, the Magistracy of Canopus, but we have our own enemies. We have talked Commodore Ostergaard here from his immensely powerful role into our own way of life. We've angered the Capellans through Romano, and I'd bet at this very moment some Comster Lickspittle is screaming every ounce of data he can back home to Terra. I paused, out of breath and out of things to monologue. Hansa and Katrina snapped out a few orders and more people left the room. Damn it, I thought you'd missed that, or didn't understand the significance of it, and yet now you've blur. No, it's my fault. If I'd realized you actually meant what you said by high security I'd have done more. Hansa sounded flustered. You have to understand, we are not ready for our goals to move forwards. Melissa needs to come of age and our treaties are still a secret. And now you've dropped in with technology far beyond. I nodded and he stopped. I understand. And it's part of why I came here. So long as I am the sole proprietor of this technology, I will forever be a target, and so I've come to offer a number of technologies for sale to the Federated Suns, or should I say, future Commonwealth. Now shall we talk? Exhaustion. That was my reward. After the cold welcome we had quickly devolved into talks and discussions on various fronts which all began to boil down to the difficulty of being considered public, let alone open, supporters of my crusade. And yet, progress was made. Discussions on what could be done without them kicking off the Fourth Succession War before they were ready was passed around. And yet, tomorrow was going to be the real trial. For now, I'd headed to the hospital and been admitted to Miranda's room where I promptly crashed into a deep sleep. Dreams assailed me as I slept, nightmares as well. Of everything I was trying to build being burned, torn down and assaulted on several fronts. The promises of technology of Project Astropath shared with the galaxy, turning it into a hell as Comstar panic with the loss of control the invalidation of HPGs would cause. The Mani Domini and word of Blake rising too soon in panicked overreaction. Deeper and deeper down the rabbit hole my mind assaulted itself until a scream broke me from my reverie. Miranda was sitting up, and I knew what it was. Oh shit! Doctors! I shouted as I found myself in the hallway, not entirely sure how I made it from my seat to the hall. The crack of dawn peeking through the curtains as they called it in. The next 6 hours were a blur of half-remembered agonies as Miranda did her best to crush my right hand into powder as the process of removing new human life from its juicy manufactorum was carried out by professionals infinitely more qualified than I was to be there. What I had thought was to be my child turned out to be triplets. And I cursed telling the medicus that I'd rather not know anything and keep it a surprise as I tried to metaphorically juggle my 3 newborns while Miranda smiled contentedly at me, Trotter and Markham giving rousing, but gentle, backslapping congratulations as the nurses passed my children to Miranda. Have you considered names? Miranda asked me, as she held our 2 sons and daughter. Medical staff hovering over her. We had had this discussion before, but with my choice not to know details, it had not gotten far. But still. Zachariah, for the man responsible for Lathe, Mark because of this lug who helped me when everything went to hell for the Oregon people, and Leanne, after your mother. The grin on her face said she agreed. And Markham was blushing so hard I worried he'd pop a blood vessel. I knew then that I'd do anything to protect these people. Anything at all, and that nothing could possibly bring me down off of this high for at least a week. I remember sleep. I remember it fondly, though it seemed to have abandoned me to my own devices. Memory of drifting off comfortably into the embrace of oblivion for hours upon hours was treasured as surely as the memory of the birth of my children. Miranda wasn't faring any better, though our people had risen to the occasion and helped out where they could. Markham in particular seemed to adopt a grandfatherly role, even as I napped in this overly comfortable chair. But now we had been told to go to bed in no uncertain terms as Trotter, Markham, and Glitch promised to take good care of the triplets while we got some true sleep. The bed looked so inviting, it called me with the insistence that only the machine spirits could otherwise manage. Lullabies rang through my skull as I seemed to float down to meet the bed frame. Miranda not far behind me, clutching one another we felt the specters of sleep claim us. Tomorrow we would be facing Katrina and Hansa again. But as my head physically impacted the pillow oblivion claimed me totally and entirely. Markham and Trotter. Gods above, I've never seen him that exhausted. Markham said as he watched over the cribs with Trotter. Sharing a well-aged drink. He's fought wars and come away better rested. A foot lightly rocked the closest of them. And Miranda didn't look much less so. Trotter nodded, smiling. The throne mechanicum does take its toll, but the pilots can nap from time to time. The machine spirits try to take good care of their pilot. But parenthood takes its toll. Markham cocked his head. Can't say as I can say from experience, but most parents of newborn single children seem tired all the time. What else could we expect from 3? The issue is if this is going to be a problem we need to plan around. Trotter laughed, quietly. Something we need to plan around absolutely. Problem? Absolutely. But not in the manner you expect. He took a drink from a tumbler. Kane's a practical man, and Miranda is absolutely chomping at the bit to get back into the thick of it. And as nobility of Lathe, our people are going to band together to see any need these kids have is going to be met with alacrity. These kids are going to get the best education, the best care. I am not worried for the kids. Markham raised an eyebrow. So where is the problem going to come from? They're both first-time parents. They're going to fuss, want second opinions. A sneeze will probably send them scurrying for the medici to figure out how long the kid has left to live. And of course, they're not going to want to be separated for any extensive period of time from their children, which as I'm sure you understand, is not something soldiers can afford. Trotter had another mouthful of drink, a move followed by Markham doing the same. Is it going to be that big of a problem? Potentially yes. But maybe not. There will definitely be some fussing, but both of those kids have practical heads on their shoulders. Kane isn't likely to question the medici on anything they say and I'd wager he wants the triplets kept safe on the 4D world. Trotter said with a shrug. True, and Behemoth has always been a practical woman. What are their goals here, Trotter? We spent a fair amount of time in transit and I still can't say I know what he's expecting out of this meeting tomorrow. Markham asked, worried. A new future, Trotter said. Ever since I reunited with him, Kane has had his gaze firmly fixed on something in the future. As you may know, the throne mechanicum exaggerates dominant personal traits, and suppresses others when the first bonding is done. And ambition is the chief trait it exaggerates. He sees the inner sphere, and he sees a humanity riven by infighting, factionalism, and technological regression. I see it too, and I know that it's a product of being born and raised on Lathe. When raised among wonders, can the mundane ever seem anything but? Trotter shifted uncomfortably. I believe Kane intends to establish an empire in the periphery. Bring the oppressed and marginalized worlds and forge them straight towards the future. But what is that future? What is he after? The golden age of mankind. Trotter said as Zachariah began to cry. The sleep had been dreamless, I knew that much. And after 12 hours of rest, I awoke almost refreshed. Sunlight pushed weakly through the curtains and my arm was dead where Miranda was still laying on it, and yet I was content. Morning, she said as the unwelcome reality of being awake reached her too. Mid-morning I think. I sat up and reached for my chrono. It was still 2 hours before we would be meeting with Katrina and Hansa, this time at the NAIS. Getting up was hard, and yet I did, locating my dress uniform that Trotter had thoughtfully left out as I headed for the shower, Miranda a few steps behind me. So they didn't wake us up? She asked as the water started running and we climbed under. Trotters had kids before, so I didn't expect any trouble. I chuckled as we washed. Unfortunately, that was the cue for fate to intervene, the door chime ringing. It was time for real talk. The NAIS was as well appointed as I expected last time I was here, but this time security was beefed up well beyond what I had seen last time, and curiously, it was not aimed my way as we were escorted towards a conference room where Katrina, Hansa, and a number of others were already waiting. With me Miranda, Markham, and Magos Cortazar made our way into the chambers, with the Magos having to fold his servo arms in close to his body. Whispers started up as soon as he entered the room and his mechanical limbs unfolded as he examined the people present with his cybernetic senses. Otto, who sat apart from both of us, stood and consulted his data slate, having never met Cortazar before. My Lord Hansa Davian and esteemed guest Archon Katrina Steiner, may I present Duke Kane Giardino, Warden of the Raven Guard, Duke of Lathe. Duchess Miranda Giardino, Timothy Markham CEO of Markham Skunk Works and Magos Cortazar Helm the Fabricator General of the Lathe Nation. The Majos had beamed with pride when I granted him the title. But it was his diligence that had kept the 4K world and her 500,000 people safe and prosperous. We bowed politely and took the seats indicated. Hansa was the first to speak. We understand that you are seeking formal recognition and even support, the friendship of the Federated Sons, and through that future, the Federated Commonwealth. We understand your intentions to secure and bring the periphery states into your own umbrella of protection, and of course we are ever grateful for the technology you shared with us. But at this time, we see little interest in investing in what might be a failed endeavor before it has even begun. The words were true, but politically motivated, the beginning of a trade, not any sort of final message. I stood and Markham glanced at me nervously, though he was publicly our face, he knew he lacked the critical knowledge for these negotiations. Least of all how far I would negotiate with them. Thank you for seeing me first, Prince, and it is a pleasure to be present to witness the radiant Katrina Steiner. But, as one might expect, only a degree of exchange has happened of late, and I have naturally kept things close to my chest. With, I believe, a healthy amount of paranoia. It would surprise me at all if there weren't a Comstar flunky with a glass to the door at this very moment. A healthy round of laughter **s expense filled the chamber for a moment. As for what I have to offer, that is a great deal, though as you might expect I am unwilling to simply share all our secrets, so much of that will remain close to our hearts. But there are a number of things we are willing to share and help others with. And perhaps shake the very foundation of the inner sphere with. I tossed a hololithic plate onto the table and Cortazar engaged his own data pad. When I first came to New Avalon, I brought the secret of gravity plating, armatures, and our battery technology. And they were the least I could offer, what I had to offer. But now I offer something quite a bit more. I said with a wry smile. Katrina spoke up, skeptical. Define quite a bit more. I nodded, accepting the statement disguised as a question. There are 4 key technologies that I am willing to trade or provide in order for your public support, and more. The first is our medical technology. We are not exactly poor when it comes to medicines, Duke Giardino, Hansa said. The Federated Sons and Lyran Commonwealth likely lead such developments outside of Terra under Comstar. Again I nodded. He was speaking truth. As best they knew it. According to the records I have been able to obtain, the average lifespan before a natural death for the nobility of the successor states, while varying, ranges between 80 to 100. Hansa consulted one of his people. That is correct. And is it much different for the Lyran Commonwealth? Katrina frowned, thinking. I don't think so, but I had not expected this, so I didn't look into it. I accepted that, during the last 40 years of Lathe's existence, a process called rejuvenat was developed. This process causes a degree of age regression on a physiological level. All estimates are that the average lifespan of a Lathe citizen that undergoes rejuvenat treatments once every 20 years is 200, with the possibility of extension to 300 with supplementary cybernetic enhancement. In addition, most major diseases are considered eradicated, such as cancer. Though not even we have licked the common cold. There was an expression of disbelief. Understandably, the Fountain of Youth was a popular toy of the snake oil salesman. If there are any volunteers, I would be entirely content to prove our claims with a demonstration, after this hearing of course. The second, and third, are something of a package deal. The secrets of interstellar FTL travel that bypasses the mass limitations of a traditional Carney Fuita drive. And a power plant sufficiently powerful to power it. Look above New Avalon and see the proof above you, 3 escorts around the 6 million ton range, 1 vessel around the 20 million ton range and one that is 60 million tons. The buzzing around the room was one of uncertainty. The production of a standard jump ship is difficult enough, least of all one that uses many times as much mass, the germanium require. Hansa said before I, politely, cut him off. The warp drive requires less germanium than a standard Carney Fuida drive. Though a number of key elements in the drive's production have to be artificially produced in our own manufactorums. The only current downsides of the technology, as it is still considered to be a prototypical technology still undergoing experimentation and testing, is that the power requirements shut down a ship on jump for up to 10 minutes, and that as you noticed, there is a significant gravitational shock front on our arrival. The damage to jump sails if that is a frequent occurrence may be too much to countenance. I shook my head. No, First Prince, our ships don't use jump sails at all, the warp drive is powered off of the ship's own reactors. There was some murmuring, but no commitments. The last, is sharing with you, and even courting your cooperation developing it, Project Astropath. Arlecuras has brought down the number of viable options to 1, the tachyon communication grid. And what is that going to do? Hansa asked. Curiosity piqued. Destroy Comstar's monopoly on interstellar transcommunication. If not destroy Comstar as a political entity as their enclaves become obsolete. Project Astropath is tachyonic FTL communication. The room exploded into excited speculation. Breaking Comstar's monopoly on interstellar communications was one of the goals they had been trying to achieve. The chance to end Comstar's hand on their throats. Chapter 30. Fountain of Youth. New Avalon. June 9, 3025. Hansa Davian. The trip to the ship called 4K World had been a short one. Too short. Katrina moved nearby with her retinue of bodyguards as we looked around the chamber crackling with incarnadine arcs of power, where not 40 seconds ago we had been standing on the landing field of the capital. The guards were all nervous despite Kane having said what was going to happen. Fear reeked in the chamber as the high vaulted hall rose over them before from an adjacent one Kane emerged in his uniform. Apologies, but only people being teleported should be in the chamber when it's used, so I was in the control room. The lack of bodyguards for Kane caused them all to relax marginally. A dozen older mech warriors had chosen to volunteer for the rejuvenat. And yet, the relaxation was not entirely gone. They all knew the implications of a man who could pluck them from the planet from orbit. A man who could deploy just as easily from orbit to the surface. If you'll come with me to the Medici deck. Katrina spoke up as they began to walk through the corridors. Duke Giardino, if you don't mind me asking, what is the crew on a monster ship like this? Fairly low given its size and mass, 60,000 crew, and about 455,000 other citizens of Lathe. About 45,000 of us had been trained and moved onto the escort ships as crews. Before that, this ship housed 500,000 plus 60,000 crew. Fairly low. Katrina said almost disbelieving. The Legacy, the 4-kilometer-long ship, has a crew of 35,000, and only because of extensive automation above normal, without it the Legacy would need a crew 60,000 itself. Kane passed through a door into an observation dome and the visitors to the 4K world looked out and saw the ship's structure around them, several suddenly experiencing intense agoraphobia. The escort ships use a crew of approximately 15,000 each. Katrina moved closer to Hansa. Well, I'm glad I hadn't considered trying to take these ships by force. While we are here. Kane said suddenly. This is the Duke. Extend space dock piers. Allow our escorts and the Legacy to dock, they deserve some downtime. You aren't worried about us trying to attack and take over your ships? Hansa said mildly surprised. Kane only pointed out of the observation dome, and they could only watch as the vast arms of the space dock piers began to extend. The escort ships moving in to take places on the piers as the more massive Legacy slid into its own pier. It was slow going, and yet none of them could tear themselves from the sight as the realization hit home. This is a yard ship. Yes, and a resounding no. The name of this ship is not some mysterious moniker, it is a functionally independent spaceborne colony. With the cloud mining facilities it can extract material from gas giants as required. The asteroid mining facility can break down asteroids and forge and reforge their minerals into more useful byproducts. Food is produced in the Arboretum, medical facilities are present on the Medici deck, which is supplied from the Pharmacia, then there is the STC which is currently set to produce knights. Kane seemed to have no fear about giving away the secrets of what the ship could do. But finally, he signaled and they moved on, climbing into a huge Baroque monorail that descended deeper into the ship. The Medici deck stretched out from the monorail station and my guests were surprised with what they saw. The extensive medical facilities all too clearly were identified without difficulty as what appeared to be a massive hospital. One that was largely empty. Hansa was the first to speak. Kane, why is it you brought Miranda to New Avalon to give birth instead of using what appear to be extremely advanced facilities? Miranda wanted our children, born on a planet under the air of a true planet. I said without any further explanation as the chief Medici emerged. Meet Chief Medici Karan Shakwas, founder of the Rejuvenat treatment. Katrina looked at her, cocking her head. That cannot be, she doesn't look a day over 30. Thank you, but I aimed for 35, much more than that, and I find I spend more time fending off unwanted advances. 35 is a nice balance between fending off suitors and being able to get work done. She said deadpan. If I may see the volunteers. The mech pilots came forwards and stood waiting for her appraisal. She began to work with diagnosticator, checking over the candidates. The process was rapid and she guided each to a bed as other Medici began to prepare instrumentation. I headed into the offices overlooking the Medici deck's main floor and looked down as the medicas began hooking up the mech warriors to various apparatus. Katrina and Hansa joined me shortly, followed by Medici Shakwas. The procedures were not fast, nor were they pretty, but finally Hansa asked her how the process worked. As I cocked my head slightly, a prearranged signal to give basic information, but nothing extreme, she too nodded. In truth, First Prince, Arco, the term Rejuvenat is not actually any one procedure or medication, but the umbrella under which all related procedures combine to regress one's biological age and freeze it in a semi-stasis. She moved and called up some diagrams, the dumbed down ones she used to explain it to those untrained as Medici. The basic, and initial process, is to modify the telomeres on a genetic level to increase the potential for cellular regeneration, as it is cells in a human body have a finite lifespan and a finite ability to replicate replacements. Particularly difficult ones being neural cells and nerve matter. She pulled up another diagram. The first treatment of Rejuvenat is, generally, a medical injection of genetic markers that increase the number of telomeres in the cell, as well as regressing them towards baseline. This is followed by a light course of surgical procedures and hormonal treatment to further regress the aging. At best we can remove about 30 years off of a person's apparent age with such a minor treatment. Katrina and Hansa followed along, having at the very least a passing knowledge of science. These treatments cannot be extended forever, naturally. She called up another diagram. At about the 180-year mark, the treatment can no longer regress someone to youth. Instead of being able to return to the fitness and suppleness of your early 20s, the best that can be managed is about the early 40s to 50s, but also at this stage, your bone and neural matter is beginning degradation that the initial treatments absolutely cannot counter. Augmetic surgery is performed to short up weak points in the skeletal structure. Many might opt to have low-level cogitation implants to boost memory and recall. Any major failing organs, sort of the brain, can be, or need to be, replaced with augmetic options. Internal biocybernetics. The images changed again. From that point, most seek Rejuvenat treatments less often, the surgeries are more invasive and the youth restored isn't as much as they might prefer. According to our theoretical models, an individual might have their life extended to as much as 800 years, but she shrugged. But what? Katrina said, taking the bait. But beyond 300 years, according to our studies and predictive models, successive Rejuvenat treatment would cease to be simple minor augmenting, and start to become a serious course of cybernetic replacements. The theoretical model suggests that by your 650th birthday less than 5% of your body would remain human. Shakwas sat back. But these warriors, the oldest is only 60, per instruction I've ordered a rejuvenation to an apparent 25 solar year age. Is this likely to impair them? Hansa said. Not at all, while many who receive the treatment do become more sexually active than they were before, this is not a product of hormonal activation so much as AAYS, autonomic amorous youth syndrome. Basically, they want to engage more as younger people because they feel young again. A basic placebo effect. All of them will basically exhibit increased reaction times, endurance, agility and dexterity. What about children? Katrina asked. For men, there is no change. They will remain virile until they either suffer some sort of accident or choose to have that surgically stifled. Though many warriors choose to preserve their seed in case of the worst case. However, for women, that biological clock is finite. It is our advice that any woman who does not express a desire for children now put some eggs in stasis for when they feel that need or want to have children. Shakwas said plainly without any hint of unprofessional conduct. Or so I thought. But if I horribly misread your question and was asking if children could receive Rejuvenat, I would not consider it very ethical. Katrina looked horrified for a second before recognizing the deadpan joke for what it was. Hansa Davian. Kane had made his apologies and left us on the Medici deck with Dr. Shakwas as the procedures were done, and he had not jested. The procedures had taken hours, and the doctor explained that it'd take almost 48 hours before the mech jockeys were fit to do anything other than sit in their beds and enjoy hospital food and banter. For the next 2 days either Kane or Miranda escorted us on tours of the vessels they had brought, always somehow avoiding the revelation of anything truly and deeply informative. A fact that seemed to be quite easy given the vast area of the ships. I had seen it from the observation dome, and yet, the shock of actually standing within a forested farmland on a ship chilled me to the core. And now I found myself being escorted back to the Medici deck. We had avoided checking on our people every few hours, so when I faced 12 mech warriors who, 2 days ago, had been in their late 40s and early 60s, I found a group of much younger warriors waiting for me at attention. Cold chills assailed me as I recognized warriors who'd been young when they fought with my father. Kane wasn't present, none of the 4D World's crew outside of the Medici were. How do you feel, Breckenridge? I asked as the young man stiffened at my approach, always courteous, but always formal. Honestly, First Prince? I feel like I have been taken apart and put together again with a much younger man's parts. My bung knee is gone, my aching back is gone, and they even did something to improve my vision. Breckenridge was exhibiting early signs of cataract development. As a courtesy, I nipped that in the bud and repaired the minor damage it had already done. Shakwas said as she ran a battery of tests. Everyone appears to be in perfect health with no complications. You didn't mention complications before. Katrina said as she looked over Breckenridge herself. The chances of complications are so small as to be statistically insignificant, about 1 in a billion according to testing and simulations. The chances increase once actual augmentics are required to supplement the procedure, but that is only because more people seem to reject implants. She said without any sign of being concerned. If you'll excuse me, I need to file these records. Feel free to talk plainly with your people, your words are protected by Medici patient privilege. We spoke with the men for almost an hour before, under escort, taking them to a gym on one of the crew decks. And yet, on seeing it, the scale was vast. And there were already several hundred training and honing their bodies, none of them seemed to resent or even consider our presence. But we could not say the same, we considered them carefully, as we had quickly noticed the gym seemed to be operating half a gravity heavier than standard, and all those present had the finely honed bodies of soldiers. As such, when our mech warriors began running the course Dr. Shakwas recommended to display their fitness, a handful of their people joined in and began to make it a friendly competition. It was all the proof we needed. I watched them on the security feeds as Trotter came in, a concerned look on his face. My lord, don't you think we're allowing them to see a bit too much? He had been down in cargo hold 1, where the STC was now producing the first 2 cohorts worth of knights and armigers. It, like the weapons, shield, and power plant, were off limits to our visitors. Not at all. I replied, shrugging. I want them to see us, and think of us as similar enough to them to consider favorable partners. The Lyran Commonwealth, at the moment, has little investment in our region of space. But the Federated Sons, they will either see a potential enemy, or a potential friend who happens to share an enemy, and may be useful in other ways. Trotter nodded as Miranda came in, bearing Zachariah on her hip. The other 2 were in the Arboretum with Ostergaard and Glitch watching over them. While Glitch was an unknown quantity, Ostergaard had been a father, and Shakwas thought some time with them would do the man's mental health some good. Hey hun! I said as I relaxed back into my seat. Is everything all right? Other than every crewman fawning over Zach, no. I want to get out there. The call is getting stronger. She said, sitting down, and I knew what she meant. And she was right. All of the night pilots, myself included, were feeling the call of the machine spirits more strongly. Even though the machines themselves were shut down, the thrones mechanicum in the Chamber of Echoes were still powered and still called, with increasing insistence. The machine spirits knew my intentions, and the call to battle was growing to be overpowering. I feel the same way. But we need to wrap up business here. But I've had navigation working on a 3-jump plan back to Mundalas. Our jump ship fleet should be there already waiting for us. In truth, I had been wondering how much longer the jump ships would remain relevant. Though I was quickly reminded that, for all the might of our ships, only the Legacy could really be used to deploy forces. The escorts were incapable of it, and the 4D world was far and beyond too valuable to risk as an army carrier. The fact was, I needed to design a dedicated troopship. The conference room was once again occupied as we sat facing Katrina, Hansa, and their attendants. This time the atmosphere was more relaxed. We've verified the Rejuvenat procedure as best as we can given the radical differences in medical technology evinced by the mech warriors that had volunteered to undergo the procedures. Our own testing has been able to verify the facts we were presented, mostly. Mostly? I asked, frowning slightly. We confess, our medical technology was incapable of determining if the lifespan was truly extended or not, but given Dr. Shakwa's professed age we have elected to take your word on the matter. As I understand it, you will not be trading us the technology itself, but access to it, am I correct? Hansa said, consulting his day top hat. You are. The complexity of the technology is not something that it would be safe to distribute without the required knowledge base. This time it was Medici Shakwas who answered, brought in as a specialist for the discussions. Unsafe? How so? The required technological base would permit for human biomedical augmentation, a process that can have unforeseen side effects for those who don't understand the processes involved. She said, and I nodded. Very well, the other offering is one we would like some verification and proof on as well, but neither the Archon or myself can afford to leave our duties, so we would ask you take a team of analysts and observers to demonstrate, and verify, the reality of the claims you make for your jump drive technology. But after extensive discussion, we've decided to offer our conditional support, Hansa said. We will of course need to develop treaties and agreements. But we need observers to verify your value as a military ally. How do you plan to begin? I stood. I plan to begin with 3 systems, one at a time naturally, Mundalas, Herotitus and Lyrdon. Based on our presence here, we will likely begin with Lyrdon. You're aware that the Capellans still feel a sense of attachment to it, it's independent for now but the Capellans are why we want it. That bitch Romano hired a battalion of Highlanders to try and take us out, so we're happy to take their toys, and as they don't officially control it anymore, they can't afford to act. I said, you will have one base station of the experimental tachyon communication system for trial. It will take us 3 jumps to reach it. Hopefully, we can demonstrate real-time communication over those distances, or at least only minimal delay. Did you say 3 jumps? Hansa said, standing up disbelieving. 3 jumps. 2 are 200 light-year hops, the last is about another 100 light-years. The room was silent as they truly comprehended the depths of my meaning. With that sort of jump drive, even the furthest reaches of the inner sphere changed from over a year's travel to mere weeks at most. Now, I have a unification to wage. Interlude 8. The Great Mech Robber, Preparations. Corps June 11, 3025. The descent through the atmosphere of Corps was cold, the dropship descending like a bullet, the captain working hard to preserve their stealth envelope while making it look like a simple meteor fall. There was a great deal of risk in an operation like this, and Colonel Ravi Mohammed had been selected for the duty with a great deal of care. A problem solver with a number of experimental vehicles as well as tornado battle armor at his disposal, and he was expected to utilize them, refitted with nullsig, which he understood was not to be standard fit. This operation was nonetheless a secret as well as a field test. The sheer newness of the technology expected to be its own cover, as nobody could hope to tie it to Comster. And yet, they were only part of his war fit for this mission. The Fortress dropship was a specialist model for his work. The engines fired as Ravi moved into the command center. Colonel, what is the plan? He moved over to the table and studied it. It was incomplete and old, from before the Little Civil War. But it was enough to work from until he managed to secure greater data integrity. The first is to learn what happened here. We're acting on inadequate intelligence and I don't like being rushed. I want a pair of swift winds to make a sweep. I want mapping updated, anything out of place identified, figure out what happened to our station here on Corps Mater if possible. He turned to the next officer present. Lane, once the initial intel pass is complete, I want you to take some of the Romro operatives and infiltrate the population, begin building me a picture of the routine down there. Regular scheduled mech patrols and their paths, supply runs to critical infrastructure, the locals' feelings on the government, all the usual. He turned to one of the Fortress crew that had been assigned an operations chief. Break out the drones and get me some top-down surveillance footage to complement the foot operations, and break out the camouflage netting for this ship. Our Magellan has gone dark, and I don't want any overflying to spot us through pure chance. Over the next 3 days Ravi began to build up a picture in his mind of operations on Corps Mater. Security was tight, and yet barely visible. The lady trying to avoid any comparisons to her late uncle. As such, mech patrols were critically scarce, and when they were conducted, they were light. The Lady Camia seeming to be relying on lighter armored vehicle patrols instead. And yet, the closer one got to the palace, the more prevalent the security became, and Ravi grew more concerned as his spies picked up not only signs that she had at least a company of assault mechs, but that her mech base seemed to be brimming with Star League era mechs. Matters weren't helped by the whispering on the streets. The people of the Oregon Reach treated her as a hero, a savior, and even then, they seemed to regard the warden in even higher esteem. Several times his people observed children playing with toy knights in the streets. And yet, for all that, there was also a definite undercurrent of resentment from a minority of the people, not oppressed, but clearly ostracized by their peers for perceived actions under the Directorate. Houses defaced with the words traitor and collaborator were common for such folk, and there were clear signs that they were meeting now and again. Amateurish handoffs and whisperings. One pair even reenacted a bad spy movie, reading in the park and accidentally picking up the wrong bags. Ravi almost dismissed the abysmally bad malcontents until his people managed to notice the fringes of a far more sophisticated group operating using those bad spies as a distraction, or even a cover. Extremely low-frequency code bursts were detected by ROM equipment, encrypted far beyond what should be possible on a periphery world like this. Have the code breakers cracked the encryption yet? There are several types, Colonel. One is skilled and seems to belong to a group calling itself the Inquest. I suspect they're a secret police using Star League era encryption with a modified key. There are 3 others, 2 belong to the Magistracy of Canopus, and Taurian Concordat. Low-level observation jobs. They're just watching their neighbor. I suspect Camia probably has her own people in both doing the same thing, but the last, I think it's Capellan. When we've cracked it we'll know more, but I suspect they're fomenting dissent. Predictable. What have we learned about our old communication station? He'd had people trying to learn about it since their arrival, and yet the site was remarkably well watched. The ROM analyst picked through his notes. There really isn't a lot of intelligence, and prying seemed to only encourage people to be quiet. From most its conflicting information, the loyal people willing to speak swear it was a directorate nuke. Ravi didn't interrupt. They'd disproven that hours after arriving, the entire blast and crater was wrong, but those with directorate sympathies? Most of them didn't see anything either, but while the nuclear missile launchers were hit by missiles, they swear some of their people observed some sort of PPC shot from space hit in the city. Orbital strikes, that would cause problems if it ever got out, and if we were to. The ROM analyst shook his head. Colonel, with the directorate firing nukes up at Lady Kamia's fleet, nobody is going to question or even look at a retaliatory orbital bombardment. And you've seen the data bursts from New Avalon. The Precenter there is practically wetting himself with terror. The Raven Guard have 5 warships that have never been seen before, and some of the weapons on them mass more than an invader based on what we can see. Ravi grunted. The man was right. Do we have enough intelligence to establish fixed patrol patterns yet? No sir. And we're still trying to insert someone into the palace. Ravi nodded, understood. Continue observations and drone overflights. We need to know everything before we commit. And see if we can't get some better surveillance. We need to know where that strange mech of hers is. And inform Lane to start plying her trade at the mech jockey bars, maybe they'll know where to find the techs that work on it. Interlude 9. The Great Mech Robbery. The First Moves. Coromandeur. June 17, 3025. Ravi. The reams of gathered intelligence were being stitched together one part after another. Patrol routes and rosters had been unveiled and studied, and the hour grew late. Ravi moved into the briefing room. Coughing politely, he drew the attention of his unit leaders. Their undivided attention falling on him as he nodded. Let's not waste time here. You all know the orders we've been given. The answer is how to go about it. Ravi brought up a topographical map. We're hitting at 2 o'clock. Our analysts have worked out that between 0200 and 0230 is likely the best time to initiate our attack. There are 4 independent operations to be conducted at this time. The first is a strike on the patrol group around Hadley's Ridge. Their mech jockeys should be tired and ill-prepared. The important part is that you'll be using locally sourced equipment. We want it to look like there were directorate holdouts, wreck the mechs, but ensure there is at least one survivor. This mission goes to Delta and Echo platoons. You will not have gravity tank support. The platoon leaders nodded. It was beyond a high-risk mission. Some might even consider it a suicide mission, but they were not about to complain. Alpha Platoon, you'll be conducting an independent OP, this wing of the palace houses VIPs, and the mech tech they've called Sacristan is there with 2 of his apprentices. You are responsible for a full snatch and grab. You'll have access to 3 of the new APCs for extraction. The map began to fill with diagrams. Bravo, you'll also be conducting independent ops. The armory will release a single Santa Ana warhead. Your job is to deploy it here on the roof of the main mech bay. I've been instructed against using a peacemaker. A partisan group isn't going to try and take out their own people. You cannot afford to fail. This is our eraser. You do this correctly, and there is no evidence we were ever here. Ravi said plainly. Further instructions as to timing are in your briefing docket. Charlie, Foxtrot, and Golf platoons are the main strike force with our 5 level 2 grav tanks. Foxtrot and Golf will be in tornadoes, Charlie will be using our Nighthawk armor. Ravi said as he studied their faces. 0 witnesses, not few. 0. The only people I want to have seen anything is their patrol Delta and Echo are hitting. Ravi moved and shut down the hologram. You all have your assignments and mission specifics are detailed on your data pads. Memorize them. Ravi said sternly. You are not to take any identification or compromising intelligence with you. This mission is absolute, no compromise. Are there any questions? One of them raised his hands. 3 demerits. Ravi deadpanned. The light chuckle went around the room, breaking some of the tension. What is it, oh Hennessy? What happens if any part of this mission fails? She asked, concerned. The room went silent, chuckles arrested. Don't even entertain that thought again, oh Hennessy. Ravi's expression crossed them all, but, standing orders are, if you're captured then you're a member of a partisan group wanting revenge for the unlawful decapitation of the directorate and its legitimate rule. He paused, frowning, and word on high is, if any of you so much as let out a sniffer that you are from the inner sphere, let alone Comster, your families will be exiled to the deepest darkest hole that ROM can find. The door opened and a ROM operative handed Ravi a data pad. Well. It looks like we're timing this carefully. The Raven Guard have left new AV. Ravi sat down. Ladies and gentlemen, we are on the clock. Sir? What happened? Ravi looked at them all. This intelligence report is 6 hours old and passed directly through the First Circuit's information networks at priority. They all went silent. 17 hours ago the Raven Guard fleet left New Avalon. It was detected arriving in Cumberland approximately 40 minutes later. That's not possible, that's not possible. One of them said. That's got to be what? 180 light years. If they can do that, they have what? 2 jumps to reach here. Stow it. Ravi shouted. You have your assignments. We execute tonight. Interlude 10. The Great Mech Robbery. Checkmate Part 1. Corps Mater. June 18, 3025. Alpha Platoon. Advance by pairs. The instruction went out as they entered the palace grounds, having scaled the outer wall avoiding patrols. The Comster troopers advanced 2 at a time across the open grounds, counting on the stealth properties of their armor to prevent detection. The guards were less alert than they should have been, the time of the raid chosen to capitalize on the greatest weariness of the men and women providing security, near to the end of their shifts thinking of warm beds and relief instead of why the shadow on the lawn moved. Even still, there were those who were more alert, kept so by remembered treason and PTSD. For whom every flicker of movement on the grounds was cause for alarm. Contact North Quarter, 250 meters. A whickering sound was heard in the night as the fire team's sniper fired a suppressed shot. Contact down. Move, move, move. A body was down, the window was closing on them. Foxtrot Platoon. Charlie and Golf platoons flanked as they moved in past the main walls. The stealth armor on the gravity tanks keeping them from easy discovery, as some kilometers away the night was lit up with fire while Delta and Echo platoons engaged the mech patrol in the canyons near the capital, the sound of weapons fire drawing attention away from the advance of their machines. The 2 mechs left on active patrol of the palace were powering up to a run towards the site, unaware of Alpha or Bravo team's actions. But even so, the clock was ticking and their drives powered up to full as they headed for the mech hangars. Sirens were beginning to blare and people were waking in fear or anger as the peace they'd fought so hard for was disturbed. Mech hangars in sight. Fire. The order was given and volleys of fire stabbed out from the gravity tanks as they charged for the structure. A Highlander stepped out from within and fired its Gauss gun, only to be cut down as all of the gravity tanks turned on it with disturbing precision. The Star League Air mech was powerful and well built, but it was never designed to handle the volume of fire it was subjected to. But even so, it did not go alone. One of the gravity tanks carved open by its own weaponry before it succumbed to the concentrated fire, the battle between mech and tanks allowing the APC's unimpeded access past it into the cavernous doors of the mech bays where armored troops spilled from their vehicles like a midnight black tide. Whickering volleys of fire crisscrossed as the battle was enjoined. Comster specialists fighting to keep the mech jockeys from rejoining their machine as, taking pride of place, the night watched on. The machine's eye slit glowed dimly as its cycled down reactor rumbled to machine dreams of war. The panoply of sound calling to its spirit. But in the deepest standby mode it occupied, it could do little about the battle raging around it as an engineering team began to cluster around it like a horde of fire ants. But even a slumbering machine spirit is never totally quiescent, the rituals to restart their reactors from complete shutdown processes that could take days and weeks. And so, when the lance of machine pain as the first cutting torches flared to life amongst its joints, the machine flared to primal awareness. Without the bond with its pilot, the night could not engage its highest functions, its ion shield too delicate for such base awareness. But for the man secured to the gantry leaning in under its shoulder plating, he had only a few moments of panic to realize that the carapace stubber mount had swiveled and a fusillade of high-velocity large-caliber munitions scythed him apart like so much confetti. Other lances of pain struck the machine, this time in desperate, even panicked recognition that the machine was at least partially autonomous. But still its intellect was low, and it struggled to come to full awareness of its surroundings. The dimly flickering lights as it tried to rise to a higher awareness in spite of the absence of a pilot left some comforted who sawed off its stubber with reckless abandon as they fought in the joint. The sound of clacking heralded a greater problem as one of the Comstar mech techs stood in front of it, ready to begin working on the head. The lights within the armored shell snapped onto full brightness. Lenses irised open then closed in on the tech. The cold clinical white changed. A blood-red gaze fixed in on the tech. A red aura that felt colder than the depth of space zeroed in on him. Purge the unclean. Interlude 10. The Great Mech Robbery. Checkmate Part 2. Corps Mater. June 18, 3025. Foxtrot Platoon. The sound of a cataclysm filled the air as the gantries surrounding the night exploded into a furious avatar of mechanistic fury. Its guns spoke with depthless hatred as the strike platoons devolved into a flurry of men and women seeking cover in their vehicles attempting to back out of the mech base. In Blake's name, put down that monster. The only moment's relief being that the control feeds for its carapace-mounted launchers had been successfully disabled as a battle cannon shell punched one of the gravity tanks from the air. Large laser fire spoke and stabbed into the machine as it fought to bring its higher functions online. Without a pilot its efficiency suffered greatly, but with a glut of targets to choose from every burst of fire increased the tally in its favor. Kill it! Another of the team leaders shouted as his main turret fired, the large laser scoring deeply against the rabid war machine and escalating himself to the top of its threat recognition before a burst from its Avenger sawed the man in half before he could button down inside the vehicle. Crisscrossing fire began to shred the structure and the war machine tried to keep its ion shield, but without human intuition its threat recognition sensors were too slow to recognize the dangers before they manifested. As such, the damage quickly began to escalate, if not on par with the casualties the Comstar specialists were suffering. Ravi. Speak to me. Tell me what is happening. Ravi monitored the situation on his tactical computer with something approaching concern. The casualty rates for the platoons that were supposed to be capturing the night were spiking heavily. This is Foxtrot lead. The damned machine has berserked. I don't know what's happening, there is no damned pilot and it's still killing us. The comms were awash with static as the man gave orders for everything to fire on the mech. Sir. We can't capture it, the damned thing is psychotic. It's shouting stuff like purge the unclean. Burn the heretic and the like, we're blasting it into pieces. Sorry sir, you'll have to be content with salvage. Explosions continued to sound. Alpha, report. Ravi said as he turned to the next screen. There were no active voices this time, only the rapid clicking of coded short burst signals that said they were proceeding deep into the wing and assassinated several key personnel. Bravo report. Mission accomplished. Bravo falling back to phase line. The hell below has been a good distraction. Alpha platoon. The halls were awash with blood as the snatch teams moved through the halls. Palace security had discovered the intrusion and was reacting fast. Half a dozen men had already been slain before they found the right room. The first man to enter it dropped, his torso absent as the beam weapon in the sacristan's hand discharged. Surrender yourselves to judgment. The sacristan shouted. Hand signals allowed the team to switch to stun weapons as they breached the door, another of them falling before the hellish beam before a woman in blood-red robes wearing a blacksmith's attire. Her head was absent of hair, instead being a hellish forest of metallic plugs. The weapon fired once more, not from her hand but from a mounting on her shoulder. The volleys of weapons fire from the snatch team wrapped against her body in a punishing volley and still she had time to kill a fourth man before a hit to the temple knocked her out cold. Grab her. Let's go. He broke message silence. This is Alpha, we have secured the package and are falling back to the pickup. Send in our cavalry. Ravi. The data scrolled in hellish figures, the only two bright sparks being the success of Alpha Platoon. Bravo had already fallen back, their mission accomplished, but Golf Platoon had been wiped out and both Foxtrot and Charlie had taken catastrophic losses. Reports were coming in of the crippled mech having bought time for some of Kamia's mechs to reach their machines, however crippled they were and the pressure was mounting. Charlie Platoon. All guns. On the night. The senior surviving officer of Charlie called and the direction came at a crucial moment. The night was still without a pilot, and was smoking from 100 wounds that should have killed a lesser mech outright, and still its guns blazed. The battle cannon had been silenced minutes ago, whether its ammunition reserves were exhausted or damaged he couldn't tell. The concentrated fire of the surviving grav tanks hammered into the front of the night, a trio of shots causing the ion shield to fail allowing the following salvos of fire to burn through the chest armor as volleys of missile fire caused one leg to break off from the main body, causing the lethally crippled machine to topple. Even then to his horror it fought on, the smaller gun continuing to chew up infantry. This is Don's to lead. The machine is crippled. But restoration forces are getting too heavy, we can't get even salvage. The order was expected, but not desired. Fall back. We're using the eraser. Kamia. Kamia collapsed to the ground as her advisors and bodyguards continued dragging her for the secure bunker, the intensity of fighting too high to risk allowing their sovereign to try and reach the night. You don't understand. He's dying. The ghosts in the implants were screaming imprecations of hatred and litanies of pain and agony as they fought as they'd never fought before. Wisely her people chose not to heed her distressed begging to be reunited with her machine. Alexander sighing sadly as he bodily picked her up and carried her the last 20 steps, the heavy bulkhead closing only a moment before the apocalypse was unleashed. The Santa Ana was a smaller warhead, but it was still a nuclear weapon, and when it went off they felt it even within the bunker as an artificially induced quake shook the palace. They were spared the flashing blast of incandescent light from the initiation of the device. Spared the heat and pressure wave that destroyed the mech bay virtually entirely. And spared the sight of jet black gravity vehicles fleeing the detonation to the safety of their concealed dropship. Spared the screams of a sacristan named Helena Graham begging for help from the Omnissiah. Chapter 31. Distress Signal. Lyreton. June 20, 3025. Deep System. On arriving at Lyreton it had taken less than 30 minutes before the message was picked up, repeating on half-hour cycles aimed square for the legacy. The quiet but insistent preparations for war ground to a halt, or at least a temporary reprieve, as it was processed and decoded back into its basic parts. The crew restless on discovering its identifier was from Corps Mater. Kane, what is it? Miranda said entering the stratagem of the bridge as I gathered my closest people for this. It's Kamia, she needs medici aid for her implants. Corps Mater was attacked and her knight, didn't make it as far as we can tell. There was a round of shocked gasps. Attacked. Glitch said, shaking her head. Who the hell? Samuel frowned, leaning towards the hollow projector. The restoration made enemies, as well as friends. And so have you, Kane. In this case, I don't believe it was either. Calling up the rest of the message as well as numerous picked captures. Whoever hit Kamiya hit her like a dropship, and they knew exactly where and when to hit, but Kamiya wasn't the target. The Night Crusader was hit first, not the mech bay. That killing was done to get access to the Crusader. See these pics? The image of technicians attempting to forge access to and dismantle the Knight was projected. Additionally, they actually kidnapped Kamiya's sacristan. The lost control at the mech hangar and withdrew. Once they had Helena, they called it mission done and fell back, nuked the site. Espinosa's loyalists trying to get an edge, no doubt. Glitch shrugged. Miranda shook her head and enhanced the image. Can't be, you ever seen tanks like those? The room went silent as they all focused their attention on the armored vehicles conducting the attack, barely visible at the edge of the picked captures. I cycled through the other intelligence that Alexander had broadcast, everything the palace systems captured, but never once did those machines trip any of the sensor nets until they started firing. Stealth armor. Yang said as he studied what he could. I didn't think anybody had perfected it. And those drives, it looks like they did something with gravity plating and used some lighter aerospace engines for thrust maybe. The cold pit in my stomach deepened. Lastec armor, gravity plating, extremely well-informed strike, nuclear weapons to cover their actions. A first impression might suspect that Davian or Steiners were involved, yet the technology they had come to raid was already being shared to a degree with them. Steiner and Davian had no reason to conduct such a strike. The other great houses were incapable of the technological finesse being displayed. There was only one possible candidate. We need to redirect to Corps Mater. There were a few prisoners taken from a diversionary strike, but they're claiming ignorance. I can't accept that. Kamiya and her people weren't the target at all. The Night Crusader and Helena were the target. I leaned back against the wall. There is only one realistic suspect here. Comstar has decided to take what we've been hiding, and they acted where we were weakest and had nobody protecting the technology. The room was silent as they digested the implications. Samuel, I want you to conduct an assessment of our troops. I want a kill clade assembled for some wet work. Cortazar, I want a very special sort of team put together with the equipment. Yes, my Duke, Cortazar bowed. What? I want the equipment and specialists put together to create arcoflagellants. Ensure all of them are equipped with explosive charges set to detonate if the arcoflagellants are slain. I want no evidence of our direct hand. The expression on my face must have given them pause. Even Glitch stepped back from the table as she saw the hologram of an arcoflagellant. What's the plan? Samuel asked. The plan is to hurt two enemies with one stone. The kill clade is going to infiltrate onto Capella itself, slay the guard forces of the Comstar First Circuit facility and convert the rest of the population into arcoflagellants. They will be programmed to respond to the arming code "Would you kindly," which we will transmit when Comstar investigates. The look around the table was one of contemplation and concern. Arcoflagellants have no capacity for discrimination. Yang said, studying the files. Correct. Either Comstar's people will kill them all, or their deactivation code can be issued and remaining units recovered. I sat down, but for now, let's get to Corps Mater. Let's help Kamiya rebuild. Chapter 32. S.A.R. Corps Mater. June 24, 3025. Corps Mater Palace Grounds. The S.A.R. operations were underway as I watched from one of the vast Earth Mover Leviathans. Those knights with power fists had their energized fields disabled as they moved in and helped stabilize or move heavy debris from the ruined palace. Sentinels moved in support of locally built cranes as troopers in sealed void suits sorted through the wreckage. Kamiya and her cabinet had been moved to the Leviathan, and even now she watched, frazzled, as they struggled to clear the site. Kane, th. She stuttered. By all rights she should have still been in her medici bed, these traitors. I held up a hand to forestall her and she stopped, embarrassed by the stutter. Kamiya, you should be in bed, the neurological effects of losing your knight can be severe. Putting a comforting hand on her shoulder, I examined the neural plugs. Besides, these were no traitors, they certainly weren't locals. Miranda came over and watched. Neither of our knights were suited for this work. Alexander Madeira sat down quietly, examining the intelligence packages we'd handed him. The discovery of a jump ship leaving the system shortly after arriving in Corps Mater space had not gone unnoticed despite their best efforts. Kamiya, darling, Alexander said, tired, we've been duped. We were never the target, the knight and Helena were. Who would do this? Kamiya said, almost sobbing from the emotional disconnect. Lady Arano. Pull yourself together. I snapped, taking on the tone of a field marshal. The shock of it snapped at her heels and she had the good grace to look chastised. Who would do this? Everyone that I'm not trading and negotiating with. Calderon and Liao, to name the big two. But most importantly, the dogs who are jealously guarding technology. Comstar did this. Kamiya went quiet as she processed that. I'll have their heads for. No, Kamiya. You pick an open provocation with Comstar, then it'll turn into an ugly conflict. You were the vulnerable point of my technology grid. The robes can't act against Steiner or Davian. The influence and power presented there is too great. They couldn't strike directly at me. My ships would gut anything they hurled at me from outside of their engagement range. You meanwhile were vulnerable. Despite getting the benefits of a castle, Brian, you are still a rimward nation. Kamiya sat down as the Medici finally arrived. Lady Kamiya. You're in no state. Mechadendrites firmly sat her down as Medici probes began checking her implants in more detail. I know, Kane. I know, but this can't go unavenged. We have a plan, but this might work in our favor in the end. I took a seat as the Vox traffic multiplied, one of the Knights' war horns blaring in triumph as it lifted part of the ruined mech base structure. The Lathe Nation, I think this is how we can build it. We can take the pirate strongholds at leisure, but the more civilized planets need a bit of a softer touch. So let's bring them into the fold, one after another, expose the threat of Comstar and use it to bring them under our protection. How is this going to avenge what they did here? Kamiya asked angrily. Because I'm going to unleash a campaign of pure terror on Comstar. A war in the shadows conducted to a fine edge. Then when the time comes, we shatter their stranglehold on communication completely. Samuel. The rebel was vitrified, the nuclear blast making its mark on the landscape to be seen for a long time without intervention. And yet, Kane had put him and the others into the field, and the work was sobering. Shadowy impressions on stone from those too close and without cover, the quiet ticking of the rad counter in his mind as the Knight fed him environmental data. The bomb was remarkably clean, but there was still dangerously high radiation so soon after the blast. The rebel was being cleared as quickly as it was safe to do so around the site. With Glitch he worked at the mech bay, and the destruction was horrifying. Now they were past the worst of the raw rubble and vitrified glass, they were now finding mangled bodies and shattered mechs. Some of the locals moved around in crude hazmat equipment as he lifted over large pieces of rubble for them to fish the hamburger meat from the hollows. This is Samuel, I'm getting a nospheric alert ping. The communications chatter stopped as Kane shut out all the distracting noise. Samuel, you got a ping. Rubble was lifted as Samuel concentrated on the work, revealing a mangled Knight. Scorched and more than a little ruined. He moved in and began rapidly clearing more of the rubble. Kamiya's Knight is here, it's wreckage, I'm getting alarm transponders. The activity sped up as Glitch marched over and added her might to the excavation. Vitrified bunker debris was removed at a rapid pace as the excitement peaked, the sight of a Knight's carapace revealed as they moved greater chunks. Excitement tempered as the rushed digging revealed that the Knight was almost beyond salvage, its cogitator core and machine spirit had been gutted, the main chassis was a blasted ruin and the only reasonably intact part of the war machine was the main carapace. The Knight was brought into the Earth Mover Leviathan's workshop. The wreckage was being doused to bring down the radiation levels, but a casual glance showed that there was nothing to salvage. The main carapace and several nospheric nodes being the only elements that hadn't been crippled in the nuclear explosion or battle that preceded it. I watched as several sacristans in void suits examined it before Trotter turned up to the balcony I stood on and shook his head. Kamiya was on an Aquila being transported up to the Forge World as we continued with the SAR operations. Miranda stood at my shoulder. What are we going to do? Get her the medical aid she needs, and break Comstar. The Oregon restoration isn't safe, so I think it's time we discouraged further activities against our allies. I frowned as I stared at the wrecked Knight. How? Miranda asked, worried. The grand unification of the Outer Rim to build allies on the face of things. But on the shadows, well, you'll see. Chapter 33. Blood Price. Capella. August 13th, 3025. Kill Clade Princeps. The descent onto Capella had not been difficult, masked as it had been by regular business of a merchant simply bringing trade goods to Capella with which to leave it. The capital city was bright and the Comstar facility was obvious and large. Little did they know what was about to descend on them. Chosen warriors from the fall of Lathe, grievously wounded, had volunteered and been modified into Sicarian infiltrators and rust stalkers. The Cargo 9 with the Mechaniku's team and their equipment had moved out at dusk, leaving a handful of Capellan customs agents and seizures from the disabling wavelengths of the infiltrators' helms. Series of clicks filled his perception as his teams made their way to the facility, moving through the cityscape as if nightmares. The orders for this job, however, had been clear: no civilian casualties. And so they had avoided people with practiced skill. The coded communication was invaluable as his people built up the map of the facility as best as they could find it. The mech base had been easy to locate, the Auspex finding the voids of the cubicles and their occupants easily enough. Power generators were found with even more ease, giving themselves away long before any team was close to the walls. Princeps Tolstoy, situation report. He canted back a binary representation of their intelligence so far, of the heat signatures on the walls patrolling their routes, of the mechs in their bays, and naturally, of those turrets that seemed inactive for now. Very good. Very, very good. Princeps, you are authorized to begin Operation Blood Price. The Princeps looked at the walls. Rust Stalkers. To the walls, eliminate all guards without giving away our presence, disable turret ammunition and power feeds if possible. Infiltrators. With me, once the walls are secure, we storm the mech bays, maximum disruption field strength. I want every mech meltabombed, every armed guard or mech warrior killed. Regular robes are to be disabled, the Duke has plans for them. The Princeps gave the go signal and began a flat sprint for the main gate, disruption helm at maximum power. Stage 2. Allow the tech adepts entry and seal the gate. Stage 3. Disable the power. Go go go. Guard duty on Capella was a bore, march the same 40-foot stretch of wall every night and report all is well. On a good night maybe somebody would get drunk and piss on the wall, but by and large this was a nothing post. Important but nothing. Leaning against a wall, the guard took out a cigarette and lit it up, the sudden bright light of his lighter blinding him to the fast black shadows that crossed the street to the wall in moments. He paused as he felt his teeth vibrating and looked up. Along the wall shadows moved and their blades pumped into bodies with impossible ease. He saw one guard stabbed a dozen times before his attacker moved on, and he thought the attacker had actually missed until a few moments later the guard collapsed in two. Spinning, he reached for the alarm when he was treated to the novel experience of watching his hand sail over the wall. He didn't even feel it as he watched the blade arm plunge into his ribcage 3, 4, 5 times, like a criminal shivving a rival in prison. He didn't realize he'd gone to his knees as moments later blood began to flow from the wounds, as if his cardiovascular system had paused, unsure how much to pump. The Locust was in for the 15th time in 3 weeks, and Yev had just about had enough of it. The warrior who handled it was either reckless or incompetent. The gyros had once again been knocked out of alignment near to the point that the Locust trying to run looked like a drunk trying to walk in a straight line. The open guts of the machine were half draped over his shoulders when a ringing started in his ears and he had trouble focusing his eyes, the taste of burned copper thick on his tongue. Shaking his head, he tried to get the spanner in before dropping it, trying to stop a drop of blood from his nose. Quickly climbing from the cavity of the mech, he sat down hard in time to notice the figures moving into the mech bay, antennae crackling with power and domed heads studying the C** personnel. They moved without worry or care, and Yev saw one of the guards retching and clutching his ears in agony, a guard that was callously executed as the dome head nearest him raised a weapon and a burst of fire cut him down. As if it had been a signal, all of the domes began firing at the debilitated guards, leaping into action with terrible alacrity. Those mech techs in reach were jabbed by the goads crackling with electrical power, while the guards were just cut down with brutal bursts of fire. Yev scrambled across the gantry in time to see one of the figures burst up the ladder like liquid lightning and charged over to him, planting one steel hoof on back as he knocked him backwards. Looking towards the Locust, he saw the alien machine plant a device within the open cavity and shut his eyes in pain as it activated, the blast dumping so much thermal energy into the mech's innards that the hardware simply melted down under the inducted energy, turning the Locust into scrap. It was almost with gratitude that the prongs of its goad touched his back and sent him into a blissful state of unconsciousness. The slow slide back to consciousness was wrought with pain as he felt like somebody had been jackhammering his skull. Almost 40 men and women were clamped down naked into chairs as Yev looked around and saw the burning wreckage of all their mechs. "Prekenter!" Yev shouted, seeing the woman who ran the Capella station in front of him. "What's happening?" She'd been weeping as she looked up to face Yev, and he felt his heart go out to her. "I don't know, they attacked us, they've destroyed the HPGs, burned out our generators, but not before they forced me to send a distress signal to Terra." Yev looked around as he noticed that there were many crates of equipment before finally he saw one of their attackers. The dome wasn't even watching them, instead communicating to someone behind him. When that figure stepped into view, Yev quailed at what he saw. It stood tall, multiple arms emerged from its back and tentacled limbs writhed like Medusa's hair as it signaled several other, more human, types. The monstrous one stood at the center of them all and looked them over one at a time. "For your crimes against the technology of the Lathe Nation, Comstar has been found guilty of crimes against the Lathe Nation itself in a manner we consider to be sufficient for a declaration of war. As servants of the enemy, you have been chosen to deliver a message from Cain." The Prekenter looked relieved. "You would be foolish to do this. Our power is over. You see, Prekenter Danielle, we don't require your cooperation to deliver our message. You and those here with you will be that message." Other figures stepped forwards and Yev began to scream as they began to sever her extremities. She screamed in agony as clear tubes pumped fluids into her body. Clicking machines peeled back her flesh to the elbows. The process was even more horrifying as Yev watched them layer other material and technology into the damage, and he realized that she was being forcibly implanted with some sort of horrifying technology. Weapons were brought out of caskets and bound to her flesh. Powerful bolt drivers bolted them to her bone as she screamed. The artificial arms only the beginning of the troop of horrors. The seat snapped back and Yev whimpered as machines went to work on her head, shaving it down and carving through her flesh and bone. He realized then that they were all in various ways screaming, whimpering, or begging as they watched in nightmarish compulsion as the cybernetic men pried the top of her skull off and discarded it before working and implanting devices into her brain. The preceptor had stopped screaming as her eyes were plucked out with barbed stabbing needles and artificial and human replacements were installed in their place. It was all too clear that there were no anesthetics or other numbing agents as her body continued to whimper as they implanted all manner of parts into her body. Were they to witness all this as a warning not to ang? Yev never even completed the thought as he saw the robed figures that had started on the preceptor move on to the next person in line, a somewhat gloomy man from supply that he'd sneaked sometime in the broom closet with once a week. Even as his boyfriend began screaming as they excised his hands at the wrist, Yev could not spare any time for him as his mind screamed out the truth. They were all being turned into that. Chapter 34. Night of Blood. Part A. Capella. August 23, 3025. A storm raged over the capital city, lightning crashing down among the buildings, lightning rods drawing their ferocity away in controlled channels, the HPG facility dark and foreboding as a Comstar dropship descended to the city's primary spaceport, House Liao informed to stay out of the way and to not interfere. The threat of a communications blackout keeping them back as a lance of mechs escorted a convoy of vehicles to the facility, the people watched the convoy with something approaching fear. The stories had already run back and forth across the city 100 times about the night that the HPG went dark. The C** commander had heard and listened to briefings from Liao Prefecture about how monstrous creatures descended on the facility, alien beasts or, according to one report, shape-shifting lizardmen from Orion. The oldest conspiracies are the hardest to shake. Leading the column in his king crab, the Excalibur behind him kept pace with the APCs between them and the trailing mechs, another Excalibur and a Firefly. He felt a deep sense of dread as he saw their facility resolve itself as a black cube in the darkness before a flash of lightning illuminated the structure and his heart skipped a beat. The massive antennae were utterly ruined, half-melted slag, defenses were ruined. "This is Commander Reynolds, move up. I want our tech team to get the gate open." The process was drawn out, lethargic and dangerous. If there was an enemy force, or traps, then they were risking walking clean into it. The doors parted with terrific screaming as they were forced to widen without the benefit of power to the hydraulic motors within the structure. Claws open and ready to fire, Reynolds stepped in as soon as the gates were wide enough to permit entrance and he felt his blood run cold. The courtyard was occupied by the former garrison. On steel rails 10 feet high each corpse was impaled and rotting in the rain. Some corpses were intact, but grossly riddled with stab wounds, while others were parts strung on with razor wire. Image recognition only managed to ID a quarter of the corpses. A crack of lightning lit the courtyard in sudden stark white light, throwing the shadows of the dead across the courtyard like specters seeking vengeance. Reynolds took an involuntary step back in superstitious shock at the impression. The pilot of the Excalibur behind him signaled. "Be silent, idiot. Of course a courtyard full of corpses is a bad omen, what did you expect? A musical number?" Reynolds snapped to his wingman, unjustly chewing him out for saying out loud what he was thinking. Sarah moved through the facility with trepidation, heading for the main HPG below. The fusion reactor powering the facility had clearly been tanked, and the main dishes were utterly destroyed, but both of those could be replaced, and she knew that the pencil pusher assigned to their mission was already tallying up the costs involved. A splash of blood on a wall gave them all pause before they realized it was dried up. The soldiers were moving cautiously, laser weapons held with extreme care as they waited for something, anything to happen. But the deeper they went, despite the ever-increasing evidence of violence that had taken place here, the only bodies were in the courtyard, and only the evidence of violent passage remained. As they entered the vaulted hall where the primary hyperpulse generator was installed, Sarah quailed as torchlight played over the structure. The entire irreplaceable Class A generator was blown to hell and back, esoteric bombs had blasted chunks out of it, weapons fire had shredded complex components and everything, was covered in soot and dust from the unholy vandalism of the HPG. Sarah screamed as the torches played down below. However, 40 chairs arranged in a circle around a pedestal with a daytop pad on it. The device conspicuous for how obvious it was. On each chair a figure sat in Comstar Adepts robes, their bodies were bulked out impossibly. "Strike Team Alpha to command lead. We've found something. The HPG has been destroyed. If we set off a nuke in here it wouldn't be more wrecked, but there is something weird here. 40 robes, and some sort of pedestal. I think it's a message." The technical staff moved in behind a wall of guns as a platoon of troops began to assemble in the chamber. Reynolds stood there, angry to be on the ground with the grunt staff. But the strike team was right, this was weird. Several of his men had gone forwards and removed the hoods from the 40 and the revulsion had nearly forced him to order they open fire immediately. The rictus grins of those present perverted the purpose of the robes they wore, and they sat there, seeming lifeless as the helm that seemed fused to their heads glowed with a single malicious red light at the front, the light rising and falling like a bloodied sunset. "Take those two," Reynolds ordered. "Take a swift and load them in secure cells on the dropship." Men moved forwards and secured the two specimens. They meekly allowed themselves to be placed onto gurneys and led away. The figures were distorted, monstrous and had clearly been recently modified. The signs of surgery were evident and manifold, and yet, nobody had been willing to do more than catalog what they saw. Sir, the techs have the emergency reactor hooked up. Well, power it up. Lights snapped on across the facility, sparks were thrown from damaged conduit, and in the mess hall an oil fire was started due to the rampant current running through a spill. Within this section, fuses detonated as power tried to supply itself to the HPG, and its damaged state tripped the safeties, the only remaining current in the room igniting the vast overhead strip lights. A technician walked up to the data slate, examining it with all of his available equipment before making his determination and stepping forwards, touching the touch plate. The screen lit up. Green text scrolling down it. Well, what does it say? Reynolds asked from across the chamber. He didn't want to be anywhere near the creepy cyborg things. The technician began to read it out. We know. You have fooled many, but not us. We know. Koromater knows. Davian knows. Traitors of man. You have committed an atrocity to cover up a theft and a kidnapping. You failed at the theft, but not the kidnapping. But we know. And justice will be delivered unto Comstar. The words took on a sort of droning delivery, almost hypnotic for its seemingly jarring narrative. You have acted in a hostile manner against the Lathe nation. And so now we will bring you terror and ruin and bring down your organization upon your ears. And when we stand upon Terra's shores triumphant, we will not remember your names. And so we leave you now in the care of our children. Would you kindly stand up? The technician realized it far too late that he'd done wrong when the data slate detonated in his face, destroying his head as the 38 remaining figures in the room exploded into action. Their adepts' robes were torn from them by the frenzied berserk motion as the cyborgs began to kill. Laser fire stabbed out as quickly as the troops could react, and yet they were still largely too slow. There was no chance they'd fail entirely. The number of killers was simply too high for all fire to be wasted, and one was dropped by a lucky laser blast to the head. But those moments of action were over. The machines had vaulted into action. Crackling energy flails flensed flesh from bone or stabbed out and cooked their targets. Others were shorn into pieces as crackling shears did their grisly work. Reynolds ran. Chapter 34. Night of Blood. Part B. Capella. August 23, 3025. Reynolds ran for all he could as the soldiers tried to hold the line. They were woefully under-equipped for such an undertaking. This is Reynolds. Mech warriors, prepare to fire on anything leaving the building that doesn't bear an FOF tag. He ignored the chatter as he vaulted an adept that tripped. At the end of the corridor a pair of troops with laser rifles opened fire past him and he didn't even turn to look back. A warm wet spray spattered the side of his face and he could taste the hard coppery tang of blood on his lip, but even that didn't make him turn as the scream died behind him. Breaking between the two riflemen he emerged in the mech bay amongst the ruined mechs, the sight feeling almost prophetic as he tried to climb up his king crab's ladder. 3 of the monsters burst out of the door, and burst the riflemen with flurries of furious hand-to-hand before the snout of the firefly stuck itself into the mech bay from the courtyard and sprayed the door with medium laser fire, buying Reynolds the time to mount up. Fall back! Reynolds ordered as he fired up as quickly as he could. Already 10 of them were in the courtyard, and the infantry were all but destroyed in the advance for all too few dead. Even with the crab systems he had difficulty tracking them, and instead of trying for precise fire he simply blasted at the largest group of them he could draw a bead on. I said fall back! He snarled as he began marching backwards for the gates, firing the AC-20s once more only to feel the cold grip of terror as the shells failed to take down any of the monsters as they avoided the fire, having been made aware of the crab's capability. His blood was cold knowing that none of them were properly equipped for this. This is Reynolds to DSC. I want long tom fire on the facility. 17th floor Truscott Hotel, 3 blocks away. Sir, they've tripped the program 10 minutes ago. Casualties are high, their light mech has undergone extreme damage. One of the analysts reported as they watched the events taking place. And the 2 that were removed. We've broadcast the time-delayed activation codes. Another operative said. Good. How many of them are left? The commander of the operation moved towards the window, their choice of observation post being high enough to see the target facility. 14, the mechs have done a lot of. An explosion silenced them all as the powerful shell plunged out of the sky, highlighting the Comstar units retreating from the gate as the artillery strike landed. 6 survived that. The commander said, frowning back at the operative. 4 have left the facility perimeter. We've intercepted local enforcement distress signals. The other 2 are in critical condition. They just self-destructed. He agent looked worried. What do we do about the 4 escaped? The commander waited for a moment. Let them rampage. The boss wanted to instill fear. Let Liao get a taste before self-destructing them. Glitch grinned. This was going to be fun. Chapter 35. Operation Empire. Unknown Space. October 13th, 3025. It had been months since the first maneuvers had been put into motion. And now I watched as the last of my ships arrived in dead space. The CO ordinates, a closely guarded secret, as Capella had been driven into a state of panic over the event that had come to be labeled as the Night of Blood, so too had Comstar been driven into a panic. Intelligence said that they were desperately hunting for the jump ship that had gone missing with the 2 captured arco-flagellants aboard, and they were offering a reward to anybody who located it. A reward 10 times the jump ship's actual worth. Meanwhile Camilla, Miranda, and myself had toured the worlds of the Outer Rim and built up rapport, a rapport that was expected to culminate into the rise of a greater power. The Lathe Nation. The space dock piers were extended and the hulls of 3 new ships were being made under an accelerated schedule. They were no warships like the escorts, and definitely no Ford ship. Their purpose was significantly more practical. They were troop ships. Theseus-class vessels. Each capable of holding a full regiment within enough Devourer dropships to land the entire regiment in a single drop. Each of the Theseus were huge, and yet mostly hollow. They would serve little purpose except as frameworks to carry their Devourer cargo to their destinations. They would not be suitable for a battle zone without an escort ship. Kane, have you read these reports? Miranda said, picking up a tablet. I have. I remarked with little sign of cheer. Camilla piped up from the other side of the table. Glitch's campaign is driving Liao to practically the point of implosion. I think she needs to be recalled. If it gets much worse we may drive away support, the chance of discovery is growing high. I sighed and moved over to examine the table. I've already had a recall transmitted for Glitch, I need her back here for more significant deployment. Hansa and Katrina have developed their own plans and the timetable has been set in stone. They are going to commence their assault just after Christmas, but they want the Cappies out of place. Miranda stood up and cocked her head as one of the crew entered and nodded. The delegates were being moved to the conference room's antechamber. It was time to get ready. Thank you Greenlee, Kane, it's time. Hall of Conquest. Danforth. We had been shuffled into a chamber the size of a palace ballroom, delegates from the Rim not associated with major powers or the Taurian Concordat, even the magistracy of Canopus had a representative present. The chamber itself was almost clinically functional despite its vast size. I saw numerous displays in a language I didn't understand, even though the Baroque architecture did little to put us at ease. The people handing out food and trying to answer questions had put most of us at ease. And yet, even now, many of us couldn't quite process it. We stood on a terranormal gravity on a starship without any rotation sickness, and the air was clean and smelled faintly of Terran pines, a scent I recognized from a nature preserve. Finally, after almost an hour of waiting, a chime sounded and before us a set of smaller doors in a vast pair opened, a pair of crew emerging from within. Ladies and gentlemen of the Rim. Welcome to the 4K world. You have all undergone a small tour of the ship. But now, Duke Kane Giardino, Master of the Lathe Nation, bids you welcome to the Hall of Conquest to discuss the rise of the Rim. The two spoke in unison, their voices booming through as the crew began to usher people in an orderly line to the entrance. Following directions, I noticed that every few seconds the line stuttered, frozen, before moving on, and I began to grow irritated at the repeated interruptions until it was my turn to step forth across the threshold of the chamber's doors. A massive round table was headed by a semi-raised dais upon which a very martial-looking chair was occupied by a man in archaic-seeming armor that looked like ancient knights of Terra, and cooling vest had a child. But that was not what froze me. Behind the chair I hesitatingly thought of a throne. It rose. Taller than an atlas, I followed the sight of its legs, painted in scenes of battle to the waist, war banners hanging from it depicting a battle that looked familiar. Above that its chest billowed out into a vast fastness, arms carrying weapons that could annihilate a mech hovered overhead as smaller weapons looked down on the collective group, while on its shoulders rested a pair of honest-to-God turrets between which a missile battery sat. My blood ran like ice as I faced down the monstrous war machine. Barely even comprehending the shadow of something even larger behind it, deliberately shrouded in shadow and darkness, leaving only the outlines to be seen. Welcome to the 4K world, the Duke's voice boomed out across the chamber once they had all taken their seats. He sat there akin to an ancient warrior king, one hand clutching a massive blade. On standing I was almost surprised he seemed only man-sized. I'm not going to play around with words or try and mince the events surrounding us. He paced lightly as the table began to project holograms. The room was silent as they watched numerous elements of the Raven Guard's footage. The fact is, the periphery has always been the favorite stomping ground of major nations trying to avoid stirring another succession war, a proxy playground. The fact is, that by and large Comstar has been directly involved in manipulations designed to promote and continue that state of affairs, and the affairs in the Oregon Reach have only served to magnify and highlight this. A civil war that gets Thomas Calderon in a pickle, House Liao mercenaries coming to play, and in the end a Comstar insurgent team to play nuclear terrorist. He beseeched them to look at the footage of bodies being pulled out, and more. You see this here, and I know you all feel it too. You've all felt the hungry gaze of the greater powers gnawing at your borders whenever they feel like hardening a unit. And I know you're all tired of it. The quiet murmuring was interrupted by one of the leaders near the Taurians' border speaking up. And we know how you've gained the favor of the Davians and even been seen hobnobbing with the Steiners. Yes. I have. Do you think that change comes on its own without support? Do you think to stand alone and go no more? Do you think you could stand alone if Liao decided to drop a regiment of Highlanders on your planet? The intensity of response sent the blood singing, because unlike you I can. Unlike you I could march on Terra and set its continents alight before the year was ended and nothing they could do would be capable of preventing it. His gaze crossed them all. I am a direct descendant of Cameron, I came from a world sheltered away from the inner sphere developing technologies unthought of and forbidden, hidden away in case of the worst. And the worst came to be. Now I will do what I must to protect people oppressed, abused, and subjugated by the semi-feudal lords of the old regime. The Steiners and Avians seek to build a new commonwealth, a confederation of unity to bring a peace to the stars not known since the days of the Star League. So you come here as a lackey to take us as a gift for them. The dissenting voice spoke up again. Kane laughed. No. I come here to build an empire of the periphery. The room went silent. I intend to take the periphery up in my hand and build an empire greater than anything the great houses call home. I intend to burn out Liao, subjugate the Concordat and burn the pirate states to the ground. And you, all of you, I want to bring up with me. To raise and elevate as a new class of nobility. A whole greater than the sum of its parts. I intend to unite the periphery and tell the major powers that no more are we going to be their private military playgrounds and proxies. The dissenter stood worried. You want to what? Raise yourself as emperor? I don't see why I should listen to this megalomaniacal tripe. The representative of the magistracy stood. Lady Camia Orano and Lady Centrella have both granted their assent to join in this union. The man quieted down, looking cowed but unconvinced. Before the Lathe nation declared itself, the Raven Guard served both our interests well and protected the Reach when nobody else would, and have sought to lift up the Oregon people with their technology only to see the black hand of Comstar try and undo that work. It is time the periphery presented a united front. We have squabbled and fought long enough alone, it is time to dispose of stubborn colonial attitudes and rise up as something greater. Or what? The dissenter snapped. Or be left behind and ground into the dust between the annals of history as your people are forgotten and forsaken, left to watch as history passes you by unremembered. Chapter 36. Diplomats and Dinner Parties. Part A. Unknown Space. October 13, 3025. The room had exploded into hushed discourse as they all described their disbelief and worry as Anna sat down having given her part of the speech. The independent lords were understandably concerned, and Thomas Calderon's lackey was busy trying to prevent his jaw flapping like a limp flag in a half-assed breeze as I stared him down. The independent lords were faced with the knowledge that they were already in a dangerous position. With Canopus and the Oregon Reach signing onto my little imperial gambit, I had effectively seized a significant power block already. One enforced by technology that even Calderon and the Highlanders had faltered before, backed by warships and the yardship to end all yardships. The hushed discussion was torn and disjointed as those caught up in the fever promise of rising up to become the equal or even superior to the great houses were swept along on a tide of excitement. I catalogued those who looked unhappy or dissenting with the same ease with which I practiced targeting the guns of my knight. I knew that the time was coming when I would move on from it too into the object occupying the shadowed recess behind the Dominus. It wasn't ready yet, the discovery that a crew would be required to operate the machinery despite the MEU had put some initial dampers on. The throne mechanicum had to be upgraded to handle more powerful inputs and readings from more complex systems like the prototype microvoid shields that would cover it in layers of protective shielding. But the main chassis was complete and functional, only waiting on the vastly complex electronics suite to be developed sufficiently. But the hubbub had gone on long enough and I raised a hand. It was a measure of the gravity with which they took the Lady Centrella that all present fell to silence. It is true, those that don't join us will be left aside and behind. No more will jump ships visit their worlds. No longer will HPGs transmit messages to them. I cannot afford those who would not see the periphery rise to greatness to be allowed as cancerous cells in our rear to contaminate our goals. But we will not butcher and invade any single world simply because they do not wish to share our vision. If you do not want to see the periphery rise to true greatness, to lay your shade upon the inner sphere to stand in, you are familiar with the door's location. The room shuffled as the ultimatum was laid down, each of those present sitting, all but 3 representatives from the Taurian Concordat stood uncertain and unsure how to act. We must confer with Calderon before we offer any supper. One began before I cut him off with a gesture. Any single world is safe from retribution for its choices here, but the Taurian Concordat made itself my enemy once, and I do not overlook that easily. If you leave this room, then the decision is made for you, Edward Calderon, and who knows how the Davians might feel at such hasty action on the Concordat's part. My words dripped with threat, and none present missed the glowing eyes of the knight behind me intensify in sympathy. He fidgeted at the scrutiny. While he was far more level-headed than his father, he also recognized the barb directed at his own visions for open trade with the Federated Sons. He stepped back and straightened his jacket, adopting a more reasoned position as he realized trying to leverage the weight of the Concordat as a tool wouldn't work here. I only wish to confer with him. I am sure that a HPG transmission is not too much to ask. You're on a 12-kilometer starship in between systems. Pray tell Edward, where do you propose to find a HPG? We could certainly send a message to Thomas, but no message would ever return. So yes, it is too much to ask. I stood up and frowned at him. You've all come here under the augurs of your leaders with the authority to act on their behalf. To make a decision that the remainder of the periphery will get as we grow in power and influence. My decision stands. Behemoth. The discussions began in all earnest after that confrontation after Edward agreed to sit and listen, to reserve his judgment for the end, and the second round of talk began in truth. I had little patience for the politicking, preferring the company of my husband's more brusque approach to the talks. The people were up and began to mingle and talk, with nobles mingling. Few realized the significance of the plants in the group. Where Cain was blunt and honest, Anna Centrella moved and began playing the more political games of reassurance and building the idea of a united periphery. On the other side, Camilla formed a bridge between the two, familiar with her noble heritage and politics, yet also possessed of a blunt honesty. Both were known quantities to those present, however, publicly declared supporters. Few even recognized the snake in the grass as Alexander Madeira moved through the clusters of nobles and playing his own cards. It was with some surprise that I found myself face to face with Edward Calderon. Your husband's grand ideas. Do you believe them? He asked with a blunt honesty she didn't expect. I laughed at the thought that he was bold enough to make that move. Of course I do. Even though I think he's being a bit soft. Edward blinked at that and I had to restrain myself from laughing out loud at him. A bit soft, how do you reckon? Edward said, worried. I'm more straightforward than he is. If it had been me, the warships would already have made themselves felt over Terra, and Capella's palace would already be burning with its insane family still within it. I would destroy our enemies without pause, hesitation, or remorse. Cain doesn't want to just do that. He wants to rebuild the inner sphere into something bigger, greater. To leave the human race in an renaissance that makes the Star League look like an amateur's attempt at unity. I remarked plainly. And so he would break down nations that have existed for centuries. Yes, to build something greater than the structures of the past. The reason why everything is shit needs to be brought down. Though you might find his goals and intent is much like that of the Concordat. The Taurian people won't lose their freedoms, though their government would change, and they would expand and face the same compulsory service. As others are putting more nicely, by and large people will have the same freedoms they did, and possibly more. But he doesn't jest. Those who don't join will be left behind, and space will become closed off to those who would trade with them. Except for the Taurian Concordat. Edward asked, a hard tone coming into his voice. If you wanted comfort, there are others who could offer it. I'm not on Cain's arm because I'm a wayfish noble intended to soften his goals for the digestion of men with delicate constitutions. I'm on his arm because we've fought back to back, mind to mind in the fires of battle and built a bond that extends beyond mere politics. And I warn you, Eddie, if you or any of your people harm him, I will burn the Concordat down around you, and I promise you nothing will survive, I said with a smile. Don't forget, Eddie. Between Cain and I, I'm the hammer that looks at everything like a nail. A soft hand took Edward's. Wear yourself, Edward. If you were hoping for the comforting words, you picked the wrong person. Anna Centrella grinned. Come, and let's discuss the benefits instead of the looming threats. Cain would prefer not to simply bludgeon you if he doesn't have to. Anna Centrella. The discussions in the Hall of Conquest had not been all smooth. Some of the most minor worlds were worried that this amounted to little more than an exceptionally well-planned takeover by House Davian given Cain's ties, and she could understand their stance on the matter. And there was little more to it than that. Those more recalcitrant types were worried about being subsumed into a larger, more overarching power. They feared retaliation from the pirate lords in their little holdings or vengeful border barons who were only a step above pirates because they claimed a proper planet instead of a little sealed moon base. But now she prepared for dinner with the help of a couple servants. The fires had largely been doused and those present informed that they would have 2 days to consider and make their decisions. Most of them were on board and either were the rulers or believed their rulers would follow along. Even so, it had taken strong agreements for Lady Centrella herself to authorize joining Cain's emergent empire, agreements that largely maintained the magistracy of Canopus, mainly that House Centrella would be amongst the highest of nobility and effectively become a great house within the emerging empire. A deal that she had to offer that oath from the Concordat. A deal, however, that had one key deal breaker. For the Concordat to sign and be allowed to become a great house, Thomas Calderon would have to step down. Chapter 36. Diplomats and Dinner Parties. Part B. Unknown Space. October 13, 3025. The break to prepare for dinner had allowed her to slip from her quarters and find a change of clothing to the more standard fare worn by the ship's crew, hair pulled back tightly and then buried under a cap. The body of a rating stuffed into a maintenance closet 2 decks down. The big issue being that she had never expected that a starship could make her agoraphobic. And yet corridors were narrow, only to open into vaulting halls and rooms, as if somebody had not decided on a set scale for the ship and improvised in between. But she knew where she was headed. Her noteputer had a basic sensing system that was homing in on what she was after. The big cluster of communications vanes and dishes had a primary control node on the bridge, but if she could find the maintenance access for it, then she could tap in and carry out her mission. Unfortunately, the difficulties inherent in finding it were multiplying as she got further and further away from the areas they had been shown. The paranoid sensation that everyone she passed was looking at her never lessened as the tracking signal finally led her to a hatch. Hitting the release, the door slammed into the wall and she stepped through, quickly slapping the control to close it as the lumen globes lit up. Before her, half a dozen crew stood with weapons leveled at her midriff. Before she could bite down, a massive man grabbed her jaw from behind and a crewman stepped forwards and checked her teeth before shoving a pair of pliers in and yanking out the suicide tooth by the root. "You're far from home for a ROM agent." Kane stepped into view and her heart sank, either a row specialist, or a mu/iota pressed into the role. Given the cyanide tooth, I'm guessing row. The fear in her eyes was clear to see. How could he have known? The screens came to life behind Kane and she saw the surveillance footage of her murder of the crewman. "Tell me, Agent, what do you know of the incident on Capella?" he said, taking a seat facing her. She wanted to clam up, but knew that this wasn't likely sensitive information in this company. "You somehow made monsters, and they butchered and destroyed a Class A HPG facility. A ship carrying 2 samples appears to have suffered a misjump. And your exact purpose for being here? To figure out what the purpose of this gathering was and get a transmission back to Comstar at any cost. But you guessed that already?" Kane nodded. "I did, it wasn't hard. We guessed Comstar was going to try and get an agent on board, we didn't mind. You were either going to maintain cover and report when you got back, or do something stupid and never report at all. If you kill me, you have no leverage." "Oh dear me, kill you? Tell me, have you seen the footage of the arcoflagellants?" Kane said with a smile, and her blood ran like ice, remembering the mission briefing for this job, the reason they gave her a cyanide tooth to begin with. The look in her face was enough to answer Kane's question. "Good, then you have at least some understanding of what it means." The meaning clicked and her face drained. "Comstar operative, whatever your name is, for the murder of raiding First Class Timothy Gate, I sentence you to arcoflagellation. Once you have been altered, you will be transported by stasis unit by one of our ships operating under stealth to the Sol system, whereupon you will be loaded into a drop pod and fired at Hilton Head." "No. No!" she screamed. "Take her away, I have a banquet to attend." Anna Centrella. For all the tension earlier, the banquet was a hit. The variety of food made available was excessive and utterly delicious. A point of shock to the nobles and their people when they learned that the food had all come from the arboretum on the ship. The talk was predominantly about the visions those gathered had for the future, and predictably, Kane had turned up something of a following. Those leaders and representatives that were mech drivers or military men had all quickly fallen under Kane's spell. The promises of greatness, glory, of a new order supplanting the old, of technology unimaginable. None had thought to inquire about the absence of one young woman from the party, but she'd heard rumors already that she was a ROM agent and had been quietly dealt with after murdering a member of the crew. Her only worry was those that might simply be going along out of intimidation, fear that they'll be isolated and unofficially exiled. "Lady Centrella, how can you trust the word of such a man? How much do we really know?" one of them was asking as he nibbled on a type of grilled fish. "I know him quite well by now. The attacks on the Oregon Reach were simply a straw that broke the camel's back, with both the Taurians and Capellans mounting attacks, with evidence of a Comstar special operations mission to steal the lady's technology. And frankly, I tire of larger powers feeling that they can push us around. If we can unite behind a power of our own choosing, then we can help direct the course of history," she said, nibbling on a prawn-like thing. "And yet, one man and his people control the advanced technology. How do you not feel like they're a dominating influence, that the threat of not joining is forcing your hand? Because it will be our technology, not theirs or ours, but ours as a whole. It won't be them and us, it will be us," Anna said, a politic smile concealing her true feelings on the matter, that these provincial idiots were throwing away the best chance for the periphery to throw off the yoke of the greater nations. Fortunately, this hick was nodding along and she moved on as Kane stood. The wall behind him began to grind open on powerful gears. "Ladies, gentlemen, whatever that guy is," Kane said with a grin, "I've got another announcement." The sight of knights behind Kane struck up a striking figure, and the experimental machine they'd codenamed Reaver was in the rear, looming over them all like a protective father, its fresh paint gleaming, though crews still worked within it, out of sight. "In addition to the proposal of our new empire, I wish to open up our martial academies and propose we send out sacristans to each of your noble homes and find sons or daughters suited for training to become princeps of their own war machines. As Camia has before you. Those nobles of you who prove strong enough to pass the training will be granted a knight of your own, and then let Comstar try and stop us." Behind them, at the queue, all the warhorns of the assembled machines roared their triumph. Anna sighed with a smile. Kane had just won the loyalty of all those martially inclined, especially the mech pilots. Interlude 11. Shatterpoint. Various locations. October, 3025. Maximilian Liao, Xi'an. The mood in the private chamber was somber as Maximilian paced the chamber. They were under attack and he didn't understand how. The terrorist assaults had stopped about a week ago and that left the old man once more wondering why. The attackers would disappear or self-destruct and he was left with terrified forces and a populace gripped by fear. Capella had suffered the worst of it and even that was confusing. He knew with absolute certainty that they were not the target of that affair. Everyone by now knew that the Comstar facility there had been destroyed, and then shelled by Comstar itself when they tried to investigate, and still the ropes remained silent on the events that had transpired there. To the core ward borders the Steiners and Avians were hovering like vultures, and to the rimward he was left facing the fact some new power was rising there. And every time he tried to find out more, he was slapped in the face with the fact that the antagonism began after a unit of Highlanders had been contracted to go down and kick the boots out of some mercenary group called the Ravens Guard. Romano had been influential in keeping him centered as things began to unravel and the master manipulator couldn't understand why, or how. The apple cart had been upset and his people were the target. He was the target. Except every time he looked, it always seemed to start on Comstar ground. There hadn't been any more major assaults like there had been on Capella, instead HPGs being struck by a mild terrorist assault before the population nearby suffered the hardest. A situation made eminently worse by the repeated failure of the Mascarovka to find any culprits. Romano. Who are these snakes in the grass? He finally snapped, sick of pacing, waiting for news of another attack. The hard woman was studying forensic reports on the attacks. Father, we did not know yesterday, we do not know today. But you know who I suspect. Candace hated these little meetings as she read the reports, but she knew who Romano meant, the bitch couldn't shut up about her conspiracy theories about them. The problem with her little theories was that too many pieces were falling into place to support them. The Raven Guard. Maximilian said with a snort. Upstart mercenary group, even if it were them why us? Mercenaries take contracts go after the ones who employed them, because I never gave orders for them to be deployed in such a manner. Candace didn't fail to notice the momentary expression that crossed Romano's face, but the she-devil recovered quickly. I don't know father, but I feel like we are more accidents than deliberate. Every time those terrorists hit something, it's Comstar who pays the bill first. The discussion devolved into little more than argumentative spats and complaints that were rapidly descending into ever darker conspiracy theories. Candace stood up. Father, perhaps it might be best, and most politic, if I simply go and ask them. Terra, Mendo Waterley. Blood ran through her fingers as she penetrated her palms with her fingernails once more. It was happening all too often later as the Primus kept her close, wanting an explanation for the attacks, and how to stop them, the problem being that the fear was real. Their troops guarding facilities were starting to get paranoid about coming attacks and there had even been desertions. The more fanatical factions were gaining more traction than ever over it. Some were even calling for a crusade against the Oregon Reach, force the mercenaries to run ragged trying to protect their little fiefdom. And yet, of the spies she'd managed to get into the meet one had failed to report already, meaning she had failed in her objective and they wouldn't hear until the other returned to Taurian space. Waterley, this gambit has cost us greatly, the captured sacristan continues to prove recalcitrant, the Primus said frowning as he studied the map before him, we cannot continue to go without action. I understand Primus, my people are working as well as we can with what she gives us, but she gives us scraps and stories and nothing enough to make a complete anything. Our own scientists are achieving more with what technology the mercenary has already sold and traded on open markets. Though to be fair, we are making great strides with our gravity tank technology. Waterley said calculatingly. I know. But we can no longer sit back. Keep building up our forces and training them, have the shipyards at Titan working overtime if you must. Until then, I am issuing a complete communications blackout edict for periphery space. Let them see what collaboration with the mercenary will get them. Chapter 37. Rise of an Empire. November 3025 to 1 tons July 3026. The months following the secret meeting aboard the 4K world were full of activity. From the western edge of the magistracy of Canopus to the eastern border of the Taurian Concordat treaties were signed, annotated, and entered into the record, and where the fleet passed a new flag was raised, it no longer bore the title of the Lathe Nation, though a large section of the worlds between the magistracy, Concordat, and Reach was granted the title Lathe Sector, it bore a singular title. The Imperium of Mankind. The magistracy was simply retitled the Canopus Sector with Lady Centrella elevated to the sector governorship. The Concordat was now the Taurus Sector, and Edward Calderon now administered that area of space. The Oregon Sector was governed by Camia herself with Samuel Ostergaard being granted titles and made governor of the Lathe Sector. As across the periphery Comstar's communications fell under the interdiction edict, troops stormed the HPG facilities, the C** personnel racked with fear as knights marched on their fortifications and reinforcements were prevented from intervening as the Fourth Succession War began in earnest with the now united federated Commonwealth surging like an unstoppable tide against their Capellan enemies. Though short in population compared to the stronger cores of the inner sphere, the rise of the Imperium drew a moment's pause. The Draconis combine, Free Worlds League and Capellans reflecting with fear as they realized the new federated Commonwealth was freely trading with the growing technologically advanced state, a state patrolled by warships that could outjump anything they had. They feared not only the growth of the pseudo-state but the fact it appeared to be developing an extremely developed military complex. Spies snuck in with traders reported heavy combined arms exercises with knights working alongside armored, infantry and artillery regiments covered by aerospace fighters, bombers, or even orbital support. The most noted response came from Comstar, whose interdiction edict led to the Imperium building its own communications networks linking its worlds together, and trade began to flow freely between its states as the Primus declared trade sanctions and waived threats of communications interdictions as across the inner sphere their sites frequently came under attack by mysterious forces. But it wasn't until July 3026 that the Federated Commonwealth openly defied Comstar's edicts, with the covert delegation going to meet the mysterious mobile home world of the Imperium. The 4G world. Upon those ships Katrina Steiner and Hansa Davian traveled to meet the new Emperor of the Periphery as the great houses thought of him. 4G world. The big celebration had been done, but now I sat in private chambers as Mark, Zachariah, and Leanne did baby/toddler things for their first birthday. They didn't really understand all that had happened over the first year of their lives, and still wouldn't for some time to come. They didn't understand how they went from the mere children of a mercenary lord to the princes and princess of an empire. In truth, I didn't fully grasp the implications that my plans would have on myself in the end. My time was rarely mine anymore and the demands of so many worlds seemed never-ending. And yet, something great was being built out of the dregs of a society the Star League had failed. And now word reached of a federated Commonwealth vessel arriving and a dropship from it requesting permission to dock. Even today I was not to be given space, it seemed. At least I only had to remember one birthday for my 3 children. Majest. Please, in my private wing we do not use titles. Darius, you know me even if we were never close. I patted the man on the shoulder, and give that dropship permission to land. A friend of ours is on board. Darius frowned in thought before the light bulb ticked on. Markham. Markham. I said with a grin. The formality of the job returned as I headed for the docking bay where the Fedcom dropship had landed, the only concession being the lack of proper bodyguards. The personal shield I wore and weapons I carried as a matter of course seemed to be adequate along with the defenses on the hangar deck. Instead I entered with Miranda, Glitch, Darius, Sumair, and Yang to find the bustle of the hangar had not decreased. As the ramp to the dropship had lowered, the Fedcom party had emerged to the noise of a busy and functional bay. Devourer dropships were being transferred into the bay for launch and rendezvous with the cetaceous transport ships that were weeks away from final commissioning. That didn't prevent some degree of officiousness and fanfare as the party came to meet us. First Prince Hansa Davian, Archon Katrina Steiner, Archon-elect Melissa Steiner, the Master of Ceremonies began. I present you to His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Kangerdino, Emperor of the Imperium of Mankind. Your Imperial Majesty, may I present First Prince Hansa Davian, Archon Katrina Steiner and Archon-elect Melissa Steiner and party. He continued and I nodded to him. The basic greeting done, the Master of Ceremonies stepped back. First Prince, Archon, if we may retire to more acceptable quarters. Please, Katrina said, a glint of amusement at all of this. As the doors closed, guards outside, I took off my robes of office and cast them into a corner where later on some crewman would lament having to have it cleaned and pressed all over again. Apologies for that little drama, but I made the mistake of imperial goals while forgetting the trappings of office. I feel more like a prisoner than I ever did before, and one ill-trained for it at that. Katrina laughed as she gave me an uncharacteristic hug followed by Hansa, and then Markham and Otto had to get their affections in, almost bringing a tear to my eye. You should have thought about that before declaring yourself Emperor of Mankind. Well, it was never going to be easy, but bringing so many periphery nations, from Canopus and the Taurians to single-world dictators, nobody could agree on a name, and making one up didn't gain much traction either. They didn't feel it had the right gravitas. I remarked as I leaned back. Melissa Steiner went over and made some googly noises at my children and I couldn't help but grin. Something about babies and toddlers seemed to trigger instincts in many women. I can understand that, Hansa said as he took a tumbler, but you have to admit, the name has given rise to some fearful implications. There are many who think you don't intend to stop until the only people not part of the Imperium of Mankind aren't human. Katrina nodded. You've stirred up a hornet's nest to say the least. The possibilities of vastly extended lifespan, highly advanced technologies. House Merrick is practically frothing at the mouth indignantly about your cybernetics technologies. The Draconis Combine is nervous, but sees its remoteness as a buffer of sorts, and well, the Capellans are very worried. We're hammering them back, but they've heard rumors of your mustering against them. I shook my head. It's not a rumor. As soon as the Cetaceous class transports are finished and stocked, I plan on assaulting the Capellan Confederation with 1 Knight cohort and 2 combined arms cohorts, with the Legacy providing orbit-to-surface carrier support. 50,000 men and 100 Knights. And something else. Hansa paused at that admiringly. It sounded like the equivalent of 2 of the proposed RCTs that their strategists had already been considering. I don't want to waste time throwing an entire legion into the fray yet. Entire Legion. Katrina beat Hansa to the question. That's our planned standard organizational unit. 2 cohorts of knights, 4 combined arms cohorts. A legion will become the smallest force we deploy in a planetary operation. I sat back with a shrug. You think big. I can see why some people are worried. Katrina said with a tone of concern, even with Armiger technology there are worries still. Comstar is being, uncharacteristically agitated, we even got a threat for an interdiction edict against us if we continued trading with you. The toady they sent was quite offended when I laughed in his face and said I'd just purchase communications equipment off of you, directly putting an end to that threat. Hansa's expression was more serious, however. It has however exposed one problem you have brought to the table. Confidence in Comstar is falling, hard, and while we do have our own economies, they were also tied to a previously stable C-bill. The backing for the C-bill is naturally stable and doesn't change. But you have devalued it. Hansa explained. Your Imperium has discontinued patronage of Comstar entirely. Your covert attacks on Capellan space have effectively destroyed House Liao as a customer. I've heard rumors that the cost of repair and replacement of damaged or destroyed stations has become so excessive that Comstar has instructed Maximilian that if he cannot provide sufficient additional security for C** facilities that they will no longer enjoy the privileges of interstellar communications. Katrina added, this has begun damaging interstellar trade. Internal trade goes strong. But your external buyers are being affected. I said. Correct, Hansa completed. To make matters worse, Comstar is openly putting the squeeze on traders seen to do business with your Imperium and making the Combine, FWL, and Capellans do so as well. Extreme tariffs, mysterious pirates, declarations of technological contraband. Hansa paused as he saw my face descending into a thundercloud. Melissa also seemed to notice and turned to Miranda. Is there a playroom we can take the little guys to? Your husband looks a tad upset. Miranda nodded and picked up Zachariah and Mark, trusting the young Steiner to grab Leanne, slipping out through a side door. The look on her face was not much better, but tempered by the children. I see. The sheer understatement of the 2 harmless words was not lost on the experienced politicians. I see that those toaster-worshipping twat waffles have yet to understand the consequences for pushing me and nuking me. It's all too obvious that they have come to think of my actions against their HPGs as a little man playing politics. I think it's time that I recreate a Mundalas-level event for them to understand. I will take my half-legion to Capella and show them what a true invasion looks like. While that's happening, I'm going to send 2 of my escorts to Terra. The words were harsh as I began scribing orders on a data slate. Deeper in the ship an alarm began calling to its keeper to come examine the information. Hansa looked worried. What for? To annihilate Comstar's shipyards, blast apart a moon and then, only then, deliver a gift to Hilton Head for them. I was planning on it being a quiet affair, but Comstar wants to make this a public affair, then I'll give them one. Chapter 38. Quake Fall. Victoria. August 24, 3026. Victoria TC. The people of Victoria had spent too long waiting for a probably invasion by the Davians, sensors glued to the primary jump points with others routinely scanning between the pirate points in view. It was perhaps unsurprising that the Victorians at first did not recognize the significance of the jump flash in the outer system. But once they did and the scopes were turned, it took less than 5 minutes for the Comstar facility to begin sending signals begging for help. There had been no attempt to mask their arrival. No attempt to hide. Kane's Legacy and the Ironclad burned their drives sedately as behind them another ship was harder to scan than the others with the long-ranged sensor equipment. It shimmered lightly as if a field was refracting the light around it in order to obscure it. The only lingering impression being that of a mobile framework, filled with other objects. An attempt was even made to try and discourage their approach, threatening transmissions and displays as their entire aerospace complement took to space, the posturing pointless as the 3 massive Leviathans approached. Civilian dropships fled for the primary jump points to try and book passage on a jump ship whose KF drive had not recharged fully before they could reach it. Only 2 escaped like that in the end. Precision bombardment cracked open the Comstar station like an egg, its personnel and war machines already evacuated as they predicted what was going to happen. Concentrated laser blasts from the smaller warship carving open the facility like an egg. Once more the aerospace squadrons were launched, and quickly recalled, as the Legacy began throwing fighters out into the void. Fury interceptors dropping into idle orbits of the fleet as the mysterious ship began to align itself. Then and only then did the jamming systems on the 2 warships scream into life, hurling out their hateful broadcasts to anything capable of receiving it. Under the shadow of massive jamming, 27 smaller ships screamed to life, hurtling from their transport on retrograde burns to begin re-entry. Commander Des Moines. Telescopes had followed the 27 transports into the atmosphere, followed by the starfighter cover that the Imperium's people allegedly used. The landing site had not been one that made her comfortable as she led the planetary guard with the Comstar detachment doggedly following her. But below her, 40 kilometers away, she saw the monstrous landers touch down in a practically perfect formation, and she dearly wished for artillery as, following them, 10 more enormous landers of a different type had launched from the Legacy. Jaws opened on all of the craft and she watched as ramps extended and vehicles began running down the ramp like a veritable ocean of machines while infantry marched from upper decks. Another 4 landers touched down and prefabricated buildings were being set up by massive engineering teams. The recon team beaming back those images ducked back under their camouflage netting as airborne enemies screamed by overhead on missions of their own. Then the footage zoomed in on the 10 big landers that had come from the Legacy's own base. From the 2 central vessels marched 10 knights each. Their warhorns filled the valley and they took up a formation of 2 columns facing each other with enough room to march a unit of them 4 abreast down the center. From the other 8 marched another 80 armigers, thinner, faster and deadly. And yet, still they fell into a parade formation behind the other knights. Once more Des Moines wished she had a battery of artillery in range already. It was only then that the scouts noticed a final lander. It was bulkier than the others, and it settled on the ground heavily enough to trigger seismic sensors. Finally the dust settled and the warhorns of all the knights and armigers below bellowed. Des Moines' eyes settled on the seismic sensor as the audio picked up. Soldiers of the Imperium of Man. Attention! Even the thunder of boots turning to face the avenue was heard over the audio pickups as other sensors detected an energy field descend over the whole marshalling field. Their chance for an easy strike over. The soldiery below began to chant his name and the seismic went insane. Des Moines turned to look at it. That can't be true. The cameras zoomed in as the ship's jaws opened and its ramp lowered to display an evil glow within that marched forwards. With every heavy step her seismics told her a nearly 800-ton mech was approaching. When it appeared, it loomed. Taller than anything except for their landing ships, it utterly towered over every other mech in the field at a monstrous 22 meters in height. On one arm a vast weapon rested, the other carrying a triple-barreled affair while on its dorsal surface a third weapon rested, veins glowing a cool blue. Then its own warhorn screamed and Deimos clutched her hands to her ears as the pickups broadcasting to her screamed in pain from the sonic overload. The ringing in her ears felt like rage. The machine had roared its hatred for its enemies and thirst for victory seemingly into her soul. With that it began to march, long strides stately but hammering anything beneath those feet to rendered powder. It was marching for her position. There was a strangeness to commanding a titan that still scrabbled at my soul. The machine spirit was undoubtedly stronger, though still young and eager to be tested. And yet, I did not control it in the same manner as that of my knight, though I was connected even more intimately than ever before. The Moderati occupying their chairs were new to their role. Having volunteered they had fought hard to prove their value for the coming war and yet, they were not as comfortable. As I began my march towards the enemy forces we had detected from orbit one by one the knights fell in alongside, with 2 cohorts beginning to form up behind. The Reaver was not so fast as a knight, that much stood out virtually immediately. In the rear echelon, protected within the local shield the artillery had begun to fire, earth-shakers blazing into the skies at identified enemy positions. Shell after shell raining from the skies in practiced work as the main force advanced leaving only a sentry to guard the site. Moderati. Full military stride. Commander Des Moines. Forces were racing to converge to try and resist the assault as they prepared to withstand the storm descending on them as the commander noted a pattern. As they closed the distance the force was widening their front, forces making sure to keep distance from the monster striding at the forefront and she felt a titter of excitement at the possibility that a concerted strike could deal with their upstart emperor in a single strike, then with access to their technology the Capellan people would reign supreme and put down the Davian and Steiner dogs taking bites out of her homeland. Ladies and gentlemen, this upstart Imperium wishes to take us on, even now their own artillery is falling and we find ourselves awaiting the enemy storm. Well, I tell you all now. We are Victorians. We aren't going to succumb to some sort of meager upstarts from the rim whatever technology they've found for themselves. Her words reached out to the regiments that they'd put together to fight off this invasion when the enemy crested the hillock. They stopped and idled there as she watched a clutch of fear seating itself deep in her gut. They simply stood there for now, the monster leading them looking this way and that. This is Commander Des Moines. Long Tom battery fire, CO ordnance broadcasting. She tapped the numbers her ranging systems fed her from the tactical map. The enemy's artillery had stopped but the casualty reports were still coming in, but having stopped, she could not mistake the sound of her own artillery opening fire with a single target. The shells fell and erupted in a blast of light and flame as they detonated, in an umbrella as blast after blast smashed into an energy field of some sort protecting the machine. The sustained fire was not reaching the Leviathan within its protective envelope and Des Moines realized the trap she'd fallen for as the sound of 100 artillery cannon somewhere far off in the distance rang with horrifying synchronicity. Long Tom Cruise. Evacuate. Evacuate. She screamed into the tack net. Her artillery positions had exposed themselves in an abortive attack. Exposed themselves to trained counter-battery fire from the enemy's self-propelled tube artillery. In the air above the enemy's own air support was plunging down through the atmosphere followed by a wave of bombers launched from their largest ship. Meanwhile the vast Leviathan that had come stepped half a dozen paces forwards and stopped once more, the gun on its right arm glowing with baleful light as its capacitors charged. When it fired the commander realized she couldn't hear any more, a bar of white seared across her vision fading to a molten red. As she tried to blink the after-image from her mind, she saw two of her lancemates backpedaling fast seeking cover. At first she was wondering if she'd died, but twisting to see the catapult that should have been next to her Emperor simply missing from the knees up as if it had never existed, a column of horizontal heat haze seemed to stretch out from the enemy's weapon to the utterly destroyed mech. She hesitated. Had the enemy somehow discovered how to mount naval lasers or PPCS onto vast oversized mechs? The hesitation cost her as the entire armored column opened fire as they began to advance. The Capellan forces were poorly prepared for a true invasion. 3 regiments of the Chesterton Reserves was holding the line with militia units. The catapult that I had struck from beyond their main weapon ranges had simply ceased to exist, the volcano cannon leaving little behind but a pair of legs that ended at the knee joints. As the counter-battery fire silenced their long toms, the advance began in proper. Lemon Russes of various marks sent heavy shell or slaying blasts of energy across the distance as the reserves reeled at the assault. Moderati. Military stride. Adept, full power to all energy weapons. The laser blaster felt warm as power fed into, while on the carapace the plasma blast gun was funneled the power needed to fire. I allowed the power to build up for a maximal blast aimed at the other side of their apparent command element, an Emperor battle mech. The pilot was either in a panic or doing a desperate job to recapture a sense of order. They had not seemed to understand that while the knights marched with me, the armigers had begun a run to encircle the enemy forces and cut them off from resupply and support. Above, Fury interceptors had descended to challenge the local aerospace, while marauders dropped altitude to seek out strategic targets. There wasn't any sense of guilt left that these were just men and women fighting to defend their homes from an unwelcome invader. If the machine spirits of the knights had done so much to my mind for ambition, then what the machine spirit of the Titan did was something beyond it. Its spirit meanwhile had little room for honor. Only war. No. I said to myself, drawing a momentary glance from my Moderati before they realized it wasn't directed at them and they returned their full concentration as I quashed down the machine spirit's willful nature. I was the temper on the blade that would guide it true. The blade would not be allowed to seek blood simply to sate its own needs. The spilling of blood must have purpose. With a glimmer of that purpose, I centered the plasma blast gun on the Emperor and then tipped it just a few degrees until it was pointed near the machine's feet. With a single impulse, the blast gun fired. Chapter 39. Titanfall. Seoul. August 24, 3026. Meanwhile at Terra. Titan Yard's Bastion, Warwick Station. James worked hard on the Warwick Station but never felt he had the respect of his peers as he ran the mop across a puddle of piss at the foot of the urinal. His CO seemed to consider him an expendable cog in the machine and, rightly, James assumed that he'd been shit-canned for permanent punishment detail after he'd been found with not only some precentors barely of age daughter, but also the precentors, it turned out not of age, son, at the same time. It had been 3 years since last he stepped dirtside, and none of them had been okay, let alone fun or decent. He knew what many of the others called him behind his back, a Fogel after some pre-Star League monster of some sort. And so when an alarm began blaring, he stood there confused for a moment, trying to understand the sounds he was hearing. He'd never heard them before. He'd never been trained properly in the station's procedures, having been handed a mop on stepping 1 foot on board and told he was now married to that mop and was never to be even seen without it in hand. But still, with mop in hand, he made his way to the hall where the sound was accompanied by strange alert lighting. Making his way to the mess, he inquired from the first person he saw as to the purpose of the strange alarm. "Get your head in gear, Fogel. It's a combat alarm. Get to your fucking post." James quailed under the assault. Not only did he feel embarrassed for not knowing, but refused to ask where the post he was supposed to be even was. Instead he ran to the command center and stood out of the way as he looked at the displays. Lodera. Lodera had requested this mission, and Kane had given it to her. Arriving in the deep system, the Iron Duke and Thunderchild had engaged their Empyrean mantles and burned at maximum power for Saturn. Only once they were within 20,000 kilometers of Titan did they drop the stealth shields. Instead the Thunderchild's jamming systems rose to full power. Thunderchild. Prepare to orbit Titan at a range of 10,000 kilometers, void shielding to full power. Sensorium, give me a reading. Lodera could examine the holographic displays herself, and did, but they had a duty and they would do their duty. 6 unpressurized shipyards, 2 industrial facilities and 2 small habitats as well as a defense station. Other orbital scans reveal 5 dropships conducting operations and 1 vessel classified as a warship, Dante class. Identification calls it the Narbonne. There was a pause. Belay that, 2 warships. Second craft identified as a Black Lion, IFF identifies it as the Blake's Strength. Lodera's expression didn't change from the neutral one as she studied the enemy craft. Thunderchild. Kill the Narbonne. Captain Dushan, bring the Iron Duke about and bear for that lion. I want its hide for a rug. The 2 vessels changed bearing as the Thunderchild prepared to inject itself into orbit, the Comstar warships not even comprehending the fact they were in close range. Dushan nodded. Gunnery, bring Ryza pattern plasma battery online. Target, Black Lion class battlecruiser, identification Blake's Strength. He paused, thinking, set charge level to maximal and prepare to fire. Deep in the Iron Duke's belly, vast capacitors fed power into the massive plasma weapon that rose from the bladed prow of the Watchman-class destroyer. Loderer stood watching impassively. Master of the torpedoes. Prepare to Invictus pattern plasma torpedoes, target, Warwick Station. Quarter yield. He added. Loderer nodded. It would be wise to test the station's defensive abilities before committing to close war. She once more took up the vox. Thunderchild, Iron Duke. You are both free to fire at will. Titan Yards Bastion, Warwick Station. The alarms were silenced as the commander of Warwick raised a hand. They all watched the screens as one of the enemy ships began a burn to orbit Titan at a range of 10,000 kilometers, the other simply allowed itself to drift as its turret turned. When it happened quickly. A blinding spear of blue-white incandescence crossed over 10,000 kilometers of space in seconds. The Blake's strength simply ceased to be in between the newborn sun as the plasma blast struck it amidships. The light glare lasted for a long minute before it faded, and all those present drew sharp hisses of terrified and nightmarish breath as they realized they were helpless before the attack. The Narbonne faced a similar fate short moments later as laser batteries on the other vessel fire, each blast vaporizing vast chunks from the frigate until it too ceased to exist. Neither craft had even had opportunity to fire. Commander. Incoming. Incoming fire. Since they still existed a few seconds later, James realized it wasn't the energy weapons. Launch ASFs. Intercept those projectiles. Sensors, tell me about them. Length, 70 meters, diameter 6, acceleration. Blake's balls. 500 gravities. Impact time 1 minute. The operator cried out. James began to pray to anything and everything it occurred for him to pray to as the death descended on them. There was little time for action. None of the ASFs would even get a pilot in them in time to launch before the torpedoes reached them, and the station lurched, physically, as a vast chunk of the station was torn asunder by the kinetic energy of two projectiles accelerating at fearsome velocities slammed into it. They didn't even have time to burrow and detonate within their velocity, carrying them hundreds of meters past before they detonated. Bulkheads slammed down before the entire station's air could dump itself into the void. Commander. The launch bays are gone. Power. All the lights went out. Just failed, we're on emergency batteries. What now? Somebody asked. Don't you get it? Now we get boarded. The commander said. Chapter 40. The Krakening. Seoul. August 24, 3026. Titan Yards Bastion, Warwick Station. The panic in the control room was almost physical. Amongst the intact parts of the station, the survivors were climbing into spacesuits preparing to be boarded as they watched the sensors, damaged as they were. It didn't take long for them to realize they weren't a priority. Damaged and crippled, the two enemy ships remained at beyond even the most extreme of conventional weapon ranges. This is Commander Uriah Helm of Warwick Station, you have intruded on. The transmissions were washed out by the intense jamming fields thrown out by the vessel they'd learned was called Thunderchild by the vast name stamped out along its prow. Sir. They're firing again. They could only watch as another blast began to fire at the largest of their shipyards, the white-hot fury crossing the distance in a moment and blasting a significant part of the Titan yards to pieces. As if it was a dark signal, the other ship joined it and blasts began to fill the void every few moments. These were not the maximum powered shots that had annihilated a Black Lion in a single shot, but lesser powered rapid-fire blasts. Yet even the least of them was an order of magnitude greater than the heaviest naval PPCs. Laser blasts joined the heavy plasma bursts, and James began to weep. In the worst days of the succession wars they had worked to protect technology, and now precious irreplaceable technology was being blasted apart like so much scrap. There was no concern for those who were working in the shipyards as working areas were blown to debris. One of the other crew spoke up. Commander, this isn't random destruction. He waved his arms at the screen as if she were blind, but the data analyst had been exiled for getting too close to some of Waterlee's black bag projects, and she insisted. What is it then, Deidre? Their blasts are controlled. They don't care about any of the industrial equipment or even personnel quarters, but any warehousing computer cores is being effectively blasted clear of the wreckage. She said, pointing at her screen. Uriah lacked the ability to discern anything and so elected to take her word for it. The weapon's fire seemed so completely random, but then, as quickly as it had begun, it ended. The monster ships closed and a flight of craft headed for wreckage and debris, extracting pieces before returning to their motherships. The process was going on for hours before it too stopped. What worried Uriah was when both craft took fast orbits of Titan at 1,000 kilometers. Their main guns then began sinking fire down at the planet in sheets of destruction and devastation. Methane oceans burned as plasma fire ignited them despite the lack of adequate oxygen. The short-lived incendiary flares failed without oxygen to continue to feed them, but the bombardment did not cease. The massive plasma blasts bored into tectonically weak points of the moon's crust. They all felt it, impossibly they felt it. Like a sharp needle to their hearts as they saw each blast rip down into the moon before. Again the bombardment stopped. The two vessels began to depart from the moon in the direction of Warwick Station. James saw that before they began their powered burn a single slow-falling torpedo had been launched. Civilian dropships fled from the habitation stations towards Terra along with a couple armed dropships that had been lucky enough to leave so far. Then the torpedo reached the moon and dived into its depths as if seeking a place to shield itself from sight. Then light erupted, a fireball climbing for the stars as an incarnadine shockwave surrounded the planet, and cracks showed within which boiling lava surged, but the bombardment had not been for dramatic effect alone. The carefully curated and created weak points created in the tectonic plates fully cracked as the weapon discharged, and with it Titan cracked into 3 pieces like a gobstopper dropped onto concrete. Terra Primus Chambers. Julian Diabolo. It was all falling apart. The Federated Commonwealth had lost confidence in them and begun diverting its resources to supplying this Imperium in exchange for a stable communications network, and now he watched as spotty reports came from Titan. Difficulty to understand readings from telescopes quickly pointed its way. Dropships full of ASFs were burning for Saturn from Mars and Terra both, seeking out the disturbance, but it would be far too long before any of them made it. Even light was too long delayed to matter. Even an attempt to communicate via HPG had failed, the structure mounting it destroyed before light had even reached Mars, let alone Terra to reveal the incumbent danger. All they could do was watch passively as priceless facilities were burned and blown apart, as secrets were destroyed by the careless hands of savages. But now the first circuit was in utter turmoil, and the reason why had begun its 33rd repetition on his screens. Hours of bombardment followed by a single warhead, and one of the largest moons they knew of cracked like an egg. Julian wondered to himself what was going to happen. Should he fall on a sword like some of the mentally challenged glue chewers in the Combine might over an especially egregious failure? Will a posse of his closest friends and allies make a dark pact to stab the shit out of him like a dictator of old? Perhaps they'd try a colonoscopy using the targeting sensors on an Atlas fist. In any way, his career was utterly dead. It could never recover from this. Comstar was broken. Julian shuddered at even uttering the words mentally, even if many of his colleagues didn't see it. With the shipyards, perhaps they'd have been able to recover from the damage the Imperium was doing to them by getting in on the interstellar communications market. The decision to issue an interdiction edict against the periphery had backfired badly, driving many of the South Periphery powers directly into Kane's hands for alternatives. But without the shipyard, their main power bases were broken. They had lost the monopoly on interstellar communications, and now they were losing it on ship maintenance and production. Darker political parties were starting to become the dominant voices. Primus, I suggest we don't say anything. It would be best if we were to suppress this information, suggest a horrific accident occurred. Yes, a horrible accident, Julian said, making air quotes with his fingers. I'm sure people will be much more comforted by an accident as opposed to somebody blowing up a Blake-forsaken moon. Julian roared, and the aide quailed beneath the onslaught. We authorized covert action against Kane and his little mercenaries, and it is now biting us in the arse. Look at that screen, you simple-minded twit. He practically shoved the aide's face into it. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean. Julian released him and mumbled an apology. It's okay, I'm sorry, my boy. But events have stumbled further than we expected, and Waterly, well, her projects are effective enough, but she's withdrawing to a black site. And I'm told this one isn't on any of our charts. She's requisitioned 4 of our Fastlins to do it. But she's taken fanatics. The aide said. Yes, the worst of the breed. They aren't going to try and rebuild the power of Comstar with new technology. We've long kept that sort of thing secret. She's going to make it worse with war. Neither of them spoke. The way Kane had begun systematic targeting of HPGs and the terror attacks had driven Waterly, despite De'Aaron being in the Combine, practically mad with religious fervor. She saw the man and his mercenaries as a test of faith, one that had to be destroyed. The more moderate types, the less hardline, the picture they saw was bleaker. Primus. One of the ships. The new intelligence report blinked as if screaming. Julian called up the file. One of the ships, the one that had fired the torpedo, had stopped at Warwick, but the other was making an unmistakable burn and maximum thrust. For Terra. Chapter 41. It's Raining Men. Seoul. 24th to 27th August 3026. Titan Yards Bastion, Warwick Station. The sound of the airgate ram latching onto the station made James jump as the others grabbed firearms. Despite this, none could help but look out of the bay at the vast vessel connected to them. It outmissed them grossly, and this close even its main turret seemed larger than the bastion itself. A feeble attempt had been made to disable the enemy vessel with their own weapons once it began its attempts to dock, only for those attempts to fail when a curtain of laser fire from smaller turrets precisely worked to disable each weapon. Now, the dropship collar was burning and melting away as the people on the other side of the airgate applied fire from meltaguns to the armored door. When it ran like liquid, James wielded his mop ready to defend themselves. When the smoke cleared, the sight they beheld caused them all to pause. What rolled in through the door was not a man, but a remote gun platform. Then it began to fire. James screamed before he realized while he was hit he wasn't wounded. Sticky material held him pinned to the wall as more chuffing blasts emerged from the gun, rapidly hardening, pinning them all. Only when they were disabled did actual people emerge from the ship. Take them all to the ventral cargo hold. We need to return these valiant survivors to Hilton Head with the Emperor's gift for Comstar. Terra, Hilton Head. The second ship had joined the first after far too short a time, its last actions being to blast the remainder of Warwick into a smoldering cloud of atomized debris. It took only 3 days for both craft to inject themselves into orbit over Terra as forces were gathered to prepare to resist them. The horror didn't stop there. The realization that both craft were on a decaying orbit and soon curlicues of fire were gripping their structures as they actually began descending into the atmosphere, monstrously powerful drives fighting gravity until, after 3 hours of maneuvering, they both hovered over Hilton Head. The threat was unmistakable. By now the entire First Circuit had seen the footage of what happened to Titan. The news had spilled out from the HPG network that Terra was under attack, that the irreplaceable yards over Titan had been deliberately annihilated before the attackers destroyed the moon itself. There was no combat. Nobody dared to provoke the islands in the sky when they began to deliver their message. People of Comstar. You have been judged and found wanting. Your crimes against the inner sphere do not permit for mercy, do not permit forgiveness. Your crimes are crimes against humanity itself. As such, Emperor Giordino has sentenced Comstar and found it guilty of all charges. On this day, his own birthday, we deliver you now 3 gifts. The first gift is the return of your people from Titan. The cargo hatch on the Iron Duke opened and the captives from Warwick plummeted from the cargo hold, unaware of their fate to be to fall several kilometers, screaming until they passed out, before painting buildings and pavement red where their bodies impacted with sick, wet pops and cracking sounds. From the Thunderchild 6 drop pods fired at the surface. Each slammed down hard and opened like an obscene metal flower, disgorging 5 arco-flagellants from each amongst the people of Hilton Head who were already screaming and fleeing. The final gift is the same gift you have given others who have crossed and displeased Comstar across the centuries. The gift of darkness. Lakura. Please broadcast the scrap code. The Lakura had been remade. New Lakuras formed the machine spirits of the ships, more advanced than the regular sort, as it had said so long ago its effects on inner sphere computing was destructive. Hilton Head possessed no defenses against this X-load of destructive data copies of the Lakuras, since dubbed as scrap code. The problem Terra discovered much to its chagrin was that its interconnectivity made it susceptible to such an unexpected attack. Across the planet power centers failed, electronic hardware across the planet suffered from malfunction, several mechs melted down as the reactors went on a rampant overload, heating the mechs to the point of simply melting through them. By the time the cascade of destructive code had been halted, the 2 ships had already burned for space and disappeared into the black as their Empyrean mantles activated and shrouded them once more from sight. Julian. Terra was in uproar as ships blasted from Mars to try and assist, as well as those dropships that had not been struck by the cyber attack, but Julian could do little but look on at the world outside of his window. Some young man with a mop had fallen on the building and, broken-bodied, slid down to the ground below. Even now Comguard were trying to fight off the berserker drone things that had arrived in pods that had self-destructed shortly after their occupants had fled. Word had already come, by runner, that the HPG facility had been destroyed, the delicate machinery of the facility never up to withstanding such an alien, cyber assault. Even now there were rampant code surges destroying some equipment as the smarter technicians began to physically isolate hardware and destroy anything containing the malicious code. He could still hear screams and the crackling of those cybernetic monsters' flails before with a wet detonation one of them exploded. It was easy to tell when one had been put down. It exploded. Primus, your shuttle is here to evacuate you. The orbital facilities weren't affected by the cyber assault, fortunately and not fortunately, Julian said as he looked out of the window. This was a precision attack. Precision. They ignored Mars entirely to charge up here, the bodies, the monsters, they were made to embarrass us. Julian snarled as his composure, once more, broke. They destroyed the Titan facilities, empowering themselves in the act, then they charge for Terra, ignoring Mars entirely on the way, literally enter the atmosphere and then bomb us with dead bodies, cybernetic weapons, and then literal cyber warfare. I should never have listened to Waterly. He stalked around the desk to stand face to face with his aide. Tell me, Farnsworth, how pray tell can we recover from this? Waterly. Against Julian's expectation, Waterly had returned to Terra and was currently watching events from orbit. The talks had changed in just 48 hours. The more radical elements were turning to her in the wake of Julian's failures. The fool has failed to even make a fight of it, she said as her own aide watched impassively. How is our support level? The aide checked his computer. After transmitting what we know about it to Merrick, the use of the Imperium cybernetics has his xenophobia at an all-time high, and many of those who were wavering on the fence have gone one way or the other. Right now I'd say we have about 40% of our people. Before these last few days Julian had maintained a relatively high percentage of supporters, but that will fall drastically after this. Julian is likely to be removed. So it is time to move to cement myself as Primus. She mused, more to herself, but the aide nodded in agreement. The aide remained quiet as Waterly continued to observe through the window. The word of Blake will rise. And we will rebuild and grind those usurpers into the ground. Yes. Primus. The aide said with a smile. Chapter 42. The End of an Age. 3026-3044. The closing months of 3026. The Fourth Succession War raged hot as Capella was rapidly ground into ashes beneath the might of the Federated Commonwealth, the war becoming ever more fevered as Maximilian's health continued to decline and, against tradition, his daughter Romano took over from him. The regiments of Mechs and Fedcom armigers surged from the north end of the map, sweeping all the Capellan forces behind it as the FWL and Draconis combine were quick to declare their neutrality in the conflict, while the FWL publicly condemned the new Imperium for its monstrous terror tactics against Comstar, including the destruction of invaluable technology. As the final Capellan strongholds fell and the St. Ives League was born out of generosity, allowing Candice Liao to take power there, partially as a concession to nobility that had long been respected, and more strongly, because of the buffer it put between the Imperium and further expansion into Capellan territory. There was little doubt of the outcome of the conflict, however, with the Imperium chewing its way through the Capellan worlds to the south of St. Ives, always at the forefront, the machine known only as the Light of Reason. Political tensions were high as surviving Capellan, and independent Comstar groups accused the Imperium of its monstrosities. 3027-3030. 3027 proved to be a year of many trials as political pressure and vague impressions and threats were made towards the Imperium, reminding that while its territory was large for such a new power, it was still vulnerable. The major constraint preventing stronger action ever proved to be the Imperium's technological edge, the hardliners who pushed for action being reminded of Titan's fate time and again, while those angling for conciliation were shouted down by those horrified. In the end, it was the efforts of Darius Oliveira and Markham which settled the matter, negotiating for War Guild, trading for the principles of ion shields, plasma generators, HPGs and warp drives, with a number of minor technologies to be distributed evenly, as well as discounted access to Imperium-held shipyards for all major houses as the penalty for destroying the shipyards at Seoul. And yet, during this time, negotiations and ambassadors from other periphery nations continued to bring more into the fold, seeing the Imperium as victims of the great house's obsessive need for control over periphery states. The negotiation and spread of these technologies took well into 3030 to finalize and complete. The War Guild paid for getting the use of arcoflagellants. As predicted, however, the loss of Comstar cast the inner sphere into turmoil with the collapse of the Sea Bill, grinding much interpolity trade to either a complete halt or bastardized barter system. The entire debacle almost overshadowing the discovery of the Helm Memory Core in 3028 and the joint mission with the Imperium bringing their liqueurs to aid in recovering the system intact, turning over it to the Federated Commonwealth, taking only a copy for themselves. 3030-3034. The inner sphere begins to experience a golden age, and yet one of uncertainty. As the economies begin to settle and the advanced technology begins to filter through the inner sphere, the Federated Commonwealth and Imperium grow closer, numerous figures of import and age, heading to receive treatment to reverse the ravages of time upon their bodies, though the greatest incident was not merely the reversal of aging, but the discovery of Katrina Steiner's cancers, and that the Imperium was able to treat them with relative ease. The first of the warp gates were installed around Imperial stars and the need for jump ships was reduced. And yet during these years little was seen of the Imperium's warships outside of guarding the 4K world as it serviced the occasional ship from the other powers. But there were stories. Grim tales of a group calling itself the Word of Blake across the stars, hailing from where nobody could tell. Their ships were advanced and seemed to get more advanced, stories of black flying tanks raiding for sources of new technology the Imperium had sold or traded. As Kane's children grew, they spent time in the Federated Commonwealth and even the Draconis Combine, learning from the other major powers. But there was no visitation with the Free Worlds League, which had closed its borders to the Imperium and any citizens from it, referring to them as abominations and devils in flesh. The hatred for its cybernetics leaving it brave enough to deny the Imperium constantly while ignoring the cancerous hidden nests of the Word of Blake to build deep in its heart, unknowing that the Word of Blake had managed to take several examples of the arcoflagellants whose self-destructs had failed. Unknowing of the Manii Domini they were creating and the general thievery of technology to advance their own coffers. 3034-3039. The peace that had run for so long seemed to be grinding slowly to a halt. The Federated Commonwealth had been building its own vast starships with advanced technology, as were both the Combine and FWL. And yet, it was in response to the Imperium's own build-up. As the years grew longer, the tensions grew worried. The Combine and FWL worried as the Imperium recruited entire legions and its fleet's numbers increased. The Wolf's Dragoons grew tetchy and nervous as they looked to space beyond the Draconis Combine, and the martial pressure was getting higher by the month. The Imperium had grown further as more and more of the periphery joined, as pirate strongholds were rendered into dust. And yet, even the Federated Commonwealth seemed concerned, and curious, by the fact the Imperium kept sending scouts out to the northern periphery, towards the Chain Lane Isles looking for something. 3040-3044. The tensions grew almost untenable as mysterious raids continued across known space and people began to desperately seek out enemies within as well as without. Tensions that almost resulted in a major war between the powers before Kane called for a closed summit, a summit in which Jamie Wolfe was invited to speak. There it was that Kane took them and explained the threat to come, the threat of the clans. Unknowing that beyond the dark, Waterley had been taking their secrets to them. She would make the inner sphere burn for allowing the outsider to break Jerome Blake's dream. Thus ends Book 1.